Bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers, fucking Mercedes picking me. Spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened to good old positioning Counter-Strike? This is not the same. Holding an angle? Huh? Now they're doing some tic-tac dances, whatever. What is this? In 1.6, so much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just talking about like what steak we're gonna eat. Now they're taking the coach, the second coach, nutritionist, therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I would take one.
A bit random.
They're very scary, I guess.
You have to win in best of one.
Nightmare can be. Pistol rounds in best of one is obviously have a huge impact. I think there's been more upsets than in best of threes. Always a bit risky to enter a best of one. You never know how it's gonna end up. I don't think best of ones belong in major now.
Less amount of rounds, you gotta win the pistol, more valuable. So it could be, you win 2 pistols, maybe you just win the whole thing. I kinda like what they do, like I think like in like Dota, they have like a lower bracket and like an upper bracket, which is kinda cool, so.
Can have like more impact on the match, because like one little mistake can lose the game for you.
I think I really don't like overall, because like one game you can have unlucky and you can just bounce back from it and you can play the second map and go to the third one and you have a chance for it. But if you do silly mistakes in map one and losing like a couple of crucial clutch, you are losing the game. I don't think so it should be part of the major at all. I think for any tournament, I think they're not supposed to be part of anymore.
The Blast TV Major returns, where today things are gonna be getting savage. 2 teams exited Austin yesterday, and today 3 more will be joining that unfortunate list. 2 people that aren't going anywhere though, Dupree and Pimp, are here to guide us on through the first best of 3 of the day. Gentlemen, did you get up to anything enjoyable, anything fun last night? Was it just Iron Man training for you?
Take a wild guess for you, yeah. Take a wild guess.
Cycling, running, swimming, what else?
Eating. Eating is half the journey. I was eating.
Did you have something good?
Yeah, what'd you eat?
Actually, I went to a restaurant where I've been craving this pizza for a long, long time. Then I went to the restaurant and I saw a nice pasta. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm going to go for the pasta. And then it disappointed severely. So I should have stuck to my guts and gone for the pizza.
Stick to your guns. I actually had barbecue yesterday. First time I had barbecue.
How's
that? Good bit of brisket. Yeah, it was Terry Black's. It was actually wonderful. Yeah, I'd recommend the green beans as well. What sides did you get? People said the mac and cheese was so-so. I'm not a cheesy girl, but...
No, I'm more of a meat guy. I actually don't like the sides too much. I just want to go all in for the meat. I did that with Sonic one time, and we had too much. I was like sweating meat for like at least a couple of hours.
A story for another day. We do dive into the Swiss bracket over on Blast TV. This is the situation that we find ourselves sitting in right about now. The 2-1 and 1-2 games going to be going down today. But yesterday, it was all about the advancement and elimination, and some teams just purely surviving. Let's talk about the teams that did indeed advance through to the Moody Center. Spirit, I mean, it makes sense. They are the defending major champions, and they look damn good doing it. didn't they, Jacob?
They do. They've looked superior so far this tournament. They look like they came in with a purpose. Obviously, there's been some conversation around them not having a boot camp, but at the end of the day, I think the win condition for Spirit so far has been Dong playing well, Shio playing well, and that's always the case, right? When Dong is on fire, he masks all the issue that Spirit is having tactically, and so far this tournament, he's been fantastic. And it almost sounds like a broken record to say, Peter, because that's the case in 9 out of 10 tournaments.
Well, it is their win condition, and they've been looking hella great. Like, they just come into the tournament with so much confidence, and it's easy to see that it's a team that just function right now. You know, we're all happy to see Spirit going into the playoffs in such an in the fashion they've done so, because we expect a lot of them, and we want to be making and seeing them inside the players. We all want to see Dong inside of an arena, so it's great for them to already be there.
That's where the best player to come out of 2024, he thrives in those arena situations. A team that maybe I didn't expect to be making it through, straight through to the playoffs, 3-0 is Furia, not least because they came in with a hell of a lot of roster changes, language changes in that as well, switching from speaking Portuguese, being a Brazilian team, to moving into international waters, Peter. Super impressive what they managed to achieve.
There's no doubt that Fury has taken everyone with storm. You know, they've breached all the expectations from everyone, and I think when we saw Fury moving into this international roster, like half of us were thinking, finally, some of us were thinking, okay, what's actually going on, you know? And we know that there's a little bit of a language barrier inside the team as well, but it just seems to be working out for them, and that just proves that if you're feeling good, if you actually believe in the project, then you can oversee those kind of things. And what Fury has shown at the major right now by going 3-0, that's really impressive.
I 100% agree. I think for almost 4 years they've been a laughing stock in the sense that we praised them to be a team that should be in playoffs, they should be winning trophies. They could never do that with Art, they could never do that with Fallen afterwards as well. Then finally they make the decision to do something radical, and it pays off instantly. So it makes you wonder, maybe you should have done that before, but at the end of the day right now, all we can say is that they deserve all the respect in the world, because they have gotten to the playoff now in a 3-0 fashion, taking down the Mongols, taking down Aurora, taking down VP as well. Maybe not the best of the best teams in the world, but definitely teams that weren't able to beat beforehand. So in my books right now, Furia is the best they've looked in 4 or 5 years, and that's impressive in itself.
It's been a while since they've tasted the sweet taste of a playoffs at a major. I love starting the day off on a sweet note, but we do have to address the sour one as well. That is the teams that were sadly eliminated yesterday. We can see down at the bottom the 0-2s. Liquid, it's such an unfortunate situation. It's obviously a very complicated situation, but you just signed Shui on a permanent basis. I expected you to get at least one win here in Austin.
There's nothing short of saying that Liquid had a really disappointing run here. I think Liquid has just not been looking at something. There's the very legendary org. Like, they've been making deep major runs for as long as I can remember. It's a team that I used to go up against a lot. Obviously, the players have changed throughout the years, so it's in that department, it's definitely different. But what they've shown this tournament, I think Nerds had a pretty a poor showing. I think, obviously, then the whole NAF conversation of, is he going to be inside the team or not moving forward? I think we saw some very nice things out of Ultimate yesterday in the elimination game against MOUZ, and to him to have a good performance was good, but like that was just like the one game off where he actually popped off. So I think Liquid is now in a position where they know that there's changes coming, and they've had some really unfortunate in some things coming into the tournament by not having a coach as well has not done anything good for them either. And where does this put Liquid? Like, where are they actually going? They have the piece of Shuri, which is good, but there's still a lot more to be found out.
See, I'm not going to say anything right here. I'm not going to state my opinion. I'm going to state some facts and zoom out for a little bit. So come into the tournament. Apparently they had a boot camp that exhausted them. We learned yesterday. Nafly has been saying in interviews that he doesn't feel comfortable anymore, that he doesn't have any space anymore within Team Liquid. After the tournament yesterday, he said that he doesn't know if he's going to be part of Team Liquid after the summer break. Ultimate, the second worst rated player of the tournament as well, is all of a sudden the guy keeping Liquid alive against MOUZ and playing hearts out, the best Counter-Strike I've ever seen Ultimate play. If you take in all those, factors and you say that happened within the span of 24, 48 hours, where does that leave Team Liquid? It is the biggest question mark and such a puzzling situation that I don't have to state my opinion. I think people can make the puzzle themselves and be like, what is going on? Yeah, a lot of question marks surrounding the future of Liquid and NAF for that matter as we move on forward to the second half of 2025. The second half of the teams that were out yesterday, though, that's Amiga. It was great to see them battling through, stage 1, stage 2, making it here to stage 3. Unfortunately, just out of gas at this point.
Well, the Rugies ran out of gas. They've been since stage 1. I think they met all the expectations they had themselves, probably even more. They came into this tournament probably just wanting to try and see if they can go to stage 2, and they found themselves in stage stage 3, which is it's a very good accomplishment from them. It was good to see that they could actually put up a fight throughout stage 2, but obviously coming to stage 3, the opposition was just too great for them to actually to have an impact.
They should be proud. They should be very proud of what they've achieved so far, the way they conducted themselves in stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. You know, the ceiling was just too high when they go up against the best teams in the world, and there's no shame in that. I think they've played a great tournament considering the expectations.
Back to the bracket on Blast TV, where I'd like to focus your attention to the middle section and talk about some of the teams that are currently 2-1. FaZe, let's talk about them. They're obviously going to be going up versus the Mongols later on today. What's been your takeaways so far, Jacob? For them?
They've been positive. You know, I think FaZe were a massive question mark coming into stage 3, because what we saw in stage 2, Peter, was very confusing. Day 1, they were great. Day 2 and 3, they couldn't get anything done. And then when they had to win and get into stage 3, they really had to fight for it. So I didn't know what to expect from FaZe, but taking down MOUZ is a good result. Taking down Legacy, getting the rematch in there against them, that's also a good result. And then today against the Mongols, that's when they can confirm for us if they win that game in a best of 3 against a team like the Mongols, then FaZe is showing up now as a contender for the playoff. Now, if they lose that one, they continue to be a question mark.
Yeah, I'm all on board on that one. And I think that the win against Legacy yesterday was actually really important for them to move into the series today. You know, not once more they were going to find themselves losing against a team that they're higher ranked in, that they feel like they're better than. I feel like that's been sometimes the case with FaZe Clan. When they go into a matchup where they feel like they are the better team, they sometimes seem to overcomplicate things and just instead of playing their style or playing to their strength. So the win yesterday was very, very important.
Shout out to Simple as well, highest rated player so far.
Yeah.
The side of FaZe Clan in the stage.
I think that's a mega underrated storyline. I don't think people can grasp, and I know Simple has been arguably the GOAT of Counter-Strike and still in that conversation, but to take such a long break, Peter, then come back and instantly find impact. You've been on a break now. You spoke to me about it as well. You haven't played for quite some time. Imagine if you were in his shoes to be able to have that output. And I know it's not the old Simple that is dominating games, but so far, highest rated player for FaZe after such a long break. People at home probably doesn't grasp how hard that is, regardless of your name is Simple, Dupree, or someone else.
I think Simple's just growing in the tournament. Like, the better teams he gets to play against, the better players that he wants to beat, you know, the better he'll also be. I think he's way better playing against like opposition that he's in right now, and he's just been looking better, and that's a good sign for FaZe.
Let's talk a little bit about Na'Vi on the other side of the coin, because looking solid, you know, in those best of ones, getting those over the line, which not every team of the you know, upper echelons of Counter-Strike was able to do. Spirit game yesterday, second map, that was a capitulation.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a little disappointing from Na'Vi. Again, we still don't know if they're back, so to speak, losing to Spirit. They've done that before, Peter, even when they were good and even they were in a good streak, sort of. But to me, still a bit of a question mark. I want to see them get a best of 3 win. I want to see them manhandle G2 today, because that's a matchup they should be winning. And if they can't do that, then Na'Vi is probably not back to the level where they can contend for the trophy. So I think today we're going to learn a lot about where Na'Vi is actually at.
I'm all in for this one, and the great test was just against Spirit. You know, I think Anubis looked pretty competitive, but Train would just like look flat. They looked out of it. And I had a little bit of worrying sign coming in, looking at the body language and how they were feeling, and I got thrown back a little to what we have seen. It's been the issue with the Na'Vi. You know, they start questioning themselves. Maybe they stop believing in themselves, and that's just not really what you want to be showing against the best teams in the world.
What's your take of Vitality? Because obviously the best of one situation for them to be entering the tournament, less than ideal, but I feel like the response has been apt from the Vitality side.
100%. I actually got to talk with Apex yesterday when they finished their game, and he said that the first game just fell off from everyone within the team, and then they knew the pressure of coming into an environment where they were facing a team that had nothing to lose, and they've been in this studio environment playing before, and they knew they could only go out and fail, and that's what they did, you know. But it was very important to bounce back, and they had a really good talk coming into the second one, saying that we just need to get over the finish line and equalize the scores. That's what they did, and the showcase of yesterday, them manhandling 3D Max, that's exactly the way forward. And now they move into the best of 3s, where they are super comfortable, and with the map pool that Vitality have and the player material they have, it should be a straightforward thing for them to go to playoffs.
Speed running the tournament, you know, either they lose 13-2 against Legacy or 13-3 or winning 13-6. It's easy for Vitality at this point, and to be completely honest, I think they're going to manhandle Virtus.pro as well today, and this whole conversation around them getting off to a rough start, it slowly disappears.
Well, you mentioned the 3D Max series just yesterday. Should we take a look at one of my favorite moments from that very map in our play of the day?
It looks like Rob's going to be tested in this pistol round, but he's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp.
Move it, let's go, my brother.
Face away out in the yard. It's Rob's though on the chopping block. Dual Berettas fire off, and it's all Rob's. the pistol. Vitality are back.
Cowboy Robin coming out. You know what the funniest thing is? I did a pre-match interview with Lux, and he referenced that straight away. He was like, man, that. Oh, no, it's not Lux, sorry, Lucky. He referenced that straight away, saying, you know, from that moment, felt like we were kind of done in the map. And that was the first round. Let's check in with the bracket once more to see our 1-2 teams. Some teams finding themselves in a bit of a, well, I say a bit of a complicated situation. A very complicated situation if you are MOUZ, Jacob.
Yeah, a very complicated situation. I think so far the tournament has been wild for them. That game against Liquid yesterday, you asked me what I was doing yesterday, and I told myself I'm going to stop biking with that map is over on MOUZ, and I just kept on going and going and going. So they completely exhausted me. They could have lost against Liquid yesterday. They were facing match point. I think MOUZ as Vitality slowly but surely will grow into the tournament. I think now they're over the worst hurdle, so to speak. The best of ones didn't suit them, apparently, and the best of 3 versus Liquid yesterday was hard fought. Now that pressure is taking off their shoulders. It's a tough opponent today in Aurora, but I think MOUZ slowly but surely will grow into it, and I still have them as one of my favorites to make it to the final.
So do I, but that's also what we said about Falcons, right? Like they had the first match out of the way, and now they were looking better, like just gonna play themselves in the tournament. I'm not gonna say that's the same case for MOUZ. I still believe that MOUZ is actually gonna make it to playoffs. I think they're a very interesting team, and I think that the matchup today against Aurora is also gonna be important. And like if you look at the recent matchups that MOUZ has had throughout stage 3, like it's actually just been pretty good teams they've been facing. They haven't really had that game where they were like, okay, we're like the super clear favorites. Of course, they have been favorites because they are like a top 4 team in the world right now, but they are still have found themselves in matchups that could have gone either way. And you know, they've just found themselves having a really poor day, like coming into the stage 3. So for MOUZ to move forward now, it's good to get a win, but it doesn't look that great yet.
Yeah, so like alarm bells sounding at like really low decibels. Like, what are we saying?
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I think one of the things that makes me comfortable in still saying MOUZ will make it to the playoff and probably go far is that Torsi has a bounce back yesterday. Torsi was the villain, I guess, of the best of ones. Didn't really show up, but yesterday he was back to the normal Torsi. A lot of impact on the server. Very moody in a sense as well. Him and Spinks in particular had a fantastic showing against Team Liquid. I think from an individual output, Spinks was the guy to look towards. Whereas for Torsi, he was the mood guy in that lineup. They're sitting next to each other, they're enabling each other. So had Torsi had a bad yesterday, I still wouldn't be on MOUZ, but the fact that he bounced back, I'm confident that they will get back to their real level.
Not to derail this train, Dupree, who was your favorite hype man in the roster? Or was it you? Were you the hype man?
I mean, I think to some degree it was obviously Apex, but I mean
back in the Astralis.
It went both ways, you know.
In the Astralis one. Oh, an Astralis one. Okay, that was obviously not Vital. Sorry, Apex. Probably myself, maybe Magic as well. I think Magic is quite the hype man, actually.
Good vibes. Yeah. Speaking of complicated vibes, yesterday, Aurora G2. That was a weird one.
You didn't like that, Peter, did you?
No, I think Aurora looked like completely out of it. And one thing is that you will lose your game, but it's more about the fashion they've done it. And yesterday, I just didn't see any good signs of Aurora. They looked like they were just confused. They didn't know about like how they were approaching the game. They were having their backs turned when the executes were happening, rotating in with their knives. They were just literally looking out of it. The only one that put up a fight was Joda, and he is probably together with Waikadia, the most inexperienced person in that roster, which was a good sign for him, obviously. But for Aurora to come into a game now against MOUZ, they know they're facing elimination. You don't want to go up against a team like MOUZ. Like, you know, that's not the team that you were expecting to face at that stage. So they need to just get their shit together from yesterday, otherwise they're going to be eliminated.
They put themselves in a very hard position, to be completely honest. They beat FaZe in the opening game, then they lose in a game where you think that the favorites against Furia doesn't even make it close, doesn't even do anything, and then against G2, who's essentially a dead team, you know, where all the vibes around them is that we are just here to make the most out of it. They remain uncompetitive in that one. So, yes, it's a tough, I guess, event of happenings now coming in for Aurora. They're facing MOUZ in that game, but I think they put themselves in that hard position, so it's fair enough, and I agree with you, Peter. I think it's going to be very tough for them to survive today.
Well, Aurora could be eliminated later on today, but one of our next 2 teams will be eliminated, guaranteed. Unfortunately, Legacy and Lynn Vision do find themselves in that complex position. Let's start off by talking about Legacy. I mean, every single time we talk about this team, let's use this, you know, the description of they weren't even meant to be here. They obviously got the unfortunate opportunity to be stepping in for another team here in Austin, but they have damn well made the most of it, Peter. I did not expect them to make it all the way to stage 3.
No, this is the Cinderella story that kind of has been delivering throughout all stages. You know, maybe the defeat yesterday kind of put it to an end. We'll see that later. I think Legacy has just proven that you don't need superstars and you don't need super great like tactics to just play good Counter-Strike. I think their fundamentals and their protocol has been really good. But what has stood out the most when I look at Legacy is the way that whenever they go into a game, one thing is they know they're not the favorite, but they just hype each other, and like the passion of Brazilian Counter-Strike is just really like showcased in this one. But also when they jump into the server, the way they take space and the way they play for each other is like really, really great to see. And I think whenever they scale and go up in the side, they take so much space. Like this first guy going in, he is so like he's going so deep that he will get so much space for the guys coming in, and they are just not hesitant. Like they're not afraid, and I think that's a super strong card for them.
I agree with that. I think we spoke about coming into the tournament that Brazilian Counter-Strike is struggling. They're having a tough time producing teams that can remain competitive against the best. And I feel like this team has gone back to the roof, you know, where it's... I'm not saying they're winning based on their vibes, but that's what it was like playing against Brazilian teams back in your time as well.
Yep.
They were always moody. They were always yelly. They were always probably playing with the best energy and a boost of passion in that regard as well. So you talk about their spacing. You talk about how they play Counter-Strike on the server as well. I think they simplify Counter-Strike to a point where they do the basics, but they do them good.
Yep.
As you said, good spacing, very simple tactics as well. They're good at exploding on the server, which is also why the games are either very one-sided towards them or against them. I also, with you, agree that so far it's been fantastic to follow Legacy, but I think the winning ways are coming to an end in the sense that we have seen what they're capable of, but I also do think teams now respect them so much that they really prepare properly for them.
Well, maybe I've got a man who can persuade you in the other direction, Jacob. It is Lux ahead of this series.
Try me.
Lux, just taking a bit of a wider look at Legacy's run so far here in Austin, how much pressure do you feel to continue that run here today and avoid elimination in Stage 3?
I think right now we have some pressure because we showed a great game against the Vitality and FaZe Clan, not yesterday, but still I think we need to enter in this game, in this match today, with the mentality that we have no pressure at all because we weren't supposed to be here. So yeah, that mentality that helped us to stay here until now.
Of course, it is a rematch from Stage 1 of the tournament, this time in a best-of-3 situation. What did you learn from, I imagine, re-watching the game versus Lynn Vision that went down a couple of weeks ago?
I think we learned a lot because Lynn Vision showed a lot of those two games in this tournament. I think it's one of the best Dust 2 in the world right now because of this major. And yeah, we prepared a lot for this game. Right now it's best of 3, so we can show our Inferno as well. That is a pretty confident match for us. And yeah, let's see. I think it's going to be a great match.
That's going to be obviously the second map coming into this best of 3. First map, as you mentioned, Lynn Vision go for that Dust 2 again. What specifically makes them such a good team on this map at the moment?
I think they have good protocols and they understand of the map, like the rotation and stuff like this. And yeah, something that surprised me on the best of 3 that they picked the T side, you know, because yeah, CT it's like most picked in this match, and they had a plan. And today I think they had as well, but I think we have a better one.
Yeah, I was going to ask, where's the confidence level at right now, considering this is a do-or-die situation?
Yeah, I think we grow up, evolve a lot in the tournaments. I think the legacy of the day one isn't this legacy. And yeah, let's show.
Thank you so much for your time, Lux. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Interesting point about the pressure that Legacy is experiencing. What do you take away from that one, Jacob?
I mean, that's the first time I hear them state that there is any pressure. Because obviously the whole thing they've been saying coming into the tournament, we weren't supposed to be here, we're being gifted a chance to deliver the major. So far, they've done a tremendously well job in that regard. But that is the first time I hear them state that they feel a little bit of pressure. And I don't like that. I don't think that's the way Legacy gets the most out of their players and the most out of their situation. Because as we spoke about, Peter, when you observe them inside the studio, they're probably the loudest team. They're playing with the most passion. They're playing the most freed up Counter-Strike, so to speak. So if they start to feel a little bit of pressure now because they've done so well, that is not necessarily a great thing.
I don't think that was meant to be, because like when they beat Vitality, I think that's where everyone started like really opening their eyes for Legacy. They did what so many teams have tried to do for a month coming, and that just put Legacy in a position where people had to be like, okay, we have to need to take these guys like very serious because they can play Counter-Strike. And you also touched on the whole preparation thing. It's also, that is what the best teams in the world are so good at. You know, they're good at preparing preparing. They are good at coming into the game saying, hey, what is the strength of this team? Like, and they also go in the preparation part saying, what do we need to do to go up against the guys? Because like Legacy also likes to go through smokes, so they like to go for these very orthodox plays. But if you're prepared for them, then you don't get surprised as much. And I believe that Legacy has had this kind of upper hand by surprising a lot of teams.
Talking about surprises or lack thereof, they have already played Lynn Vision. That was back in stage 1. It was a best of 1, so very much a different context in that situation. We're going into the same map, though, of Dust 2 that we saw play out in that best of 1. And we heard Lux saying there, you know, it feels like Lynn Vision really solid on that map. What have they shown to kind of prove that as evidence, Jacob?
I mean, they've shown that they can play Dust 2 against some very good teams at this tournament. I know they lost to Spirit a couple of days ago on Dust 2 as well. People look at the result, 13-7 for Spirit, but it was 7-7 at one point in that game, or 8-7 at one point. So they remain competitive for a long time on that map. They play careless in a sense that they're willing to just fight and fight and fight and fight. Westmelon, Emilia, all of them are just willing to fight. Saka with the AWP is almost the most hesitant player on that map. I feel like he's the stable guy, you know, that stays back, and when it's a 3v3 or 2v2, he can then shut down the rounds and make sure you win him. But they just apply so much pressure on you on Dust 2 because they're constantly fighting. They're constantly standing up, yelling at you, looking at you. It must be annoying to play against Lynn Vision on Dust 2. And I stated, you know, don't play Dust 2 against Lynn Vision. If you can avoid to do it, do it, because I don't think the rest of that map pool is that strong. But Dust 2, I'm not going to say they're world class because they're not, but they play proper Counter-Strike and they play very aggressive Counter-Strike.
There's no doubt that the matchup today, I think, can go both ways. But the fact that Lynn Vision gets Dust 2 is just really important for the series. Like, that is the map that they have to win.
Yeah. What have been your takeaways about Emilia? You know, we saw him commanding both in and out of the server, apparently. What have you learned about him so far here in Austin?
I mean, we learned a lot, you know, about Emilia, not only as a player on the server, but also as a character, as a player outside of the server. His interviews are, at this point, legendary. Obviously, there's a lot of story as well, and I would highly encourage people at home watching right now to dive into that if you want to, in between the maps or after the game as well. He's a very cool person to get to know, and that's what the Majors also does. A player that we don't see at most tournaments, a player that we don't hear so much from, and now he's coming into this tournament. He's playing well on the server, but struggling a little bit here in stage 3 as the competition is getting harder. But in stage 2, he was fantastic, and as you can see on these pictures, he's the most fun player to watch right now, and a big character here.
So much Aurora.
Has anyone ever done there like that?
No,
I think he's made that a trademark.
I love
It's
it,
a trademark Emilia.
There's so much orator.
What about the standing on the chair and just looking at your opponent when you beat him? It's so good.
I saved this picture just so I can post it.
He did a pastiche of like the whole Alexa V like jersey thing as well. He's got so many moves. I'm excited to see what goes down in the server today. But before we do that, I think it's only right that we check in with Gum. We had quite an iconic interview with James Banks where you talked about the preparation for Falcons, right, and how much time you spent in that. Shifting the conversation to your opponent today in Legacy, are they easier to prepare for? Are they harder to prepare for than versus Falcons? What do you make of that?
I think it's almost the same, but it actually takes me much more time because now we have only one life. One chance left. So I try to be like work as hard as I can and to get a little bit more chance to win this game. So yeah.
You've gone with Dust 2 again. That was what we saw you play against Legacy in the best of 1 situation in stage 1. I was just talking to Lux. He said he feels like you guys are one of the best Dust 2 teams right now. What makes you so comfortable on this map?
Everybody is so good. I don't know. Maybe we are just good at some like desert like maps, like the Anubis. Like maybe someday we will play with Mirage. Yeah. So it's like the color of the map make us like comfortable. Maybe.
That's the expert analysis. Considering that you played that in a best of 1, right? What made you feel like, okay, we're going to pick this once again, this time as the first map in the best of 3?
Because it's make us comfortable. So yeah, why not play the map that you are comfortable playing? So yeah, let's see if we can get the best results from it. And I saw they actually Legacy they improve a lot after their loss to us, or the like second defeat, I think, to I don't remember the team, but they definitely improve a lot on Dust 2. So it's gonna be a tough fight, I think.
It's going to be a really exciting game, Gum. Thank you so much for your time and good luck today.
Thank you.
Obviously, a lot on the line for both sides of the equation as elimination does beckon one of these two squads. But I'd say maybe more so if we're looking at a historical angle for Lynn Vision, right?
If Lynn Vision beats Legacy today, they would be the best placed Chinese team ever at a major. Right now, they have tied Tai Lu back in 2018, I believe, at the Faceit Major. If they win today, they will be guaranteed a 9th to 12th position at this major, which is going to be the best placement ever for a Chinese team. And to add to the context for that one as well, there was 32 teams right here, and it's arguably a way more competitive era win right now than Tai Lu did it. So Lynn Vision right now, not only playing to win and stay alive, but also to make sure that they become historical in China.
And it's looking very good considering they do get to start on their chosen ground of Dust 2. And I think we should be throwing on over to the Mahone Zone.
Yes, that's right. So Lynn Vision, they played against Legacy on Dust 2 in Stage 1, and they were actually able to win the game. So what I actually want to point out here is one of the rounds where they actually were able to do that. They actually put Legacy in a bit of a tough spot, and they did it off of this one particular smoke. So to put some context, so here are all the smokes that Lynn Vision threw in the game. You can see all the typical ones, the mid one, the Xbox smoke, and as well as the long cross smokes. But the one smoke that we want to pay attention to here is this one here. It's thrown from the top mid position and it actually lands towards that CT spawn area. Now this smoke, normally when you throw this smoke, it signals some sort of catwalk hit. Normally signals some sort of catwalk hit because typically when you throw a smoke down here, as players come up towards catwalk, they may want to drop down to create more angles and more cover for themselves as they come in towards the A site. However, the reality is that Lynn Vision, instead of using the smoke to come up towards catwalk, they're actually going to go towards mid. Now, when they go towards mid, they're going to throw a Molotov towards spawn. But the key thing here is that the CTs, they're not really sure whether this is going to be a catwalk hit or towards mid. You can see that Lux here plays anti-flash just slightly, waiting for the cat exec. Sadson moves over here towards the elbow position to spot the cat cross, and they're not really sure. They're not really sure if this is going to be a catwalk hit. Lux tries to get a little bit of information. Lynn Vision, they don't commit just yet. And what this does is it puts Legacy in a tough limbo position where they're not sure if it's going to be a catwalk exec or if it's going to be a mid B. Unfortunately for them, Lynn Vision, they start scaling up towards B. And as you can see on the radar, Legacy, they only have 2 players towards B. It's basically a 5v2 situation. And from this point here, Legacy, they're going to toss, or rather, Lynn Vision, they're going to toss a flash just above the window. Then in West Mountain, he's going to catch this first player here towards the window side, and then a player towards the car side. So this smoke that Lynn Vision throw right here at the catwalk position from top mid, this is something to look out for. They might use it again in this game as well on Dust 2, so we'll have to see if Legacy can adjust.
Yeah, very curious to see the adjustments that probably have been made by Legacy as we move on into this best of 3. We can take a look at the schedule for today because we have 6 best of 3s going down over on the B stream. That's also elimination time, 3D Max versus Pain. But here on the A stream, it's going to be Legacy versus Lynn Vision. And I think it's about time to get the game underway.
Yes, getting this game and day underway, a rather intense one. I have come into this one with a lot of excitement surrounding both of these teams. Lynn Vision have impressed me, both right in the server and outside of it. The desk already highlighted some of that. And for Legacy, I mean, who doesn't love a Cinderella story? I'm British, I have to love the underdog because that's always where we are.
Well, apparently Lynn Vision is the underdog in this one, even though in the head-to-head they've actually toppled Legacy. That was the opening match of this entire tournament for both of these teams back in Stage 1. Yep, it's 2 Stage 1 teams. We lost Namiga yesterday. That was the 3rd of the bunch, and we'll be losing another one right now. But both have impressed. Both have put themselves on the world map of Counter-Strike. Legacy have seized the opportunity, and they're making their mark. Today, history could be made for China. Heard from Pimp, they're talking about Tai Lu back in 2018, Faceit Major in London. Well, now it's Lynn Vision's turn. None of these players have been this deep before, and for Call Me Sue, first major for him. And on the other side of the server, as we take a look at Legacy, the same to be said for Sads and the Orpa. But let's get this one underway. It is going to be the T-side start for Lynn Vision on their map choice. Legacy opting to be on this CT side. And Mahone, they're just pointing out some of the details that they can look for as far as the executes are concerned. I would say if I'm Legacy, I'd want to make sure they don't get all the space for the defaults. Once we get into those rifle rounds, start being a jarring force, be aggressive on short, pushing it lower dark. But let's get this one underway. Elimination to open up the day here on the A stream.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you're watching from. Let's get the Counter-Strike started. A little bit of a disruption on the door. Smoke doesn't stop it. from covering full coverage on the door. You see the angle from Lux there. Peeking right eye into that. Little obscured, and late long they'll get out. But what next is going to be the question. You've got a P250 on Zach. I want to set him up to search.
I think right now it's, well, it was going to be about that HE. So they've used it towards short. Duman's going to play forward to clear this out. You want to make sure that it is actually this long play. Last time round, the opening match of the entire major between the two, both pistols went to Lynn Vision. Legacy would love to get some momentum early.
Yeah, just a one tap here as before they progress would be so useful for Legacy and their defense in this pistol. Just one. He's begging for it.
On the way now. There's a flash on Sadzin.
It could prove useful. Sadzin lines it up to flash the ramp, but they're already getting across. Dumau, however, perfect range, perfect weaponry, 30 bullets to unleash hell, and doesn't matter when the Glocks instantaneously connect. Double headshot from Amelia. Westmelon, a double this time now from Amelia. Spams on Lux to finish. Perfect work. Slow, methodical start to Dust 2. It's a playground for Lynn Vision, and we're already seeing some demonstrations of that.
Alano's been good in the clutch, but this one seems impossible as Amelia will finish him off and immediately gets out of the chair. Amelia has been the highest rated player for Lynn Vision across this campaign. We're talking stage 1, stage 2, and now into stage 3 at the tippy top with Zaka just behind. On the other side is Dumau and Lato, but I want to stick on the conversation about Mr. Amelia. Starting to flourish as a person. We've had Lynn Vision on our screen for a decent amount of time.
Right, a couple of pro leagues perhaps.
Yeah, and this is one of the breakout personalities of the major, starting to feel comfortable, and sure, the banter's a part of that, but it's also being shown in the gameplay.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Very confident stuff. And Dumau and Sadzin, they did want to fight for long. I think the corner smoke has done enough.
Yeah, this becomes tough now, and we actually saw a similar move with the double scouts come out from Spirit. Remember, it was Shiro and Donk on the force buy, and they would both just be pathing back and forth. So have Lynn Vision learned their lesson?
Ooh, that was a golden opportunity for Sadzin. I don't think he'll get another one of those. Oh, lucky to be alive is ringing. 11 points of damage is all that needs to be done, and Zaka will oblige. Good flash. Oh, Starry's so blind, and Lato's scout this time manages to match the output. Lux is gone, picked apart. Zaka even connecting to secure it.
All right, well, Nissam's gone around the world to try and cut this off, but if Lato doesn't get anything, which it looks like he won't, it could just be saving, looking for exits on the way out the door.
Yeah.
Give yourself something to work with. Nissam's actually pushing quite quickly now, so body shot, drops in the pit, safe, and call me Sue there to be the safety net. So very well handled. They're not going to fall foul to the scouts against another team, Lynn Vision.
So just touching on Amelia a bit more, was it always Amelia as, like, you know, fragging output? Was he always the one we would be looking towards? Or I thought Starry was kind of framed as somewhat of a high fragging
Yeah, an
presence.
aim-star Starry, right? So once upon a time, many years ago now, I'm pretty sure it was Vertigo against RPK's Vitality at the time.
We're really rolling it back,
right,
yeah.
but that's where he popped off with this ace, and it was in the conversation as well. You know, and the aim is still there for Starry, but it's two aggressive pieces of Amelia and Starry. Call Me Sue being the newest addition, obviously, has ties to here, the North American, well, the USA for sure. And then Zaka taking over the AWPing reins when the departure of G came in, and it looks actually really, really serviceable on the scoped rifles. But Amelia, I think, playing to this level, I think it goes hand in hand with what you're seeing in the confidence of the individual with the yelling. And I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but Counter-Strike gets to be an extension of your personality, and there's a lot of people in this world, you know, who get to find their place because of Counter-Strike. So getting to see Amelia throwing this out round after round.
I love it.
Maybe is frowned upon by the locals over there in China, but is loved by the rest of the world.
Absolutely.
Well, there is going to be that scout. Some lighter upgrades is possible, and a tactical timeout called early. It's curious. So Lux wanting to get in with some chit-chat early, and I'm surprised. You are going into another eco. Lux is obviously newly appointed in-game leader, right? He got dropped from Pain, and then goes over to this Legacy roster, becomes the in-game leader, and is actually starting to flourish as well.
Yeah, two things that I've heard from Lux recently that have drawn my attention. One was discussing in an interview with HLTV about how excited he is for leadership and how it will enable him to make a more of a lasting impact of his career. I think that's interesting and self-aware. Good awareness from him. Secondly, he just said in the interview with Freya ahead of this match, now there is some pressure. You've just lost 2 best of 1s to both FaZe and VP, and now you're feeling pressure. Now, perhaps for the first time in this tournament, Legacy are acknowledging that there is a pressure being felt. Is that when Cinderella's slipper is smashed on the floor?
Well, this is when the expectations change. So you come into an event that you're not even meant to be at, right? The unfortunate nature for the Argentinians, but Legacy, that's not their problem. Right? They're going to seize the opportunity, and they have done. They've definitely made their mark. But now there's an expectation. Oh, you've performed. Oh, you played against some of the best teams in the world. Oh,
you broke Vitality's streak.
Precisely. So now you should be able to take down a team like Lynn Vision, right? Well, head-to-head says no.
If they start playing scared, that might be feeding into them letting loose and letting their grip slip. Good spam from that USP, significant damage. Now they are into B, there are two more. Lato and Dumao just hiding at the back of the site. He's got no bullets for this. Okay, well, they work it out and get the job done.
All right, well done. 3-0 start. That's what you want with the pistol and the conversions. Now, just talking about the map pool before we get into this, it's actually worked out quite nicely for Lynn Vision. Their map pool throughout this run has been very top-heavy. Dust 2 has been played 7 times. Nuke has been played 6. And both of them are in the pool. Obviously, Nuke will be the third and decider. Inferno, that's where Legacy have got their best wins. They're 4-0 on this map within the major run, so that's our second map of play. And that's where, as you mentioned, they stop Vitality's win streak. But let's go. First rifle round. Do they play aggressive? Is their pushes into lower? Are they playing on cat? Well, right now it looks like a standard CT defense.
Yeah,
towards long, set up by the AWPer.
Send that AWP to search on B. See if Nissim or Lato dare give him anything. Now, doesn't look like Nissim's going to.
Contact.
So Westman's going to contact in. Fires off a shot, but Nissim's just going to be set up for the multi-kill. The trade is important. It might have won them the round. That kill right there from Westman, and the fact that Nissim has not doubled up, and you can see Lux, he's just been called back.
Yeah, there's no way into this, right? If you lose the site that easily, that convincingly, your teammates don't trade 1 for 1. There's no point giving a retake, especially this early on.
What a cheeky way, like, I don't know, I want to say Spirit-esque, just because I know there's a lot of contact Bs there, but straight in, first gunny, and you're just testing the B setup.
Well, that's the thing. If you're going to try and hold on to your utility, so one of the factors, again, we'll bring back the Mahone zone. He's pointing out the mid to Bs and how well they can shroud the fact, is it going to be a short pop? Is it going to be mid to B? And Legacy don't know. Well, one of the ways that you can deal with mid to Bs is by holding onto your util. So if a team is coming out late or mid round, you're either able to smoke off tunnels or you're able to smoke off towards the B doors and then funnel them in through window. Delay them outside in the no man's land of the mid to B and allow your rotations to come in as the CT smokes start to fade.
Makes sense.
Now, if you hold onto your util like we saw right there, and the AWPer just covers back plat, the rifles are going to take those next set of jewels, right? Unless there's another AWP on the other side, you're really going to have some favorable fights because it's coming on a timing that the CTs can't be ready for. So working quite well early. 4-0 start now. Still spotless for the Chinese. Let's see how long this continues. The saves come in. The loss bonus does facilitate another buy. So locking horns with the full rifles yet again. Long spawn right now. Does Westmelon want to take it?
He's already got just a lovely double kill into B. Picking up the trade and then some, and he's going straight out long, demanding more space, more control. Dumao wants to fight though, around swinging and spamming through the smokes. Dumao and Lato combine. And just like that, they're sent to mid, channeled quickly. A CT smoke scuttles into mid from Nissim, trying to block a pivot through mid doors.
Okay, well, they started heavy rifles towards A there. The AWP, check the radar, top left. He's starting over towards upper B tunnels. So if they do pivot in the mid to B, it's going to be harder with Sadzin's presence available. Need to push back short, and will do. Protocol utility now starting to land, but this is a tough situation for Lynn Vision to get back into. And Dumao, I'm pretty sure that was a run and gun on the A4 to find the opener on Paul Westmelon. But you'll take him, no matter how they come. Hoping for an overstep now as they probe out mid doors. Molly to clear anyone else out close. Mid to B smoke lands. Lato's the one who's going to have to address this through CT.
The only way this goes wrong is
Sadzin missing.
Well, Sadzin missing or him getting peeked by Zaka and just losing out. How they approach this angle, though, we're about to find out.
45 seconds, setting up util.
Lurk smoke,
goes
ahead and investigates. Perfect. Su gets caught, gets away. That's what you want from Sadzin. He's secured. All that hard work from Dumao was not for naught. Now Zaka and Amelia holding on, trying to get that bomb in. Sadzin actually entering the smoke. Combat AWPing around. Fallen would be proud. Not with the miss. No scope, though. Makes up for it with a quick one. 5 alive. Legacy. Demonstrate they are here to play. They're not going to roll over.
That's been a fixture of Dumao as well, right? He's another man that likes to get loud. Less understandable. A lot of it's just yelling. There isn't too many words that come with it, other than a few Portuguese swear words.
Man after my own heart.
Yeah.
It isn't always what you say.
Check this out, though. This is
how you say it.
Run and gun of that. That's a ridiculous
And
way to get the opening kill. So the two heavy hitters for Legacy locking down long. Straight down the guard. Zaka willing to take this fight. A change of tune. This time not using the spawns. Double orbs. We've seen this before from Legacy. Nissim likes to bring out the secondary. They did it on Ancient, I believe, a little bit earlier on within the tournament. And that gives them some more flexibility against contact plays. And it also allows you to hold onto your utility for a little bit longer. Nissim rattles off a shot. 1 AWP noted. Is it bad info?
Yeah, because Sadzin was just there. Ooh, wasn't far off from Lux with a speculative spam.
Block the smoke, so might help them out a little bit here, but they're posturing up short now. Currently in what should be a retake A setup. Sadzin can drop back to deal with it, but it's actually Dumao who's coming back over. He's out of position.
Yeah, this would be perfect for an AWP. Sadzin called upon.
Good flashes.
We need you now. A CT smoke to play around, but Westmiller has made it across.
Oh!
Oof, and Lux in limbo, caught off. Lovely work. The output from Westmelon continues. Needed that from Lux and Sadzin. They're holding on to this side. They have that man advantage, but the bomb on Sari should go down. Who will provide the cover? Su and Zaka connect in unison. Awkward double AWP retake. Good luck, have fun, and Sadzin is giving it a look. So is Nissim. Oh, he had to hit that. That was a high variance play. Nissim in the clutch, quickly reveals himself. Takes the first head of the clutch, but now they're playing for the time, playing it safe. And soon, the conversation will shift to saving an AK or an AWP. Doesn't have a way into this. It's planted for them short. How does he isolate these two of them with such little time? And as he confirms Gandalf's not occupied, he presents his bottom. Zaka gets 2, and the job is done. Lynn Vision straight back to winning.
Yeah, I love the fact that Lynn Vision don't just rush the plant there as well. They get the side, they wait for that aggression to come in, make sure they don't have a player out of the play while they punch in the digits, and they're able to ward them off for the time being. So it's going to be back into the winning ways. Is great start from Zaka. 7 kills so far. Sadzin and Lux definitely made that feel winnable, and that's likely why you see them continuing to lust for the fights up towards the site. But Zaka, I just love the output he finds on the AWP.
Yeah, consistently as well. It doesn't seem like a particularly volatile fragging presence. It's pretty consistent. Typical mid-util, short molly to stop any early info.
Okay, well, Dumao's long, been able to get that control. They do have another buy. That helps out when you get 5 alive in the previous. Now, there's a bit of a standoff between Starry and Dumao at long, but it's the short control where we might get a little bit more friction. Sadzin and Lux, they have a wombo combo set up for this. So AWP on the line, Lux, he's actually dropped down to CT for now to have to worry about these mid to Bs. He lands, forces AWP back, sounds off, and they're going to press the issue. It's a great way to flush forward some util, and you see a HE immediately to stall out Amelia's presence. Tussle at long as well, so skirmishes across the map. There's a lurk smoke on B. It's all happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a well-constructed Lynn Vision T-side, constantly keeping the CTs guessing, more info, the comms intense.
Gamble from Lux here. They've got 3 players over towards B, and that appears to be where they're going. If Dumao makes this push, he's going to call it clear, and that's going to help inform this decision even more so.
He's timed it to perfection, Chad. Starry just left his post. And so that information affirms Lux's positioning. He is holding. And oh, Starry. Okay, puts a couple of warning shots into Dumao, has him on half, and that's enough.
Okay, they know they'd be going into a stack. They had too much information. They forced Dumao back, but he's hanging around T-spawn. Another mid to B smoke lands. We got 30 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, they thought that they could pivot, but I think Dumao is on Sui. He can cool it. Saying it's pretty damn quiet, to be honest with you, boys. Still walking into this stack, and with only 20 seconds left, it's looking great. Nissim set for success. Just needs that double kill. Trigger discipline, exercise, and double out of Nissim. Hang on. If they all go down, just like that, at the hands of the Galil of Westmelon, they could actually lose this round, regardless of stacking the right side. He's having a look. Spots the shadow, misses the flick. Zaka and Westmelon are having a great start here. 7 frights each, and he picks up an 8th. Takes the head off of his rival AWP, and it's on to Dumao. Not comfortable. Missed AWP shot as well. That is giving him a second lease of life.
There's a kit window.
Pick it up. Tries to connect through the door. Significant damage. I can't quite believe they turned that around.
Stressful situation.
Isn't that 2 rounds in a row where it looks like the CTs have gotten the early kills?
Yeah, but it's just how good the util is there, right? So it's great that Nissim is playing a position that goes uncleared and gets the double, but the rest are running through a smoke at doors. And will Chucky get on the mic throughout this timeout? He normally allows Lux to call his way through this, but yeah, there it goes. The boom comes down. The additions from the coach. Some big wins. But right now they are up against it. 5 rounds lacking at the moment. They're going to have to build back in as this half looking to get away from them quickly. The loss bonus does allow Nissim to potentially drop an AWP over to Sadzin, so they could buy, but this feels more like partial territory, a hero gun or two. Here it is again. So they get that frag, but the smoke doors lands, and then you're running through. Westmelon just ready to play heads up Counter-Strike, not rushing into the site, understanding they need to win those duels as Zaka finishes things off, all the kills between those two. As there has been a hero AWP drop, Nissim has facilitated Sadzin, which means he needs to find some picks. Lux has a HE to try and clear the smoke for him.
I think he may have caught wind of the scout on Lato from that Zaka boost.
Well, the nade's been... Oh, never mind, it's still in the mix. One was thrown out, that's for sure. So this is a tough round, but this is like a fire starter round for Legacy. If you can win this one, you're going to feel that you can still potentially draw this half back 6-6. Otherwise, it's going down the Swanee quickly. So a static start from Lynn Vision in no rush. Wait for the CTs to find some point of aggression as they're just going to cool this one down. I still think there has to be a gear shift out of Legacy going into the next rifle round. You need to be more jarring. You're seeing what's happening when Lynn Vision are getting all this space. And even though Doom push long, it still feels all for naught. It needs to be a kill. It can't just be territory.
What would you say are their aggressive options?
Well, this is it, right? You're pushing the lower tunnels. It's more all in. It's more coin tossy, right? But it feels like a way that then they won't be defaulting. They'll be mid-rounding. And that will be the change of the tune as they're starting to waltz their way out the mid doors. They've got the short control, actually going to mantle up.
I feel like Sadzin's very susceptible to a flashbang here. However, they do try swing it. So an opportunity presented itself.
Flash, they're accelerating.
Yeah, they know where the AWP is and they want to run at him. They know he has to bolt. Lux, the supporting cast, getting cut down. Good find from Zaka's AWP. Westmelon, again, just the spearhead of the assault. Flashes, flames, ramp is secure, and the bomb is 2. Planted in. Second bite of the cherry. I mean, I don't know. You said guns are coming next. You've got the scout.
Look, they can all look for frags other than Sadzin.
Yeah.
And if you're Lynn Vision, you don't actually really want to hunt. Take a look at the cash left over on the T side at the moment, right? So they're actually pretty skimp in the buy department themselves. They've had to drop some guns, even with their successes. So for them, they're just going to sit back on their haunches and find a safe way to exit. Potentially all going to go through long right now as they do drop down across smoke. So it's important that they stay alive. Sure, it means that Sadzin gets to keep the AWP, but he hasn't really found any traction so far with it. Yeah. So you're not too worried about this. Lato's going to definitely throw that one away.
We'll call this one the Austin Accord, a great peace treaty between the Brazilians and Chinese.
Well, 7-1. I'd say peace is being shown one way, as you might be out of the tournament damn quick.
That's not a peace scream, I'll tell you that much.
That's a war cry.
Yeah, I mean, like you've already said, I mean, Lynn Vision are fighting for more than just their own personal history here. Brazil has already left a lasting mark on the top of Counter-Strike for China. It's been a long time coming.
It'd be crazy considering the hurdles. Now we have a 32-team major if a stage 1 team was ever to make the playoffs, right? That just seems insane. Lynn Vision have literally played every single day, right? This is day 11. Every single day. They've had one off day because only between stage 2 and 3 there was a break. They've just had to continue to show up every day, same rinse and repeat, as this time, so fast on the short control. Look at how quick that they could just barrage out. Well, they've announced their presence, so maybe they won't be sticking to those guns as Sadzin posted up.
Oh, lovely. Amelia pulled the trigger first.
Yeah, I don't even know if Sadzin really saw him. Just shot back. Oh, I'm getting shot. I better do something.
Yeah, I think you just saw that muzzle flash through the flames. Good eyes.
A great opportunity now to find your second round.
Oh, he's whiffed his HE. He had a second one. He got so excited, he rushed the first. That would have been well placed. But still, okay, sure. We've seen Lynn Vision get like these clawbacks once they're going into the sites. You know, Legacy have had these advantages, albeit only for moments. But this is an early advantage that hasn't been traded in any way, shape, or form. This is a distinct opportunity for Legacy to make a half out of this.
The problem is there's still the space to work with for Lynn Vision. So if they can get a short execute in and get past Doomau, it's only 2 defenders on A.
You're right.
So another molly to delay. That's only going to buy them till just under 40 seconds.
I'm interested.
Got the smokes available. They can execute into his sight.
Will they be mollying this goose position? Or is it just going to be ramp? That's that other HE. It's well placed. We'll soften up 3 of them for those headshots. It is a goose molly. He swings out, and Doomau does put damage down range. Westmelon, no output in this one. Sure, a missed AWP shot. Xhaka hoping to punish Dumao on the swing, but he gets flashed off of the line by Sadzin's flash, and it's all worked out wonderfully. Legacy show they can defend their site. Now Xhaka in a flank position, supposed to die, and will go down.
Okay. So that is only going to be their third opening kill of this first half so far, and they make good on that attempt. So really easy stuff there for Sadzin. Hits the shot into Amelia, 4v5, they execute in, and Dumao's able to defend at range. Just see the util set coming in from as well, just flashing, being able to peer out, and that's with intent. I know you're there, and I have to win this duel. Continuing to stay as a force set up by Sadzin with another flash, and very, very well done. If they win one more of those, the money skittles open, and at that point, Lynn Vision are going to be in a tough way down the stretch. So it's important for the Chinese that they don't lose this one if they want to still have a commanding half.
Here's a change up. Lato has pushed lower with an AK, no less.
Yeah, how many times have they had those?
Yeah, right. 2 AKs find their way into Legacy hands.
Oh, do they molly into lower tunnels?
It looks like Amelia's going to be throwing out a mid-take set.
Westmelon up to bat on this duel.
Oh, it peeks with the HE smoke.
Did he make a step there?
It's possible. Westmelon, how aware are you? Yeah, that short util, the HE, now the incendiary, and Lato peeks off of it. Necessary from Amelia. Dangerous game. 2 of them on short side. Tries to confirm their presence. He peeks back in on the uncrouch. Oh, Amelia playing wicked games with Legacy.
He saw both.
And Sadzin and Nissim's AWPs have filled the feed. They're running into them. How on earth? Why on earth? Xhaka picks him off, but Sadzin walks up close. He's in your blind spot. You need Starry to pick it up, and Amelia stands up. Lynn Vision have taken an 8th on this T side.
Well, not only did he get 3 kills there, he got all the information, and they still just thrust himself in towards B. They know the AWPs at range, they can hit those shots, but just throwing bodies at the problem. Now it's going to be a 6-round gap.
The Amelia uncrouch play, I feel like he should be getting punished, but he makes it look so difficult to track.
But keeps moving, so slippery there, you know, not just popping back up from the same point of access.
It's like whack-a-mole, you know? You can't track him.
Okay, well, there is a buy for Legacy. We're going long. Starry and Westmelon coming out.
Yeah, okay, Dumao, what you got this time? Another drive-by? Oh, not this time. A headshot from Westmelon. An immediate disadvantage to stomach.
Feels like Nissim has to push into upper tunnels.
It does, doesn't it?
But we can see there's actually nothing on the map over there. So for Nissim, he probably thinks, okay, they've just gone for a play out long. They found the entry. He's not to know there was all 5. The information's not there. Now Lux has pushed forward to Car. Lato's there and Sadzin overseeing business. They might want to scale back in. And this is going to be an info play. They're creeping up, or at least they were. Xhaka rattles off a shot, still announces the presence, has a flash to support Westmelon as the rest of the team starting to transition back towards B. And apparently that's enough to get Legacy moving. Long, apparently a no-go zone. Now they start to peer in for some short access. That's in top A, misses a shot. That information is going to flow.
Yeah, that's what they wanted.
On B.
That's what they wanted. That's a dream scenario for Xhaka and Westmelon. They're trying to fake this presence. And having the AWP be spotted is pulled Lux and Lato to stay stubborn on A.
Well, Xhaka has a smoke for the cross yet again. He might go down to Sadzin on the elevation.
I feel like the angle's perfect, isn't it?
He's aware. Oh, Xhaka, too good! 13 and 2, just racking him up.
Dude.
Still Nissim on B. Oh, he's just left the site. That kills enough. They're going to walk straight in. Open runway as Colby deletes him, and this is looking masterful from Lynn Vision.
They're pulling him around the string. They're making him dance to their tune. Legacy made into marionettes. That's impeccable. I loved how convincing that was. And you saw, Chad, like Legacy, their suspicions, their sixth sense was tingling. Like, this isn't maybe the commitment. But Xhaka did so much convincing.
Yeah, once he gets that kill on Assad, it's like, oh my God, the AWP's still here. Surely there's more.
Right, he wouldn't be doing this alone, right?
Oh, can they take this away? Lato on the ramp, fires off, Xhaka down. They can throw bodies at this. Next round's the final round of the half. Take everything away, just leave them with a loss bonus. Lato, last man standing, going between all the weapons in the side. Molly lands, hits a shot flash, and it's just Amelia. Can he deny it? Can he take it away?
Lato's playing it very well, finds the angle, gets run down. Absolutely nothing left for Legacy.
Yeah, we're talking 3.7, 3.9 at the high end, 3.4 at the low. So right now, for Legacy, the Brazilians, you might just have to go for an all-in type of maneuver, right? Some SMGs, some FAMASs, just get stuck in with some aggression, throw everything out the window for that third round of play. And big shout out to Westmelon, has been great with these openers. 4-2 in that department. That's another one.
Wow. It just, I mean, I didn't think it could, but it has gotten worse. Saka's getting better.
The thing is, this isn't just the typical Chinese Counter-Strike of, oh, they shoot hard and they're in your face. Yeah, they shoot hard and they're in your face, but they continue to play well-oiled CS.
Yeah, good understanding of like manipulation of the rotations. It's textbook Dust 2, and it's being played to perfection here. Now, Su confirms, and for the first time ever, we've actually had a upper push. Oh, Westmelon, you've been great, but are you ready for this kind of double setup? Looks like he is. Looks like they are. Okay, well, A's open for business, and this half is looking like a 10-round haul from the Lynn Vision squad. Everyone connecting. Starry has just played a supportive role throughout it, and it's a 10-2 half. Lynn Vision storming, and Legacy in trouble.
This is the Blacklight Hot Seat Trivia. This is where we're putting some of our players to the test across their Counter-Strike knowledge. They'll be sitting in absolute discomfort to start off with and unlocking potential of the chairs to find some comfort if they can do the questions. First man taking the challenge is Falcon from Undersea. How are we doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm so excited.
I got Simple with me from FaZe Clan here. All right, you ready for the questions?
Yeah.
Which team famously completed a 0-2 comeback in the E-League Boston 2018 major to win it all?
I guess it was Cloud9.
To win it all?
They won, yeah.
Cloud9.
Yes, there you go. You started off very strong. What was the most iconic map for Astralis during their peak dominance in 2018-2019?
Two maps, I know, I think. It's Dust 2 or Inferno. Could be Dust 2. I think Inferno.
Inferno?
I think it was Nuke.
Easy, yeah?
Bля, wait, sorry. No, Nuke, I forgot.
Which team won the first CS2 major? PGL Copenhagen 2024.
Natus Windsor.
There we go.
Navi, Natus Windsor, yes.
Where would you want to adjust first? You do the back?
Yes, now it's better.
Oh man, I'm ready.
All right. Which player is known for pulling off the infamous jumping double AWP kill on Cash?
Markelov? I don't know. Guardian?
It was on me and on John, Cold Zero.
On Cash?
Ah, on Cash?
Yeah.
It was simple, yeah.
Sasha Simple Kostarev.
You got it correctly. Which team was known as Choke Clan for a while before finally winning a major?
FaZe?
FaZe Clan.
Correct. All right, what do you want to change now? What do you want to get more comfy?
Like this.
Okay, yeah, I'll just leave it like this.
Which player got VAC banned in front of a live audience?
I forgot.
That's Indian guy?
Yeah, what was his name?
Man, what was his nickname?
First letter, F.
Forsaken.
Yeah!
Forsaken?
Yes, that's the one. Which organization was once banned from all majors due to a coaching bug abuse scandal?
Is it a really famous organization?
CIS region, famous.
Yes. Okay, I know.
Legion, right? Legion, this?
What's the first part?
On H, right?
Yeah.
Hard Legion?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, it was Hard Legion.
Ah, see? Look, I helped you too much. Damn it, I shouldn't have helped you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for playing.
You.
Congratulations.
As the expectation grows, so does the pressure. Can you still play with no fear? And fear being the mind killer, it seems like Legacy are starting to feel the pressure. 10-2 first half. First map, but it is a massive affair, and Lynn Vision have come in with a point to prove and history to be made for the Chinese Counter-Strike region.
Yeah, this is a big showing out the gates from Lynn Vision on the T side of their map choice. Dust 2 is their house, Legacy are just visiting, but next we go to their turf of Inferno. Can they keep this one quick as you like? It's just Su on B, but mid-control completely taken. Short is theirs, and they're set up for a quick rotation into this pop.
Yeah, I think their flank could even catch Sadzin if he's throwing nades. Here they come, and Sue gets... Oh, he's supposed to just get the info, but he takes 2 heads. And now that's what I'm talking about. Sanford loses the bomb as they push in as a unit stacked up, and it's just overwhelming. There isn't even a moment's respite for Legacy. They have a small break, come back in, and the pain continues.
A bit of a laugh out of Sue there. 1 is good, 2 is great. Doing phenomenal there against a B-pop, so lighten him up from range with this USP.
How does he get 2, man?
Just pop up, bang. That is a thing of beauty. Lado and Lux, well, they took 2 Ls, and that's the pistols that we're talking about. Storming right now. It will just have to be force buying out the game for the Brazilians.
Woof.
The biggest issue right now is not being able to warm into the series. This is the opening game of the day. It's for elimination. Your map next, sure. Lynn Vision have opted to start on the T side, which means they continue to set the tone once we do flick over to map number 2. So there are some real issues for Legacy. You just haven't really had a chance in the game. You've got 10 kills on Lato. You've got 5 and 5 on the likes of Lux, Sadzin, and Dumao, and then Nissim on 6. One of Dumao's kills was just a running spray with an M4, right? That he didn't even see the player. So in terms of getting duels that you're going to be comfortable with, they're not there. But we're setting up for a B split. Mid door smoke thrown out from outside the upper tunnels. 4 in through upper, 1 out the mid doors.
Crisscross smokes draws the attention of Westmelon and Sue.
They're going to play retake on B. They're focused on middle.
Yeah, this is a well-structured round, at least getting the bomb down.
Right,
that's their primary objective, and the site will be taken and forgone. Okay, that's a crazy commitment. He does get punished. Oh, and Dumao trapped in the door for a second. He gets away. An important find.
Where'd the M4 go? Right there. Okay, Sue's going to get a better weapon for this retake. There's a kill on Amelia. There's smokes and flashes to work with. They can take their time.
Yeah, Nissim's going to be playing this window, hoping Sadzin can trade with this off angle.
Zach is setting him up with a flash now.
Be one hell of a flash. Nissim ready to swing, trying to disrupt the flow of things, and oh, Sue catches him. That's the angle, though, the bait and switch. It works out. Weapon falls into Sadzin's hands, but he can't get it out. His greed costs him, and now all onto one man. Dumao to save him. He needed to hit the final bullet.
Gotta get the kit. This is gonna be close. I don't know if there's gonna be time for this.
He's got it. I think he's done it.
Oh! Dumao thought he had it.
That is tight. I really thought Dumao had done it.
He thought he had it.
6 HP, Chad, 1 bullet. 6 HP, 1 bullet, and he just kind of flicks the wrist off of his target.
Oh, in the chaos right there. If Amelia is the player going down window, there's no way you could jump up in time and get to it. If it's spilled on the other side of the doors, there's no way in. They took their time on the retake. They waited for the util to fade. They flashed, they fought, but they were almost held to the door. Lynn Vision 12-2.
Wow.
18-3 for Zaka. Just an absolute marauder on this map. Is this the final round? Going out long.
It's we've only played 14 rounds. And this could be over in the 15th.
In the pit, do they catch it?
Amelia, yeah, I think so. Nissim down to Zaka. He can't be stopped. Marauder's a great word. 19-3. A point to prove. And legacy to be gained, legacy to be slain.
I'm sure luck for the Deagle, dinked and dead, and this one, the writing is on the door, just 2 to find, and a tag comes in. Get ready for Inferno, Legacy, because this one is all over. Zaka, don't back down, don't give up. He's got 20-3, and that's going to be it. Amelia closes it, stands up, and roars. A coming-of-age story for Lynn Vision in Austin. This type of Counter-Strike is one to be feared. If they can get it done 2-0 on Inferno, it'll be a quick start to the day, and we'll be waving goodbye to Legacy.
Roaring both in and out of the server are Lynn Vision. And Jacob, I hate to say, you told all of us, don't play Lynn Vision on Dust 2.
I told all of you, Freya. I told every single one of you that playing Dust 2 against Lynn Vision seems to be a bad thing to do. I mean, Legacy in the veto, it's a best of 3. Maybe they didn't have an option. They had to perma-ban the perma-pick, so to speak. This fashion they're winning in Lynn Vision, that's impressive. You know, we've seen them play Dust 2, we've seen them play well on Dust 2, but they just completely ran over their opponents. And we also did mention Zaka being actually maybe one of the more modest players on Dust 2. He was usually, in the games I've seen so far during the major, the guy who would step up in a 3v3, hold back a little bit, not hyper-aggressive like Westmelon, like Emilia, like Starry for that matter as well. But this game, he was all over the place, single-handedly destroying Legacy with a fantastic game, and credit to Zaka for that one.
I don't think we saw Zaka miss. I think he was a little just hitting all his shots. But on this side, on the other side of the table, on Legacy, you know, I think this is where the pressure just gets to them. Like, I think the pressure from themselves, that's one thing, but then the pressure from the outside, I think that has just gotten to them. I think it's such an instrumental for their runners where they didn't have that much pressure coming into this stage, and now the pressure is just like the tables just turned, and now they're the ones finding themselves in a position where like, okay, we're the one to perform here, but we're not putting out the effort.
Do you think it was after that Vitality series that we saw that the switch kind of flip metaphorically, right?
I think so. I think that's when people knew they were good. You know, people realized they saw stage 1, they saw stage 2, but I think that win against Vitality, when they end a streak of that caliber, that's when everyone is like, okay, Legacy, maybe you weren't lucky in stage 1, maybe you weren't lucky in stage 2, maybe that's a team we have to take hyper seriously in terms of maybe even making the playoff. And I think that changed a little bit as well. Also, for context to this game, it's not like Legacy can't play Dust 2. No. 3 weeks ago, you and I, Freya, we were in Dallas. We saw them go toe-to-toe versus Vitality on Dust 2, where I think Vitality ended up winning 13-11, right? So Legacy can definitely play the map, which we also see in this tournament. I think this time it's a game off, it's a day off, it's a bad start. Maybe they can bounce back, but we are starting to see a Legacy that is not crumpling, but they're starting to realize that there's pressure when you want to make the playoff at a major.
100%. It's affecting them, no doubt, right? Let's flip the script, though, to talk about the Lynn Vision side of the equation and show one of many examples of just how they were able to get so many rounds under their belt, rather. I believe you've got round 11 that you wanted to
Yeah, I would like to handpick a round and showcase to the viewers out there some of the stuff that Lynn Vision does well, but it went so fast that we can only show one. Round 11, again, aggressive pressure on towards long. They get the first kill, and I love this from Lynn Vision. We talk about aggressiveness, right? But they actually fall back right here. They make Legacy sweat an awful lot and make them spend a lot of utility. Look at the bottom of your screen right here, 35 seconds left. None of the Legacy players have any utility left, and they're single-handedly walking out all over the map and picking them apart. They have a player on long, they have a player out B, they have a player out middle, they have a player on CT spawn. Right now, Legacy is controlling the entirety of the map and just playing fiddle with Legacy. They were way above Peter in terms of the spacing, in terms of the pacing, in terms of sometimes playing hyper-aggressive and then falling back. This was a great example of a round where they did it all in one, and they absolutely destroyed Legacy.
And I love that they had the op staying on long. You know, that is usually the tell sign that you're actually going to stay long and actually hit the bomb sign, but they decided to keep Sagar there, and he actually gets that kill. And you can see how that just pulls the rotation of the B bomb side, because he's thinking, well, the op is probably in long, like he just got a kill, like they're probably hitting A. And yesterday I saw MOUZ, they would do with Brolin, like Brolin pulled the entire force of their position going to him just by using one smoke. So that's also just showcases how simple Dust 2 can be played. Like, it's literally just that you take long control, you can throw one smoke and do one kill, and then you can just pull the entire rotation.
It was kind of what Mahone was alluding to, right? Just the utility usage on the side of Lynn Vision is second to none coming into this map. You mentioned Zaka's name. Let's roll some of the highlights, some of the many highlights that he showcased this game. How do you kind of look at him stylistically as an AWPer? Is there anyone that you kind of compare and contrast him to?
I think he's stable, you know, and he's not your typical, dare say, Asian AWP player. I think they have a tendency of being all over the place and being very flicky and being very, you know, in your face all the time. I think Zaka, from what I've seen this tournament so far, he's a little bit more modest. He seems to be playing smart Counter-Strike, seems to be very calculated in the duels he's taking. Of course, he has tendencies, and he had that in this game as well. And obviously, when you're firing on all cylinders, you're going 20-3, you're going to have moments where you're just going to do whatever you want to, obviously. But overall, the tendency I've seen from him is a very smart, calculated AWP player, which is not necessarily the thing.
Like KDR is nuts, by the way. Let's just look at that number and bask in the glory.
6.67, yeah.
Are you saying he's like more of a Shiro style AWPer, less of a m0NESY?
Not to that degree, but somewhere in the middle.
Kind of like a device?
A Guardian back in the day.
Guardian back in the day,
Guardian,
okay.
yeah, that could be a thing. Like, I think he just he seems so confident in his own capabilities. Just like he goes for the flashy plays and some in terms of like trying to flick, but he just seems very consistent in hitting them. That is like the thing, and that is what stands out to me the most, that his consistency has just been there. And in his shots, maybe in like looking at the whole performance, maybe not, but like when he actually has games where he actually performs, he keeps performing.
So what's the tale for the Legacy side of the equation? Of course, this is a best of 3 situation. They do have their map pick laying in wait, but initial takeaways from this one is kind of rough for them, right?
It didn't look too good. I mean, I think the standout performance of Lado and Dumao on Legacy, like they have been the standout performers, and they did not show up on this one. I think Lado was probably the highest rated. I think that they now hopefully they can maybe alleviate some of that pressure that they had on themselves. We can see on the screen now they're probably having talks. One thing is going into the next map, but I think my conversation, if I were the coach, would probably be a little bit more going forward, like, so what do we have to change and why are we actually playing so limited? Like, why are we actually hesitating? We just need to play our game and, you know, get back to the strength that we have. And that's going to be curious to see if they can bounce back, because there's no case that Legacy would find them in this kind of situation where they don't put out a performance or where they cannot look themselves in the eyes.
And they have to tell themselves right now, okay, forget about Dust 2. It was a horrible performance. We never got started. We're moving into Inferno, which is our own map pick, but also a map where we beat Vitality. And as much as we want to quantify that game and speak about the countless of kills through smokes and the pacing coming in from Legacy and maybe them getting a little bit lucky with that win, I still believe the Legacy feel they have a good chance on Inferno. That's a home map of theirs.
This is really interesting because we've been on here for what, like 30 seconds, a minute? And it's just been Demao talking, right? Let's bear in mind, he's not the in-game leader. Lux is very new to this role as well. Kind of interesting. Obviously, we can't hear exactly what they're saying, but interesting that he's so vocal.
Yeah, but that could just cement that, you know, maybe he's trying to tell the team that, guys, we're actually not playing the way we're supposed to play. Sure, that will probably be maybe the role of the coach or the in-game leader, but Demao has been around for the scene for a long time. You know, he's one of the experienced guys in this squad, so maybe he's the one that goes in and say, yeah, I know, guys, we have the pressure right now. Like, we have expectations on our shoulders, but let's try and leave that behind. Let's go back and play the way that we know that we can play. And that is it's an interesting fact. Maybe he steps up to the, you know, the occasion of actually being the experienced guy, if that is the actual what they're talking about. And so that could be a good sign.
The Legacy players know it themselves, but just to remind the viewers as well, so far they played it 4 times at this tournament. They've beaten Imperial, Wildcard, 3D Max, and Vitality quite handily as well. So they haven't lost on the map of Inferno throughout the entire tournament. So they should be full of confidence coming into Inferno if they can disregard what happened on Dust 2. However, flip side, Lynn Vision, they played Inferno twice this tournament as well and won both. So you're looking at 2 teams who played Inferno at this tournament, have an awful lot of confidence, yet to lose on the map, and I guess someone's going to lose this time around.
Give me what stood out for you from those Legacy series on Inferno 4 to be going off of. Is there any particular way that they like to approach this map? Are they a bit more flexible? What's the story?
I think people remember the game against Vitality the most. The T side, the banana control, a lot of the kills through smokes, and the willingness to fight for that banana control and get it, and then just exploding into the bomb site straight away. I don't think they can allow themselves to do that against a team like Lynn Vision, because Lynn Vision will also fight for banana. So I think the rounds will be determined, and it sounds cliche to say, but in the mid portion of the maps, you know, in the middle area or on banana, not necessarily on the bomb sites, because I don't think Lynn Vision are going to sit back and wait for Legacy coming to them. I think they're going to fight head to head somewhere around the map, whether that being in middle with some stack setups or on banana where you pull 3 players over on the CT side and really go hard for it.
I think they need to try and get some first kills. I think that is where they didn't really succeed on Dust 2. They were always playing on the downside, and against Vitality they got a lot of them. Sure, a lot of them were also through the smokes, as we remember, but apart from that, I think that their hall pops has also been very instrumental for their success on Inferno, and we've seen how they've succeeded in also going A, so they can actually go both A and B with relatively high success, and I'm quite comfortable in their Inferno. I'm not sure that Lynn Vision has like the right answer to stop it, so there could be a case for third map here.
Lynn Vision going to be starting on the T side of things, though, coming into Inferno. What do we know about how they like to approach this aggressive half?
Well, the same way as Legacy have been playing as well. They like to fight, and they like when teams are willing to fight them on banana, willing to fight them in middle as well. Again, I have seen Lynn Vision rely a lot on the, like every team, you know, so it may sound, again, a bit cliche to say, but banana control. And from that point, sometimes they like to just hit the bomb site straight away early in the round when there's still a lot of utility to be used. Sometimes they drag out the rounds, go up towards middle, but a lot of the duels are dry fighting. You know, when I say dry fighting, it's walking up towards middle and just taking a dry fight, no nades, no nothing, maybe a single flash just to push an orb off the line, and then that's when you take the fight. That's what Lynn Vision likes to do, and they have the players able to pull it off. Now, if you're Lynn Vision, you're playing on the T side, do yourself a favor, and if you can, avoid Lado and avoid Lux. Those 2 are the by far highest rated players when it comes to the CT side of Legacy. Lado have averaged a rating of 1.42 on the CT side so far on Inferno in the past month, so he is a player that always steps up right there, so go opposite of him.
I think for Lynn Vision, what they just did on Dust 2, just play the numbers game. I think that's what they're really good at. Like, they're really good at trading. Like, they're good at having the right space. And Inferno is one of those maps where you need to have your tradings like on a very high note, because otherwise you're just going to keep running into crossfires. And also, obviously, isolating the duels is going to be important. But I just think that Lynn Vision need to play very simple CS. Like, don't overcomplicate things. Like, don't go into a thing where they need to start making like crazy fakes, because that's not what they're good at. Like, they're just sort of good at having the spacing and the right trades, and that is exactly what they can showcase in this map as well.
Lynn Vision winning Inferno, which I think they will right here, right now, will cement them as the best placed Chinese team ever at a major. I think that's going to happen in 45 minutes.
Well, I think it's time to find out exactly what is going to be going down, but not before we throw things to a quick break. Lynn Vision absolutely roaring on through Dust 2, and now Legacy's pick lays in wait. It's Inferno after this.
What's up, everybody? We're down here eating a little classic Texas barbecue because it's time for a little barbecue in A with Legacy. What you guys want?
I will have a brisket.
Do you like the fatty or the lean?
Fatty.
Yeah, that's the right answer. Tenzin, what can I do for you?
Everything.
Everything. Yes, sir.
No, I'm joking.
All right, so now, while you guys are stuffing your faces, I'm gonna ask you questions just to make it a little more difficult. But it's funny to think about because I feel like this event is probably the highest pressure situation. Why do you think in this moment you guys are sort of finding that form shining?
For me, it's the energy. Everyone is so hyped, playing so well.
Of course, the situation for us was weird because we didn't expect to be here, you know? But when we had this opportunity, we said, oh guys, let's just enjoy this moment, you know?
There's a phrase in the US, it's like, we say you're playing with house money. It's like you go to the casino and you've already got like more than you came in with, you know? So it's like, you guys just keep pushing it further, right? How far does it go? How far do you guys go?
I mean, we're just grateful to be here.
Yeah.
And we're trying to do our best, as the MOUZ says, so we can leave here with no regrets. And that's what we will keep doing. I don't know how far are we going to go, but we're gonna go like this.
Yeah.
Did I have more brisket?
Yeah, dude. Let's see, what do you got here? What do we got?
Not gonna stop, bro. It's so good.
That's good. That's good. I'm curious about how things have been with Lex as well, right? He's primary IGLing. He came in. It's his first time doing that role, I think, in this team.
Yes.
How has he been doing? What's the learning curve like there? I asked right when you took a bite of food. This is the classic move.
If Lux was here, it would be fun.
Yeah.
He talks a lot, me and him, we talk a lot. But he already talked a lot in the game, being like second color. And I think for him, he doesn't have any, it's like a habit for him. I see him looking for things around to learn, like a library, you know? And this is very, very good, you know? If you see someone like pushing forward, and it makes people like, oh, if he's learning, I'm gonna learn, you know?
All right, Sudzin, we'll get a question in for you.
Okay.
I mean, this is just a basic one, but is there one player here you wanna up against?
I talked with the guys. It's sad what I'm gonna say, but I was really like to play against Monacy, but yeah, the other op I want to play against, it's Zayu.
Yeah.
Because we already say, like, oh, we need to get the revenge.
And then the question we have to ask, right? How far can you take it?
That's a question. We don't know. It's just about no regrets, and then if you lose or win, we will be happy with our attitude. Because the results are, most of the times, they don't say everything. A bad result, a good result, doesn't matter.
All right, you heard the answers here, folks. We smoked them to perfection, now ready for your consumption. Hope you enjoyed it. That was Barbecue and A with Legacy.
Inferno a must win as Lynn Vision Legacy take their seats once more, something that Lynn Vision have done every single day so far. Day 11 of play in Austin, Texas, the Blast TV Austin Major, and it is do or die. Lynn Vision making quite a quick case on Dust 2, their map. However, Desk has discussed it at length. Inferno, this is a comfort zone for the Brazilians. We're going to see if we need 3.
Yeah, looking at the odds right now, they have spilled in the favor of Lynn Vision. Something to point out is them choosing to start on the T side. If you do take a look at those 4-0 record for Legacy on this map, every single time they've had the opportunity to start on the T half. This time, Lynn Vision have forced them to be on the defense. So Legacy CT side is yet to be put through a full test of Counter-Strike, right? They've been able to close games on their CT side, but this is about opening. They're gonna have to stand and deliver, and without a pistol round, without being warmed into the series, the T side, that's the tone setter. And Chinese Counter-Strike through Lynn Vision is coming to play today. out the gates with a dominant performance in their house. Well, they'll shift to a map that they've shown comfort on too. Sure, their map pool is very heavy as far as matches played so far. Dust 2 and Nuke, but Nuke's up next. So worst case, Lynn Vision will be comfortable on the third, but here we go. Lux for info. Oh, he's got a lot of that.
Yeah, Starry. I mean, USP versus Glock at that range, you'd be back in the USP.
Actually staying stubborn in halls. So there's information right now for Nissim and Lux just hanging around Boiler and Window. That does free up the rotation of Sadzin to join the power punch duo of Lato and Doomout on B, both playing CT side. A smoke available for Doomout, but there's 2 smokes, a molly, and a bunch of flashes for this B execute. Likely to see CT as well as Coffins, a couple of good flashes, and the molly in play. Here we go.
Yeah, they're ahead of that smoke. Good parting and still tracked. Lato, an important contribution. Removes the head of Westmelon. Empty hands for him. They surge in, clear the site, and get that bomb planted. Man disadvantage, retake of the B site. Oh, such an opportunity. He boosted him up.
No kick, keep your eyes on the clock.
Yeah, Zaka, can he keep it up from Dust 2? He had an incredible performance, his fragging output, but not today, at least not on Inferno. Lato and Lux hitting them all, handed out L's. Okay, 5 alive, and you'll hear that. And how much that means to the Brazilian roster. Lato, that's a great start.
Okay, well, tone has been set definitely as Diffuse comes through. And there is a force buy on the table. Lynn Vision getting the bomb down. Sure, they didn't get any kills, but with the loss bonus and the bomb plan, the extra $600 after the defuse will facilitate them into an option for a pocket strat right now. Kills coming so cleanly. That's a beautiful double from Lato. Doesn't even stop moving.
Especially when, I mean, if you're swinging into a Glock, as long as that first bullet doesn't connect, you've got a chance.
I imagine part of the conversation they were having out in the huddle between maps is we need to make sure we bring the energy.
Yeah.
It is tough to bring the energy when you're not winning rounds.
Yeah,
obviously it's
32
easy.
or whatever, you know?
Exactly, right? So you need to seize any opportunity you can, whether that's in the comms, whether that's in celebration, as info play again. What did Nissim see?
Didn't move his mouth much.
They are going to be on high alert towards A while the rest of the defense gets this banana control. A block on mid that signals Legacy finding no resistance on the other side of the map. It frees up the rotation. Lux now joins the party. Sadzin close mid, Nissim Pier, and Lux long side as the silent window boost has been erected. HEs, take a look, 4 of which they could land perfectly in the back pocket of Nissim. Highlighted wonderfully by our ops team. Jay and Chev, masterful at the craft. Ball's blocked. Just stall this out, and if it does, Lato's coming.
Here they come, starting to test them. There's 4 CTs here, and Lux flanking through. Good distraction. Now for Nissim, and some destruction. Lato's there, chips in. Force Spy's done absolutely nothing. They got 1 kill to boast, and there's the energy. There's that Brazilian Banshee. 2-0 start, mission accomplished, and a moment's respite incoming.
Okay, so we'll be the eco now, as you've just touched upon, and I love that from Nissim. I think once he identifies what the pocket strat looks like, he actually plays out of pit, no longer susceptible. So really good work from them to avoid any of those trip mines, as Lynn Vision are just going to edge in with a couple of upgrades. You can see a Tech 9 on Soup, Deagles for Starry, Westmelon, and Zaka. It will just be a Glock for Amelia. Now, Amelia will be tussling for this banana control against Doomout. And that head-to-head for me, I know we talk about Inferno banana control, but it's more going to be in the actual duels between those two. Lack of fear is something that both of those players have put on display throughout their run at this event so far. And it's going to be necessary. And we've seen teams, Falcons, who have been afraid to go for the full banana control. There was a chance from Soup. Lusting forward onto Lux, did some damage, definitely may have given him a jump scare, but does offer up the opening. So 3 rounds in a row where the opening kills have fallen in favor of Legacy, but this is the easiest of the bunch.
Yeah, I mean, what you're alluding to is the pressure. And it's a word you heard it's thrown around every day in competition, whether it's Counter-Strike, whether it's sports. But pressure amplified when you are close to glory. And I think that that's something that we witness in a lot of the affairs here in Austin.
I think it's a weird word, right, to hear pressure, because you have to think, what does that actually do? Well, when you're under pressure, it adds stress. And stress right there is either going to make you freeze up, or it's going to make you be overzealous in your decision making, right? You're not playing as you would in practice, which is definitely how you want to be able to conduct yourself. Obviously, with the intensity of the competition, that's always going to be tough to have the output of, but that's what makes the greats, is Amelia.
Yeah, precisely. It's being able to, beat and battle with your fear of failure, not letting it control your thinking. I think that's very easy. Your cognitive load can obviously get affected, and it can be difficult to perform optimally if you're so focused on not messing up.
Well, right now, we're getting to the first rifle round. So let's see if Legacy cannot mess up and keep it 4-0 out the gates. Remember, on a map that they are currently undefeated upon, it's been the mantelpiece of their biggest wins. 3-man B start. Sadson and Nissim over towards A. Nissim's going to help set them up with a deep banana smoke in play. Remember, Amelia versus Dumao. Keep your eyes on that head-to-head.
Oh, and we might get it right here and now. Dumao and Amelia juking it out. Supported by that Lato. Famas, and Dumao goes wide for 2. Lovely start. Lynn Vision left wanting. Okay. Smelling, you've got the bomb, bro. Slow your horse. Slow your roll.
You can see here this smoke, right? That was actually dropped not to block, but to extinguish. That's why they wanted to fight for that banana control, because they were happy to throw everything into the mix to back up Dumao. So sure, it operates as the block after the trade comes in, but it did facilitate that level of aggression. Now it's a 2-2 split of the defense as they start to hedge back towards A. Komisu, Westmelon, and Starry looking for the finish, and between those 3 names, only 1 kill so far, just on Westmelon. Apartment smoke, AWP drops pit. This is a very strong position, either for a wrap or the short play. Looking like they're set up for success right now, Legacy.
Yeah, I love that they're going to be flying blind. Nissim and Sadson have no idea what lies on the other side of brackets. And they've got another smoke, so this was just to try and force rotations. 2 available. Westmelon and Sue still equipped.
I like this from Legacy, though. They don't need to play for information when they have the number advantage. They're sticking to their guns. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, the fight will have to come soon. Nissim gives up long side, plays now to help Sadson. So they're selling mid to B because of the clock. It's so unlikely now a team would go mid to B, but the wrap, they're in strong positions to fight against that. Short into the AWP, this is terrible.
Yeah, Sadson should be able to collect. Might even get the collab. Yep, down you go. See you later. Westmelon and Sue unable to piece anything together here. Sadson's done very well. They come his way and he passes the test. Just the 1 blemish on the record. Double kill from the AWP. Dumao starts off with the same.
See the difference between Dust 2 and Inferno. If you can't establish banana control without taking any casualties, you can't just play out those mid rounds with all the space. So something that could change throughout this game for Lynn Vision. I imagine in the next rifle round they will continue to vie for banana control in this standard sense with the U2 war. But after that, they can go for boiler and halls control quicker and go for banana late. You don't need to run into banana and take all that damage, right? It is a 50-50. I think the T's actually have advantage because of the Molotov spread, the last elonging on the util itself. But Lynn Vision currently blanked, getting a taste of their own medicine. Map number 1, they look fantastic. Map number 2, Legacy now starting very strong. Those concerns not being warmed up, removed. Is they going to pop behind this half-wall smoke? Set up in banana, ready to explode. 3 players to defend as Lux actually cheats back towards Speedway. He can be there quickly.
Yeah, he's growing further and further away from supporting Dumao, though. Does he need help? Oh, maybe not with a flashbang setup. He needed more. Significant damage to Westmelon, now finished off by Lato. Starry trying to make space, trying to take that duel, but the AK reigns supreme. Using their own weapon against them. Lato locks it down. 4 kills in defensive B and keeping Lynn Vision on the starting line.
That B defense is a tough one to get past when you have your 2 statistically best players just locking down that side together. They look that the cohesion's there. You got Dumao that punch you in the face and Dumao there to finish you off as you're hitting the ground.
Yeah, lovely from Lato. We'll get to watch this one again. I mean, you know, there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. It's the word of the day. And he doesn't get too phased. He goes down, they lose the site, awkward round, but not for him, takes the fights comfortably. 8-0 start for Lato. Oh, again, the Dumao double just keeps on being delivered.
Not clearing this.
Yeah, maybe a little greedy, but actually works out. Amelia, despite catching off Dumao, Lato immediate trade.
Shooting hard, right? And now I guess that conversation is completely flipped because coming into this, you could argue that Legacy were the favorites, even with the head-to-head going against them in the best of 1, day 1 of stage 1, oh so many days ago. This is the team that had defied expectations, not even meant to be here, and then now, okay, you're mapped down. Oh, we lose, we're out. Oh, we're back in that situation. We're back against the wall. We're back the position that we know and love. Now we're going to start delivering the Counter-Strike. 9-0 for Lato.
People's expectations are once again tempered. Let's change that.
Well, you have to putt this one in, don't you? Starry and Komisu yet to find a frag between them.
Yeah, it might be actually like kind of a secondary objective of just get a kill. You know, get the ball rolling, get yourself feeling. Mike is still in the server. Sadzin's having no trouble getting kills for him, and will get away from the flames. Oh, I thought he had him. Gets away with his life though, Su. Still yet to frag, and a quick one to the head of Nissim. So that's a good find. With 1 HP though, he might be able to do it. No, missed the nade. And he takes him down. Nice work. Okay, a little bit of output from Su.
What we could do, Mal, next event, maybe have a chat to Blast Production. Just record one of those.
One of those, yeah.
And then after every round you win, we'll just play it.
Yeah.
Save your voice a bit. You know, it is repetitive, so it won't get repetitive.
I thought that was a service we just did for more of the pensioners, like Carrigan, so he doesn't have to do it himself.
Well, he's starting to get more and more verbose.
Yeah, true.
Which is what we love to see.
He is definitely winning as far as, you know, inspired calls and trash talk go. But we are going to be seeing our first timeout chat, and Lynn Vision are having a quick 30-second breather.
Yeah, they could even run the same pocket strat as we saw earlier, but let's see what Gum wants to invest in with right now. Always humble old Gum. They're actually haven't invested in too much utility just yet. It's just a smoke right now for Zaka, and with that clear intention of no armor and just a P250, that's telling that he wants to bring out the AWP to try and level the field, so we might get a pace change coming forward out of Lynn Vision. And we'll take our moment right now, and we might even get the pace change on this eco, or half by, excuse me. 3 smokes, 1 flash. And there's the first, a shroud towards top middle to guise the ascent. It's lived in front of Lux. He knows exactly what that means and plays through it. Look at this from Lux.
They're ready, Chad. They're ready. They've got a flash play for everything. Lux. He sets him up. Nissim, however, going down. A little bit of space found by Amelia. This can still go wrong. You've lost another. It's getting messy. Su spams through, connecting onto Sadzin. A bomb goes down, and Lato and Dumal called up to bat. Oh, a bit of util picked up. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, Moto's off limits. Lato throws out a threatening smoke. He's got util lineups from here.
Oh, missed throw.
Oh no, he's
actually just completely blocked himself. Nothing to lurk through. They've got cash. They're giving it a go.
Yep, Su forced wide, but he can still stay hidden. Ready for that short fight. It delivers. Dumal goes down. Lynn Vision. This was a partial, and it's all it takes to buck the trend.
Have to give all the credit in this situation to Amelia, and the immediate reaction as soon as they flashed through the mid smoke and killed the mid player. I'm pretty sure that was Zaka. Amelia was already full W, and that's what caught Nissim's timing off. So Nissim, like, he's thrown the smoke and Amelia is already pathing out. So by the time he's even got his crosshair ready for that type of a fight, Amelia is pathed well past, and he even gets a second on low HP at range. So Lux does this, but Amelia does not wait a moment. Immediately into the W, dropping out of the air into the first, and then the second at range with the Tech 9. So Amelia opens up the site and helps convert the first, but multiple rounds required if you want to break the funds that are currently accrued by Legacy.
Well, he saved his pennies for this. Zaka equipped with a T-side AWP on Inferno. Always intrigued and curious to see how it's used, and ooh, double boost.
It just tells me that it is going to be a slower pace, right? If you get the AWP out, you have to play at a slower roll. You need to allow Zaka, who hits some amazing shots, to work into this. As Sadzin's AWP trained.
That's a quick flick. They timed it well. He wasn't even aiming there, and still he gets away with a nice opening. Wow, that flash gets you some info, but an overstep from Starry.
0 and 8, cold for Starry now.
Very cold. He didn't have much going on in the first map. Wasn't necessary. His team doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
They can get past Dumal. B's open.
You're right. That is going to be a difference maker, and Dumal reveals that he is standing forward.
Lato's back now.
Yeah, and he's picked up a smoke. So Dumal, very good understanding. You can see why this is a comfort turf for them. He knows when to hold them and when to fold them.
Poker player, is he?
I think so.
We are in Texas. Now it's a staunch defense on this B site. Hard for Lynn Vision to break into this. Got plenty of smokes. Seeing those being lined up right now. Still going to give it a go. Lux can break this open from CT with a HE. They're in hot water right now.
Yeah, I don't fancy Lynn Vision's chances here. Legacy trying to make a statement. Inferno, their territory. Oh, the flash did catch Dumal. His position noted, but there's the layering. Again, how many flash assists is Lux on right now? I'll check his effective flashes. That's okay to finish. Zaka's all revealed, and now they're running at him. He's going to try and take as many as he can, but down it goes. Dumal removes it, and a 7th for Legacy.
They can buy again, right, because they won the light investment, so there could be an AWP out for Zaka once more. Starry would have to operate with something a little bit less, and Westmelon as well, but AKs for Amelia and Call Me Sue, or they could go into Galil's. So it really depends on how far they want to push the issue, and Gun wants to get in the conversation. This is quick from Sadzen. Major rookie, showing proficiency on the AWP.
This swing from Starry, it's funny because it was just that momentary pause. Like, if he starts to swing when he hears the M4 just unloading into nothing, knowing the flash had connected, he might have been able to go 1 for 1.
But this is where the conversation is so strange. Amelia, by forcing the issue, won them a round. Starry, by trying to do the same, essentially lost them the round. It gave them a 2-man discrepancy and only one option to finish over towards B. So the difference is just in the output. For Starry, we found nothing so far, and that will need to change. Players can have unfortunate games, right? But it's how he battles forward, not how he's gone so far. There's still plenty of wiggle room right now. Sure, I would say this is a T-sided map, but if you can still get yourself up to 5, you're still in with a shot. But that means you need the next 4 consecutive before we find it to the halftime break. And Legacy, they're now storming into the lead. I would love to have blowouts on your own map choice and then have Nuke as a barn burner. So if these opening 2 maps are quick and then we get back and forth on Nuke as the middle ground, that's a great way to decide this series and send home one of these 2 teams. There's the force buy.
Ooh, you know what?
They want to go away, so they've sold banana pressure.
But the fact that Dumo just smoked half wall means they are in the dark. Flash, Lux, put your nades away. He's tucked on the corner. Westmelon's not going to clear it. Need a trade. Lux gets 2. Oh, Lynn Vision once again come up short.
Everyone's here.
Wait, Satin goes down through the smoke.
Oh!
Gets spammed. That's Starry's first contribution. Oh, he nearly adjusts.
But Dumo's close.
Very close. Sue his first victim.
Starry has to clutch this.
Has he got it? Starry from 0 frags. Now he needs the 3rd. Just to give Lynn Vision a half to work with here, and it's up against Dumao. Hard work has been done. Dumao, a single bullet, and he is a dead man. Starry's giving him a sound cue.
He has to worry about short.
Dumao knows where you are. Has the element of surprise still, though, with the low HP. He has to hit the first bullet. It has to be a headshot. He knows where you are, Starry. He has the advantage, even though he's low HP. Dumao, he's creeping. He's crawling. He's clutching. Dumao does it. All of that for nothing. Starry's first couple of frags denied from any impact. Does not translate, and that's an 8th.
You say patience is a virtue there, and definitely so for Dumao. The fact that he waited and didn't just force forward into that fight, sowing the seeds of doubt for Starry. Is he going to pipe in through long side, or is he going to take his time and come back around short? Will that clock working against Starry for what was his first round of finding impact? And this one could have been absolutely stunning, but just caught by the lack of information. Dumao clutches it out with ease.
Wow, I mean, it's crazy that just a single step might have very well given Dumao the win there. Oh, nice stack nades actually. Draws first blood. That's a difference maker. Lynn Vision have managed to double dunk. Dumao up close. Topped on that half wall. How has he got 3? He just unloads with the AK. Now, Bomb is trapped. This is a weird one, Chad. Nissim's pushed to lock the door. Zaka seen with the bomb and locked by Nissim.
He's aware of this possibility.
But wait, then now Starry's in underpass and Sad's in above him. What's going on?
He has to clear this. Oh, he thinks it's sandbag.
Past him. Oh, and the bomb's gone. Now Sadzin's gone too.
Starry,
okay.
Another chance. A 1v3.
Good luck, have fun.
Blocked for now. Minute on the clock. He knows he just has to hit the weight. So Nissim, the pit players, push through. Knows that Lux is the rotating A rifler. So likely both are ahead of him this time, not having to worry about getting wrapped upon. Starry's the one that gets to set the tone. Smoke's now faded.
It's what you want your star player to be able to deliver. Swings in, comfortable.
This banana from Dumao has been absolutely insane. Yeah, he's well, he's 3-0 in opening duels. That wasn't opening kills, but that's another multi he's just added to his tally. He's got 5 in total, which is the most in the server right now.
Yeah, they've been doing great. Lato and Dumao, 180 utility damage so far for the banana pair.
And just on utility, that nade kill that came in to open up the account on this round was the first opening kill that Lynn Vision have in this half so far.
And it took a double nade.
Yeah, so that wasn't even one that came with bullets. 3 rounds is all that can be salvaged.
What's crazy is, Chad, you highlighted it. Legacy kind of, well, I thought Lynn Vision had kind of maybe cracked the code. Like,
Yeah,
let's force
starting
them to defend.
T-side, yeah.
We'll start T-side. Well, they've not got much to show for their T-side woes.
Yeah, so apparently the CT side, it's even better for Legacy. They've offered up some of their absolute best wins. Remember, denying Vitality 31 on the trot to kick off stage 3. That is the 3rd tactical timeout called in the first half. So you can just see how desperate it is, and it has to be. And I think if you're Gum, you know, even if the team does mount a comeback, you get these 3 rounds, you go into the halftime, you get the pistol, you start working back in. Well, Chucky's going to take some timeouts to help you down the stretch if they're starting to feel the pressure. But if you don't have 3, you don't have anything.
There's no pressure.
So they need to be able to convert these next 2. It's getting closer, but the only round you have to your name is a light by victory.
Yeah, and that was thanks to proactivity from Amelia.
But at least they got banana control this time. Does Dumal push forward and fight? I think probably yes. Here it is.
So, swings on the flash, has control. Banana still his.
Well, he could smoke deep and they could go even further.
Just holding that flash for the fade. Dumal will call for it if he's feeling aggressive. Sendiri in a flash and still his. Lovely control once again. This B duo, they're doing a great job of low resource defense. I feel like this is ballsy from Dumal. Lato to bait him in.
If they come through the fade, Dumal's going to eat him for breakfast.
Yeah, this could be a multi-kill. The M4A4 deliberate choice. More bullets to unload into smokes and another Dumal double. It's a guarantee. You come B, Dumal will take 2 of you.
This flash could be clutch.
It could. Lato likely to be able to take contact off the flash. Oh, spots one on the mantle up. Spotted on first oranges. Now drops off fountain. Now awkward. Lato will go down. They're
banana.
into the B site, but this is fast. Faster than Zaka may be ready for. Just about gets the bomb down, but is he ready? Not for that. Just about got this crosshair in the right place. Starry and Westmelon trying to make something out of this round. A golden opportunity to keep it competitive, albeit only by a little bit more. Westmelon's a dead man. 3 players encroach and a 10th already in the bag. Legacy flying high. There's a stark contrast from map 1.
Yeah, and you mentioned another Dumal double. He's really delivering right now, Banana. It's crazy. He's 4-0 in opening kills, and Lux is also 4-0 in opening kills. Still only 1 to the name right now in this T side, and they're just being dominated. I'm so happy to see teams on home maps not just flubbing their lines, looking super, super strong. So much conviction. Slight frustrations for Lato, but things are going so well. So don't be too worried about it as final round of play in this first half.
Yeah, Lato and Lux combined with 28 enemies flashed. They've been throwing some solid ones, solid connections in just this first half.
All right, well, the change. Just going to sell banana control with 1 as the other 4 trundle up second mid. Going to try an apps pop onto Nissim.
Might be a Lynn Vision original. Haven't seen this lineup before. Zaka pulls it out.
Oh, this works out perfectly. So stalled in apartments. Now that both B defenders, at least the rotation points of the B defenders, Lato and Lux, have rotated over, Dumal's all the way pushed banana. I wouldn't even be surprised if he keeps on going just with the output he's been finding. And now A is 4 strong. So this apps pop, you're going to be ready for it. Nissim will have support. Lux will be able to chip in from Moto. Sadza could even turn around with the AWP.
You're really seeing their proficiency on this map. It's so clearly home soil for them. And there's first blood. Nissim tested. He knew what was up. He's got support. Does go down, so they managed to claw it back, but still extra bodies on this side. Dumal, Lux, both win their duels. Starry and Zaki, you've gotten into the pit, but you got to get past this duo. Sadzin using that smoke to guide his retreat, and too easy. Lux picks him up as they advance. Starry's got no bullets. 11-1. Feels like nuke's a guarantee, and that's what this series deserves. A 3-mapper imminent.
see the news about Spirit not doing a boot camp?
I did see the news there.
Yes, it was affecting for themselves on a bad way, I think.
They've seen each other 300 days in a year. If we have some boot camps, like we can burn out.
That's a weird reason why. I read that Donk was frustrated that his team isn't even playing at that many events.
You don't actually understand them. It's obviously how you structure the team, how the personalities in the team.
If we just not do boot camp and do online practices for the mental health, I think they try to use that way.
You're gonna have arguments, but you're gonna get over those things faster facing each other.
Our last bootcamp was in April 2024. I think there is no problem.
Why not just use that time to boot camp and be together?
If people want to come to a boot camp, then obviously that's the way to go.
Everyone gives their head like 100%, but this is for our terms.
Maybe they hate being around each other and would just prefer to be at home.
Bootcamp won't be more effective than online practice, I would say.
If they are thinking this is the right thing for their team, they must do on that way, you know.
Do or die matchup between Lynn Vision and Legacy. Second map, it is the home turf of Legacy, and it shows in the same way it did as Lynn Vision does too. This has been a quick one, 11-1. Dominance from the Brazilians, who have demonstrated their prowess once more on Inferno, the very map they broke Vitality's win streak on.
Yeah, the fifth time they're playing it at the majors so far. The first time they've been forced to start on the CT side, but apparently that's where they're even more proficient. They've had a 13-2 over Imperial, a 13-10 over Wildcard, a 13-7 over 3D Max, and a 13-3 over Vitality. This could be a 13-1, their best result yet.
Yeah, and you thought you'd maybe cracked it with this whole idea of them starting on the T side typically. However, Lynn Vision thought they might have cracked it themselves, only with one round to show for it, so it doesn't matter. Apparently their CT side's even better, despite starting on the T in all of those. Let's see what happens with this one. Very util-centric, but Doomau, I mean, his gameplay on the CT side is being embodied on the T. Immediately just wants to fight. Su, however, with a block smoke and a dual Beretta, a perfect and potent pairing for any B rush.
We're going to have 4 here. Amelia's on the way as well. Starry's just taking a duel down top middle, so that's keeping Amelia on the leash. Which side do I need to be at? Starry lost that. Nissan would have definitely sowed the seeds of doubt, but they're all grouped up in Banana now as Amelia will be pulled back over. So it's just 3.
Yeah, good luck. Have fun with this one. Need that first connection to go your way, and it happened. Su, premature. Zaka and Westmelon hoping Zaka can get some damage done, and Westmelon gets overlooked, and Zaka has drawn attention. Westmelon composed, taps 2 heads, and a third is on the plate. Gets gets it done. Sadzin last to 4.
Winnable.
Running him down, headshot found, and now a 1v1. He can't take it. Starry holds his nerve and picks up a contribution to at least pick up a second round.
If we talk about any positives as far as Lynn Vision and Inferno is concerned, they played it twice throughout their campaign, but their wins have been over lesser scalps. Chingus Warriors 13-9 and NRG 13-8. Definitely doesn't stack up to a name like Vitality, that's for sure. So you lose that and the bomb doesn't go down. You're going to force fight back in, and I understand it. You know, some people could argue that, hey, you're on the T side, you only need 2 rounds, so just take the eco, get the rifles out and be done with it quickly. But right now, you could just absolutely run over them. And you've had some really good rounds like this before in the tournament. I think Mahone highlighted one in the Mahone zone just the other day, right, to do with this B pop, the type of util that they're throwing out, the Sads and util set. I think Nada here made a video on it. And they're already up towards Boiler. So Starry, who has had a rough go of things, had a few clutch attempts but couldn't stick the landing, has actually gone with the Alligator. Auto shot he could munch away if they do go for an apps pop. It's a great weapon for the job. He isn't actually going to have to worry about jiggling in and out. He could just unload, right? He isn't going to need to stress at all.
Oh, you think he's going to get a second there? Instantaneous trade out of Lato. Lato drops in, covered nicely. That's what you want to see from Zaka. $600 for his kills.
Oh,
nice one from Sadzin.
Why can't he win it? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe there is a conversation to be had.
Well, he has the bomb. The HP is the biggest worry, but there's so much time on the clock, and they're both rotated over towards A. Sue's looking the wrong way right now.
Sue will have to acknowledge this potential.
Sadzin can definitely do this.
He's looking at Boiler, but all it takes is a little bit of a Tech-9 drive-by, instant headshot. Yeah. Sue holds. Okay, Lynn Vision, they get past the force buy. It is still an incredibly arduous task to fight back into Inferno here, though.
It's a testy half ahead of them right now. You need to be near perfect. And nobody is. So Lynn Vision looking to do the impossible.
Kind of feel like Starry was robbed, man. I feel like you're supposed to get more than one there.
I would say so, too. Oh, okay. Respect for Amelia on that shot. Why the hell not? But it is going to be just some light pistols into this one. Zaka's AWP is out, and that could become troublesome if they breach into a site.
Yeah, right. A Tech-9 gets a crazy pick. A Deagle hits a headshot. You have to manage your risk.
Zaka's really good, though, so happy to see him take some fights. Starry's had some wobbles.
Oh, he's on 4 HP.
Yeah, then there's a few more of them, so
I'm nervous already. Why am I nervous? It's only Deagles. It's fine. Everything should be fine.
Well,
Amelia, fine.
For now.
Yeah, he's handled it very well for 2. Hang on. Do MOUZ onto Westmelon. Now Sue solo B.
And Starry's still low.
Yeah, oh God.
This is troublesome. The B bomb site tried to push forward to try and assist on A when the pressure was there. So stunted for now.
MOUZ and Nissim have gotten to an even keel.
Yeah, the M4 can't be retrieved over towards Porch, so at least they haven't been able to get that weapon. I think Westmelon just had an SMG. So this all really does fall onto Sue. Still with an incendiary to try and stall things out, and they only have a HE. I'm not sure how you're going to use that to break in, but if Sue goes one and done, you can win this round.
Yeah, it needs to be more from Sue. Here they come. So trying to buy as much time as he can, and the HE, he gets run down. He is going to get swung. He still gets his.
Such a tough retake now.
Yeah.
The AWP and the M4.
And the M4 has 4 HP.
And Starry's still miles away.
Oh, and Zaka's going to get... Ooh, the timing! Latta was holding for that one dig perfectly aligned, and ooh, an opportunity. 2 missed shots, whistle past the ear. Starry low. A golden opportunity now presents itself. And Lynn Vision, their chances dwindle. Lovely work from Lato.
No way.
And yeah, you discussed it. This is not where an AWP's supposed to be. Deagle headshots translate. Just a Desert Eagle eco. And that's how the 12th is found.
I think that speaks to just how dominant this has been, and you may as well hunt him down. They're both just going to lust forward through the ruins. Zaka is going to get hunted. I don't think he's got any ammo left in that AWP now, as he's just going to head for the hills, makes it to library and should get to retain this. But regardless, that's 12, that's locked in. And that one is a smack in the face for Lynn Vision. If there was any conversation about a comeback, that has just stopped. That was the lighter of the investments. It was the force buy in the second. This was just a couple of pistols, and you overplay your hand. You're not having confidence within your jewels. There's no conviction. There's no follow-through. And the smiles on the faces say it all. Sure, Amelia gets you a double, but it's all for naught. The problem there is Starry can't support Amelia on the mid control because he's so low on HP. So Amelia is hung out to dry in that situation. Zaka doesn't want to overstep and give away the orb, but you give away the round regardless. Well, let's get ourselves on the nuke, shall we?
Yeah, feels like nuke's imminent here. Just that Zaka saved orb to perhaps help them, but Westmelon booked, absolutely booked. Flashbanged into the corner. There's Zaka gone, and okay, there's a DouxMOU double. We swapped sides, but the result is the same. DouxMOU 21 and 8. He's definitely hit his form, hit his stride here in Austin. A big reason why Legacy are so deep into this tournament, all the way from that first stage.
Nissim can close it right here, right now. Amelia, absolutely no chance in this one. Bombs planted, ticking away, and Nissim just needs to hit this final shot.
And yet plays for the round. Next time he glances back, is it too late?
It doesn't even matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter at all. We know what's up next. Amelia gets a consolation frag. There is no time for this one, Amelia. Just trying to pad the stats, soften the blow, but it's 13-3. Both teams storming through their map picks, and now we meet in the middle ground. Nuke up next. One of these teams is going home.
Two things I've learned so far from this series. One, don't play Lynn Vision on Dust 2. Two, don't play Legacy on Inferno. That was so dominant.
Yeah, that was mega dominant from Legacy and really impressive for them to bounce back after what we saw transpire. And Dust 2 wasn't looking to show up at all whatsoever, then come into Inferno and then just continue as they've been doing so far in this tournament. If I'm not mistaken, that was the 5th time Legacy played Inferno at this tournament. 4 of those games, all 5 of the games they've won, but in 4 of those games they've done it in 13-2, 13-3, 13-5 fashion. They are owning it, Peter, when it comes to Inferno.
Whatever DouxMOU said in that break, whether that was just hype up himself or to hype up the team or to bring in some confidence, that worked. And we should have like a voiceover just saying that, hey guys, I'm just going to go in and completely destroy the mission right now.
And he did exactly
Yeah,
that.
that's what he did.
I love to see the bounce back from DouxMOU, right? Because we've been talking about him obviously all tournament long. He's been a name that's been on kind of the tip of our tongue, kind of a breakthrough player on the horizon, right? For maybe a little bit too long. I feel like we've seen him now really show what he can deliver.
You know the phrase forever talent? You know, he's a forever talent.
Yeah.
Forever waiting for that breakthrough. Great performance here from DouxMOU, great performance from Legacy, and I think as a team, Legacy have broken through, right? For them to be in this game and now to be one map away from being one game away from making it to the playoff at such a major like this one, it's fantastic. We kind of prefaced this game as saying it all would be determined when it comes to Banana, and I think we may as well just dive into it straight away. For round 4 and round 6, to me, empathize everything we expected coming into the game. It was just banana fights after banana fights after banana fights. Now, could it have gone the way of Lynn Vision? Sure, but it didn't, Peter. Every single time they fought for Banana in the beginning, especially in the buy rounds, it was Legacy being on top of it. Sometimes they had 3 guys over here, sometimes they used a lot of utility, sometimes they were dry fighting, but in the 2 rounds you're going to see now, it's just Legacy owning it up on Banana.
It was just pure brute force, you know, and we know how important Banana is for both sides of the equation. Like, so of course that they want to brawl for it, and especially with the playstyle that both teams have, like they're just stubborn. They just don't want to give it up to one another. So they found themselves in this constant brawl going in, and I think for Lynn Vision, they lost out on the banana fights the majority of the time. Then they would try and go for the A-bomb side, but it felt like wherever Lynn Vision wanted to go in this game, like they would always be met with either losing the first goal, they would go into someone getting a double kill.
Yeah, look at it again, right? Another buy round. You just had an eco, you're coming in with another buy round. Banana fight, it takes you roughly 10 seconds to lose the first 2 guys, and a 3rd guy is going to go down after the trade frag coming in right here. DouxMOU getting a little bit ahead of himself, and then Lado comes in and gets the kill. Our 4v2, we played Counter-Strike for roughly 15 seconds, and that was the story of the beginning of this game. Legacy just, I mean, miles ahead of Lynn Vision in those banana fights. And we said it, Peter, whoever wins banana is going to win the game.
And I feel so bad for the A players. Like, I've been an A player on the T side for so many years, and if your team is just constantly losing the banana fights, you're like, well, sure, I'm just going to go and try and peek middle, and guess who's in middle? The Arbor. Nice.
Yeah. It was kind of a curious case to see Lynn Vision choose to start on the T side of things, right? And I guess the logic behind that is you don't want to give, you know, the other side of the equation in Legacy too much bandwidth to work with, I guess, in terms of that aggression. aggression, but they just do it on the CT side anyway. It doesn't matter which half they're on.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. For Lynn Vision, they didn't get anything to work with on the T side. I think you called it out as well for Legacy. One of the win conditions was to get the first kill. They got that in 10 out of the 13 rounds. So they absolutely demolished. In 13 out of the 16 rounds in this game. So they absolutely demolished Lynn Vision in that department. It's hard to say too much smart stuff about this game because at the end of the day, it came down to Inferno. It came down to the fact that the first 3 buy rounds, they went towards Banana, they took the fight on Banana, and they lost the fight on Banana. So as much as I want to dive into it and try to overcomplicate things, well, Lynn Vision couldn't win Banana, they couldn't win Inferno.
I'm glad that it just showcases that how important first kills is in top tier Counter-Strike. That the first kill is just always so important in your determination how you're going to end the round. And if you just constantly lose the first, because it was always a talking point in my teams that if we went into a game and we had situations where we felt like we didn't have an answer, it was mostly coming down to the fact that we lost too many first kills. And you know, it's just hard to chain rounds together when you're always on deficit and you know, to kind of get out of that also kind of needs you to understand why you're losing, because one thing is that you maybe play too aggressive sometimes, and I saw that Lynn Vision at a later stage of the T side, they try to be a little bit more slow. They try to go into the Banana fights where it will be more about, okay, we're just going to wait out the utilities so don't get forced down to have like lost a lot of HP in some rounds. So they tried to come up with different solutions, but it didn't really pay out.
We just get to see some live pictures of both sides of the equations, taking a break before we do dive into that third and final deciding map. Lynn Vision choosing to stay in the booths, Legacy outside in the hallways. I kind of want to pick your brain about this, Dupree. What was the kind of routine for you guys when you had these kind of breaks and you know that everything's on the line coming into this last map?
It was always about getting out of the place you were playing, not staying in the booth. You know, go outside, get some fresh air. You would usually catch up on a small snack, whether that being a bit of fruit or some chocolate, just to get a little bit of sugar inside your body. And then obviously it's about going through the details. And I think that we can see that everyone is reading papers right now. Everyone are getting talked, or I suppose that this is maybe the assistant coach or the analyst of Legacy now going through the things that he's been probably preparing third map coming into this series. So it's not something that both teams have prepared like at the stage and the beginning of the game, but it's more like when you actually get to the point, okay, now we need to play third, and that's where you get informed of what's going to happen.
Yeah, I guess it varies from game to game, team to team. You know, the vibe within the team. Maybe Lynn Vision felt that after such a smackdown, it was best to stay in the booth. They only get to sit there for 15, 20 minutes playing Inferno anyway, so maybe they didn't get tired of being in that environment. I think it comes down to the severity of what just happened on the map coming into it.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously we see both teams, you know, all the players together. Sometimes, though, we do see players spreading out a little bit. Like I remember FaZe kind of, you know, back in the day when Brokey was still in the lineup, sometimes he'd just be sitting in the booth on his own, just on an aim training, right? What was your take when you were in a situation like that? Like in my head, as a person that's never played in a Counter-Strike team, my small minor takeaway is surely you want to be acting as a team unit, right? Surely you don't want to be off doing your own thing. But I'd like to hear from the expert.
I think it depends on the result. I mean, I could have situations where I felt like I played bad, that I was just okay. I don't need to have any factors from the outside telling me what happened or what I have to do now. I just need to like zone in and focus on myself, and that would be where I would actually maybe sit in the booth and maybe play a little bit more of aimbot, or like, you know, just get my mechanical skill going up. But most of the time I would go out with the team, because it's also, I think it's dependent on how you are as a person, because I always wanted to be part of the team, and even if I had like a bad performance, that was not instrumental to us always playing bad. It was more about that I wanted to be part of the team to showcase that I'm still here. Like I'm not sitting on my own inside the booth just because I had a bad map. You know, I'm still here. I'm still present. I might have played bad. So I think it depends a lot on the person.
Yeah, totally makes sense. We also have another game going down in tandem. I believe we can bring up the B stream to see exactly how 3D Max versus Pain is going down. Quite the nail-biter of an affair when you compare it to our game over on the A stream. First map that did side with Pain 13-9 after quite the T side. Now we move on to Nuke, and we can hear Maka already screaming.
I think they're being loud.
Yeah, they're being very loud. Also a great comeback for 3D Max. Pain were up 3-0, and now they won 6 rounds in a row on a map they have to win in order to stay alive at the tournament. So good for 3D Max that they are showing a bit of fight. I don't know, Peter. Pain versus 3D Max. I think 3D Max are going to win Nuke. I think they've shown so far they're great on that map against G2 as well. Absolutely manhandled them. But third deciding, I'm not sure if Pain or 3D Max is going to win that game. I think they're kind of equal.
Yeah, I think this game is actually quite interesting to watch. You know, it seems like teams that are kind of equal in how they perform, and also both teams want to make their like statement in this stage. So it's an interesting one, and right now, you know, just looking, they're going toe to toe right now.
Also, the exact same on the line as our game on the A stream. One of those two teams will sadly meet their end here at day 3 of stage 3 of the Blast TV Austin Major. For our game, though, we are going to be moving on to that third and final decider of Nuke. How are we framing both of these teams coming into this final?
I just want to set the scene for people who haven't been watching every single game of the Major so far. There's a lot of Counter-Strike. It's been going on for a couple of weeks now. Lynn Vision have played the map 6 times so far, and they've lost it 5, and they allowed to be the third deciding map. And you may think to yourself, why is that? The one time they did win was against Falcons. That was the one game, you know, where they probably shouldn't have won, where Falcons were the heavy favorites. So they have shown us they can play Nuke against a high-level opposition like Falcons and win, but they've also shown us that they can lose it 5 out of 6 times. So I don't know where to put Lynn Vision. Whereas for Legacy, they played it twice at this tournament so far, and they won both times. So I think in terms of who's in the better shape coming into Nuke, I'd argue that's Legacy.
I think also we're talking momentum. We've just seen that in the first map, Lynn Vision just blew out Legacy, and now they just table of turn. Now Legacy blew Lynn Vision out of it, and so obviously Legacy will be coming into this map now with a lot of confidence coming from the latest map. And Lynn Vision, to have Nuke as a third map, it showcases that they themselves believe they can play Nuke, but they're also in a state where it can just as much go wrong.
Did I hear that right, Jacob? Are you flip-flopping? Are you clip-clapping? Do you believe Legacy are going to take it now?
I mean, when you look at Nuke and when you look at what just happened on Inferno, I think if I have to put myself outside of the situation and look at it objectively, I think Legacy is standing in a better place right now than Lynn Vision. When you play the map 6 times during a tournament in the time frame of, is it 12 days or 11 days, there's an awful lot of data on you. So if Legacy have prepared for Nuke, they can see all the tendencies, they can see all the setups, and there's nothing Lynn Vision can do to change that mid-tournament. You don't have time to practice, you're playing games every single day. Whereas for Legacy, they only played it twice, so odds are that there's a couple of strats or a couple of setups they haven't used already, and they're coming in with confidence. Yes, so objectively speaking, I think Legacy is standing in a better place, but you can almost always disregard that because the pressure is on. It's the third map, elimination is at the line, and I think that that counters, you know, whatever tendencies coming into the map. Obviously, they can both play the map, but now it's about who can withstand the pressure.
Truly is do or die time as we are ready to be diving into that third and final map. One more ground to decide who keeps their life here at the Blast TV Austin Major and who is going home.
Fortunately here, Simple gonna get hunted down as well.
Don't do it, don't knife him, don't knife him, no, don't do it to him.
I can't believe it.
It looks like Rob's going to be tested in this pistol round, but he's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp.
Move it, let's go, my brother.
Face away out in the yard. It's Robs, though, on the chopping block. Dual Berettas, fire off, and it's all Robs all day. That's an ace in the pistol.
Vitality are back.
This is London!
Hi everybody, I'm Duno. I will show what is inside my bag. Okay guys, first of all, at my mouse pad, this is my equipment first. This is my keyboard, kinda combos with the pad, but it was random, not on purpose. I have my mouse, the one I'm using right now. I have books, this one 5 rings. This one is in search of purples, and this is my Bible. I received it from my mom. I have this mouse, and I have this version. A little gold, good, no? Yeah. I just think it's fun, you know? Yeah. Just good, just kept my table for myself. I have these glasses, stays and playoffs when there's people to have some extra content. Basically my extra glass. Okay, another mouse with my name, another mouse, and I have an extra if this one break it. And guys, just one more in case of both break it, you know? We never know the future, you know? I have my notes thing, my 2 notes, you know? It's an extra one. Then gloves. I have this one from ECL. It's the coin. Cables. Cable. Oh, I found my charger. I have opened apart extra glasses. Maybe both break it. I have watches. This both. This is my first one. I have like this to be hanging around, you know. My coach gave it to me. Yes, that's everything I have. Oh my God, guys. I have this mouse too.
Okay, a very large quantity of mice. Now, Chad, I know you like players to travel with backups, but DoMaU's got plenty, and you can see the MOUZ boys giving the Lynn Vision a little bit of cheer and support as they're preparing for their game. That, of course, is a do-or-die matchup, but we're focused on this one. Third map, crunch time, stomps on both teams' home maps. Are you still processing how many mice he had in his bag?
I love a man that has spare peripherals. But I thought that was Mary Poppins' bag. There was just so much stuff in there from DoMaU. What the hell was going on? Anyway, let's focus in.
Yeah, we've had a break. Everyone's had their spoonful of sugar, and now we can get this one started. Odds on screen. Wow. Legacy have got the edge coming into Nuke.
Yeah, sweet for Legacy, sour for Lynn Vision. It's going to be about the momentum right now. It started well for Lynn Vision, but it's all been stolen away by Legacy on their map choice of Inferno. Now we turn to Nuke. Pimp touched upon it. 6 times has been played for Lynn Vision at this event, but they've only won it once. Now, Reps, is that going to be the difference maker? For Legacy, they're undefeated on it in this tournament, 3-0. How far can they really push that issue? CT side start again, so 3 out of 3 maps for Legacy on the defense, and away we go with pace.
We'd love to see an early contribution from Starry. A very slow start from him, but DoMaU's there straight away in the feed, flanking Sue's guard, cut down by DoMaU. That's what you want to see from the top fragger of your last map. Inferno's just continuing, I suppose.
And can Westmelon win a captain's clutch here? It's going to be a massive 3K required. Snuck out towards T-Vent. Position would be noted. Has to get past the crossfire of Lux and DoMaU over towards main, and then Nissan back side. So this was going to be extremely tough.
Yeah, he's just hoping for an overextension, right? A little bit of greed, a little bit of a search for answers that he can punish. Here comes DoMaU. You can see he's revealed his position with his jump spot. Lux tucked on Tetris, and there you go. DoMaU gets the info, confirms the presence of 2.
You know he does.
Yeah, you know he wants this. He wants to leave with 3. He's already preparing his Banshee shriek.
They're just toying with him now. Westmelon has to make the move, has to hit the shots. Using the clock, so not giving up on this one just yet. I respect it.
Absolutely. I will highlight as well, no Kevlar, so a single bullet hits him. He's going to lose that aim precision. And confirmation of the 3. He actually knows where they all are. Oh, needs that instant headshot. Now gets swung on. Lato chooses to engage. Hard for Westmelon. And DoMaU. 3 frags to start off Nuke.
Yeah, I think if you just look at the landslide around Sins, we'll see how long it goes before there's real resistance. But if we're going to get one-sided maps, I'm happy for it to be on their own turf and then the middle ground to start to deliver. The bomb doesn't go down, so will that inform Lynn Vision with a force or a save? Very well handled from this top defense. And if it is going to be the eco, we can take time to talk through the standard approach for both teams, at least as far as the personnel is concerned. Nissan will be holding ramp, which makes sense. You see him in a lot of these anchor positions. You're going to have Sadzin as the AWPer, so you see him up heaven, outside, down secret, those type of scenarios. Lux, the in-game leader, will be taking yard. DoMaU, the doorman, and Lato to be the topside anchor. So just like B, over on Inferno, the 2 of them partnered up. They're the journeyman, as Zaka has been able to provide a plant. So the fact that a gap has been pipped, this is going to be a big boon. There's no way for them to win this round, considering it is Starry and Zaka in a 2v5. But you get the bomb down, you get the extra cash, and you're going to be content with that. A kill would be great.
Yeah, well, DoMaU's already gotten another 3. for... Is this an ace? Oh, he's stolen. Nissim, he gets himself an extra 600 bucks.
All right, so we've gone over the spread right now of the CTs. You're going to have Starry working outside, and that's quite problematic. Only a few kills over the first 2 maps of play, 10 in total.
Across 2 maps.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, it does, you know, it's exacerbated by the fact he didn't have to do much in their stomping win on Dust 2.
True, but it doesn't change the fact that he hasn't had many opportunities to actually hit shots and feel warm.
Yeah, you're 2 maps deep. You've had 10 kills.
Yeah, so this is going to be tough. Amelia over towards lobby. You get Call Me Sue up on silo with some of these rounds. Zaka obviously is the AWP, and then Westmelon will be trying to play into the play, if that makes sense. If it's yard, the outside assisting with that. If it's top, obviously going to be throwing some of that util.
I mean, just to kind of continue to push that point home, hang on. Westmelon just charging straight down the vent. He gets away with it. They're erecting a boost, and they've been caught by the pace. Amelia, Zaka into ramp and lost.
Okay, I like this, right? Not just going into a default spread.
Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, Doomau quite quick to this response.
Westmelon fortunately tucks into the vent, so does shroud him right now from Doomau.
Oh, yeah, but Zaka gets the info. That's a very important jump, and that enables Westmelon to tend to it.
This should be the save. I think you risk the AWP in this situation. So I do love Lynn Vision sticking to what makes them great.
Mr. Birchall,
yes,
tier 1 Counter-Strike. Are people supposed to be able to get away with dropping vent off the rip?
Well, this is the thing, right? You obviously have to have some protocols in place to deal with it. And if you're not playing heavy to stop it, right, to spam that smoke or to throw those HEs, then it is an avenue of approach. So this could be something where Lynn Vision have noted that in the prep, okay, there's a bit of a gap here. Now that gap, it's unlikely to persist, right? In this sense now, you are going to either have somebody drop down towards B straight away, you're going to throw extra utility at that door, you might have your player who drops hard, like actually play in front of those smokes. So there are ways to deal with that, but now that is an option available to Lynn Vision to sow seeds of doubt. And if there is one way down towards B and it's through the vent, then that is going to weaken other parts of the map. So let's see how that plays in as Amelia back up to his old tricks. And I really just love seeing someone become more comfortable in their skin through Counter-Strike.
And we've witnessed it, and absolutely, you know, there are a lot of people that this is where they feel the most comfortable. And seeing Amelia really put his personality on display and his gameplay simultaneously as well, definitely, he's in the right place. He's with the right people.
Yeah, and it's great to feel comfortable to be yourself, isn't it? But here we go, rifle round number 2.
I've got my eyes on Starry, Chad. I've got to see output. 2 maps, rather quiet, 10 kills. Doomau's managed 7 in just 3 rounds of play, and Lux takes him down to start. Not what you were hoping for if you were Lynn Vision.
And they have started down secret, so Sadzen's AWP is already here. Now, the reason he's not playing more forward is the comms are they could have crossed.
Right.
So not going to brave to try and poke his head up as there you go, the vent drop. Oh. Unnoted. Amelia has a free kill. If he just turns around, there's an AWP available on the other side of the wall.
He's going to find him.
And he should do. Okay. All right. Well, that's info. He's actually waiting for a drop down the vent, but the longer he takes, the more worrisome it becomes. And that was a kill on the silver platter. Amelia, I can't believe it.
Zaka had the bomb down there. There was actual grounds for a post-plant. Oh, Sadzin will close. Okay.
Oh, that one is really going to quell the fire for Lynn Vision. That is...
So you told me, you're implying that you think he was kind of trying to get 2, you know, like thinking about a vent drive, thinking about how he finishes.
He definitely saw him, right?
Yeah.
We all know that.
Yes.
But because there was still the persistence across secret, right, it feels like the comms from what he's expecting is, okay, someone will drop down the vent, he kills that player, then pivots directly to Sads.
Oof.
Yeah, that's a tough one there. Okay, well, a bit of a boo-boo. They were already down 2 players.
Yeah, sure, but that was a way to...
It just looks bad.
Yes, bomb across. I mean, I just feel like that was, a misplay. He'll feel the same. Lux, ooh, okay, gets away with info. He knows main drop quick. It's Westmelon that's on the warpath, and hang on, they're asking questions of this ramp hold. Nissim, he's actually burrowed himself into the smoke. And he's been completely overlooked.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
There's been some great output from Nissim. Obviously, you go back to his time in Pain, and then got held hostage by Sharks, I believe it was, but finally he's reunited with Lux, and they're looking to go as deep as they did with Pain. They win this, they deny Chinese Counter-Strike from going the furthest it's ever gone. Lynn Vision would just tie the approach of Tai Lu back in 2018. And now another 3-man discrepancy. This one is a hollow feeling. Another quick start out the gates as Legacy's proficiency in the pistols is starting to rear its head. When you came into this series, Lynn Vision had a winning pistol record. Legacy had a losing one. And I think those tables are slowly starting to either tie up or topple. But for Zaka and Starry, it might just have to be this really lengthy save. They are actually going to give it a gander, but look at how strong this crossfire is. Double doors as well as decon. Nice shot from Starry.
Yeah, that's a start. Ooh, a real opportunity. Get out of there if you still can.
I don't think I vent to A, I was going to say, because...
He faked the door on him. And Doomhouse ready. Dunks on him. Wow. And the AKs are going to be kept. I mean, that is 3 AK-47s. Just the one casualty. Doomhouse lets him know he is at the top of the tables.
That was definitely the case with Inferno, wasn't it? He was just absolutely dismantling them with multi-kills. This shot from Sad... Oh, okay. Yeah, it was a wallbang. I wasn't quite sure how that unfolded, so beautiful shot from him. This Nissim double, though, that is actually the round ender.
Yeah.
The man with many mice.
Yeah. He's got the right one plugged in today. Wow, Dust 2 feels like a distant memory now.
Feels like eons ago at this point.
Well, you throw out a smoke wall. Uncertainty grows.
The crazy thing is...
Oh, Amelia dunked.
It doesn't matter who Legacy play tomorrow in the 2-2 game. Let's assume that they win this series. It doesn't matter who they play. You look at the teams that they've toppled, the biggest names being a FaZe and Vitality, they can beat anybody.
Yeah.
Why the hell not?
Well, making a strong case against Lynn Vision here in the third. Nissim, he's actually let the whole team go. And this is a lovely demonstration of just the variance in the playstyle of Nissim.
Seems so poised for such an inexperienced individual. Again, I touched upon his time in pain. I think that was back at the Copenhagen Major, but still, you know, being off the screens as far as the upper echelons of Counter-Strike are being concerned. It's him and Lux as the two newest additions to this Legacy roster. I think Lux has only been there for a couple of months now, and, you know, the fact that he's been able to take to in-game leading, and look, I don't know, maybe Chucky's saying a lot, you know, when they're outside and in the huddles and stuff, but in a lot of the timeouts they've taken, it feels like the coach is not contributing a lot, which I'm not trying to frame that in a negative thing. I'm just trying to say that it feels like Lux is doing a lot of those duties. So.
Yeah, and Doomhouse in those team talks, he seems like a prominent second voice.
Well, he's definitely the heart of the team.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, rifle round number 3. Again, AWP starting down secret. So they want to try and pipe out ramp again. So testing Nissim once more. Smoke's faded.
Of course, Doomhouse got the balls to play on the fade. What a luxury that is. You can just park it with that canary in the coal mine for any lobby late. Any squeaky walks out the door, Doomhouse will let you know.
As well. That's so cheeky.
Oh,
they won't expect it now.
No, his backstab's imminent. Just
beautiful.
like that. Zaka's just sidelined.
It's immaculate Counter-Strike at the moment.
He's just so disruptive. First it was his doubles on Inferno, just relentless multi-killing. Ooh, Lux reveals his position from the flashbang.
Opening kills this night with Lynn Vision has to start fighting on this T side, and they're just getting peeled apart.
Crouching around the corner.
Well, it was going to be a question of do one of these two teams run out of gas, and for Lynn Vision, it looks like them right now. I know we're still early on. I understand it's still T-half of Nuke, but another scenario where they have such a huge discrepancy. 2-man disadvantage, 25 seconds left on the clock. You have to brute force your way past an AWP, and there's no way through.
Yeah, sad to do that fullback AWPing, just textbook work from him, and now, yeah, you want to get the plant Nissim here to say no! Oh, they hit hard, they shoot harder! 6-1, yeah, CT side, sure, but it is flowing so nicely. Dude, actually, wait, I can just tally it up right now.
Yeah,
5,
it's so
6.
easy. Such a lack of kills.
7 kill total.
Yeah.
Lynn Vision over 7 rounds at 1 kill per round average.
It's just gone so quick as well. Gum on Inferno had to use 3 tactical timeouts within the first half of play. He's going to call another right now, and that's just to talk their way through this. Now, they are going to go into another partial territory. Concerning factors are not just round losses, but lack of bomb going down. Right? If you can be competitive in rounds, if you can trade back a couple of kills, if you can get into a site, keep the pressure on the CTs, disallow their economy to start to spiral out of control. Chucky's happy with how things are going there. Yeah, well, boys, just keep doing what you're doing, because this is working wonderfully. They don't know what's hitting them right now as the Cinderella run from Legacy looks to continue.
Like, it feels like whatever they've called, it must feel like, from Lynn Vision's perspective, you try and put yourself in their shoes. Let's go ramp. They're waiting behind the ramp smoke. Let's go for a little late ramp. Oh, they pushed lobby. It's just relentless backstabs and twists of the knife.
Here's the thing. The first round that they won, or the only round that they won, was with pace. So it might lull you into the fact that things need to be quite crash and bang, aggressive. And if that's the scenario, you're going to be playing heads-up Counter-Strike into Dumao and Lato in A.
That's their game. That's the game they play. Heads up CS or nothing.
Satson's here, so they have 3 players to deal with this.
And just looks like it could be a real comfortable collection.
Another opener.
More. Yep, Satson and Dumao both hit their first. Satson racks up a second. And Lynn Vision left empty-handed. Not a single point of damage inflicted to Legacy.
This is crazy. That's already, that's 4-0 in opening duels for Dumao.
Just like that.
Yeah, and the game, look, this is a situation that when you find yourself on the losing side, these rounds feel so quick because you're not even getting an opportunity to shoot back. You're not even playing the rounds.
How has he still got a voice?
You just can't crack in. There's no dent being made.
Wow. This is absolutely perfect from Legacy. And Dumao does not let off the gas, despite them knowing what he intends to do. They know he's got this aggressive tendency.
Just stop this. They've won they've won 4 out of the last 24 rounds.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's perfect to summarize just how bleak it's been over the course of Inferno and now Nuke.
So a map and a half.
Yeah.
4 out of 24 rounds. And that's going to keep on tallying up.
Ooh, maybe Starry gets a little bit of friction on Yard. He does. The bullet connects from Lux. Accelerating now, trying to drop off. They do have some space to stretch their legs, only for a moment as Sadzin starts breaking necks. 2 down, just like that. The AWP racks him up. Starry trying to progress, but there's so much cover, so much info. It's flowing. Look at the reaction as well. Dumao rotates over, and it's actually Nissim playing on Unbreakable.
Well, they've lost track of Amelia, but regardless, it's another scenario. This just feels hopeless.
It does.
I'm just looking at different stat lines that we can talk about that show how bleak it is. Obviously, the number at the top of the screen tells the best of all the stories, but think about how few opening kills they had on Inferno. Right now, they only have 1 on the T side of Nuke. There's just nothing to note right now for Lynn Vision. And this is the worst possible way for your major campaign to come to its close. Both of these 2 teams have been battling from Stage 1. The last 2 remaining Stage 1 teams. And they've both taken some massive scalps throughout their run. One of them, they'll have to be eliminated. It'll be the end of their campaign. And you want to have this sentiment of they can hold their head high regardless of who gets sent home at the end of this series. But it's going to be hollow for Lynn Vision to go out in such a fashion. Right, still, they've equaled Tai Lu, the Chinese that came before them. But right now, for this game just to be such a blowout, it's just going to feel different.
Yeah, and you heard it from that interview Mike gave over the barbecue, just talking about, you heard it from Sadzin saying to him, it's about the energy they have right now. And I think psychologically, yeah, they are just so well equipped. This feeling of, you know, we've had a twist of fate in our favor. It is, you know, to quote the philosopher Marshall Mathers, if you had one shot, if you had one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted, would you capture it or would you let it slip? And for Legacy, they don't want to let it slip. They want to see that last day of play. They want to take this story all the way.
I think losing the opening game so commandingly to Lynn Vision actually reminded them of exactly that. Right, oh, we are mortal after all, and this could all come to the close in 1 map's time. And now they're back with a vengeance. Now they're back in a big way. Already, with 9 rounds of play, you've got 4 multi-kills from Sads, and I was talking about the opening kills of Dumao. Sure, he's 4-0. Well, the AWP is 3-0, and he's a major rookie.
This looks pacey, Chad. I mean, nothing else is working, so Sensu out the door to his demise. Lux is going to forego the space. Nissim will rotate in. Cracking 1, heavy damage. Westmelon limping into Lux. This feels like it's going to be comfortable once more. A multi-kill, and it's over.
They see the windows are broken. That's a defensive smoke to keep the space.
Yeah, and oh, Lato swings up the single. He connects Lux and Lato. Just racking them up, and Westmelon's the last to fall. Is it going to be 5 alive again? He can't seem to finish a kill, finish a meal. The rounds are so dominant, Chad. It is unbelievable. Lynn Vision
They're stunned. 8 kills.
7 rounds run from Legacy, and there has been 2 kills over that run.
Oh my god.
7 rounds, Legacy have conceded 2 deaths.
Oh, they are just absolutely stunned on the other side of the server. The walls are closing in.
You want to talk about fear of failure? It's not a fear anymore, it's feeling like a reality.
Yeah, this is over. This has to be probably one of the quickest games of the major so far.
Yeah, and they are not slowing down. They are not slowing down. They know they've got them right where they want them.
6-0 in openings. 6-0.
Man possessed.
You're getting ragdolled.
He's just pushing lobby. I mean, this is where you want to throw your mouse across the room. He's pushed lobby again. I'm dead. So Emilia's forced to just once again watch as his team struggle to pick up a single kill. I will reiterate, 2 kills, 7 rounds. Can they get anything going? Because Dumo is doing everything. He is absolutely popping off. An individual performance unlike anything we've seen today. 16 frags, 2 deaths, a KD of 8. Lynn Vision ragdolled.
Oh, well, somehow Sue's still able to crack a smile and a bit of a laugh right there. It's not like they're not trying. They're still running strats. The util's there. They're giving it a go.
That's all you can do.
This is just absolute domination. Running out of words to explain. Just
the whole team's going to be max money. I mean, look at this last round. Everyone's got 15 grand to spare. 10-1. Is it really 11? Has he really doing it again? Dumau beats in, and again.
7-0.
Groundhog Day for Amelia. Misery handed to him by Dumau.
17-2. They're not even getting touched. But how much damage has even been done in half of these rounds? It's hollow, it's hopeless. You're heading towards ramp. Hey, Nissim's also been a headshot machine. How many kills are his? You know, like he's just owning them. You have 2 players on 11-1, and Dumau on 17-2.
This is going to be Nissim's challenge. And immediately headshots are found. They can't get these AKs out of their hands. Lethal in the hands of Legacy.
2v3, final round of the half. Something to help the sorrow.
The pressure has proven to be too much. Lynn Vision crumble. And the Brazilians thrive. Once again. You can't get past them. You just can't beat them. Legacy making a statement, making their legacy true to the name, 11-1. domination by all definitions. For Lynn Vision, they have only won 4 of the last 28 rounds. Lynn Vision are in trouble, and for Legacy, these boys are hitting hard. Just when you think they're done, just when you think the story has to be brought back down to reality. I thought that Dust 2 would have broken them, Chad, but if anything, it has motivated them, reminded them what's at stake and what is on the line. An elimination from the Blast TV Austin Major. Just 2 rounds away for Lynn Vision. They had history in the making. They had the opportunity to do what no team from China had done before, but it's not looking good now. It's looking impossible. Emilia bucks the trend with a frag, an opening kill, something his team have struggled to do, and now still being chased into this B-bomb site. A nice one on the drive-by. Emilia with 3.
Slight resistance, sure. It's tough to get excited about this, and it's still a 2v4. Bombs down here. Onslaught heavy from ramp. Lado knows where Starry is. Might want to try and find a duel as Dumau needs to stay alive and can't. So now Lado finds himself in a 1v3. Oh, if they're going to run at him like that, this isn't impossible. Now it's a 1v2.
Sue is regretting that already. And now this is an isolated duel again. No one can help him. This is just a head-to-head. Oh! Yeah, I mean, a little half-eyed there from Emilia. It just feels like too much has happened in that first half.
Do you know that right there is the second opening kill? Both of them attested to Emilia. And I believe the first multi-kill of the CT side. Sorry,
Lynn Vision side, yeah.
Of the entire map.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me the way that first half went. Well, they were pushing lobby every round. Dumau racking them up. If you didn't see it, if you missed it, just take a look at his total. He's 18-4. What's it gonna be? Tech 9's, Mac 10's pace, the name of the game, and the shotgun is supposed to be the one to stop her. That's what it's positioned in the hub for. Scout will finish what Sue started, but it's still up for debate. Emilia, he's holding on for the boys. Another triple kill. Back to back, just to weather the storm of that pacey top pop.
Look, I really respect it from Emilia. It might seem silly because of the score, but at least it tells me that he hasn't lost the belief, even in the face of something that should truly be an impossibility. Right, this run, we've already spoken about it. Both of these teams from stage 1. For Lynn Vision, though, they've had to do it the hard way in every single stage. That means they've played every single day of Counter-Strike. This is the most intense boot camp you could ever possibly hope for.
Against the world's best.
Right, this is the major. This is what it's all about, and they played every day. Now, Inferno, Alex, they lost the round to just these pistols, remember?
Yeah, they did.
They won the pistol.
With Starry taking early damage.
Yes, so it looks like a similar recipe. Starry has this bell rung early again. Thank God for Zaka. So support from the heavens as now they have a 3v5 advantage in their favor for what feels like maybe the first time in this game. Sue goes down.
Sue can't catch a break.
Sue's...
Oh my God.
Christmas. Guys, if you want any way back in, you can't be giving over any more guns. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Sue's 1-14.
Yeah, get him out of hub. I think it's just something psychologically with a scoreline like this where you just kind of tell yourself it's over. That's what's so impressive about Emilia is it's clear he hasn't done that. He hasn't come to the conclusion that it's over. However, Sue, tough.
You know, I feel like I'm grandstanding a bit here about this, but the majors, now that it's expanded to 32 teams, there's a lot more opportunity, and I think that the key for both of these names being stage 1 teams to have gone the distance, and especially the Legacy story, a team who are only here because Bestia couldn't get the visas by the deadline, right? This is an opportunity that they should have never had, and both of them have come in and they're showing why Counter-Strike is a global game, why you want there to be this level of opportunity for people.
And why 32 teams seems like the right decision at the right time. He's actually going to get an extra cash for those boys.
Imagine if he wins this.
1-2.
I think all Chinese fans around the world can agree with that sentiment. So right now, it is going to be 11-4. This is the next big test, is the guns are about to come out for Legacy. An extra $600 in the bank balance. Sue will need to start to pull up his socks. He will have to find contributions if they want any way back in. Everybody on this team now will need to deliver key frags, whether it's won and traded. That's enough. But step by step, round by round. It sounds cliche.
I'm not joking either, Chad. That is 3 triple kill rounds from Amelia back to back to back.
Yeah, and this is the story about him starting to flourish as a human being. He probably doesn't want this to come to its end.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. More than anything.
Okay, first test. Sadzen with the AWP was fantastic in the first half. So many openers between him and Dumao. They were monsters. Absolute monsters. Keeping Lynn Vision up at night. On top of main, smoke wall lands. Deep flash. It's going to help with the cross.
Yeah, Zaka blinded off.
The rotation's already down to B. And Starry.
He has perfect block util as well, so we can hold on to that.
To be fair, he's playing relatively scared. He's worried about them already being across if he's playing that static of a stance. So his block utility better be damn sharp. And that's early. This shows pressure, right? They've dropped that without any pressure. There was no molly, there was no steps, there was no head-to-head, and they dropped that immediately. So Dumao being down, it's not actually the finish. It's just space being taken. And you would love the fact that you dropped that because you know you've got them shrouded in darkness. So he's going to tuck down lower deep. Westmelon reblocks Squeaky as the second wave of util. They're going to try and wrap heaven and hell.
Yeah, Zaka
needs a kill.
Needs one.
Spotted.
Dead. Drop off. Ooh, gets away from Dumao spray. Held by the AWP. Sadzen reveals this is clear, amplifying the pressure towards hell. Now, Sean Nissim, the lobby lurk has been cut down. So Amelia, again, a valuable contribution, but you better be ready for heaven to top. They missed their lockers smoke. Doesn't matter. Zaka onto Dumao, stops the access.
It's Westmelon and A who's going to take contact here, at least it was.
Is he not looking?
They're transitioning in, trying to get better space.
Oh, great headshot from Lux.
From Su.
Needed that. Su, hold on. Just 2 kills. You'd love to survive a little longer. They drop into the site. Sadzen provide the cover. He's actually hit it, but down goes the planter. It's going to be their round. Lynn Vision, they survive the first of many tests.
Okay, so the bomb doesn't get planted in that situation. Right now you have 3 players on the legacy side of the server who can go AKs or Galils with utility. Actually, Nissim is in that conversation too. So 4 out of the 5 can go for a buy. Sadzen could go for something a little bit lighter. And that right there, that's sound. That means one thing. The first tactical timeout for Legacy in this map. I don't even remember if they bothered taking a timeout on Inferno with how absolutely dominant it was. So this is them on the precipice of victory, pushing them through to a 2-2, and there's a whole bunch of teams that could be fighting for that tomorrow. So can they find a solution? Looks like it is just going to be half hedge in of the purchases. There'll be 1 AK for Lux, some Tech 9s for 3 of them, and Dumao in with a Galil. They've got enough smokes right now to go for a standard opener. You could do either the direct smoke wall, which is just 1, 2, and 3. 2 of them connecting, well, actually all 3 of them connecting across red. You could go diagonal. And I think we might as well see the squeaky lurk smoke. You need to make sure that you continue to question any point of rotation for these CTs. So window's broken. Outside smoke's being lined up.
Free smoke wall.
So they've gone the direct.
Oh, wow. Starry had a golden opportunity onto Lux, just dropping off. That's supposed to be punishable. Now Lux is dropping in.
They're trying to split into A.
This is going to be a real quick test for Westmelon's top side. Starry trying to stay on that main angle. They're going to pop through the squeaky smoke as well. Oh, confirmation. They surely have a good idea of the setup now.
Lots of bodies here. Oh, drop vent.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They're going to go B through vent. Oh, and it works. Oh, this retake gets hard. That's a good pick-off. Taking down the AK. One of the only 2 rifles equipped.
Wow, Zaka's holding ramp. He doesn't even know this is possible until just now. So rotating over because of the sound cues. The U2 gives it away. They've got kits, they've got util.
They've got weaponry, they've even got the man advantage, but something telling me this one could be the 12th.
Okay, pennies drop. They know that the lion's share of these Ts are all down towards B. Every single member to defend. Here we go.
They hear it. Lato relays an entire army is coming out of this ramp side. 2 narrow choke points, smoke towards the control, spamming their Tech 9s. Westmelon takes a dink. Starry still onto Sadzen. It's Lato down to Amelia. Onto the defuse. They need to be defusing. If Dumao and Nissim can just stop that defuse. And the HP playing on it. Su is sticking. Su has got to hold on. Hold the defuse. It can't do it.
Everyone goes down.
Steal it away. All their guns, all their Kevlar. Everything gone. Lynn Vision just trying to claw their way back in, and Legacy steal it with a vent dive plant.
Whoever went on the defuse was the lowest of the HP of all of the players. He went straight for the defuse. He had no HP. He was red. You can see he's sticking it here, but a stray bullet through the smoke takes him off. They get on it immediately, but there's just not enough time. Su jumped on it immediately, but there was no time.
Everything all gone. Legacy know just how important that round is.
Oh, look at the buy.
It's the final nail, I think, in the coffin here. Lynn Vision, their major could end any round now. And for Legacy, they can extend more chapters.
Anything's possible, right? The type of wins that this team has gotten going into tomorrow, again, they're likely not to be a favorite against anybody that they match up against. But why can't they? Who's going to stop them? Who's going to tell them no?
And will Legacy believe them? Headshot, lovely from Lato. They're trying every trick in the book. They're trying to turn up their heat. Are you ready for a 5-7 up close? No, you're not. Sadsin actually is. I think he caught wind. Amelia pushes around the corner. Just funnel them into the site. Lynn Vision dropping like flies. The Legacy story looks to continue another day, the final day of play in the third stage. And for Lynn Vision, every single day they have plugged in their mouse and keyboard every day. Here in Blast TV Austin Major, however, it comes to a close with a whimper. Dominance on display from these Brazilians. They've got heart, fire in their bellies, a point to prove, and they continue to prove it. Legacy dominate once more. This Cinderella story has more chapters. Who will tell them no?
For Lynn Vision, that's the end of the road. Grit and determination on display. Chinese Counter-Strike is not just about aim anymore, but they look shell-shocked. Absolutely dumpstered in back-to-back maps.
Think about the way it started.
And what a run it had been. Yeah, Dust 2 must feel like absolute eons ago at this moment.
You 13-2 a team.
Look at Amelia.
Everything's flowing.
Still able to get a smile on the face.
I mean, I think there is, you know, for people from such different parts of the world, there is such a clear symbiosis between the two of them. They both know just how much that win will mean. And also, Dumao on the other side knows just how tough that loss will feel.
It's a tough way to things to go down, right? This is the story of Chinese Counter-Strike coming to a close for Austin.
They made a splash.
And that's a tough way to see it end. They've equaled that of Tyloo, who've come before them, 2018 London. Lynn Vision, admirable stuff throughout this event, but that'll be it as we throw it over to Freya with a loser interview.
Yeah, solid run from Lynn Vision throughout the Blast TV Austin Major, but sadly, it does come to an end today. Sue, can you just tell me the emotions that are running through your head right now?
To be honest, like personally, I don't have any pressure right now, but we definitely did not perform that well for this match. But they perform like better than us. I think they have like better strats, better contests. I think they deserve it. But overall, like went through the stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. I think already proved that we became like a lot better. And then I'm happy with the result. And like we ended up here. Yeah.
100%, as you should be, right? I know it's probably hard to dissect in this very moment, but Dust 2, so dominant for you guys. What do you feel like, got out of your hands when we moved on to Inferno and then subsequently Nuke?
We know Inferno is going to be a hard map for us, but we don't really expect a score. And then for Nuke, we know how they play, but our strategies and our callouts wasn't like we just can't win. Like they're just pushing like lobby and get a kill from us, and that's pretty tough.
As we've been talking about before, you guys, great run here. You've tied for, the best result a Chinese team have made at a major since Tyloo back at the Face It London Major, all the way back in 2018. What are your takeaways from the experience in Austin for yourself and the team?
To be honest, like this major, we played against lots of like foreign teams. Of course, we're gaining like the purpose of like being in stage 3 is like gaining more experience, like facing against like top teams. Like we had a game against Mongolian, the Mongols, Liquid, and Team Spirit. Like we're getting a lot of like experience from them. Yeah.
And I feel like you've garnered a hell of a lot more fans watching from all the way around the globe as well. Anything you want to say to them? You can say it in Chinese if you'd like.
Thank you for supporting us. 中国的粉丝的话，虽然这最后一场我们打的还是有点微大变，但是呢，也希望你们继续支持我们吧，我们也会继续进步之类的。希望下次在赛场的时候能perform 更好吧。
Thank you so much for your time. So unfortunately, Lynn Vision do meet their end here, but one more team does have to join them. That's going to be either MOUZ or Aurora going down after the break.
What have you said to the team, though, ahead of the game? What's the motivational speech right now that it looks like you guys need?
I think like the motivation right now is that we have nothing to lose. I think they are favorite here to win the match, but I think they feel the pressure more than us, actually, right now, to be honest, because if they lose, it's one of the contenders to win this major, to be honest. So I think they have the pressure on the shoulder, but it's a great team, it's a good team, and I'm really believe in my heart that we can face them, we can fight them, and we can win them. Yeah, so we will do.
It's interesting how you're talking, right? Because you normally say, like, yeah, we can fight, we can win, but obviously against these guys, you're saying they're contenders to win the major, they're one of the best teams in the world, but you are as well, no?
Obviously, but like I think MOUZ this year, in terms of result, they are a little better than us. Like I will not say that we are better team than MOUZ, because in the paper they did better results. But I really believe that if one team can win against them in BO3 here, it's us. Also when we play Vitality. So I think if we have a good day and my teammate are in a good shape today, I think we can win them. Like.
Let's hope everything goes your way, man. Thank you very much. Psycho, I'm going to just start with, how are you personally doing? How are you dealing with this crazy situation you find yourselves in that I guess you definitely didn't expect?
I think we put ourselves in this situation. The BO1s usually for MOUZ is something we're quite good at. We didn't manage on the first day and we were playing a little bit stressed, and it's something we had to deal with. And even yesterday the stress was at 100%, right? To be honest, we might not have even been here today. So I'm happy about that, and I feel fairly confident going into today.
Now, obviously, Mirage got crazy, but I want to talk about the nuke a little bit. Did it feel like they kind of had the perfect counter or the perfect read on what you were trying to do, maybe focusing more towards NAF and then like adding more bodies there and just switching things up? Because you got shut down in a lot of ways, or maybe you saw it in a different way than what we did.
I think definitely they came in with a good game plan. For us on nuke, we had an approach for the first few rounds that we wanted to run, and it was the case that we had a top spawn, we wanted to peek with the AWP, then they probably know where numbers in this area. I think it's just a good reaction for them to read that situation. Then next time, we also show at the same time, hey, we're here, and we announce ourselves before we even get to run our plan. So it was a little bit messy from a tactical standpoint, and they carried that momentum throughout the game, and yeah, took it from us quite convincingly.
Now, looking at best of threes is where I expect you guys to be more comfortable. You did win the one yesterday, and at the end, that's what matters, right? But what are you noticing? What are you seeing that's different to how you guys performed the rest of the year? And what have you said to the guys about all of this?
For me, the majors is often about who wants to win more. I think if you stand here for another few minutes, you'll hear the guys from the Brazilian teams or the Chinese teams scream quite a lot behind us. And I think that's what it takes here. It's the will to win has to be higher than the other team. Not always the prettiest CS is going to win at the majors.
Do you feel like right now, though, your team is confident enough and can handle all the pressure around them, especially going into another elimination game against arguably a much tougher opponent than Liquid in Aurora, but you do have a good record against them?
I feel very confident, and also in the BO3 format now, if we're good enough, we're going to make it to playoffs, but we need to take it one game at a time. We cannot take anything for granted.
Truly is last chance, Lynn, for both MOUZ and Aurora if they want to keep their lives here at the Blast TV Austin Major 2025. But I think we can go ahead and check in with the Blast TV Fantasy Simulator, or Bracket Simulator rather, to see exactly what has been going down today. On the A stream, of course, we did see Legacy survive to fight at least one more day, moving into that 2-2 spot as Lynn Vision did get eliminated. Down on the B stream, we just heard it, the roars coming out from Pain Gaming as they eliminated 3D Max as well. We're going to be diving into our final 1-2 game, as we've been talking about, MOUZ versus Aurora. Hell of a lot on the line, a hell of a lot of pressure, considering just looking at the context of both of these teams throughout this year and the playoffs runs that they've made, Jacob.
Yeah, ever since MOUZ have gotten Brolan, it's just been a story that has been developing into something beautiful that none of us could really expect. When Shuhei was left out, Brolan came in as an in-game leader. A lot of people raised questions. Is that going to work out? Is Spinks going to help you out? And MOUZ ever since have consistently been the second best or the third best team in the world. Made playoff every single time they had the opportunity with Brolan, and the same could be said for Aurora. So we have two teams who's been very consistently performing throughout the entire year, but when it matters the most, here in Austin, they both find themselves in a tough position now, and one has to lose, Peter, which means one of those playoff streaks will have to end.
That's the case, you know, and for me, I think MOUZ Sports is obviously the one to be looking at in terms of pressure, and they said that themselves, that there will just be pressure on them because they are moving in as a favorite in all through of the games. So For me, going up against a team like Aurora that looked super poor yesterday, I think they must be feeling confident. That also shows in the video.
Yeah, I think the pressure has to be more on MOUZ. Like, obviously, Aurora, man, they've been attending every single tournament that they can lay their hands on. I don't blame them if they're maybe a little bit tired, maybe a little bit jaded coming into this. But for MOUZ, considering that they've made multiple Grand Finals versus Vitality as well, made them competitive, I think they're the name that I'm looking at as they have to be showing up to.
100%. I think they are the most reliable team out of the two. They are the most reliable team in terms of having a hope of someone beating Vitality in a Grand Final. I know they've been trying over and over and over again. They haven't been able to do it. They had a couple of closer games against Vitality, so in that regard, yeah. But make no mistake, for Aurora as well, if they were to lose it, it's a massive disappointment. Not making top 8 at the major when you consistently have been a top 5, top 6 team throughout the entire year, that would be disappointing as well. So both teams are playing under a lot of pressure, but obviously MOUZ are the top dog in that regard.
And I think like when you look at MOUZ Sports, what stands out for them, maybe in like a negative way in some sense, is that they do not have a Donk, they don't have a Saiwu, and they don't have a Monesi and Nico. So it's a team that relies on the team to function. Like they have good players, they have like stars, but they don't have a superstar. So I think for MOUZ to be playing good, they need everyone to chime in, and they specifically need, in my opinion, Torsi and Exertion to step up.
Well, precarious position for both teams to be finding themselves in. As the veto reads, we've got Train, Inferno, Mirage. If we do so require it, and we've got Chad and Alex to be guiding you through this banger of a game.
I'm very intrigued, actually, to see which one of these teams shows up with this will to win. Cyclone references. It's intense, and I can't quite believe that we're here. Aurora, MOUZ, one of them's going home.
Yeah, this is wild. So this is, Des just touched upon our last 1-2 game of the day, and the stakes for both these teams is wild. I would say they both had successful seasons by their own standards. A trophy in the cabinet for MOUZ, multiple Grand Finals against Vitality. Their worst placement since Spinks joined the roster is 3rd, 4th at any event.
That's their worst.
Their worst performance. And on the other side of the server, Aurora, the Turkish pride. Sure, they changed organization, but they still fly the flag. These boys have made playoffs of every single event they have attended. That's 8 out of 8. Right?
8 out of 8.
So this is the one that matters the most, and both of these teams know this, but their shortcomings throughout, some of the best of ones have put them in this situation. MOUZ were down 0-2. If you didn't catch the Liquid game yesterday, that one had it all, the story, Shui versus his ex-team. And MOUZ just got by after a life game from Ultimate on Mirage. These are both stage 3 teams. So there've been a couple of days of play for both of them. It's the first best of 3 we'll see for Aurora because of the back and forth with their best of 1s.
Yeah, MOUZ coming in as favorites. You can see the odds on screen, and understandably so. I mean, you've just said their worst placement was 3rd, 4th.
Yeah, and I think that this is an interesting matchup. Now, as far as the head-to-head goes, they played at Blast Lisbon in the semi-finals, and MOUZ 2-0'd them. When you look at the maps, they also banned each other's strongest, or some of each other's strongest. For example, MOUZ ban Anubis, and that's what Eternal Fire, aka Aurora, are known for. And Aurora ban Ancient, which is a top map in MOUZ's map pool. So that also causes a couple of issues.
Which means we're going to end up somewhere else, somewhere outside of both teams' strong suits.
So seeing Train come through as the pick from MOUZ, it's quite curious to see. I think there's some factors going forward. I am surprised to see Aurora pick Inferno. They did have a blowout loss to G2 on that very map. 13-4, which is questioning, right? And there was some crazy rounds within that game.
Oh, I watched that highlight on Reddit the other day. I missed it because we were casting, but incredible.
I want to help summarize both of these teams' seasons as well. So we're 6 months into 2025 and talking about how deep both of these teams have gone. Now, I only included the maps that MOUZ played with Spinks because the start of the year was at Bounty where they had Shui, then they got rid of him and they had to play Katowice with Zelek. So both of those events are kind of a waste of time if you're a MOUZ concerned fan. Only worry about the team since Spinks is in the roster.
Well, for the team that loses this series, Chad, I feel like the major would be feeling like a waste of time.
Yeah, so you've got 90 maps played in this season for MOUZ, and you have 121 for Aurora. That just shows you the sheer amount of events and how deep they've been going in said events. And this is a major semi-finalist from Shanghai in MOUZ, who lost to the eventual winners Spirit 2-1. They would hate to go home without being able to see those playoffs. They need a win now and then a win in the next as we start with the pistol. Jimmy's been able to get some space outside, but the dual Berettas open things up towards B.
Oh, and then the bait and switch. You'd have loved to track him. Doesn't seem to have cost him. Wicardia. Okay, Wicardia gets the job done. Triple in defense of B. And that's an energy attempt there from Aurora, trying to keep the troops rallied, keep this momentum flowing, starting as they mean to go on with the convincing pistol.
It's more of a fun fact than a crazy note, but just a lack of games, obviously. Aurora have only played 3 maps because of 3 best-of-1s, whereas it's been 5 for MOUZ, but both teams are 50-50 in the pistol department. Okay. So it's not like that we're looking for one of them with a massive proficiency. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But that is a great start for the Turks, as it will be the eco for MOUZ.
Yeah, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on the way they approach their CT side. I think Madja, one of the first to have the insta-main smoke lineups.
Yeah, there's always a geek with the util, isn't he, Madja? He's the type of in-game leader that's constantly setting up his teammates. One of the oldest players at the major, Jimmy one of the youngest, so we have got the polar opposites right there.
Well, the oldest, or one of the oldest, is going to be tested, because they're coming his way, just playing for a Jiggle Smoke Block Ivy. Only a pair of dual Berettas, and third, oh, he's flubbed it. Or was that deliberate? Is that, I don't think that's the smoke he was aiming for.
No, I don't think so either.
However, it doesn't really
No,
matter.
it's against an eco.
It doesn't really matter.
No, we're not concerned with that one whatsoever.
We're not even calling the judges.
Nah, they don't need to get involved in this. I'm just trying to bring myself up to speed with some of the nuances regarding Train right now.
I mean, this is a map we haven't seen too frequently. And when I say we, us, as a partnership and commentary, we haven't seen too many Train.
And the major either, right?
Oh, really?
It's one of the lowest played maps of the major, I believe, alongside of Anubis, which makes sense for the newest map in the pool.
Yeah.
But Aurora, they've lost their last 5 outings on this, which informs the decision for MOUZ, as Woxic gets 1 and done. Wakadia will jaunt over as Jota pushes up main. And I think they've actually changed their CT setup throughout the season, have Aurora? Earlier on, we were doing a Train game towards the start of the year. I think it was against VP. And that's when they were known as Eternal Fire, and Jota was playing the D-bomb side. I believe they've repositioned him to the yard. We'll keep our eyes on this, as that's the 2-0 start. Sure, a couple of casualties, but still breezy now. We'll get the investment coming forward. Yeah, so in the last 3 months, to not have a win on Train, some of Aurora's losses are catastrophic. A 13-3 to Heroic, a 13-3 to Astralis. So those are quite damning. And it actually extends further than the last 3 months. They've played it 10 times this season. They've only won it twice.
Ooh, damning indeed.
Yeah, so just on a run of 8 losses on this map right now.
Well, it makes sense to see MOUZ picking it. However, it probably makes sense to Aurora that this was going to show up in the series.
And at the major, they're yet to play it on their campaign just yet. Again, only best of 1s, 3 maps so far. So a limited sample size, and in the lead into this is where you tweak your weaknesses. You prepare for the worst, and you bring in your best to the major. Wakadia, B defender, will have Woxic rotating back. Does not have his signature weapon of the AWP, the Southpaw Sniper. We'll have to get it done with the M4 at range. Looking like they want to leak in towards A. They could have multiple bodies launching out high ramp. Torji, Molly lined up. That could be well placed towards Connector. Help constrict the rotations, means they just need to win these duels.
That's a very well
Break clear.
He breaks open. It doesn't matter. Zerchin cracks open the sight with a headshot onto the anchor. Woxic goes down in unison. Job done. Spinks and Zerchin break in.
You look at Train for MOUZ on the other hand. They've had some clashes against Vitality on it. Back in Dallas, they took down Liquid 13-2. Back at Lisbon, they took down Falcons 13-11. So it's a map that's definitely, I wouldn't say a comfort, but something they're happy to flirt with when a veto like this comes on the docket.
And I've heard conversation, I think it was Apex in an interview talking about how he thought the meta was going to be quite stale. One of the reasons Vitality weren't playing it too much but comfortable when it's picked against them was that he felt that there's only so much you can do, as opposed to the old Trains of yesteryear. I wonder if you think that's going to perhaps be shifting as the meta evolves.
Well, that's the thought until somebody breaks the meta.
Yeah, right.
So we'll see how that can manifest forward as the first round now on the board from MOUZ. They've been put through their paces yesterday, and Torji, he's the man who brings the energy in that jersey. You can always hear it. His comms, they're always concise, but the man, I'd follow him into battle. And the other that does a lot of talking on that side of the server, yeah, Brolin might be the in-game leader, but if you sit and you listen in the room, Exertion is calling a lot of the plays. On the CT side, he plays these positions where he's involved in the fight, so calling what type of utility he requires. Miss Molly for the pop harass. Jota gets main control, or...
Does he?
Well, he's flirting with the idea.
Yeah, well, he's going to be trapped now. Back turned and just an easy find. Okay, well, that's a flaw in your setup. That should not be possible. Jota's back just presented itself and an easy opening. No hard work, no sweat on the brow. Jimmy goes looking. Centaurus does remove Brolan, and Centaurus removes Spinks as well. It's Jimmy on the trade. Wakadia takes his place, slips into E-Box. Back of the bomb, headshot hard to hit for Xerxin. Oh, that's not hard to hit for Wakadia. Puts Torji very low. Nice headshot.
A no man's land.
This is winnable though.
Imagine needs a multi.
Has to do a lot. And Jimmy's been hitting a good couple of shots in this round. A double kill so far.
The fact it's so silent, you're going to assume a rotation. Do you play for info?
And if you do, that's what MOUZ are banking on.
Yeah, Woxic's so low. A stray bullet and he goes down. Imagine now peering in, still sees nothing.
Oh, nice shot. It's the second demanded of Madja, and he gets it.
Now Woxic can swing.
Yeah, he could get that answer. Oh, and Madja lives. That's exactly what you want to be seeing from their captain.
This is in Xerxin's wheelhouse.
It certainly is. Picks up the bomb. Madja and Woxic disappear. And he goes looking for Madja. He hasn't got much time for this fight.
He has to plant outside, and both of them giving him space. SoundQ has to come next, so as Xerxin searches, he finds nothing. Now they get to activate.
Okay, well now he knows where they're both coming from.
Madja might run him down.
Does he run him down? No, elects to walk, gets his gun back out, and slips away as Madja encroaches. Woxic's up close. Xerxin, headshot found. It's just Madja. His first two contributions, but it could be all for naught. If Xerxin can come up clutch, slip it around this bomb train, reading Madja like a book. Oh, but the headshot comes in. That's what you want to see for Aurora. That's a motivation as they're down in numbers. Forced to watch as Madja saves the day.
Yeah, important there from Unk. Old man still got it. Getting a massive round right there to pull them out of it. So hitting the pause, hoping the fights come their way, and some great shots hit from the in-game leader.
Double kill from Centaurus as well. Gets that belated trade onto Brolan's swing. Just a momentary bit of vision prior to that flashbang, and he gets both of them.
And they just full rotated as well. They completely sold B. Everybody rotated outside to take the fight, and they get across the line as that will inspire confidence. 3-1. The buy on the CT side, it's rough around the edges. Woxic will have to operate with an MP9. Still no ult for him. 5 AKs on the other side as the sandwich smoke lands. The harass utility to pop once more. This time it's double HEs. The barrage utility doesn't find its home.
I'm very intrigued to see if Madja's org actually gives him a hand in the head-to-head with Jimmy. Oof, good flash work, gets him across. Pressure applied.
Yeah, he's going to have to drop this smoke. Woxic, Centaurus, and Jota postured forward to deal with Main and Popdog right now. So that's that smoke block Ivy. And actually, that's going to pull Brol and Torji back across. Do we see a smoke late from Xerxin the camera? I think it's in the air right now.
They're going to trade real estate. Deep main smoke in exchange for probably an Ivy lurk.
Okay, so they've gone sandwich and not camera, right? If you drop a camera smoke, it does really force different positions to be played from the CTs. Woxic getting up close with this MP9. And that smoke says that they can leak. So now back alley is open. How do they deal with this?
Yeah, it's a horrible position to be in with an MP9.
Yeah, I hate this for Woxic.
Yeah, that's really uncomfortable. Centaurus, he wants to provide some comfort. Oh, what flurry of frags. Woxic gets 2. Tested through the smoke. They walk through it and weren't ready for Woxic on the other side. A good catch as well from Wakadia. His M4 connects, and Spinks, well, sure, the AK has found the head onto Jota, but with 12 HP, there's nothing left for him in this round.
All right, well, it should be the save. You think hold on to this. The loss bonus on the T side is only 2,400 into the next, so they can get some light upgrades around this saved AK and see if they're able to get Spinks to find an opener. Major winner. Only one in the server right now knows what it takes to lift that trophy. But with your backs against the wall in a pressure match, it's going to be a long way. Tomorrow will be a 2-2 game for either of these teams. Can't wait to see what the matchups look like, but there you have it. And Woxic, the level of output that he found there, they must have graced through the smoke. I hope we catch this in the replay, because that right there was a misplay from MOUZ. So Woxic, yeah, coming through the smoke. On the second, he just holds down MOUZ 1 and finds poor Jimmy there, but the first, that's his kill every day of the week.
And you highlighted how uncomfortable it was for him. The one way that suddenly becomes easy is if people walk through a smoke into an MP9.
I can't believe they've gone for that level of a play. So assuming that they were going to play off of Ivy. Okay, saved AK, some light pistol upgrades, very limited utility to try and facilitate Spinks. So he's going over towards Ivy to see if he can win a heads-up duel against Madja. They've started 2B, so outside slightly softened.
Yeah, so Woxic plays for this first, and a Deagle headshot onto the AWP. The bomb's on its way. Wicardia.
Oh my god, they snatched the AWP.
Yeah, rotations, that's a good find, but now that AWP is in enemy hands, and Xantares and Madja realize they've got to be careful here. So does Jota if he pushes oversteps the mark. Torji's P250 at this range can be lethal.
I would love Exertion to give this over right now to Torji and let the master work.
I suppose the Kev might be what's changing it, but still.
I didn't mind the fact that he held the low round line for Hump, but now give it over to Torji.
Oh, I don't think they tracked that. Oh, Exertion's hit a banger with the Desert Eagle. Torji is equipped with the AWP. Needed a double there out of Madja. Ivy occupied, that's the hero AK, but it's the hero D from Xertion. The output he is starting to find as Xantares matches it. A double kill on the pop swing. Spinks, you've got a winnable situation ahead of you. 45 to work your magic. Bomb down. Xantares last seen E-Box. Oh, the elevation. Too hard to track. That's a big round. Double kill out of that duo you want to be seeing online. Wicardia and Xantares, 7 frag totals each.
They even get the AWP to give over to Woxic. So, look, another stressful scenario, but they do get across the line. So you've had a Madja moment, and now the X Factor from Xantares.
Look at this.
That's a beautiful shot. Absolutely deletes Woxic. What's he meant to do about that in a second? So Exertion online hitting some big ones early, but still lacking by 4 rounds currently.
Let's go,
They brought the energy today.
Yeah,
you felt that one in your bones, didn't you?
I did.
Well, this is what it's all about. The emotions as we push straight in. Wicardia on the biff, 1 for 1.
Nice touch of aggression from Wicardia. We'll keep him on their toes.
So it's going to keep coming.
Yeah, another fight taken.
That's your X-Factor player of Exertion down. He's the playmaker dead.
Xantares ready to take fights. He's the perfect player to be holding main like this.
If Jota keeps pushing, he might find Brolin.
He might. That smoke won't last forever.
The other two are coming back to join Brolin. Torji and Jimmy late to this.
But Jota's in such a powerful position. It's going to be interesting to see if he just silently holds.
I think if he plays off of the reaction, it would be better. Right now, you have Madja playing towards Hump with this AUG.
Like, let them peek into you.
They feel like they have utility to execute, and they know it's a possibility. When does Jota hit the go? There's no rotation for Madja. It is going to be quite far away for Xantares and Woxic.
Jimmy's been tasked with holding as they line up towards the util. Madja, it's a good use case for the AUG. He's got that angle to the low ramp.
Perfect!
Oh, Jota times it to perfection. The bomb carrier screaming, squealing that there's a flank. And already Jimmy low. Jota managing this well. Xantares chips in. Brolin down. Jimmy helpless in a 1v3. No bomb, no teammates, no health. No rounds for MOUZ. This is a run from Aurora. He doesn't have the bomb. Takes down the AWP short. Maybe that's going to be a valuable tool for Torji into the next.
Well, they're already trying to cut him off. Both of them have gone pop, right? They're actually in a position to try and hunt this one away. So Jimmy will be allowed to hold on to it, but the fact that they were both there ready to cut him off at the pass, okay. These rounds continue to rack up now. And that from Jota couldn't have worked better. The timing that he caught there was perfect. He hears the U2 get released. He starts to activate. There's not enough resources. They can't worry about the flank. And a delayed yell. Timeout called first for Cycron. And there have been some opportunities. There have been some close moments. They've been down and out in matches before. There's a way back in. So the stress, it's not starting to creep in just yet. But worrying signs for MOUZ. Now the loss bonus, of course, it's maxed out. 3,400 into the next to save AWP right now. The biggest issue is for poor Jimmy. He found himself saving head armor, but donating the AWP. So what's he going to wield? He only has 400 bucks in the back pocket. He's going to have to get a pistol in his hands. I think that's been donated across, so at least he can work with something. But you've saved that for Torji. Let's see if the Hungarian can find an opener on the AWP. Great from Xantares on the jump there. It is head-to-head, Xantares versus Exertion. The X factors for both teams. They're really the players that you want to be keeping your eyes on as far as early exchanges are concerned.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see the pathing of this AWP. Is he going to try and take something aggressive? They throw a pre-extinguish to set him up for 1 bullet. Oh, and he catches 2.
Can he get out?
I'm not sure. 31. Oh, the nade is chasing him around the corner. He gets out. Okay, so an aggressive venture thwarted.
So deep smoke in main. I think against pistols, you don't really need to push in there unless you're super diligent with the utility on the Aurora side. Right now that it's a little bit quiet outside, you might want to make sure there's a player close to help out that of Wicardia towards B. Woxic posted, showing the new pop dog and the length at range for the AWP. Once upon a time, it was just JW going in there, ready for ladder drops. Joda rotates over, supporting Wakadia. B hit on the cards. Got 2 mollies, a smoke, and a flash to work with for this pop-in. Now, ideally in this situation, you would love to let the AWP bound his head off the low ramp and post up to deal with rotations coming in through connector, but the pistols need to grab space. Questions have been asked of Ivy. That's why Wakadia is dropping back. That lurk smoke thrown out is giving them some room to work with. Now the pressure is on.
How many can Jota get here? Nice tracking on the first. Turns his back and adjusts into Spinks. 2 body shots connected. Jota lucky to be alive. And there's the support. That's what you want to see. Working in tandem.
Oh.
Yeah, luck from
Some
Jimmy.
of the deaths that Woxic have are wild.
He's had a rough go of it. A rough shake of the stick. A nice headshot from Jim.
Yeah, but that's really all it is right now. 6 rounds the difference. Poor Woxic is just getting slapped by pistols at the moment.
Could you remind me? Because I feel like you told me about the train from Aurora. Like this is...
They've lost 5 in a row. They've lost 8 in a row. They've lost 5 in a row in the last 3 months.
Right.
They've played it 10 times this year.
And they've won it twice.
They've only won it twice, and that was their first 2 outings. But they've changed a lot. Like, Wakadia's being the B defender now, so Joda gets to play outside, and...
Because it's definitely flowing right now.
That's missed you two.
It was flowing right now, Chad.
Oopsie daisies.
Yeah, okay. Torji with the bomb on his back, quick to try and take a look. Oh, and Woxic gets punished. This time, Spinks is ready for the aggressions. Little does he know, Wakadia's been doing that in relentless rounds.
I like that Woxic's still looking for the fights, but this one is actually going to sting an awful lot. You don't really have any B defense right now. Wakadia's playing from Con, Joda on the jiggles, and it's left eye. So, yep, info, and then had Stoic on the block.
Look how confident Zantares plays this.
He knows he needs to make a fight to level things up 4v4.
Yeah, so deep main smoke, and then they will try and ask questions of Exertion. He prepares himself for that, and lovely combination. Brollan and Exertion flatten another. Defenders left to just 3.
You have to take a gamble right now, Aurora. Do you stack outside or you try and... Oh, okay.
Or do you sit in the smoke and hope?
Brollan's going to get the better of him here.
Yeah, if he walks through. Oh, just what he was waiting for.
Well, they stacked B.
And the bomb's going A. So it's all worked out for MOUZ. One of the easier rounds we've seen from them, and it's all well constructed.
Hey, take a look at the bottom left-hand side of your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. As far as the money's concerned, it's just Wakadia and Maja who have decent cash to work with, as well as the weapons that they still hold on to. We're talking 1,400 loss into the next, so it is mandatory for them to hold on to these guns, and Spinks knows exactly that. Removing these is a big boon.
So in a prime position to catch this hunt. AWP from Woxic's corpse. Likely going to be their prize if they can hold on and if this hunt doesn't commit. Xertion's asking questions of the B site now from the connector. Spinks hasn't continued to push though. At this point, MOUZ probably just satisfied with a round on this D side of train.
Yeah, look, you can throw away 1 or 2 rifles in this scenario. I think that's fine because your teammates will be able to drop. But if you start getting into the 3 or 4, then that's going to damage your finances going forward as well. So they're not going to get away with anything here. Magic can buy... I think what probably happens in this scenario, so AWP will go to Woxic, of course. Then Maja might even give a rifle over to Zantares or Joda because those are the close main players. Wakadi can drop a rifle as well. And then somebody is going to have to operate with an SMG, which is probably Maja who's going to get the short end of the stick, unless Joda just wants to pipe straight in for a main fight with an SMG or straight into pop, right? So it really depends on some of these spawns. So I'm going to try and flick through right now and see what we've got available, as it is going to be attack timeout from Aurora. Joda has one of the more forward spawns right now, so he could really operate with an SMG and it would be okay. Yeah, he's going with the MP9. So look, they've taken the timeout. Do you have a statement move on the CT side that can be a bit in their face, or are you happy just to play out default rounds? If you lose this one, you understand you lose the economy game and MOUZ can work back in. So there's an awful lot riding on this, and I love the tactical timeout there from Faber. It's very well timed, well positioned, and poised for Aurora to try and bounce back from that round loss. That's heard. You've heard this. You understand that the AWP is close. Jimmy will have called the scope. Torchi's coming back.
He's going to flash for him. Oh my god, Woxic, you don't want to be losing double opening deaths, do ya? Holding for the Torji Krauts. Can he get away with it? No, he won't! Got a scope in, and Jimmy trades. That was necessary.
Also telegraphed as well by that flash. So Woxic at that point understands that he's noted, and there is probably a fight coming his way. So AWP for AWP. Takes some vicious off the board as...
little bit of alchemy. The art of the equivalent exchange.
Mid control to be taken, and that's fine. Jota can stay parked here. So there's two floating outside of main. Oh my Gideon.
Oh, that's a tilter. Oh, Jota. Oops.
He can still save the day. He's pinned in.
Yeah, if you win the round, it's fine.
They are actually heading back over towards B.
If you win
That's
the round,
one of the biggest blunders.
And also Zentaris is very fragile.
Yeah, he is.
You do not want to be pissing him off.
Okay, well, Wakadia over towards B. Maggia towards connector can help quite quickly. If Wakadia can get up atop... Oh, they're running.
Yeah.
He's just gone up the ladder.
They're accelerating. Wakadia needed a headshot, and it's body shots instead. Oh, and I'm not talking about the fun
He needs to save the day.
Can he do it? Can he redeem himself? The call with the incendiary MOUZ take 3. That could be a tilter. That could be a break point. That could be a discussion for the desk if it continues to spiral.
Yeah, they're having a laugh on the other side because they know exactly what just happened there. It had to be some team damage. So he's in the smoke. I guess that they my Gideon. I guess they haven't communicated the situation right there. But you can't let that get to you. Not on a map that you've lost 8 on the trot. Your money, it's down the drain. You have to take the save. You can still salvage 8. Aurora, how strong is your mental?
Oh, I don't know if it can weather that one. I mean, the 4th, sure, but I feel like the 5th is almost a guarantee, just purely based off of my assumptions of the mental state.
Oh, kind of lucky they will get a moment of respite in the halftime break, isn't it? Yeah. It's been such a good half. There's been some magic moments, especially from Maggia. Think about the clutch. Well, it wasn't a clutch, but...
It was. It felt clutch. It definitely
the kills
did.
he had were definitely clutch. It's a nice little tutorial of how to smoke camera from up close in pop. Exertion finds the opener, and they've just peeled this eco apart. Woxic did stomach another opening death there. It feels like he's had a few.
It's really nice for MOUZ if they have no blemishes on the record for this one. It does look like there's potential for an AK to fall into Maggia's hands if Spinks goes any further with his low HP.
Damn, Woxic's been involved in a lot of opening exchanges. He's 3 for 4 at the moment, so he's been involved in 7 within this first half, and there's still 1 round to go. I think the fortunate factor for MOUZ is next round is the final round of the half. So whatever happens for the remainder of this, if Maggia saves an AK and gives that to Zentaris, that would be my biggest fear. But looking into the next round with the loss bonus, it is going to be that 2400 mark. So there's still going to be some omissions in the buy. I wouldn't be surprised seeing Aurora go for something more all-in. And by that I mean maybe we get like a 2-man low ramp push with a pop push simultaneously to garner control of that area of the map. Maggia's found, all 5 staying alive, and now finding that flow state. 3 consecutive rounds, could be 4 going into the halftime break to take away the great start from the Turkish side.
Yeah, I mean, what, 7-1 to 7-5. Cyclone would be very happy with that.
And I think that death in main for Zentaris was because of a bit of a mistake, but Jota, it's no surprise to me that he's finding himself under pressure. He's a young gun, the newest in the jersey for this season. Well, that's a brand new jersey for all of them being Aurora, but as far as the team goes, here we go.
Torji emboldened to go for an early pick and nothing to report. Woxic nearly conceded another opening there. What a spam from Zentaris. He's got that vision through the smoke. He's just got a 6th sense. Spams the AWP down. MOUZ hamstrung. Bomb on the back of Jimmy. Can't overcommit with that. We'll line up some util to get the boys out pop.
Yeah, I think dramas will be mitigated if you convert this one.
Yes.
Sure, you flubbed 1, but regardless, 8-4 on the half. Very strong stuff if they can stick the landing with this early man advantage.
A nice response to a pop smoke, but very limited use cases as far as what you're going to see. I don't think anyone's interested in climbing up the back of red. Going to be hard to find a finish here, but Jimmy is starting to maneuver that bomb towards the pack.
They do have a util advantage, a heavy one.
True.
Outside pressure into a B play. Magic joins Wakadia. They creep out, they need this kill.
There is corner, and it's punished perfectly. Jota's positioning rewarded. And now just Spinks and Jimmy trying to end this half with 5. Two-man advantage, two-man discrepancy. Spots that low HP player, and now a trade available. Centaurus goes overlooked. Patience. You'd think he could have finished it, but his teammate will. Wakadia secures it. Slate wiped clean. Aurora, they may have struggled on train, but not today. Not now.
H. This again. You know, man, Colonel Sanders was 61 years old when he started his business. In my career, all the players I play against, all retired. Who do you think give this ID? You guys don't even know. I'm behind the scenes pulling all the strings. Mercedes White, well, like his coach now, he's retired. He's got the Porsche now. Any days now. It's not always the car, like some message in Steam, some threat on HLTV, some fake profile. It's easy, man. You just need to plant the seed. Do you guys have secret about Kerrigan? Can't trust me. Trophy? I want to be the Colonel Sanders of Counter-Strike.
It's the 11th day of play, live from Austin, Texas, the Blast TV Major, and it is the culmination of the first VRS season. What's so important is that both of these teams clashing in an elimination game have been prominent fixtures throughout this first VRS season, and yet at the most important event of it, at the culmination of it, both of them find themselves fighting for survival. It's bleak out here. I'm joined by Sponge for our analytical goodness. And we've swapped sides. 8 for Aurora on their defense. MOUZ, the bar's been set pretty high.
Yeah, it came with the pistol, and obviously that bit of a boo-boo there from Jota. The only Stage 3 rookie onto his star player. The odds still favor MOUZ. Can they even the scales? Can we split the pistols right down the middle? Spinks playing for info over towards B, and he gets some.
An Exertion playing for a multi-kill, but Zentares has other plans. Okay. A dry peek into Zentares. He can't believe his luck.
That head-to-head is heating up, isn't it? The two of them being able to deliver some damage as Brolin draws one back.
Yeah, not playing scared as Brolin peeks into Zentares, knowing he's got the hot hand. In fact, he wants to try and isolate him. He knows he's trapped him. There's the flash. There's the attempt at a frag. How Zantares wins that with a blind screen, I don't know. Woxic's getting proactive. He's found a massive gap, and the bomb's coming in behind him. Information from another. Zantares doesn't have to leave this corner. Torji escorts him off of it. An interesting smoke. That's a T-smoke thrown out. Wicardi would have loved to have stayed alive a little longer. And now a decision to be made. Madja has bomb on back.
Oh, Woxic's making a lot of steps.
Yeah,
He's
deliberate.
trying to draw them over to B right now.
It's working. Torji quick to it. It's Jimmy, though, that's just departed.
Yeah, Madja's called that, so Woxic knows to watch his flank. If Madja gets the plan, it guarantees the force.
Yeah, and if he gets this shot, the 2v2 is on. With the bomb.
Oh, no!
Jimmy! Raw reactions, and now Madja didn't go immediately for the plant. He's actually playing for the round here.
Winnable because Jimmy's so low. Oh, he's faked it.
He actually faked it off. He thought it was closer.
Dear.
Okay, Molly's not bad. He will have to respect that, and I don't think Spinks can beat him to the punch. He's faked it out.
Well, he can now.
Oh, he's bought too much time for Spinks' rotation. Spinks rounding the corner. Did he spot him? No.
Once they clear heaven, they know he has to be con.
Yeah, they will work it out. Jimmy 25, so Spinks has to hit a heady.
They're double swinging heaven together now.
And now the penny drops. Madja, position noted.
No kit.
And a 10-second defuse to be stuck. Spinks has to hit the head, and he does so. That's the impact you can expect from Spinks. He doesn't seem to be affected by pressure when others do. We saw that Liquid game. He was really putting in such a shift.
Okay, well, we can take a look right now if the force buy will come through with that bomb plant going down. Felt like Madja was overcomplicating it there a little bit, but wanted to try and level it out at a 1v1 situation. I think Zantares does a great job. Exertion picks in dry. It's Torji who puts a stop to his reign, and that from Woxic, he is going to be kicking himself. He gets that kill, and that 2v2 is on like Donkey Kong.
Especially when you look at how well Madja's played that as well. I mean, sure, maybe he could have got the bomb down sooner, but he really gave himself as many opportunities as possible to isolate and convert.
Okay, so it's 2 Galils, 2 Mac-10s, and a Scout.
Okay, well, Spinks is listening up close. He'll back away after relaying that information to his boys. He knows he's got the long-range weapon. Why take a brawl up close?
And speaking of up close, it is going to be the combination of Brolin and Exertion to deal with Main and E-Box. You're going to have Spinks as the inside anchor, Jimmy as your rotating float player dealing with Ivy when Torji's not there.
This is oh, despite the advantages afforded to him, Jota draws blood. Big blind, really big scalp, and you'd have loved to see Brolin get traded. Yeah, he gets a lot of damage downrange. Jota nearly had a second there.
Look at this push from Torji.
Ooh. Oof, Madja. He wins it. M4v Galil. Just a lack of precision there from the Swede.
So far it's been individual, hasn't it?
Torji, excuse me. Now the Swede is on his way with 1 HP.
Oh, well, you're not expecting a second man pushing Ivy.
Yeah, you're not, but...
So Madja's not good. Oh, did he catch him?
No, he's not ready.
3v3.
Good output. Nice work. Okay. Brolin and Jimmy hitting their shots, keeping him at arm's length. And wow, that doesn't feel scary at all for MOUZ. Look at their HP. How have they done so well there? Spinks 2, Brolin the same. And he repositions all the way to Ivy for another.
Yeah, feels there should have been more in that round. Actually, in both rounds now, back-to-back on this T side. Aurora unable to make their mark, considering the strong situations they've been able to find themselves in.
Legs.
Yeah, those boots just sticking out. But Spinks again in 2 rounds has been a bit of a hero. Ooh, Exertion with some smack talk. That's unusual. It's normally only Torji, and he's own. Ooh, okay. Miss main smoke. It's all good. They're an eco. But just to touch on that, you rarely get any smack talk from MOUZ.
Yeah.
You get Torji G'ing up his boys, right? Torji will be the loudest member of that team, but he is only motivational.
And it's always inward, you know, it's towards the team.
I've never seen him unleash on the opponent. So Exertion finding some fire.
Yeah.
We'll see if that comes back to bite him, as the map has been completely constricted now. This push from Torji is in search of a couple of kills, and a few of those could equate to an AWP, but it will be the MP9 at range if he did keep poking his nose around the corner. Appears that he's hit the brakes, playing to contain.
God, you just know rounding this corner into an MP9 this pushed up is a very frustrating way for the round to end, but they're not coming in with expectations of converting it. A couple of Deagle headshots would be nice. And Torji, he's going to finance himself nicely here. So 2,600 before he starts.
Wicardi's timing could actually catch Torji.
That's true, but he's been playing very aware, very safe.
Just his presence alone really makes this last little dash of the situation more awkward for Aurora. They didn't have any chance in winning the round, but it just got a whole lot tougher, didn't it? Torji gets the double. He definitely can get into that AWP, and now we draw ourselves into a 1-round game. There he is.
He knows what he wants. That's whatever you want to hear from every AWPer.
Does put more pressure on this outside defense if it is fast from Aurora. So we will have to wait and see what they offer up. Woxic also has his AWP in the mix. And that nade felt like it was miles away from Joda, just the low HP peeling him apart right there.
Didn't feel like Woxic's AWP played a big part in that first half.
No, hit and miss, that's for sure.
Cardia and Jota are going to be starting quite aggressive towards these walls, and the AWP does catch them off. Cardia, lackadaisicals, and Tara's empty-handed, or rather, just the one. You got that so quick, I didn't even notice it. Xerxen goes down, but quick trade.
And you're stuffed already on the T side, aren't you? I just love that from Spinks. When he has a strong spawn, you see how he charges up low ramp and throws his incendiary immediately towards the drop down into pop. So instead of, you know, just getting stuck at the CT side, not being able to push him because the T's harassed from main, you're also throwing a key piece of yours to try and level that fight. But immediately, attempting the group up over towards B, it's going to be Jota and Woxic as Madja. Feels like he's in a bit of no man's land. He is going to lob out some utility. He's an absolute geek, isn't he?
He is.
So throws out a smoke, and if he is able to find his way into the back lines and split this defense, that'll be great. Sandwich smoke. Nobody's up close towards main. There's info for Spinks.
Oh, it's safely gained as well, which means Torji, ooh, he would have had a golden opportunity. Now, the bomb hasn't made it across. Oh, still hasn't made it across. Oh, it's really horrible. Woxic's gone down. The bomb is hard to retrieve. You've got low HP.
Yoda
and
needs to live.
is flanking. Maybe there's a conversation to be had here. He's got Bron dead to rights.
Take your kill.
He wants both. He wants them both. Spot the headshot. Transfer! Can't do it. It was asking a lot of Madja, now forced into an uncomfortable retrieval, and Jimmy's got the door locked behind him. Maybe he gets it down. Jimmy had to run. They'll swing, they'll frag, but the bomb still goes down. An extra $600 for everyone. MOUZ have closed this gap quickly, haven't they? It was an 8-4 half, and immediately we find ourselves tied up.
Yeah, it's a tough half. Well, it's a tough map in general for Woxic, isn't it? Some of the deaths that he stomached in that first half, just the pistols, the Tech 9 at range from Jimmy, the instantaneous shot from Xerxen down low ramp, fumbling the bomb right there, then getting caught out as a timeout will be taken. Faber wants to get on the mic. The reason I say take your shot is because it immediately will cause chaos and force Crosshairs to turn.
When Jota could perhaps start moving.
And he could get the kill and then stay alive. Also, with the shot selection, he's gone for the AWP first as opposed for the rifle first. So if he goes
You'd probably rifle back the
first,
rifle, yeah.
then into AWP, sure, he could still die instantly one shot. Right? Either way, it's a tough. And, mate, if you walk around that corner and you have two on your screen, you're trying to make the play that wins the round.
Of course.
So it's so hard to fault him in that situation, but the devil is in the details. And
well,
that Cyclone interview, right? He talked about, you know, the will to win, but the other nugget he gave us was not the prettiest CS wins at the majors, and right now they're having a scrap for this one.
I feel like if you want the uglier Counter-Strike, Aurora would be winning this one then. Because, I mean, you know, why is the bomb on the AWPer and not being thrown successfully? How awkward is that?
I just think, you know, it's not a perfect round. They find themselves in a 3v4 disadvantage. They're trying to fight back into it. Torji with pop control.
Yeah, left side, all five. B is actually left completely vacant just to start off.
Yeah, so ready for a pace change out main, and Spinks gets plenty of time to rotate over. So MOUZ looking comfortable on this CT side.
Yeah, they are cushy.
How do you get past this?
I don't see a world where you don't lose someone. Hello, little bit of leg, a wide swing. Xerxen throws out his nade. Torji connects his shot, and there's an opener. Manufactured by MOUZ.
Really cool ideas. Really, really cool ideas on display from MOUZ, looking for this 9th round. Jota dead. Another disadvantage to work with now. And with limited utility, a sandwich smoke dotted across again. That was thrown last time when they lurked Ivy, so Jimmy and Brolin both investigate. Is Brolin home once more? Sorry, is Madja home once more? Brolin definitely is.
Tara's trying to work his way into the round, using that sandwich smoke to progress. Flying a little blind now. Brolin and Xerxen got a lot of bodies on their screens. It's too easy for Brolin. 3 down Aurora. Nothing to celebrate. MOUZ quite the opposite. This is flowing so nicely for them.
And Aurora's frustrations are starting to show at the end of that round. Acardia goes down last man. You can see it immediately, turns to his teammates. Don't know what he had to say, but can't imagine it's encouraging. You lose the opening kill like this. How you meant to get back into the round is just opening deaths that are causing this to spiral. And the scenario that you find yourself in is, again, that sound means one thing. Tactical timeout called, third now burnt from Faber. And this is probably to mitigate some of these frustrations. Look at it. Look at the intensity of this conversation. The likely change with how these rounds have gone is pace. Right? That is the likely change of expectation as gone is the excitement, the jubilation. It's a realization that the lead has now been taken away from you. It's going to have to be a partial. Can't full buy. Bomb doesn't go down in another round. Couple of MAC-10s, couple of Tech-9s, key pieces of utility, but as I just said, it's probably a pace change, something a bit more poppy and direct as a unit, so at least you can trade. Or at least you can hope to trade. The missed smoke, so might have to go check their lineups out for that one after the game.
Watch
but if
some
they
match
get the
demos.
win, I don't think it's going to matter.
No, I don't.
Actually, if they get the loss, it's not going to matter. If they get the win, it definitely will. You got another game to play tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, they've read this, haven't they? There's 3 players here. Just getting stuffed at the moment by block utility. Jimmy, Spinks, and Exertion. 3-man crossfire that you're going to have to break. Best of luck, Aurora.
Yeah, I don't fancy their chances whatsoever. Juggling. Util Madge has been given a full belt. Try and set up his squad.
It's just so obvious. There's nothing main. Torji had Ivy. There's nothing pop. Has to be B.
Spinks is so chill. He's just ready to go. Oh, a sandwich smoke. He's trying to fake him out. That's a big find from the MAC-10 of Zantares. Forces the defenders a little more passive. Xertion, messy, a very messy spray. It cost him 20 bullets. Will be forced away to reload. But from Oil, Jimmy reveals his position. A nice one back. Jota's Tech-9 connects. There's Zantares. He's done enough to actually make this round winnable, but forced to reload. And now a 1v2 for Jota. This is worth so much. Heavy damage, 58 to work with. Bomb on his back, but only 14 seconds. Oh, Torji. Susceptible to the push. Now the trade. Where's he gone? Where is Brawl? And he's right behind you. 10 and 8 from an 8-4 down. MOUZ's defense impenetrable.
Close doesn't count in a match like this. Get it down to the finest of margin. Sure, that was just a light investment. One of their best opportunities yet. And it still felt dire. They broke in. The stack was there. They made MOUZ work for this one. Not going to give it over for free, are they? 10 to 8, 2-round gap. How much further can it get extended? Now the buy back. No AWP for Woxic.
Aurora's train woes continuing here. It's not pretty. MOUZ's punish has been paying dividends in the second half.
Of course, you might keep aggressing Ivy, or at least Jimmy could get liberated to do so. But if there's smoke starting to come over, you poke your nose forward and you see if you catch a straggler.
Well, Woxic is going to oblige. Oh, perfect. He was ready for the aggress. Jimmy reveals he was not alone, but forced back, has to respect the Molotov. So an opening kill, this time for the Turkish side. Is that enough of a difference maker? Can MOUZ claw their way back in?
A moment of respite right now as a pause is taken on both sides. Rejigging. Exertion jiggling red, baiting for Brolin. Brolin from Olaf will have to deal with main left side as well as Pop. Spinks is playing a retake B setup from Hump right now. And Jimmy burrowed in Ivy because of his fallen comrade. They're pivoting back over towards B as a sandwich smoke lands, but they're ahead of it.
Achieves nothing. Now Spinks goes down. That is an achievement from Jota because the B anchor was alone. No support available. But they are going to have a look at this. Xertion slipping long dog. Jimmy actually backs away. I thought he was going to have a closer look, but no, instead they're just going to try and find an AK. Brolin will lose his life. Good find.
Okay, well, that all comes down to a Woxic opener, and he's been a big conversation point regarding some of these opening fights, and most of them feel like they're going against him. He will lose the AWP. Now, with the money situation, Torji would have had enough to buy one in the next round anyway. It is only going to be 1,400 loss, but he would have still had 6K. Actually, he still will have to buy it himself. So it's not the end of the world. It just doesn't look pretty for Paul Woxic, who has had one of those really unfortunate games where you just look at some of the deaths that he's stomached, some of the ways that he's gone down. But again, he's been involved in 8 opening duels, and he's 4 for 4. So it looks worse than it actually is. So that's a key round to be able to pick up.
That's that kill. I mean, what did you say? You said 4 out of 8 successful.
Yeah, so he's 4 for 4. 50%.
And he's only got, what, 7 kills?
So, yeah.
So, as far as finding openings, Woxic is really helping out his team. He is the linchpin to them actually breaking their silence on this T side.
It did feel like a lot of his came early on within that first half of play. We'd have to go back and double check, but they were just an absolute onslaught early. It was 7-1 at one point, and now they're down 10-9. And speaking of timeouts, well, there's one from MOUZ. There's one left in regulation.
Faber seizing that opportunity regardless, as his rival coach calls it.
And I think that type of a round win might instill a little bit more confidence. Your first, finally, on this T side has come after a lot of rounds lost.
Here it is, folks. Jimmy with a demonstration. Smashed it. Torji liking this orb line. He caught Jota the last time, and he's done it again. An opening kill for MOUZ comes that easy. Something's wrong. That's how easy it was. It was such a moment to celebrate.
Oh, there we go.
From Woxic's opener. Well, now he's done it again. Catches the Ivy player and pulls us into a 4-on-4. Very spread out. Look at the map right now for the T side.
And look at the lack of utility for the CTs to defend with. They've gambled towards B. That means they'll push. You might even see Spinks just whir in through high ramp here. The problem is there's no one to set him up with a flash. There's the push. There's 2 players. 14 bullets.
14 bullets! Oh, a nasty state of affairs for Wicardia.
That should be info. You might want to now quickly cascade onto A. Smokes are landing.
Yeah, Zentara's going to try and take some space. Brolan, though, he's ready to play around that sandwich smoke, and E-Box is the perfect angle for Torji's AWP. Fullback AWPing, it just lines up perfectly for him, and now it's really difficult to see a way through. Brolan holds the sandwich push, bomb delivered to his front door. And that's a really bleak round for Aurora. Very short-lived celebrations for them. A single round to boast on this T side, and MOUZ send them back to spawn with a single kill.
Yeah, that's more like how these rounds have been functioning on this sort of T side in favor of MOUZ, right? They've just been able to slap them around, get the opening kills. Normally they feel like they're in a 3v5 or 3v4 disadvantage. Fortunately, Woxic grabs that one back immediately, but MOUZ don't take a minute, do they? They group up, and they understand that they're throwing multiple bodies at this. It's great from Spinks on that second foray. He already had the joust. Wicardia thinks there's time to get away, but that's not the case whatsoever.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure Jota's going to be a little bit once bitten, or rather twice bitten, thrice shy.
Yeah, I think if you can't stop this pop play, because they can just extinguish it, right? And then that smoke kind of works as a shield. If you want to come out and main and harass that position, might have to be double nades instead of the molly if you want to do some soften up damage. But fortunately for Aurora, the loss bonus helps them out with another buy. Exertions in main, looking for the fight against Zentaris. This head-to-head, it's been back and forth between the two of them as a lurk smoke dropped Ivy. Questions to be asked. Does that draw Brolan across? Because the stance, if we take a look at the radar, is just 3 players yard. Jimmy and Spinks expecting a B play.
Ooh, timing. Very good flashbang work, and Zentaris is booked. Brolan sets him up. He is pinned, but the smoke should get him out. Through flames, he gets away. 18 is all he has, and there's Jota to lock it in.
That's a lot of info. There was multiple players spamming through main, and he saw at least one in pop. So you know where at least 3 of the 4 players are right now if you're MOUZ, but that will only last for a moment's time. The half-life on Exertion's info will fade, and Spinks tucks in towards the top ramp. Jimmy will be the rotation point in through connector. And if on the fade of this smoke, Woxic finds a kill, it might force Jimmy to hedge yard.
Oh, and that's an important find.
Now it's just Spinks. Jimmy has to assist Torji.
Yeah, Spinks all alone on this B-bomb site. They contact walk in. It's about Wicardia walking through. The timing on the engagement was perfect. He nearly got 2. He nearly found 2. Bomb has been planted. Disadvantage retake now.
I don't love this for the CTs. Money's not great.
Having a look and losing it all. Jimmy, head removed.
Torji has to save. Spinks has 2.8. Brolan has 2.5. Those two can buy. Torji can drop, I don't know, an SMG in the next, maybe. Right now, you can't risk going for this. and we talk about it, the financial warfare of Counter-Strike, the worst place you could possibly find yourself is on the CT side, getting your finances broken late. And right now, you are feeling the pain of your success. You've only lost 1 round. You have no loss bonus to work with on the CT side. So by giving away 4 guns, if it's 5, if this AWP is removed, it looks like he's all good in the hood. They've backed off, they've given it over. That would have really left a mark. And remember that final timeout, now would be the moment if you're Cycron. This is do or die. You can bring out 2 rifles alongside of this saved AWP.
What a flash. So deep as well. Catches Antares. Brolin just owns him, and look at the raid.
Understandable, because your teammates need to be assisting you in that situation, right? And if he got away without anything, that round is over.
Yeah.
The fact that they are able to punish the fallback is huge. MP9s, 1 for Jimmy, 1 for Exertion, 2 M4s, remember, they didn't take the timeout.
No, they feel like they've got it handled, and that HE damage hurts. It really softens them up for MP9s up close, but Zantares, he's pushing straight through. Torchy's on the line! Oh, and down goes Zantares. This is supposed to be the must-win. CT Finance is on the precipice, and Aurora have conceded 2 opening deaths. They're 2 stars. Wakadia and Zantares gone. Woxic's been clawing them back into rounds time after time, now set up, boosted up by Jota to find it.
Okay, 2 sets of footsteps heard. You know it was a boost, you know where 2 players are. Madja into the AWP. He can't just round this corner. Brolin with conviction into main.
That's really nice. He knows they fell back and now can tuck in. Hope
Jota doesn't clear this.
Yeah, exactly. You're just
There's
going to
no way in the
so
world.
Focused on everything else. Torgy gets another one, and Brolin's positioning rewarded. Woxic down, peeks on in. It's Torgy's AWP that puts 12 on the board. MOUZ, just 1 round separating them from converting their map pick in this do-or-die series.
Well, they went to make a play with pace. Zantares, the spearhead, the sharpest tool in the shed, goes straight out the guts all the way down to hell and just stands on the barb that is Torgy's AWP. Saved for a reason. The difference maker denies. The economy does not crack. And the driver's seat is MOUZ's. They can close it right here, right now.
Chad, how on earth are you supposed to call a T-side train round with 2 flashbangs, 2 smokes? They're already using them. You need someone's individual prowess to be put on display. Instead, it's an opening death handed to him by Exertion. Spinks confirms early presence towards the brown halls.
They're boxed in. There's no room. There's no space. You've got the read of the situation if you're MOUZ. You have the man advantage again. Feels like it's this story of this second half of play.
Yeah, well, if it was the same story, then Woxic would miraculously manage to find them a clawback.
Well, fortunately, they've gone for a jaunt up Ivy. And unfortunately, they've now turned their attention to head back through Pop.
Yeah, this does put pressure onto Brolan. A reserved approach from him.
Smoke is perfect. That's Norway.
Takes that as an invitation. Brolin actually just rotates off into a passive line for the walk now. Good angles, and Tares a good headshot.
Don't forget about Exertion's flank.
Yeah, the flank does reveal itself by catching Madja. Now main is occupied. There's so much pressure onto you, and Zantares, your back is turned. It doesn't matter. Again, he meets his fate at the hands of Torchy's AWP, and it's just Wakadia and Woxic trying to hold on, trying to survive, trying to see another round of train, or MOUZ will take the first in this series. Good headshot. Woxic finding Exertion, 2 from Z. Torchy's position noted as well. Wakadia staying active. Util will put pressure on up the ladder, taking him out. Doesn't finish off his kill. 1v3 for Woxic. A tough game for him, and it gets tougher. Wow, MOUZ take the first in this series, convincing at the end.
9 consecutive train losses for Aurora. This is them 1 map away from elimination. Their 9th Tier 1 tournament of the season. This one's the major. This could be the first time they don't know what making the playoffs feels like.
For Aurora, things started off well and they would come in with full confidence, but MOUZ turn it up a gear and they switch it up on them. This was one hell of a problem for Aurora if you're looking at their train. MOUZ exploited it, but at the beginning, it was kind of a gotcha moment. They weren't sure if it was going to happen this way.
I mean, I feel like Aurora coming into this one, definitely a bit of a surprise of how well drilled they were on that CT side, kind of escaping by the skin of their teeth on a couple rounds. But like second half, I mean, MOUZ just hunkered down. Like they were dug in deep in the trenches there. Like it was hard to unseat them, especially after they got an opening pick.
Actually, funnily enough, well, maybe not so funny, but I think part of the reason MOUZ was able to get back into this game, this was looking like it might have been like a 10-2, 9-3 half, and I think it's Jota and Zantares execute like a mid push, and Jota accidentally shoots him him in the back of the head, which gives away his position. Then he gets spammed through smoke, and now you're looking at a completely different half in terms of a dominant scoreline or not. But I think the big decider when we switch sides, MOUZ was so good at the point of contact. They were so good at like fighting a main, fighting over towards Ivy. In fact, I've rarely seen a CT game plan include as many Ivy pushes as I saw MOUZ do in this half, which was really cool because Aurora never had any feel for the timings of the defense.
Well, I've got a little gift for you guys because obviously things changed massively when it came to the halftime. Take a look at this and have a look at a certain player's reaction from MOUZ. This is in the halftime.
Oh, wow.
This is while they're talking. This is not something you would normally see from Torzy. Big slam coming down. Obviously frustrated with his own performance. He had a rough first half, but if he needed to get that out of him, I'm not really against it, because he's the one hyping up the team the whole time, and then he turned things around coming into the second half.
Yeah, he was really solid. Chad mentioned it during the cast as well, the round where he saves his AWP and then it has immediate impact in the next one, and we always reference Torzy as kind of a linchpin for this team. Yeah. AWP is such a good resource that they have to him. So, look, I'm all cool with Torzy letting some anger out, get it off his chest, because if he's going to come back and bang him out like that, I mean, let's do it all the time.
Yeah, he didn't end with the best scoreline necessarily, but that CT side was propelling them in that second half for the comeback. I mean, we got a round here that we can definitely dive into.
Yeah, let's get into it. Round 16 you picked out for us here, Maui.
I mean, kicks it off with a Torzy opening pick. I mean, there is just some utility being exchanged right there. The side of Aurora doesn't expect that. But I love how just coordinated MOUZ were on all of their openers for this game, for this second half. Like, if it wasn't Torzy going for an aggressive opening pick, usually with a rifler by his side, at least it was a double swing coming out from the riflers. And yeah, I mean, this round got kind of hairy. This was to me a breaking point where if Magic got this done, if he actually got both of these kills, instantly took down Brolin too, they could have won this game. Yeah. But those are the slim margins that really determine who comes out on top.
Yeah, I'm with you. I loved the way MOUZ was just stopping the outside hits and like pretty much anywhere it came from, whether it was Ivy, whether it was main, whether it was pop. I think they did a really good job of making it costly for Aurora to get out mid. Because when you lose that outer side on train and there's like 4 Ts alive and you're like, you have no chance. Like they could be anywhere and there's like a million positions. So I mean, fighting at that point, fighting at like a main and getting 2 kills and making sure outside yard the battle is in like a 2v2 or a 3v3 where it's much more slower, it's much more manageable for the CT side. That kind of style and that kind of philosophy in that half, I think won the day for MOUZ.
And staying positive for MOUZ is Spinks. He is just delivering in every game, no matter what happens, win, lose. There is no bad marks on his name right now.
To me, Spinks is their best mid-round player. He's always making some kind of push that allows the rest of MOUZ to just file in behind him. If they need some kind of kill that's going to tip the balance in their favor, then, I mean, he's going to always find it. He's so tricky. He's so good at getting people on a timing. And, I mean, doesn't hurt that his mechanics are pretty insane, too.
Yeah, I mean, he is that player who just has like kind of a nose for where the impact kill, where the impactful play is going to be in any given round, and he seems to just hunt it out and find it. So he was awesome in this. He was great in the series against Liquid as well. Yesterday, Spinks is doing good work for MOUZ so far.
Yeah, definitely so. And then on the other side of things, right, looking at MOUZ players, Yimfat had a rough go of things yesterday, right? And he already said in that interview how he wants to show more, that we can fight, that we can play like we're supposed to. At least in this game, at least the starter, he can have some of that confidence back.
I was glad to see that also towards his B bomb site. He was always just, even if he had a rough day yesterday, he was able to kind of bring some of the moments back where he'd get like a 1.5 kills. I feel like that's so important for anchors there. And again, like he was set up with a couple teammates. They had some good crossfires, like wasn't afraid to try to keep pushing the issue when he was trying to defend his own bomb site. Like he became a force that was hard for Aurora to unseat.
Well, MOUZ is one of few teams who have the luxury of having an anchor like this who can win an MVP of an event, as he's done when they won Pro League last year. I mean, like he's just been an incredible, maybe it was 2 years ago, but I mean, when you have a player like that with that sort of a skill set that's starting to feel his game and getting back into it, the nature of your team is going to change because he provides so much good things inside the server.
And providing good things inside the server, not just leading, but also fragging out at times where you can rely on Brolin. And that's something that they need to see, right?
Brolin had some really ratty rounds in this game. He had some really ratty situations. And it was funny, like, hearing you describe Spinks as someone being sneaky. This one I thought was great. This is round 2.
He had 1 HP.
Yeah, 1 HP when he makes that play. And that's a follow-up push behind a teammate who'd already gone down. So just being, like, sneaky and ratty with the way he's approaching situations and being in spots that you don't typically expect. And he just does great work, because once he's in these positions, yeah, I know he's an IGL, but he used to be a star star players. So like once he finds
Yeah.
himself in these spots, these intelligent positions and movements, and then you see the star player skill come out. So he gets to like switch and do the best of both worlds.
I couldn't believe how good he was at multi-fragging when Aurora were just trying to send flashes and players out T-main so consistently. He was just getting like a double spray down, again, off of a timing, or also just like the lineup timings were so good for him every time he peeked into that angle.
It also helps too. I think a lot of that comes down to like the game plan and the teammates playing together. Like Xantar's was often in tandem, or not Xantar's, Exertion was often in tandem with him on that CT side, peeking off of each other. And it's obviously going to do great things when you're always working with your teammate in that fashion. It makes it a lot harder for them to trade the kills.
For the Aurora side of things, okay, it's not the result they would have wanted here, but at least it was the MOUZ pick. But there were positive signs from Wicadia, for example.
Wicadia has, for many, I'd say a year now, he's kind of been the second guy up on this team. And yeah, he's incredible with the dualies, first of all. Like, I feel like he's almost always equipped with them, but he's kind of a guy that I feel like, I like the fire that we saw towards the end of it, where he realized actually when he was coming out ladder, but then 3 of his teammates were coming out main, that he didn't even get a chance to play the round. Like, he has a great understanding of the macro going on with the team. And I wish we kind of knew more from the Aurora camp, whether he was more of a secondary voice, because he definitely acts like it on the cameras.
I think the strength of Aurora has always been kind of the supporting cast in a way. Like Joda and Wicadia, like their step up kind of marked when, you know, Aurora then Eternal Fire kind of came into the stage where we're like, okay, top 15 team, top 10 team, able to compete for trophies. I feel like it's that supporting cast that really elevated him, because obviously Woxic and Xantar's especially has been great recently. I think his performance individually is a big determinant of whether Aurora is going to win or lose the game, if you look at his ratings at this event specifically so far. So I mean, there's some good things there, but I feel like the supporting cast is the one that gets him over the finish line.
I still want to see more from Xantar's though, right? Well, of being that star player and the impact he can have in order to find Aurora, have that success and get to the playoffs.
I mean, Xantar's can sometimes put himself in situations that it almost feels like he shouldn't win the fight, but then he wins it and he makes you rethink, how are you looking at a duel that you're watching? So I don't think he makes his own life easier than he could. Like, I think if he played a little bit more with just like trying to peek into the fight instead of being the one peek, like so many of those highlights right there where just he's getting swung on in a perpendicular angle and then he just hits the first bullet headshot. Like, I wish he just took timings a little bit more, if I'm being real.
Hard to give you a Xantar's peek when people are peeking into you. You never actually get to set it up and swing out and go for it.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work that way, but also it might work that way going into the next map. It is going to be going to Aurora's pick. They are looking to try and find some success, but they need to shut down on MOUZ, who desperately want this heroic comeback, going from 0-2 all the way through with a chance of making it to the playoffs. It's a long way for these teams, but it is all possible, especially with the caliber of these players.
So MOUZ, they've undergone a massive shift, moving away from their leader, who a lot of people were attributing their success to in Shui. But Brolan moving into leadership is such a huge change that it does seem like Brolan has landed on his feet, an immediate trophy in Cluj. Simultaneously, I think, you know, what you brought in is firepower. Spinks, this new addition, he was removed from Vitality in place of Rops, and so, you know, you've got a very high pedigree rifler in MOUZ now. But all round, you've got a roster that is very talented, but has been disappearing in those big playoff games. This young teenage anchor in Jimpat, I like to call him Jimmy, but this guy, up until recently, has been an incredible anchor. You know, he's always good for he plays the less popular sites, typically alone. It just seems that he has less space and less impact at the moment. We need more of that yimpact. Xertion is a space taker, a playmaker, and on particular maps, he is, you know, one of the best. When he's at his best, he can go toe-to-toe with anyone. He has it, he just hasn't been able to do it against the very best. Torji, their sniper, from Hungary, is their talisman. When he's on his A game, he's the only one that brings hype. He's the only one that's kind of trying to amp the boys up, dig them out of a hole, pulls off this kind of aggressive, clutchy AWPing that not every AWPer has in their wheelhouse. He has it. They're somewhat of the gatekeepers of that top 5, but have struggled against the teams above them. It's now not a question of getting to playoffs. That feels like it's almost a guarantee. It's a question of how much damage can they do when they get there.
It all goes down on the flames of Inferno. That's Aurora's pick, and it could be, unless they have a good fight in them and a chance to win this map. Their last map of the Austin Major for a team that's had so much success across this year. That would be a terrible situation to find themselves in, and one they are not used to. But now they need to deal with the pressure. Now they need to be able to handle it all. And now also we have to look into some of this in a little more detail, because right now MOUZ are on a heater. They certainly look like they might be the stronger team in this, but they've got to prove it once they get into it all. And we got Danny over here with another Mahone zone.
That's right. So Aurora, they've picked Inferno, and they're going to be starting on the T side. So I want to show you one thing to watch out for during this game, and it has to do with their smokes. So first, if we look at Leadified data, we're going to see all of the smokes Aurora have thrown in the last 2 months. Now, the cluster I want you to pay attention to is this one here towards this pit side, and specifically this smoke here that comes from the alt mid position. And that's because this particular smoke actually means something for Aurora. Let me show you what I mean. So first, I'm going to talk about what the smoke does. So it's a smoke thrown from this alt mid position. It lands in front of the truck, and it basically blocks off anybody from the pit side from seeing short. This creates space for these players up short to capture the site. Now, what Aurora like to do, though, is on top of the smoke, they like to pair it with 2 HEs. With these 2 HEs, they're going to throw it at the pit position, one of the most common spots to play towards the A site. This allows them to obliterate the player towards this A site area and make the defense weaker. And at the same time, with the smoke up, it denies anybody from headshot from being able to stop these players from flooding into the site. But that's not the only thing they like to do with the smoke. Here's another example here where they throw the smoke here towards that truck side position. They create pressure here towards the A site. However, there's nobody actually here coming up towards short. And instead, what they're going to do is they're going to line up here towards this banana side and push up. And the reason why they can do this is because if you look at the radar here, what that smoke does is it creates pressure for the CTs to actually lean over towards the A side because they think it's going to be a short hit. But this creates an opening towards the B side where they can capitalize on just one player and create this opening and pathway towards the B site. But this is not to be confused by another smoke that they throw. This is another smoke that's very, very similar. It's thrown from this mid position, and it lands like this. If you compare this to the smoke that I've been talking about, there's a slight gap on the right. It's very slightly different because they serve different purposes. For this second smoke that I'm talking about here, it's more to serve if Aurora decide to actually wrap in towards that A site. 2 different smokes, but these are the things that if MOUZ have done their homework, they're going to be aware of. We'll have to see if Aurora decide to change it up.
Some great smoke, some great insight, and I just got to touch on this Inferno. Okay, look, we can look into what might be known coming here, but Aurora got beaten by G2 on this map, and yet they've still picked it against a more than formidable MOUZ.
I like that, personally. It shows some confidence in Inferno. And I think if you lose a game 4-13, and you're Aurora and it's to G2, I think you say, we sucked. I think you just say, like, we actually were just terrible in this game. And obviously they wiped the map with us, but I like the fact that they still have confidence in this map. It goes back to some of that veto philosophy we talked, Sean Donk mentioned in his interview that we talked about a few days ago, where if you actually think you're the better team and you actually think you're a better team on this map, just pick it. Don't be afraid of it, even if it's a good map for them.
I like that Mahone really showed how Aurora like to abuse that A bomb side, especially though, just because this is Yimpat's worst map on the CT side of all maps this whole year. And so if they're going to put him in the blender like that, you better hope that he did his homework. And I'm glad that he showed a good face there on that first map, because they're absolutely going to need him to just hold it down in pit.
I'm going to keep delivering gems from this because MOUZ just keep giving us gems. Let's have a look at this from Torzy after that death slam. He's just making fun of it. He just understands that, yep, I did it. Sorry if it obviously annoyed anyone else on here and what it did, but it worked for me, so I'm all happy. And he's got a big smile on his face.
Every player understands that emotion. Everyone who plays, I do that every once in a while up in the hotel room. We all got to get it out sometimes.
Against cheaters or like normal games?
Just normal games.
Just normal games.
It's how I prevent myself from yelling at everyone I'm playing with.
Yeah, no, I actually have a drywall guy that I call up on speed dial.
Hey man, I'm going to need you tonight.
And I just like every single time. Like, I just missed a spray.
Tilts can happen, anger can happen, but let's see if we're going to get any of that in this game. Let's see if the frustrations will get that high. We're moving into Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be do or die for Aurora. They must prove that that result versus G2 on Inferno was an anomaly. And I'm not talking about balaclava degenerates. I'm talking about that just not happening again.
Yeah, or it's all over. Red Rover, your major campaign, your season, your tournament break is around the corner. You lose this, you will not be playing tomorrow. You will not be playing for the arena. And all those other playoffs that came before, what were they worth?
Yeah, right. I mean, this is the most important event of your season. Oh, I haven't seen the hand sanitizer spray pre-match ritual from Wakadia before. Needs that grip as we get ourselves situated. Torji hyping up his boys. The desk has framed it nicely. MOUZ starting on the attack. Excuse me, Aurora starting on the attack. It will be MOUZ to receive them.
Yeah, it's Aurora's map choice, and there are questions about this. They've gone with confidence in picking a map they're comfortable with, sure. I think there's not a lot of confidence in this series when last time you played them in the semi-final of Lisbon, you got 2-0'd. So I think just looking for a different port of call on the veto so it's not a rinse and repeat from last time round. They're going to congregate in Banana right now. It's Exertion first up to bat in the mouth of Banana. Flashed off the line, stays for a fight and dips out. Brolin with a flash at the ready as that support network to assist. It's 3 players currently defending over towards A, dealing with the top mid lurk smoke. So their rotation is going to be quite far away. Exertion needs to block and does.
Interesting, he wants the dual Berettas for this fight, and you can see why. There's so many bodies on his screen, but only gets a bullet between the eyes. Woxic, a nice drive-by.
Very, very tough retake now. I'm just going to wonder if you are that Torji and Jimmy, if you just want to hold on to your Kevlar, and they will do. So we'll call that one done and dusted. That is going to be the second of 3 pistols played so far in favor of Aurora, and it comes simple. I like that approach there from Exertion. The USB is better for that first shot and fall, and then the dual Beretta is better as they run through, but either way, you get smoked.
And we were talking about it on train that Woxic, despite, you know, having a rough go of things, was contributing heavily in the opening duel department, and so starting off Inferno with another opening duel. A good find, and looks like Torji isn't going to be spotted out. He's chosen to engage, though, which now does have him running for the hills.
Yeah, the dual Berettas are going to be a worthy little bit of pistols that you don't have to invest into the next, and the Kevlar, more importantly. So they do get to keep those 3 alive. For Spinks, it's just going to be the U2. He has a HE and a flash, so we will see the force most likely out of MOUZ now. Jimmy and Torji could go into Famises.
Completely blind.
Yeah, so very well done there from Woxic, considering the circumstances. This is a player that once upon a time wore the MOUZ Sports jersey. That's when it was Rops, Carrigan, Chris J.
That's a throwback.
Yeah, and 2019 was eons ago now, but he was one of those AWPers that once he lit up the server, he was almost unstoppable. But the game has developed. It's harder to get let off the leash, and in MR12, it's even harder to get out the AWP on a consistent basis.
Yeah, well, it was so hard, I mean, historically, for the Turkish side to find a solid 5. Always a couple of players unable to kind of hang with the big boys. Now, with the new talent of Jota and Wakadia, they've got it. Perpetual playoffs. Maybe that's not going to happen if they start running to their demise like that. Straight through the half wall. Comfortable double. And after winning the pistol, now you're hamstrung in a 2-man discrepancy. Matt just got to call his boys out of this one. Santaras has got to hit some headshots. They cannot go down this easily.
It looks crazy there, but I guess they're assuming it's going to be either more of a passive stance on B or a stack over towards A, and that is how it looks when you've made the wrong call. So made mincemeat by Exertion.
Too easy.
Santaras, as he waltzes in, there's still 3 players to deal with. It's 180 degrees worth of angles he's going to have to flick between.
Yeah, you see his mechanical procedures. Okay, nice from one. No, that's what you wanted. That's what you wanted. Spinks, the beacon of intel. Exertion and Brolan spring to action. That is competitive. That is convincing. Triple out of Exertion, double out of Brolan. MOUZ better than the pistol. They'll take the second round. They'll take your guns. Thank you for the AK. I'll be keeping that.
Yeah, this is the pop through. Exertion dodging the flashes perfectly there. Very well handled from him, and they just get doubled up. Absolutely ruined. And there's 2 names that you mentioned. Those are the B defenders. You're going to have Jimmy anchoring down towards A, as highlighted by Maui. Torji moving around with the AWP, and Spinks is the rotating rifler between the sights.
And now your mood gets soured further.
Well, is that smoke that Mahone has just highlighted going to come into play early as they play passive in second mid for the early window cross? Nobody will oblige them, at least out the gates, as Jimmy lobs out a nade. Decent damage done. Madger was the one throwing that smoke, so you can keep your eyes on number 8, but he doesn't have a smoke to work with. It's just a couple of flashes, so unless that is a point of donation.
Woxic's got one to throw.
Have the HEs.
Gonna need that smoke.
Well, they don't have to run that setup, right? They're able to try something a little bit different.
You mean they can do different nades?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's crazy. Jimmy is in pit at bike. Long smoke lands.
Spinks will tuck into the site. Moto smoke good. HE solid. Jimmy on the barrel.
He's away.
Out. Yeah, he tucks away. Has that crossfire with Spinks. This is a good angle for him, but it's a very hectic spray. And now Wakadia and Zentaras take the site by storm. Awkward to try and retake. Aurora trying to make a strong case for
Torchy's the way in. If he can get a kill, there's a way back in.
Yeah, let's see if he can find one, and he does. Just chips into Wakadia, then the pieces start to collapse. The dominoes, one by one. Woxic the discrepancy, but it's just the one from him. Brollan retakes with him. Torchy starts it, and the House of Cards comes tumbling down.
Yeah, as soon as that gap is open, then you're going to have to acknowledge it, and it just opens more and more of them. So, look, they're able to get in, and it's through a similar fashion. Obviously, no smoke that was highlighted there, but a similar idea with the HEs. Good understanding from Jimmy to par that appear after that first nade comes in, disconnected from the rest of the pack. These Tech Knights spring to action, but this one right here, Wakadia in Graveyard. And timing, yeah, tell me about it. That's Counter-Strike's cruelest mistress. As it is going to be 2 on the trot now for MOUZ as they look for their third. It is just going to be some upgraded pistols. Woxic with just a Glock. He's going to bring out the AWP into the next.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, you're not a backseat game here, but I'd like to see Aurora just slow this one down, right? Just catch your breath, remind yourself of what's at stake. Everything you've discussed in your team talks, don't just run to your demise and immediately be thrust into another must-win round.
They're also already in some strong positions. Wakadia's piped up towards the end of halls already, and if they're able to force Torchy to miss a shot, they can start to run him down. So the fact that banana control is taken by Exertion and Brollan, they are aware that it's likely to be an A play at this moment. So your biggest worries are going to be an Apps pop. That's why you see Spinks and Jimmy in combination, but it's back towards banana to test the waters. Playing it safe. Risk averse right now as half wall smoke drops. So taking the pace out and drawing the utility as they siphon MOUZ's investments. Top mid clear. Magic towards long, the rest about to charge up short.
Yeah, Jimmy's going to stay active, and Spinks will be that late piece and a replenish of that balcony smoke. Sufficiently deep, gives Spinks forward angle into short. Oh, good trade. Wakadia actually running him down.
Out of bullets.
Out of bullets. Has to use his pistol versus theirs, and he's hit some stunning shots. Oh, man, they thought they had something. And they did for a moment. Jimmy takes it all away. Brollan puts the final piece on. His first non-headshot kill.
Okay, well handled there. The bomb doesn't go down. The casualties are limited. And now come out the rifles. Earlier on within the year, one of the things that Magic was making vogue to facilitate Zentaras with the banana crawls was that half-wall smoke. If he stops in the archers leaving spawn and looks up to the washing line, sees if the clothes are dry, you'll see him throw that one out to facilitate. Woxic brings out the AWP, has Kevlar to go with it. AKs for the rest, but light on util for Zentaras and Jota. There's that smoke that we discussed. It creates a gap, an avenue. But it's all a ruse. They're heading quite direct over towards A.
This is where your T side has to start getting going, right? You got to take these AKs out of the hands of the CTs. Jimmy and Xertion cannot just be plying these for the entirety of the half.
Okay, we're calling their bluff in banana right now. They drop their own half-wall smoke. Xertion unloads. Damage done to 2, but Torchy's gone down in the interim. Jota's taken the AWP out of the equation.
Yeah, that's a big pickoff. That's a big scalp. Jimmy trying to fill the gap, spotted out on sight. Jota has that intel. CT's going to be strung out a little bit here. Oh my God, what am I looking at? Why are they having a conversation in the open? Xertion completely pants there.
Yeah, that looks silly, didn't it?
It did, but I mean, Brollan does still have the sight. No, it's not round ending.
And one of the keys right now is the lack of utility for Aurora for the round finish.
Oh, there's that little flash. Is Spinks going to have a look?
Oh, calls nobody home could be bad info. You can't rotate towards B.
He's getting walked on. It is criminally undercleared, though, and Wakadia is not going to clear it. Too easy for Spinks. Oh, an important one back.
Jimmy needs some kills here.
He certainly does. Brollan is running as fast as he can to lend a hand, and a good spray from this angle can always hit headshots. Why soften him up for Jimmy and his AK-47 now revealed in the corner. Needs another. Can't get it. Brollan can. It's up to Woxic.
You'd love the plant.
Oh, and you'd love a nade scuttling up. Oh, just a little short. And Brawler only 13 points of health. Woxic has the advantage, ready for that walk up and closes. That's what you wanted. That's what he's delivered. A closer is Woxic, a triple kill, and he scavenges away the AWP as well. Okay. A massive round.
That for me is all about Joda. The fact that he gets Torchy there towards the end of apartments, that's a crazy kill to find. It just puts so much pressure on that defense, and then they can play between the sides. Here it is, just stepping straight out. Torchy with the miss, so wide peak there from Joda. And this one's just juggling nades. That's going to cause some frustrations for Exertion. You should never be going down in that fashion. But I feel like MOUZ, consummate professionals, should be able to shrug that one off. They don't seem like they get in their head as the same way as the Aurora boys. But Joda and Wakadia.
We've got 4 exposed heads and 2 MAC-10s, Chad.
Yeah,
that could be a bit of a factor.
Just going through the motions again. Zentares dodging the brunt of that HE. So making sure that the boiler and halls control is the first point of contact they take, as opposed to running up banana and jostling for sandbag as well as half wall. So flashed in, space taken, and no secret of the presence. Careful now,
Matchup. Nearly burnt down.
Nade through as well, so both banana players copying some damage to Util. Torchy's all back out. Anti-flash turns in.
Yeah, he's looking for that boiler player, and McCarty has already slipped out. Spamming smokes, it has pulled a huge rotation.
Well, they do secure top banana thanks to Woxic's AWP. He's just peered towards sandbag, saw nobody home. Torchy retains control.
Yeah, this is a valuable piece of real estate. Back to B. 2 of them rotate off. Torchy now has to hold his side with a little bit of help from Jimmy. Jota down.
Wrapping.
Wakadia cut. Out of the round, and Zentares and Madja trying to wrap. Torchy's already ahead of it. You can see his motor mouth moving. 20 seconds. Are they even going to make a move?
I think they're saving. What's Woxic meant to do from banana?
Yeah.
How do you get out of there as well, though? Jimmy's pressed forward and towards boiler. He can just remove this quizzical glance, and that'll be a kill, as they are really trying to get out safely. Abort mission, get out of dodge. Jimmy, he rounds the corner, could take everything spotted. Now charges them down, and Taris spills the bomb forward, but he just wanted that AK-47. Try and pick this one up in the smoke, give himself an upgrade to work with, but well handled. Jimmy and Torchy, the 2-man A defense, because the rotation forced back between the sites. They immediately respond, and trouble brewing now. You want to forget that game against G2 if you are Aurora. You were blown out in back-to-back best-of-ones. A 13-7 Dust 2 loss to Furia, a 13-4 Inferno loss to G2. And just slow to get going even after the Woxic clutch. Tactical timeout called. Faber on the mic for the first 30-second break, and it's desperation stations right now. You've never had any issues getting to the playoffs before. It's been the games in the arena that have eluded you. The reps on stage, you're meant to be charging up. You're not meant to have any problems getting through the Swiss stage. It's something you should be comfortable with, but just the misfortunes, the losses for a lot of teams in best-of-ones at the major, and the body language there as you look down the line, it's not inspiring me with much confidence whatsoever.
Yeah, slip up versus VP, and FaZe in those best-of-ones puts them here.
Yeah, for MOUZ having a battle back in a 0-2 as one of the top 4 teams in the world, and when one of those top 4 teams didn't even make it through stage 2, well, we'll just say the top 3. Spirit, MOUZ, Vitality. Those are the big names left at the major. Vitality coming up next against VP. Woxic has to try and crack this one open.
Knife up mid. This is what I'm talking about. That's that signature Woxic aggression. Spinks down well ahead of the flashbang. And Torchy, he saw them. Throws out Incendiary to try and thwart them, but they're wrapping fast. Jimmy, he hears the extinguish, knows what's up. A missed shot from the AWP, but now it's going to be revealed. Jimmy is up on the box once more. A nice find, catches a rotation. Woxic a second contribution. Jimmy on the site. Torchy noted long. They need this kill, they need it clean, and Zentara is the one to provide it.
Smoked off for now. Do they go for this? Man disadvantage. Clear of the smoke. Can he catch him? Couldn't see him. Scoped in. Jostling now. Woxic can get away with his life. Now they can settle into the decision-making.
Torchy's pot shot really not far off.
Exertion's going for it.
He is walking up in their blind spots. And Taris is holding for this walk, though. Pre-aimed by Xertion. Taris. Oh, he pulls the trigger first, but doesn't finish it off.
Defensive smoke. Now they can go. Torchy to play next.
Yeah, there's pressure applied, amplified by the loss of Zentares. Xertion's backing away on the low HP.
I think they're calling it off right now.
Okay, they got this
fluffed
close.
Their lines with the U2. They're just going to call it off. Trying to get out of there, trying to hold on to their guns. They want to hold on to that AWP. Woxic found the way in. They're just being bottled right now. An Exertion, he could remove it all. Woxic, you need to find the way out, and he can't. MOUZ, they'll lose the round, but they'll take all the guns. And in a winning effort, to buy up next, it is going to be soft. You've got 4.1 at the high end, 3.5 at the low.
That's
Torji there immediately. Guys, they don't have full buy right now.
And it starts with a lovely Woxic opening. Jimmy and Torji both connecting. That was an important one to actually win the round, but I have to say that Exertion, the absence of winning it, he's managed to make it incredibly punishing.
Yeah, both teams with 2 SMGs coming into this next round. It's going to be extremely pivotal. MOUZ need this to continue to battle in Aurora. They can break the finances of MOUZ right here, right now, but they couldn't do it on Train. Can they do it on Inferno?
Ooh, not far off of the mark. Fires off a shot towards Wicardia. Exertion. Half-full smoke saves him. Jota was going to ask some questions of it. A little bit of chip damage from the flak.
Think about the difference in this round. Normally they're getting halls and boiler control quite directly. Right now they haven't done that. They want to pounce towards B with these limitations. 3 players here to defend.
Yeah, and look how unscared, unbothered is Exertion. Prollen has that flashbang. Woxic does too. Spinks is anti. Exertion trying to bait them in. Now Spinks has been set up for the play. Perfectly positioned to remove Zentara. They didn't spot him on their jump spot. That's an important trade back. Jota gets it. Block smoke forced out.
Jimmy's pushed forward in boiler, so there's really no way back. He can give the early information. Now it's only an SMG. Torji, however, that's an AWP, poking his head down middle.
Woxic doesn't have that same luxury, but Torji will back away prior to their arrival.
Oh, does Jimmy spot this, or does he play to be a late piece to activate once they're in A? He's playing active. Huge info.
Oh, he gets the kill as well as
Needs
the info.
to live.
Massive work.
Torji will have the cross.
Bacardi's going to try and catch Torji, though. Trying to sideline him. Torji, good shot. Catches Madger on the cross. Really uncomfortable now. There's Wicardia onto the Orpa. It's Jota looking for that low HP MP9. Zerkin's low as well. Loses his bodies. Nice pick off Jimmy. Last seen Falk. Can they find him? Can he do anything with low HP?
Fake plant.
Oh, Jimmy had such a great catch there, and still it doesn't translate. Important frags from Wicardia.
I can't believe he's saving. With how close he was right there, I thought he would try and make a miracle moment out of that, but now he's just going to back off and see what he can pick up. Aurora, been able to string 2 together. It's been touch and go. That right there, if they lead in towards that B side, it could have been all over, but they noted Spinks, which is that 3rd piece. Right, he was the individual towards Sandbag. He goes down. They know it's a stack. So Brolin, as well as Exertion, both over towards B. And Jimmy, not the weapon for the job. If he had himself with a rifle, maybe it could have been a multi-kill. But there you go, all tied up 4-4. And it's the 2 younger guns, Wicardia and Jota. Get them across the line, get them the AWP, and start setting themselves up right now.
They've broken through. I really thought Jimmy had done so much for the boys. The fact he gets one and gets out.
And Torji gets this as well.
Right?
So it's a 2v4 situation. It's Wicardia fighting down middle. It's this double kill right here. Exertion trying to take the fire range with a MAC-10, not the weapon for the job. The damage that was done earlier in the round made good upon, and Wicardia impact for days. Tack timeout called by Cyclone. We've got 1 apiece for either of the coaches so far. It's just 1 saved AK, with next round gracing them with 2,400 loss. So it's Jimmy with the AK. Oh, they're actually forcing.
My goodness, yeah, okay.
Does Torji hold on to extra cash so he can get an AWP out later in the pit? No, it's all in. It's a full shove. Torji's actually gone for the Mag 7. Okay, so this one right now is a chance for this game to be blown completely open. Aurora, are you ready for it? You know there was 1 saved gun. You can make an assumption he probably found a weapon that was better than MP9. But are you expecting these other investments? Torji and Jimmy partnered up.
Oh, it was not a silent jump either, so Jimmy, he knows what's up.
It's a flash.
It's going to be a good flash. Jimmy eats it. So blind. And they slip past him, but there's the Mag 7. You needed that.
That's A, empty. A is empty right now. They don't know it, but it's completely open.
Yeah, okay, Zentaro's penny drops. Nice from Woxic, and more confirmation of presence. There's another body beat. Start asking questions of A. Jota hasn't accelerated, though.
They will be able to get in there. There shouldn't be any issues, and may as well take your time. Be diligent about this. Get your smokes down, use your util. If you're Spinks and Brolin, you probably don't love the idea of saving 2 MP9s, but it's better than nothing.
And if you're Cyclone, you probably don't love that your call to force buy, I'm presuming, off the back of a timeout. Obviously, it could have been democracy.
No, I definitely think he's taken that to say, hey, let's fight for the economy control, because only 2 players stayed alive in the last, so they also know that Aurora's finances are quite bleak too. Knowing that guns have to be dropped, and if you take control, then you're the ones who can steal back the half. Now, they're on the CT side. They've got 4 rounds already. If they can get 5, they're going to be happy with that.
Well, I'm happy to report, Chad, that Aurora have already done better than they did versus G2.
Yes, so...
a 5th round.
Yeah, showing that was hopefully just, you know, a once-off, an off day. Not their offerings for this map, and you'd be surprised to see them pick it again if that was the case. But these corpses that litter halls... Jimmy gets the first, then he goes down, then there's a trade from Torji. It's a completely different round. But Jimmy with the saved AK gets nothing for his troubles.
And you've seen that play happen differently, right? You've seen that flash land and then 2 people go down to a blind man spray. This time they managed to avoid it.
Gonna be forced to work for their money here, aren't they, MOUZ? Here it is again. So flash comes in. We saw it set up in second middle by that of Woxic. And then here, Swag 7 has to get the reload in, and then as that happens, he gets taken down. Important kills. These 2.
Yeah.
I've loved seeing them in the Aurora jersey with Cardia and Jota.
Yeah, they found the necessary pieces.
Now, this isn't a given either.
You're right, 5.7s are terrifying.
Exactly, and Inferno and Nuke are probably the 2 best maps to have these type of weapons on in close-range duels.
And what's crazy to me is that Bacardi's still going alone abs. Like, this is brave stuff, right? Oh, she's not alone. There we are. Jota was on top of him. So it is going to be a duo after all.
Zantara is getting his banana control, has oversight of the AWP. And in-game leader Madja behind to support if anything gets out of hand. Molly to the mouth, sandbag called clear. Conviction on the fights as divide and conquer for map control, name of the game. There's a couple of key smokes. Now, when are they called? There's the first. Still over a minute left on the clock as that's deployed. So Spinks between the sites. He's been gambling over towards B and feels like he's been in the wrong place in most of the excursions. And the one time he was, it was the piece of information to send them back towards A. So bomb picked up from Wakadia now. Madja, Zantares, Woxic, all the top of banana is Jota. He's just going to deal with anybody leering forward middle and redeploy the smoke. That's going to buy you until about the 20-second mark.
It will be light on time, however, they stay stubborn on A for now.
There's a clear available.
2 division of labor. And they will break and go. Okay, here we go. What have you got, Zertian and Brolan to be tested, and Brolan's output is unbelievable. A 3rd available. Spamming smokes, and it's Jota that catches him. A stray bullet finds his head, and that changes the whole round.
All right, well, they're on the way. Torji still has an incendiary to work with.
Okay, what's he going to do with that? Just throws it out just towards the cross.
This is still a winnable situation.
It's hard to believe, but with Zantara is so low, I see what you're saying. It's a ballsy position to play the low HP. I suppose he's just going to hope he's overlooked. Oh, he actually goes looking, and now a bullet finds him. Okay, now awkward. Very awkward. Aurora needs someone. It's Woxic. It's Woxic that did both. Threatening throughout, but the 6th is theirs, and Aurora. And a roar from them. Woxic celebrating, trying to keep the boys G'd up. I mean, they are on elimination stations. If they were to let Inferno slip, 6-4 the scoreline, they'd love to bite your arm off for another 2.
It feels like it's been a while since we've seen a full bite out of MOUZ, and that's just because of the buying pattern that they opted for. This couldn't have gone better, but Brolin staying in limbo, getting caught with that smoke spam. He just wanted to stay and make sure that he would deny them with the SMG on the precipice of the smoke, but it ends up costing him his life. Okay, well, all power for Torji now. Can they salvage anything out of this half, or will Aurora start strong again? They did on train, but it wasn't enough to close. Mouth banana molly. Sandbag nade. Standard protocol. Space being taken. This time, they're thrusting forward on banana first. Jota and Wakadia are more passive in halls and boiler.
Ooh, the counter flash doesn't stop them from finishing their clears, and a smoke half wall signifies it's theirs.
Well, they've been given a lot of respect over towards A, and that's because they've been constantly jumping up with the flashes. So Jota now gets halls and boiler clear. Doesn't know if anybody's poached at the end right now. Mid-block smoke might change things as Woxic is boosted over to keep and retain this information top B. So less likely anyone's poked their head out towards Sandbag because of it. Oh, and confirmed by a block smoke top banana, so they know that that control is all theirs. Xantares with the bomb starting to float back. Madra and Woxic could fake this, and they might be a bit skittish for the rotation. Spinks and Torji on the long side. Jimmy to be called upon in pit again to deliver.
Threatening sound of a nade.
What's the rotation? Look at the rotation, just Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy's alone. Jimmy has got it all to do. One man on a mission and a headshot to start. Xantares removed. Jota audible. Oh, and it's Torji just in time to bail him out.
They're heading back B.
Okay. Bron and an audible rotation off through the smoke, and Madja unprepared for it, just guised by that fading smoke. Woxic back turn, far too easy of a collection. Wukadia does manage to neutralize the threat. And just punching in the code to try and draw the fight, make sure he goes down.
It's a tough round. That's a very tough round. Right, you could see right there they kept them guessing the entire time. The clock running down, the fake over towards B, it drew the rotation, put pressure on Jimmy, won the first fight. Torji gets there in time to be oversight. This is mandatory. He goes down, sight open. Right, Torji isn't going to be able to offer this up. Sure, one, but then he would have to worry about the short side as well. Brolin gets fortunate on the timing and exertion there to save the day. One more round in this half. Torji wants the last. Can they tie things up 6-6? Well, the buy definitely suggests so. Madra and Wukadia just with SMGs.
Yeah, they throw an aggressive barrage of HEs that leave Woxic wanting 58 to work with. And using that aggressive mid-smoke to walk all the way down late.
Won't be expected.
You think so? Oh, Torres, he's ready.
Okay, but that's information. He's traditionally the banana player, and he's off to second mid. Torji draws one back. Wukadia down.
It's a really big shot to find, and now exertion. Oh, he nearly finished off the AWP, maybe the nade. Woxic evades, gets out.
Damn deep, chased him for 3 damage.
Big difference between a 7-5 and a 6-6. Good clears from Xantares. Comms flowing as well, but that's the quickest of reactions. Looks much better from his POV.
Well, they're all in banana. Right now, darkness for MOUZ. They have no brackets information whatsoever. A block smoke, perfectly timed. But remember, Madja always holding onto these HEs for the clear. It changes the timing of when they can go. Brolin's back to join this. Incendiaries are plenty on the way in. Here comes the util.
Yeah, they're ready to try and throw out the incendiary. You can break the smoke, but you're running through the flames. It looks like they will. Jota braves them. Sershin and Brolan in combination. There's too much flame. Singed down, bodies dropping, melting. Woxic and Xantares, the last pieces to fall. A valiant resurgence here from MOUZ at the tail end of the half. 2 consecutive, if they can just put these low HP Turks down. 1v1, this is it. It's Xantares' it's my time to shine, and now he's bringing the fight. Oh, he made the step. Torji heard you up close. Now he can just walk PQ.
Can't fake again.
He's overthought it. Gets run on down. Torji closes the round. Tap of the temple. He's in your head. 6-6. Is this the last map we see from Aurora?
You guys can't see my face, right?
Do you think Vitality are going to win this major?
Yeah, of course. It's completely scripted. I don't want to say which event. Cluj. But I'm not going to let them have all the glory. You know there are very powerful people out there. We all agreed it's a time for a new era. It was a bidding war. Why do you think Falcons are second? Everyone, literally everyone is in for it. Even the referees. Paris, 2023. Did you see this bracket? You think it happened by accident? They think crowd cheating is the problem. Come on, that is the least of their worries.
Rob's going to be tested in this pistol round, but he's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp.
Move it, let's go, my brother.
Face away out in the yard. It's Robs though on the chopping block. Dual Berettas fire off, and it's all Robs all day. That's an ace in the pistol.
Vitality are back.
Well, well, folks, 6-6 at the half and a hectic end to their attacking half. We'll see the replay of Xantares getting that opening kill, Torji matching it with a quick flick of the wrist, and then it ends in one hell of a hectic display. You'll see this one again. What a shot. And Xantares, it was a 2v4 that became a 2v2, and then an opportunity in a 1v1. Xantares, though, overthinking it and getting, a bit outbrained. A couple of fakes, a couple too many, and Torji just walked on in and caught him lacking. 6-2-6. MOUZ this season with Spinks, their worst placement being 3rd, 4th. Their problems are supposed to start in the playoffs. And for Aurora, well, they've made all 8 playoffs of the 8 they've attended. And now they have to fight to see that 3rd map. In the smoke. Maybe Joker's not ready for that yet. Nice little play here. Exertion racking them up. Good damage back. Woxic still saving them. The beacon of light for Aurora.
Get away and reset with the man advantage right now. You don't need to stick around and be stubborn and give a kill over.
Chill your beans.
Mad just taking the banana control. He can call sector clear. Xantares poked in towards second middle. This one has a timer on it. You can't hang around here too long. Jimmy's actually come in through the chicken pit, so second mid susceptible now. Woxic takes the long side. And Jimmy crouches back through. Calls mid clear. And Xantares has been spotted, so chipped away out ever further. Woxic and Xantares low. Madger on B without Kevlar because of the kit. And only 1 kill to his name. This is for both pistols.
Yeah, and Madger hasn't got that insta headshot he would have loved. And
he's
now,
on his own.
Overstaying. You've got to be careful here, Madger.
He's playing retake.
As he should. Has the kit on his back and actually picks off the low HP Brolan. Jimmy will use that smoke and try and come up clutch.
Oh, if he goes back to A, he's worried about the surge down, but he doesn't know it. A's an open one.
Maybe with this boost
Maybe
info?
he does know it. Okay, well, then they're not going to beat him there. He should be able to get the bomb planted. And right now, if I'm Brolin, I'm saying, listen, mate, please just plant that bomb for me. Oh, Jimmy, overcomplicating it, young lad. He's got the long way around. It's still, if he can just get the bomb punched in, that's worth a force buy. Just has to get it down. No other option now. Winnable.
Yeah, so low. Woxic doesn't want to go down, and neither does Xantares.
4 bullets.
Yeah, there was such an opportunity there. Doesn't reload, doesn't know that they're not so close. Madger.
Miles away.
Yeah, but has the kit. And it will be responsibility of Madger, really. Just 2 kills to his name so far. One of them in this pistol already. We just saw it.
Still hasn't reloaded. Still 4 bullets.
That's right. And 2 targets. Oh, 2 bullets, 2 targets. Has the reload, gets run down. It's Madger to deliver. Woxic, that means an awful lot. He's delivered maximum impact. A double kill from himself and Madger. And they'll take the opportunity for momentum. I say opportunity for momentum because of how that second round went in the first half.
Yeah, look, state of the nation. They won both pistols short, but in the first half they lost the force. That can't happen again. They will have to defend their honor against 4 Galils and a Tech 9. Jimmy, by getting the bomb down, has facilitated this level of investment. There's more rifles on one side of the server than the other, and they lost the pistol. An M4 for Xantares, 1 for Woxic, MP9s for the rest, but the util advantage is there to still win this round for Aurora. That's a very deep smoke, stifling towards the banana players.
Yeah, but they want to go and looking, and that's what Zersh's counting on. Controls his spray and finishes off Xantares with ease. Madger taking his place as the rotation is called upon.
It's the worst player you want going down first.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? Especially when this is a must-win. That bomb plant from Jimmy has facilitated a threatening buy. That's a big pick-off. Madger's have an impact in this second half in a way he didn't in the first. Easy Jota.
Yeah, the heads-ahead on map 1 at Train. Xantares got the better exertion, 6-3 in the duels. Going to be interesting to see how this one spills out. 2 of them, the most aggressive players for either side, but a mid-clamp, it's available. Oh
my goodness.
Must have hit his keyboard.
Yeah, and now he's going to fall away. It's a bit of a bait. Jota hits a bit of damage on the way out. Same can't be said for Wakadia, but still gets out.
He's staying wild with that. Nade's no good.
Yeah, this is actually very threatening now. You're getting clamped. Don't stay open. Wakadia, you're open to Jimmy. I swear that was communicated just for looking at Jota and his position.
Magi's been hurt. Exertion has nosed the steps and now the spam.
Oh no, they're in so much trouble. You might not even go for it.
They're opting for the save, but you ain't
ya.
getting out of there.
Exertion's got ya. Can't even get away. Very low HP. Second round converted again for MOUZ.
Oh, just around the corner, but Exertion's going to keep the hunt on.
Oh my god.
If they can take away all these rifles, this one is going to leave a mark. Exertion is the only one hunting. They've been able to find safe haven for now, top banana, but the bomb is not even halfway gone. Exertion's going to keep looking. This right now would be massive punishment, and the first can't be found. Woxic will fell him, and that means they can hold on to this. Brolin and Spinks just hanging around in case anything gets out of control, but we can see we're going to tie things up 7-7. So another force by victory, and that's all facilitated by Jimmy getting the plant down in the 1v3. So the young Finn facilitates the force, and they find the success.
And Zantares, an opening death that I'm sure would have made him want to do a Torji impression as far as desk slams are concerned. That's a very frustrating way to lose out.
Yeah, he's had a couple of these bad deaths, hasn't he? The one that could come back to haunt you, would be fun in review, would be Jota shooting you in the head, giving away your position in A main on train. But that was a whole map ago, and you're still in this one now. Torji, you can tell the pressure's getting to him. The conversation during map 1 is it always seems quite positive. Well, we've seen death slams, we've seen frustrations being shown about boost, and we've seen Aurora expending another tactical timeout. Faber on the mic as they talk through what the options. 1400, 2 saved M4s. Limited options available here, but remember those 5-7s being in the play. And it's actually just one of which invested for Wakadia. It's going to be MP9s for Madra and Jota. Zantares gets back his M4 thanks to his boss man in-game leader, and they get to give this one another attempt. Oh, okay, juggling across. Yeah, it still works out. That's the do or die right there.
Yeah.
That type of energy from your leader, bringing it now. Boys, it's now or never. We have to lock in. We have to win this. If we lose the force by war, the map likely goes with it. This is tournament life on the line. Neither of these teams were meant to be here. But nor was Falcons, and look at them now.
Similar fate.
This is direct. This is direct against a force buy, right? They're not jousting for banana control. Again, they've gone straight towards apps. So whether they just want to try and mitigate CT aggression or get ready to pounce into an A play quite quickly, that whole smoke came out the gates. So that'll start to fade, and then Jimmy can start working in with Brolin, who is going to set Spinks up. So the two of them, well, not a silent boost anymore.
No, but that is a silent boost. And Tares, unnoted. Xertion peeks in. That's one back for the head-to-head.
Yeah, keep your eyes on that. So the fight between the two of them is liberated for some aggression now. A flash to follow. Magic takes a peek.
Oh, it wasn't actually. Gets caught by that.
Oh, now they're stuffed in banana. We'll have to eke back. So the man disadvantaged and a rifle picked up. Magic gets to profit. Zantares freed up to rotate away. Magic has another smoke and a HE that echoes past Torji. Another block.
Oh, this feels like they could flash and go. Yeah, Magic. Oh, he commits! He commits and he goes down. Quick rotation caught because the CT smoke's already up. They're just accelerating. Spinks, Brol and Jimmy, they're all on their way. MOUZ want to take that B site. It's going to be a disadvantaged retake though.
More util. Jimmy can re-smoke CT spawn. There's a couple of HEs and flashes to work with. That's going to buy more time and channel them in through ruins. Up banana is Jota.
There's so much at stake here. There's so much at stake, and Jimmy controls his spray. Heavy price. Jota hits some bullets. 2 banana and 3 coming and piping through ruins. A 3-on-3 retake. I don't see a kit. Oh, Aurora, chances limited here.
They're giving it a go.
Walking on in. Spinks going to be letting them know. If he gets anything done here, he can get so much done here. Good shot from Zantares, but that's a double up, and now MOUZ take it. They take it all away from Aurora. Madja trying to G up his troops, but instead they fall victim to Spinks. He's just doubled his frag total in 1 round, and it's a big round to post.
And now you're going to stew in your juices because it's an eco. You do not have the finances to find a force. That's the opener. Comes cleanly. Madja hangs around, gets 1, but just not ready. They were hedging towards A. They thought banana was theirs. Locked out smokes. The late utility. used to perfection, forcing them all in through ruins. And Jimmy, sure, it's some sketchy aim, but it gets the job done.
And I didn't see where that CT smoke was thrown. I presume it's like the Sansin one from way back, because it landed. It was there. It was there. As soon as Madja died, the smoke was up.
And that is prep, right? That is, okay, Madja likes to solo this. They like to free up as a Zeus in the mix, charging forward. Desperation from Wakadia.
Yeah, Jimmy's not falling for it.
Well, what about the second time round?
Yeah, right. Maybe that was all a part of the plan, so that Jimmy's clear can exploit. But look how wide he goes. He goes nice and distant from the corner. He knows it's a possibility. Jimmy meets his fate at the hands of the Zentares. Deeg.
Well, hit the brakes of your mouse and let Exertion explore B. You can see how far up he is. There's no one jiggling. There's no one with a smoke. And now as he continues to clear through the angles, he might just call his boys back over. Another opportunity there for the Deeg.
Yeah, not perfectly executed, and Roland gets away with 2 5.7 bullets lodged in his Kevlar.
Well, you know Zentares was there as well, and the only other player left alive is Madja, who is traditionally a B defender.
You get one shot, and that's on the bomb crossing. It's gone.
And the round is 2. 9 for MOUZ. There's no way back in. They have just over 100 HP with the two of these combined. It's not the weapons for the job, and it will be the guns out into the next, and Spinks even has the door closed. He spotted a little bit of you right there. And again, so keep on jiggling past. Spinks will be glad to take these duels, but at the moment, even though it's starting to sink in, the elimination is on the line. Your season, playoff after playoff. Aurora's best year, Turkey's best year of Counter-Strike. And when it matters most, the playoffs could elude them.
It would be a heartbreaking end to a very successful season.
Sure, they haven't had a lot of success within those playoffs, but at least from my stance, it's been about getting in those reps. It's been about getting those experiences. For a team traditionally not at the tippy top of Counter-Strike, there's been no question that they have been a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to experience, you know, oodles of it in Zentares, Woxic, Madja. But catching Jota and Wakadia up, getting those reps, it's been working fantastically. Both of these teams have been kind of, you know, tagged with getting to playoffs has been the new kind of vogue, being the new trend for them. And now both of them are just fighting for their tournament life, not for playoffs. No, this is just to survive for another day of play, another chance.
All right, well, the only one with any real stage experience as far as victories are concerned is Woxic.
Yeah.
The AWP without the AWP going into one of the final rifle rounds if they can't win this.
Will we see some Turkish tenacity? Madja seems to think so. Pushes down, mows them down. Combination with Zentares for the finish, for the flourish. Banana is theirs, and so is the 8th round, unless Spinks and Jimmy do something abhorrent.
Well, having Spinks alive in the clutch is always quite nice, but the fact is these are two quite passive players. Right, so they are going to need to play off of each other. Who's going to take the first step? Looks like Spinks. Up the guts of mid. 3 to deal with, 2 on the long side, Woxic and Wakadia.
This feels like a faultless setup, right? You both have to really squander your aim and spray. Actually, no, you're pushing in. And you put yourself in the vice. Jimmy gets to isolate a duel.
That was the bomb spotted, though, so information flows now that they are at the top of brackets.
Oh, and Woxic reveals he's on the same angle.
Yeah, just shot at the blood right there.
Jota's re-aggression. It feels like he's going to walk in. The 1 HP. Okay, they hit it. Madja. You can see just how much this means to them. Smiles for some, intensity for others, but as we discussed, it was necessary. Turkish tenacity on display, a second CT round. That's it, the second. The first since the pistol.
Maybe it was a miscom right there from MOUZ as well, but seeing some pedestrian mistakes being made late. It was double molly mouth. It wasn't sandbag and mouth, so they've missed the basic util that's cost them right there. Madja's been able to play ahead out of the pressure. And Madja, he's an old head, but he's not the man normally bringing the fire. He does not want to go out of this major just yet. He wants to walk in tomorrow with a chance for those playoffs. It's 1 round the difference. The money will break open. Aurora just need to convert this one, and they are back in this.
This is cheeky. Woxic. Ballsy angle, but now accelerating his Spinks. Jimmy's here too. Jota under scrutiny. Wakadia and Jota will be tested. Supported by Woxic. He's got his nades out. That terrifies me, but he still manages to get the gun on in time. Combines with Wakadia, even exchange. Doesn't have the bullets. USP out to finish the job. Wicardia brought down.
Something to work with. 2v2. Bomb's going to go down default.
Xantares and Maja have their opportunity to tie this game up even, but it's a retake into an AWP posted on the smoke walk. Not a flashbang to be seen. Maybe the lurk smoke, maybe he can throw something, scuttle it forward to make life difficult for Torji, but he hasn't. Pathing separately. Two independent ventures, and Xerxen is perfectly positioned for this. Just as Maja's looking mid, loses his head, and Xantares is no longer interested. Just hoping he can get an AWP out of this one, try and give Woxic something to wield. But a 10th round comes in. MOUZ will convert it despite the best efforts of the A defense. A pace change of sorts from MOUZ.
Yeah, that right there, they just immediately tussle straight up. Once they identified that Woxic's AWP had to play behind the smoke, they pipe in. They know that he can't be towards Amps. They know that he can't be towards short. And when he's in rotation, getting over to help his team, he's out of position. As a timeout called. This one sinks in. This is the second. And will come through for MOUZ. So Cyclone, off the back of a winning round, wants to have the chat. And maybe this is just to work out what the finances are. They see Xantares pick up that AWP and get away. The loss bonus for the Turks on the CT side going into the next is 2,400. So you're going to give that AWP over to Woxic, but you're not going to force buy. You want to leave 2K in the kitty. He's actually going to drop an MP9 over to Xantares so that that armor doesn't go to waste. Some lighter upgrades are available, a few 5.7s in the mix, but right now it's about facilitating this AWP. It's about understanding the flow of the game and putting Woxic in the right place, setting him up for success. Right now he's got a decent spawn to head over towards short or apps immediately. Cyclone took the timeout. He likely wants to avoid the prospect of Woxic finding an opening pick. Does that come with conviction? Is there a set piece because of it? Or do you let the flow of the game come to you?
Maja, absolutely zero assistance.
They're going to boost him over this mid-smoke.
And that's being pre-aimed by Torji. He knows the game. He's so smart. Read them like a book, ages 3 and up. Just pictures.
Rotating the B right now. Block smoke well timed. And there's no follow through. There's still 2 players over towards A right now for MOUZ. They don't need to get ahead of this. The AWP for Wicardia. Now the biggest problem is because of that block smoke, you have to worry about banana entrance as well as now where Xerxen's tucked in. There's going to be a lot to consider. As Wicardia just tries to hold the line, but he could get sideswiped in a moment. They have to know it's a possibility.
Xantares is being investigated on A side.
He's going to be a dead man.
Wicardia with his AWP. Jota knows that that possibility is there, but it's a standoff. And they are coming his way. Little does he know that wallbang, but now it leads to his boost. Could be his end. Oh, he hits the flick. Jota, tested. Wicardia's AWP connects twice. It needs to connect more than that, though. Oh, and it has! Xerxen got caught through the smoke! Wicardia hits them all! He does what Woxic couldn't. Torji read and predicted the first AWP, but he's picked it up, taken it to B, and taken MOUZ to school with a quad kill.
Jimmy's not even going to give this one a go. Not even going to give Wicardia a chance to get the ace. That is a stunning moment. The AWP was saved for Woxic, but it's in Wicardia's hand that it finds impact. 10-9 now. They're not giving up. Wicardia, that is a thing of brilliance. The new age of Turkish Counter-Strike will not relent.
Holy. What a gift. He has. Wicardia under so much scrutiny, frustration from Woxic turns to elation as he watches Wicardia mini fragmentally hits that on the jump back, just racks them up. Look at this one. What is that? Straight through the smoke. Let's get another one for good measure. That is unbelievable, unfathomable scenes from Wicardia. It was looking like it was a shoe-in for MOUZ 11.
But look what it's done to the money. Again, MOUZ working with very little. 2 Galils, 3 Tech 9s. We've had this conversation plenty of times. It's about breaking the finances. It's about breaking it open. They have to be eco if you win this one, Aurora.
And Woxic's ready, primed and ready for this walk-up. You want to test me again? Flash comes in. Woxic's not there, not active. They have brackets for free. They're already slipping along. There are gaps now. This is actually quite stressful. The CT smoke in Moto, that tells you everything you need to know. Nade, break, pit occupied, sure. Torji and Xerxen on that short side. Woxic wants to ask questions of it. surrounded. Aurora. Will Wakardi's hard work translate to a 10-10 scoreline? That's up to you. Nice shot. Woxic connects. There's Wakardi and Jota filling the feed. It's all turkey. But Brolan's gone last to fall. 10-10.
Now they all find their voice. Now they've got MOUZ on eco. Now they can take the lead late in this game. The emotion is rife when we get to the majors. These ones matter the most, and you're seeing why right now. 8 playoffs before this. This is just for survival. This one's mattered more than any game that's come before. And this is what it's all about.
Oh, that doesn't make you feel something. I don't know what will. I mean, just such determination, such hard work on the way lead in, and now a guarantee. We have a guarantee that at least 6 hearts will break at the end of this game. 5 players and a coach, never mind the fandom, never mind the family. Knowing that your loved ones put 6 months into something, consistently good results, and when it matters most, it won't be yours.
We're just taking a French timeout right now on MOUZ. They know that they're on eco. They know that the options are just allow this util to be siphoned through from the CT side. Take a moment to regather your thoughts. Talk about what the approach could be in the next. Allow your coach to listen to this. Remember, both of them having 1 tactical timeout each. And if there'd ever be a time to take it, it could be going into that next rifle round.
Oh yeah, you want mindfulness here. Straight up, just nose breathing, box breathing. Anything to ensure that you're in that flow state for this next crucial round of Counter-Strike. This one should just be a comfortable close. Centaurus actually taking a heavy headshot there, but commits to his spray and successful in his conversions. So with 5 alive, the formality is concluded and Aurora take the lead.
That's actually key that all 5 stay alive. There really was nothing you could get done if you were MOUZ, but if they were overzealous, maybe they made a couple of misplays and they get caught by some Glocks. That means the extra cash down the stretch could have been hemorrhaging for the CT side. So the fact that all 5 are able to hold on to their guns, there will be another buy available even if they lose this round with everything. AWPs, M4s, and util. They're in a strong position to push this to Mirage, the 3rd and deciding map, and fight for their honor at this major. Iklil in the mix for Torji. Needs the extra util. AKs for the rest. Up banana. Can Zercha find an open? No. 1 for 1.
Centaurus gets him. Immediate from Torji on the trade. Jota forward in bedroom as well as this battle goes on towards the half wall. He's alone in this. The A site would be open if he messes this up. Okay, info. Get out. Don't over-rotate. They won't. Aurora staying composed. A lot of faith in Jota.
They're going to leave the AWP over towards B. Woxic, 18 kills and counting. He also has a util package to block with. But if he hits the shot, they're still likely to run in after him before he even gets that smoke down. The bomb towards T stairs. Spinx is going to scoop that up as him and Jimmy start to transition back towards Banana to join Brolin and Torji. The setup on the A site, it's in the dark. Right now, information is lacking for Aurora. Woxic has to deliver at least 1.
Acting as though he was just your typical B defender, block util, but an AWP on the line. He needs this. The entirety of MOUZ do too. They're coming for him. Throws out a smoke, dips behind the new box, and now doesn't have vision, but surely that smoke implies his position. Brolin spots him on his little jiggle. Woxic's a dead man, 0 output. Nothing gained. And the bomb site lost.
They're going for the save, even though they have the finances. 11th is going to be given over right now. They're going to hold on to their guns. They gambled incorrectly. They had no information. They didn't lust forward. They didn't try and take brackets. They didn't take hauls. They put all their eggs in that basket. The stack doesn't pay off. MOUZ strike back. They might lose that immediate kill, but they trade. They pressure the side. They understand the tendencies of Aurora. They waltz into the under-fortified bomb site, and they give themselves something to believe in. It can still be done in 2.
That's what MOUZ yearn for. Woxic, yeah, unable to deliver when tested there. It was well played by MOUZ. Didn't fanny around, didn't overthink it. 11-11. Gosh, this is one hell of a game, isn't it? Right down to the wire. You can see these exchanges. This is the necessary one from Torji. Good work on his Galil. And then Woxic, they flashed him off the line. They really, I mean, they used their util perfectly.
It's where you would love to see old Woxic, the man that would have turned that flash and then just kept fighting from up close, right? He tried to play it by the book. Well, those saves will give them a bye in the next if they do lose this 12th to MOUZ right now. So those saves could come back to force them into overtime, but some conviction will need to be found at a point. Again, Jimmy, Spinks up second mid, the cluster of the other three, tussling for the banana control. Exertion, tip of the spear. Flash over, no follow through. It's through the mid pounce of the smoke. There's absolutely no brackets info right now for Aurora.
Flash through, Spinks is on his way. And brackets is gained.
Okay, well, there's a possibility right now to get those wrap smokes down. They're still keeping Zentares planted over towards B. Flash off, found from Woxic.
Just about gets away with it. Jimmy did start to pull the trigger first, but Woxic vision just enough for a flick.
They can't over-rotate this. They need to keep two towards the B site, but they're starting to hedge back. They've got the smoke molly combo.
Oh, wow, yeah, throw out the first smoke if Magic picks up another. No, he doesn't, just a HE.
And there's no HE to break into this for MOUZ. Spinks is playing the lurk. Does he play first? Smoke's landing on the site.
Good nade. Solid connection. 60 damage from Zentares. Taken off at the totals. 38 seconds and counting. Spinks lurking. And Torji's actually moving the bomb away as they commit into B, but Madja, Woxic both connecting. The lurk has been cut down and Torji finds himself in limbo. Xerxes stepping around. Oh, that overstep from Wicardia, but the bomb's going A. 2 on B. Bizarre.
Joda's in two minds right now.
Aurora should have this.
Joda's sticking it. I think they just have to save. There's only 15 seconds left. There's only 1,900 loss bonus for MOUZ going into the next round. These two AKs are necessary. Exertion and Torji are going to give it over. There's not a 2v4 that they can get stuck into. Torji can drop an AK. Spinks can buy one for himself. Brolin should have enough, but that's if they don't go down after time as Torji, nimble, stays alive, but that's 12 for Aurora. Overtime guaranteed for the Turks.
This must have been exhausting, and it's still not done. A third map, just one round away. Aurora fighting for survival. This was the flash that could have led to the demise of Woxic, and again, impact being felt. That seasoned professional, the Southpaw sniper, top of the scoreboard. 20 frags.
Oh,
the highest in the server.
This timeout was saved from Cycrin until this moment.
Yeah.
The final 30 seconds favor 2, and he has 1 residual. He won't be using this in regulation unless he wants to extend this for another 30. They have been able to get rifles across the board. The lightest being Jimmy into just a Galil. The rest will have the AKs. The nades are there. Those saves. Can they be the difference maker? Torji, late in train, saved an AWP, won them the next round to play with a couple of impactful kills.
Yeah.
It's the AK now. It's not the weapon of choice, but this is T-side Inferno. 12-12, and we go to overtime.
I think if I was in an Aurora jersey, seeing Zentares with an AK in a round like this would fill me with some confidence. Looks like Brolin is going to be asking questions in such a crucial round of Banana early. Half-wall smoke gives Xerxes the freedom to walk up. Safe from the flame and quick control. He wants to try and soften up Zentares, knows his play, knows his flight path, and Nate does chip away. Combined, put him on half health. Flashes on the retake. 4 members of MOUZ posturing for this early Banana fight.
I think they want to go quick. I think they want to catch them faffing around with nades, over-rotating. Catch them out of position.
Oh, it actually could be working out wonderfully overtime. If MOUZ can break in. Cross your T's, dot your I's, drop your
that's
smokes.
a bad smoke.
Yeah, it's not looking likely to be punished.
Well, Wicardia comes back through, picks up some util, so flashes to aid. Smoke towards long. Joda isolated. Can he get out of Portrait? Does he hang around for damage?
A flash up mid was brilliant. No swing off of that.
It's on these two on A right now. We can see the T's all pressing in their direction. Torji to try and line smokes and flashes up to facilitate the A play.
Yeah,
still 3 on B. Still 3 on B.
Yeah, they're going to be really put through their paces here. Woxic, Jota to try and end it here, to try and secure that third map. Mirage, it could be theirs if they could just start with a bang, and the AWP has done so. Brolin swung, back presented, Jota up next to bat. Jimmy likely to find him. Zertian looking for him. 1-6 Orb is still racking him up. Hits another 1-6 Orb. Does it all. Triple kill, but his teammate's gone. So is the one-side match. It's just enough. And they've done it. They take it the distance. Aurora on the ropes. Battered, bloody, fighting tooth and nail to take it the distance.
The hype, the almost heartbreak, the insane plays, and everything that Aurora needed to go well for them in this game does secure them a chance to survive. But my God, at one point, boys, they look down and out.
You needed to... Yeah, I mean, that was just unbelievable. The finish there, the moments from Wycadia, the fact that Woxic had to pop off into the final round, right? My God, like, every single stop was pulled on the side of Aurora. Like, every single person seemed to have a pop-off in the last 5 rounds there. Everything was put on the table. I'm glad that Aurora, even if they lose the series, I'm glad that they can at least walk out of here with their heads held high.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing too, because also, like, I mean, I don't know, I find it really hard to root against Major or to not want Major to succeed, just knowing how much he pours into it. And you can see it because he had that big swing round, and like, as soon as that happens, he knows he's just created some opportunity for his team to get back into this game. So awesome to see them complete the comeback.
We got to look at some Wycadia moments in here, right? Starting with round 8. Let's get straight into it, because this is what you want to see from this young player that's been credited to so much of their success.
So many of the rounds for Aurora were off the back of being disadvantaged, being in kind of awkward positions, but this round started pretty well for MOUZ. They get a really clean 5v4. I mean, they are able to peel off. They at least know where MOUZ know the numbers of Aurora and kind of where they are, but we actually got a little bit of mid-rounding here. The timing was just perfect. Yeah. Usually with Aurora, you know that you almost know they're not going to really do too much in terms of fakes. They death ball back up mid, and it is a 4 versus 2. Like, this feels hopeless for them, but Wycadia is able to pick off Torzi on the long side, but then look at this spray down mid. There's 2 guys here, and he gets both of them in a split second, and they're able to close it out. Like, those sort of swing moments where Wycadia is just able to overperform mechanically, like, they need those.
Yeah, and he had a couple. I mean, so there was actually multiple miracle rounds for Aurora to win this game. Yeah. Like, on one sense, I'm kind of like, this is an awesome win, because I feel like when I've been the most disappointed in Aurora this year is when in these close games down the stretch, I feel like that team cohesion falls apart. I think the focus falls apart. I think they have sometimes had struggles closing maps out in like intense games. This one is like standing up to the task and in a very cool way.
They were not going to be eliminated in this fashion as well, and it also takes some of these crazy matchup plays at the same time, right?
I mean, on the entries towards Banana, this dude was fearless. I mean, we have another round that came kind of early in the second half, but I think it just set the tone, okay? Because you got a gun round versus MOUZ. You know that they're working with full utility and everything like that. The nades are there, the molly's there. Madrid's on an island right now. There's a molly that can't even help. It means that nobody can help him at the corner, and he just goes for the swing, gets the double, and it's like, what a great way to put your team in a winning position.
Especially on such an important round. Look at their money. If like they're to lose that round, they had like nothing in the bank. There were players at 150 at $0. So I mean, when you need the round the most, Major is not going to be afraid to step up and actually go for a play, this time rewarded.
And we go from one bit of craziness to something that doesn't even make sense from Wycadia with a weapon he doesn't often utilize.
I mean, if this game earlier on felt like we were already hitting a level 10 for crazy, this just broke the scale in half, okay? Wycadia gets the kill on the half wall there. This looks like it's completely done. Like, I don't even know how Wycadia is alive right now. And then, look at this. During this whole play, Yimpak gets a kill on 8. Like, MOUZ can leave. But then Wycadia is like, no, you can't. No, you can't leave. He just shoots him right through the smoke.
I feel like the great irony of a round like this is it's almost like you only make this play if you're desperate. Like, this only happens if they're just, like, getting so battered in this round that Wycadia feels like he's about to lose it. Like if he doesn't make this play, they lost the round and lost the game. I mean, that's one of the miracles they needed to actually win this map.
These miracles did go their way, and they're going to be so happy for it all.
Well, their confidence in their own Inferno is rewarded, right? Because that was the question you had before this game came in, is like, they just got destroyed on this by G2 yesterday. Like, is it really, it feels kind of crazy going back into it. And it's like, okay, well, now you get rewarded for that faith that you built up in this map for your pool.
I still want to keep talking Zontaras. It may not maybe have the highest output or some of these crazy moments, but he is still this consistent player for them getting the job done as well.
with Major, the way that they handled Banana made it painful for MOUZ to take that sort of space. He did a great job just finding openers, being able to play off of Major. I mean, they're setting each other both up for utility. So even in terms of scoreline, it might not even represent the impact that Xantara's had, because it's like a 1-2 punch between him and Major. And sometimes like that round that Major had where he got the double kill swinging top Banana, I'm pretty sure Xantara's was the one helping him with utility there. So more complete player than some people may even imagine.
Yeah, then he probably gets credit for sure. I love seeing him in open spaces, but you're right, like he does seem to get like stuck into some of the battles on the entry side of things where he's one of the first to kind of get stuck in and go down. But when you see him in some late round scenarios where he's got room to work with, got those mid-range fights, that's when you can just see how crispy he is. Yeah, he's been incredible for this team, and obviously as you kind of mentioned, more often than not when you play against them or when you watch them play, it feels like they have that kind of like that 1-2 step hit of like map control, and the second step is hit the bomb site. And Xantara's is always the critical player in that because you need his sharp entry to open things up for you.
And you need a player like Woxic to be able to turn things around from map 1 to 2. A 0.7 rating when it was on train, it looked really bad for him, and you think maybe mentally he can't come back into it. But then he heats up and he delivers, especially even in that last round when they all came at him on aim.
Oh my God! This would be overtime right now
yes.
if Woxic didn't just have an insane pop-off there. This was incredible for him. For him to be just bouncing around the international space, the Turkish space, and finally find a home here on Aurora. Like, he has upped his game this year. He's had some little dips and rises, but when it's a big moment, he rises to the occasion.
And I mean, he was so critical when we watched their kind of rise last year as well. Like, he was one of the players, like him and Xantara's, were really hit a streak where both of them were playing really well at the same time, and that's such a dangerous combination. I think the nice thing about Woxic now is his game has kind of transformed over the years. He used to be that kind of like, you know, the frag movie Opper where he would kind of go for crazy plays. He wanted the insane flicks or that high sensitivity, but he's built his game and fleshed it out to a point where now you can see an Opper who's learning how to control the map and who learns how to kind of deny access and use the map control AWP can give his team to really good effect. And this is a brilliant performance. 23 and 14 on the verge of elimination. All you can ask for is give me the same thing on the third map. It's that simple.
I'm going to show this round again because it's actually kind of scary that there was only 2 of them. The rotation was a bit later than probably what they wanted this late in a round as well. But Jota and Woxic get the job done.
Spinks plays too early here, I think. Like, you want the attention to go towards lane so that wraparound, because once the first player goes down in the wrap with no trade, that second guy, Spinks is a lurker. Like, you need the attention to be elsewhere for you to make the play. Maybe he felt some pressure with the rotations coming in. Maybe he felt like the smokes were going to fade and felt like he had to turn the corner a little bit early. But I think without the distraction of that lane hit, that was never really going to go all that well against an alt.
Yeah, that's one where if you're Spinks, I don't know what kind of peak he threw out, if it was a wide swing or a jiggle, but I mean, Woxic just wasn't missing.
Yeah.
So, like, he might have even just thrown, like, the tightest jiggle out on Woxic, but I mean, he was just nailing everything there.
Yeah,
like, you couldn't stop him.
And in that round, you're going to be so focused, like, your finger's just ready to hit that trigger.
Well, guys, we've got one more map to go between these two, and one of them will be eliminated at the end of it all. Aurora, they did survive it here on Inferno, but let's find out what will happen when we get to Mirage after this break. one of these two teams, this is the last map of their major run. Neither of these two teams expected to be in these situations, but now they need to deal with the cards that they have been dealt. And now it all comes down to Mirage, where for Aurora, they are yet to play it at the major. For MOUZ, they did play it twice. They lost to VP. They now also had that crazy game that they did win against Liquid, but it wasn't pretty. I don't know what to expect, boys.
I think that's the key. Who cares if it's pretty? You're now battle-hardened on this map, right? You just faced elimination in a triple overtime game. And, like, yeah, you might... I guess it's... What perspective do you want to take? Now you have all the material to prep into them. You know, like, everything that they're going to want to do on the map.
True.
Or are you the MOUZ side of things where you take the perspective of, we know we can win this map in high-pressure situations. We're not scared of going here in an elimination game.
I'm just curious.
I take the MOUZ angle just to answer.
I like live reps personally.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
I don't like to go in cold into these kind of ones. I'm curious to see how much prep work Madger actually did, because yesterday MOUZ was just. They were honing in on NAF. They were trying to bully him off of that B bomb site. Yeah. He's going to be playing B here for the side of Aurora. They love their B finishes, MOUZ. And so this guy, I mean, he stepped up in a couple ways on Inferno, but you would like some consistency out of him.
Interesting that there's a little bit of a trap there set up that sticks out in my mind when you say that, because if you do watch that kind of game from last night against Liquid, you might be like, oh, they're going B a lot. They like going B a lot on Mirage, but if that's targeted towards NAF and you expect there to be a lot of B plays and kind of try and cheat a rotation and try and take advantage of that, and that's always the problem with anti-stratting, is you never know if, like, are you anti-stratting a team's anti-strat for another team? Are you anti-stratting something they like to do? It can get a little bit muddled there. So if you make the wrong assumption, you can be in for a very rough time.
And do you know what I think is going to be very important here is that the mentality for Aurora, when I did the interview with Madger, he was saying how there is more pressure on MOUZ. They should be the ones feeling pressured in this series, not me, because they are the top team who've had deeper runs and stuff like that. Okay, that's all well and good, but when you've got to this stage right now, it doesn't matter, in my opinion.
I don't buy into that. I don't buy into that at all.
Trying to shirt the amount of pressure is a weird way to go if you're Madger, okay? Both of these teams have a lot of pressure on them. For MOUZ, they've made 6 top 4s ever since Brolin became the in-game leader with Spinks next to him. And on the side of Aurora, 8 out of 8 playoffs. Okay, both of these teams should have higher expectations than to finish 1-3 throughout this group.
Absolutely. But also, if you think about the year that Aurora's had, I think they've had to deal with a lot of these kind of mental issues, and this is another sign that I think Major even recognizes that might be the big problem between the kind of schedule they had and, like, constantly having a conversation about how exhausted they were going and choosing to go to every single event on the calendar they possibly could. You saw the point where I think it was Zontars who got frustrated, said, why don't we ever have fans cheering for us inside of arenas? There's a lot of mental hurdles this team has encountered throughout the year. The back problems that Zontars said he had back at the Blast event. So, I mean, you know, I think Major coming out and saying that is, yeah, it's kind of like I'm trying to lie to myself and my teammates to convince us that we're all good, that we don't have to be concerned about these things, but the outside world ain't buying it.
What are you buying in terms of who should be favored on this map, what we're looking at? Is it still MOUZ coming in?
I'm going to say it's MOUZ by a hair, okay? I would go 13-11 MOUZ on this one. Might even see overtime, but I think MOUZ get it done.
I'm leaning towards MOUZ as well. I think it's all going to come down to the mid battles. We saw how much MOUZ loved it against Liquid yesterday. Whoever can control mid on both sides of the map is going to be the winner.
Well, let's see what happens when we get into this one. It's Mirage, it's do or die. Let's get into the game.
Let's do just that. Which pony are you back in here, Birchall? Into the third. I don't normally pry, but I'm intrigued.
Look, odds on screen favoring MOUZ right now.
Analysts favoring them too. It's hard to look past MOUZ. It is.
I don't know. The type of fire that Madger was bringing emotionally in that last map, that's enough to get me. That's enough to get me, right? I think this is the CT side start right now, and as far as pistols have gone, Aurora have actually gotten the lion's share. I think it's 3 out of the 4 played. The problem on Inferno was not the pistols, it was the follow-up, and that can't happen again. They need to make sure they convert off the back of their pistols right now. We'll make sure we keep our eyes on individuals like Zontars and Exertion. They've had a bunch of head-to-heads over the 2 maps, 10 and 6 in favor of Zontars, but both of them will be playing for mid-control and holding connector for their teams. And the desk was just discussing the punishment that MOUZ were dishing out towards the B site to bully NAF yesterday. Player who looks completely checked out in that Liquid jersey. And the B bomb site is completely checked out of as well. Nobody home, as the sound cues have been heard. It's a retake of the B site.
Yeah, Madger's just playing for one on the drive-by. Like, if he could just tap one head, he'd be a happy bunny. But actually,
not believing it.
Doesn't get his opportunity cleanly.
All right, well, now we're going to be into a 5v5 retake. There is this kit from Short. Madger cannot go down. He will have the connection point as Zontars behind him. Joda will join, and Woxic and Wakati in through the marketplace.
Jimmy got a lot of work to do, holding control of Short. The rest of his team hidden from that engagement. Almost a double bench setup. Roland focused on the market window. Moxic in with one. Roland gone. Jimmy, wow, last bullet, good output, hits it, but they push through the market and into Spinks, a triple. Almost immediate deletion of all three.
Yeah, one of the things is playing retake's fine, but if you're playing retake and you're allowed to set up in a really potent post plan, you're going to have a tough time. You're going to play a bench, you have a guy in Edward, you have a guy in market. So you're very strong with these crossfires, and you get a moment to breathe with it. And then as soon as all these kills happen towards Cat, that's the kit loose, no way back in, and Spinks, the last two, are a thing of beauty. Battle hardened is how the desk framed it as far as Liquid is concerned. Yesterday's game against Ultimate on a life game was one that definitely tested the mental.
Yeah, Spinks had a great get showing as well.
Yeah, triple overtime in that one as we're forced in. Moxic with a scout, MP9s for everybody else. Ushered out towards the island box with 3. Just going to be exertion on the MAC-10. Spinks in through underpass, and it's essentially everybody vying for this mid control with Jimmy as the late piece through the B apartments. So the position highlighted by Wakadia there, he's late activation because you've got Zentares in the vent room. He'll swing if Zentares gets contact or vice versa, depending on the way this setup starts to unravel. Deep con smoke lands. Woxic calls they can cross now. Missed the window smoke. Fresh Shark mounting and rearing its head early. So that right there is an open avenue to be concerned upon.
Yeah, is it punishable? They are walking into this little trap set by the two Wakadia. And now Zentares, he gets his, and Wakadia, oh, we would have loved them both. Xerxion's done very well to rectify.
Madja's still here. Might get caught by Jimmy on the clears.
Jimmy walking in, Madja's now revealed himself, and oh, actually, he runs him down. He'd have loved to have gotten away. He might, yeah, he's gonna burn. Oof, one spread, one tick, all it takes for the last 2 HP of Madja.
Yeah, and worried about the wrong thing is Woxic right now. Spinks is actually going to come up through Cat on the subsiding of this smoke and pick up that bomb. He might be able to catch him. Timing working out for him.
Oh, he's actually tagged him. 2 points of health, the wall bang, the pistol, anything will do. Anything will do. Can't connect. Spinks too good, too vicious.
Okay, that was tough, and that setup was designed to deal with that type of collapse onto the site.
Yeah, it feels weird to be saying, oh, Wakadia needs 2 there, but like he kind of did. Xerxion getting that really changed things. So you'll see 2 of them asking questions.
You see, the setup looks perfect right there. I think it's Joda who goes down for free.
Yeah,
He's the only one without a kill to his name in that situation. Woxic, of course, as well, but he was the one left in the 1v2. And that was a decent attempt there from Aurora. But is the fire eternal? Well, let's find out, because right now it is going to be an eco. Jumping out in towards the underpass to liberate a little bit of space to work with, to maybe be an unknown entity. Is Wakadia. Calls at least the early layer of B-apps empty. You got Joda jiggling stairs for Palace. Woxic tucked in under balcony. Zentares on the jiggle connector. And that smoke's actually hit him in the side right there. Hasn't manifested a gap. Well, they like to walk through it as well on timings, but the boost is the option.
Oh.
Was the option.
Yeah.
I want to do it again.
And the pre-aim.
Just too late, isn't it? Oh.
Oh, no. Wakadia didn't get the warning he was expecting for that cross.
It did have the jump on him still, though, didn't he? Just unable to connect the dots, so Exertion finds the opener. And now with the man advantage, should be able to pop this one in against the pistols.
Yeah, especially when your bum's sticking out. Zentares gets spotted out.
Nothing for Woxic to do in that situation.
Yeah,
So
I mean, a Deagle headshot would be nice, just to force a rebuy.
We can talk about the CT side and what we're expecting to see. So Madja over towards B, Wakadia short, Zentares connector, and Joda anchoring A. And even with the back turn, couldn't get it done. So it's just going to be Madja. A comfortable start for MOUZ, 3-0.
I've heard the conversation about, you know, leaders and Big Uzera saying, I want to play con, it makes it easier to call. Does Madja playing the Bianca role limit what he can contribute?
In some ways, right? You get this with different in-game leaders. Apex is one of them, but Vitality play a lot of different setups, right? So Flamesy, when they want to fight mid, will be called across to help Apex.
Yeah.
I think that you need to just put a lot of faith in a player like Zentares then, which you can do, right? He's very proficient at that type of a role, but it means between Wakadia, Zentares, and Woxic, they need to be calling out a few of these scenarios, and holding on to that AK would have been a massive boom for Zentares going into the next. So couldn't get it done. But look, there's a lot of teams that will just play their in-game leader over towards B because it's a jump spot simulator. And they did get that info, so Zentara slipping off, called it, but still Wakadia couldn't get the jump on him. Xerxin gets multiple kills within that round, but here we go. Rifles out. Woxic Orp invested upon. No armor for him. Oh, never mind. Yes, he does. Sells back. Gets it late.
Makes a lot of sense. Prefer to have some Kevlar.
Window smoke. Cat as well, and very direct towards A. Woxic will molly out the island box, but there's nobody home. It's going to be 2 through Palace, 2 through Ramp and Xerxin. Does he play first or does he play last? Well, Woxic over towards Ticket now. So 3 players to defend against this. Joda in sight, Woxic from Ticket, and Connection from Zentares towards Connector.
Yeah, they're not buying this mid play. It's a bit too quiet. Wakardi's already called it rather clear.
Double smokes, the up-down available from Brolin. Scuttles those in. Can't boost over. Ooh, can't boost over those, I was going to say. Didn't land perfectly. Ready to push through the smoke, but it's all a ruse. Xerxin from top mid back to underpass. Is there a second wave?
I presume so. Not buying this at all. It's a little too quiet. Now they start to probe, and Woxic just in time returns his aim to that ramp walkout. And he hits it. Rollout removes. Xerxin's flank now noted. Zentares has brought down a combination of Spinks and Xerxin. That's the Torji Orp on the T side. Catches Jota. Lacking as the flank is coming.
They're a decent time. You need to survive, though. Otherwise, Wakadia cannot activate. He's rounding the corner now.
He needs a multi. He can deny the plant and everything. Brilliant work. Brilliant work from Wakadia. Their man advantage completely squandered, and now Spinks and Xerxin, the guys that opened it up, in combination, have found themselves with nothing. No hope. No chance. And no attempt.
Oh, don't want to go down after time. Xerxin hanging around in limbo on the stairs right now. We got 5, we got 4, we got 3, we got 2 and 1. Nobody's going to step into the lion's den as Xerxin. Can he punish on the way out? Yes, he can. Wakadia, the hero, will lose it in a frustrating fashion as Xerxin does stay alive. So damage done. Will force out some drops right now. It's a nice round to win. Woxic hits the opener. Wakadia saves the day with the flank, and he saved the day on Inferno. If you missed it, go check it out. A crazy 4K on a saved AWP. It was the statement piece of their Inferno.
I mean, many would argue it's the reason they're here in the third. And now MOUZ, they don't have that cushion. They don't have that luxury of feeling like we can finish this one in 2.
Now this time, more of an investment around middle. Peppering through the smoke, not finding anything. Up close and personal, Orp on the line. Can Woxic find another opener?
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see if Jimmy really wants to ask questions of this or if he's just going to be holding for aggressions. I think that it's more likely to be the latter.
See Jota in 2 minds. Do I help for ramp? Do I watch Palace? Well, apparently he's going to do both. Zentara's having to worry about mid on his lonesome. Wakadia is quite passive over towards Cat right now. You would be worried about a B pop into Madja, so you have to keep all of your options open. The bomb scooped up and pivoting back over to join that of Xerxin top middle. Rolling in through the underpass. 1 minute and 10 on the clock. Now the crawl begins.
Yeah, Jota tucks in. Xerxin moving mouth a lot as Palace is replenished. And we reach that 60-second mark. This is where the T side needs to start putting the best foot forward. Now setting sights on this kind of pinch into A. Woxic hasn't moved a muscle. Fair play. Good restraint.
Spinks drops into this. Jota has to hit the kill. Oh, he's peeled away.
Woxic just left. Now they turn up the heat. Zentares gets away. It's good from Wakadia. Wow, short side output's massive. Jimmy making no secret of his presence of the ramp. He knows he's dueling with 1, but there's the team play. Woxic puts it in.
That's something that they've struggled with on the Aurora side throughout these maps, is getting themselves in the position where they can break the economy and then doing so immediately. So now they've done it quite easily on within the early stages of the third map, which is going to spell the eco coming out of MOUZ now. And that's really good work from Wakadia, right? I'm understanding he's the short player, but he helps alleviate a lot of pressure on A by negating the play up connector. So very well done in back-to-back rounds from Wakadia to help out his team. As we do see the eco now, and we all know what that means, a slower roll out of MOUZ. It's time to just reflect on the series so far. We kicked things off on Train. That was MOUZ's pick. They're able to pick that up. Inferno, it had it all. Back and forth, crazy moments highlighted by the desk. And Aurora, they willed it across the line. Now we clash on Mirage. A map that MOUZ have played throughout the tournament. 2 showings. An opening loss to Virtus.pro, 13-11, but triple overtime win will put hair on your chest against Liquid when you're in a 0-2 game.
Yeah, up against Shui, no less as well. MOUZ, no absence of extra emotion.
Scriptwriters going for the most obvious of the storylines, aren't they? Well, this time round, 8 of 8 playoffs for Aurora throughout the season, looking to make their 9th, but will need to get through this and then win again tomorrow. MOUZ's worst placement, 3rd, 4th since Spinks has joined the team, and well, here we go. Into A, they erupt, and the eco should just be swept under the rug. You'd love to keep all 5 alive, and that's exactly what they'll do. We're tied up 3 apiece. Okay, you hear Exertion doing a lot of talking, and then there's no secret this man has a lot of influence with the position he plays. Now, obviously, Shui's no longer in the team. We never got to the bottom of why he was removed. But if there was a clash in play styles, maybe Exertion, who has a lot to say, needs to be the man to step up and deliver some of these calls alongside of Brolin. He said they're full play and default. Let's see if there's a pace change about this. Hot cat smoke spam through. It's echo past as damage is done to Brolin.
Yeah, heavy damage from Xantares' spray, and then Wakadia can put the finishing touches on. He does get traded. That's important from Exertion. Keeps MOUZ flying their flag in mid.
Oh, well, he's going to use that smoke to gravitate ever closer. Jimmy in through Palace. Spinks on the lurk towards B. Exertion and Torji with the mid control. No AWP for Torji to work with. Still got a bunch of smokes if they want to try and simmer in for this map control. Now that the con smoke should be starting to fade, they can smoke window, smoke deep connector. And Jimmy peers back, worrying about Joda maybe creeping forward with an aggressive maneuver. The AWP of Woxic is over towards B. The finish not clear. There's the con smoke, followed by the window smoke. This time they'll stick the landing. 2 up, Cat. Make it 3. Jimmy joins the pack. B split.
Yeah, seems like a guarantee. Magic really got to rack up a double here minimum. Oh, they walk into his line. Yeah, so Torji, he'll go down again with the trades, but Xertion now brought down. It's Woxic that hands him his arse, and a double kill from that impactful AWP of Woxic. Spinks is up close, and he knows it. Look at this, he's playing for it. He knows where you are. Dancing with him. Wow, Woxic. Twinkle toes on the B side. Maja G'd up the boys, and okay.
Okay, he sees you, and he knows what's coming.
Read like a book.
And this is where the desk was discussing what prep has been done. Well, they seem to have the answer for this. Brolin falls first, and then into the trap. The AWP on the site. Maja gets his one, but it's Woxic's triple kill. He had a rough go of things back on train. Some of the deaths that he's stomached. Involved in a lot of openings, but now into the lead, 4-3. Pistols out for MOUZ again. Insta window. It's all a ruse. They're heading over towards A. Xantares in his lonesome over towards window. Wakadia aggressive out short again. Not afraid to take a fight, as that molly definitely didn't hit the mark.
Yeah, I mean, they've got plenty of tape of Aurora. What was it, over 40 rounds of Mirage up against Liquid.
Okay, so late smoke thrown out towards window here by Exertion, just to keep eyes pried toward middle, but this will be the finish towards A.
I mean, they're in such good places for this. Xantares will be able to chip in.
There's no flash, so Woxic won't get forced off the line. It's going to need to be a great shot.
Yeah, this double molly. Here they come. And there he goes. Great again. Ooh, that's a difference maker. He's closed the gap in combination. Deagle Tech 9 take the control of the site. Awkward, very awkward. Now an AWP has fallen into Jimmy's hands. Not known to be a sniper, but will put it to good use. As he's flashed off of the lines, Xantares on the warpath. They just find the first. Spinks, however, good for it. That's Wakadia with impact once more. MOUZ, they've done the hard part. They've gotten in now. They just need to stop that defuse. Smoke on the side, Kits are present. Good damage chunking onto Wakadia with the meat cleaver. P250 dancing with him. Wakadia another, and Magic can stick it. Nice shot. Xertion's done so much, but he can't stop the defuse. Aurora avoid red faces. That would have been a horrible way to lose your grip.
Gets away with the AK there as well. Sure, he's going to throw that one over to Xantares to keep taking those fights over towards Con, but the cash is flowing right now. It's going to be the first tactical timeout call from Cyclone. This is 5 consecutive rounds, and this is the first where the bomb has gone down for MOUZ.
He hit a great shot desertion. It really did make that round look like a possibility for a moment, but it's Ricardi's contributions. Yeah, we're saying his name an awful lot already. We're only, what, 8 rounds into our 3rd map here, and Ricardia has been a focal point of Inferno and now Mirage.
Well, this man, before we got into the game, in the interview, said the will to win has to be higher than other teams. And right now, that exists for Aurora. We know that this team has the pressure of an entire country on their backs. It's international on the other side. And you know that Turkey's watching this one unfold. Well, the timeout was taken. The plant, it was already going to be the full buy, but now they've got everything they could hope for and more. Even extra cash for exertion following forward. Torji's orb out and about.
Woxic this time tries his hand at window. Will be smoked off, and he's going to give himself one opportunity to try and get a little pick off, and that's it. Orb fires off a bullet, and here we go. Brolan, Molly on the short side. Centaurus realizes he doesn't want to be active on the fight. Brolan peeking into him. And Centaurus times it to perfection. A back turn and an opening kill onto the Swedish captain.
Oh, Jimmy's found that from ramp.
Yep. Headshot found. Centaurus down.
Gap and connector. Magic rotating over.
Zersh's already slipping. That's what you wanted. Jota, he does manage to report it. Removes it. Jimmy will trade again. Jimmy's done a lot here for MOUZ to keep it competitive. It's cost him a great deal of his HP. Just 4 for the Finn to work with.
But Magic here already. Woxic almost burns down.
He's playing a very dangerous game. Ricardia get caught by Torji, and Jimmy walking through. Oh, look at the wrong way. Is Maja. Well played by MOUZ. There's no denying Jimmy and his presence.
Now Torji knows he needs to bring energy. He's in this team to contribute as far as the frags are concerned, but this guy, he's the man who wears the heart on the sleeve. They found the opening. Brolan back turn. That one's great, but it's Jimmy. This is deletion onto Zentares. Steps out way too wide. Jota gets one into exertion. Jimmy then knows where he is. Gets to find that fight. This double orb setup that was brought in. Ricardi's been finding so much impact on the rifles. I'm sure we just see him go back to an M4.
Yeah, I mean, Torji's done very well to even consider that so late into the play.
This has hollowed out the bank account very, very quickly. 2 Famouses and MP9s. Zentares will be able to get out a rifle, and Woxic still has the orb. But right now, you need to operate with something a little bit different. If you lose the stranglehold of the cash at this midpoint of the half, the rounds can be slathered on top, and 7 are possible for MOUZ before the break. Timeout important. Again, I love the moments in which Faber does it. Gives them the extra 30 seconds to have that conversation.
One of these two teams will be exiting the major at the conclusion of Mirage. And this is what they're forced to invest into.
Woxic starting B. So out middle again. Woxic is going to jump up Van and just hold on to that line. See Jimmy and Spinks on the other side. Those two partnered up an awful lot when they want to search for fights. So this will allow Magic to play forward. He presses in. Now, if he plays on the other side of that smoke on the fade, I think somebody like Jimmy will probably have the better of the advantage there.
In the meantime, though, they're just waltzing through mid, and no nade available for the break, but a little cursory bullet through the smoke did actually connect Exertion.
Well, options are open. It doesn't have to be a cat into B split. They can boost window, they can come up through connector, so this keeps your options open by playing very mid-centric right now.
Well, you were right about the boost. They'll use it just to park Spinks for a late piece.
Okay, Zentares on the fade of the smoke, has gotten away in time. Information play from Wakardia and Jota towards a ramp right now. There's a pause in the play.
Wait, if he keeps going, they're going to get answers.
Yeah, but his B defense is still quite strangled at the moment. It's just Woxic and Maja. And Woxic playing between both angles. Zentares can cheat over, but Spinks will be a late activation as part of this. Here comes the util.
Here comes Spinks. Woxic pulls the trigger first. It will set them up. Maybe Jota sidelines him. Yes, he does. Lurk is gone. Jimmy caught now. Maja baited in. You're overlooking him. The setup was perfect. Again, Maja in the right place. Right time. He is definitely in their heads now. A 6 for Aurora. Still the possibility for an 8-4 CT half in their do-or-die elimination match.
And the silence of opening kills against MOUZ is deafening right now. Woxic, this one right here, his 4th opening frag. And he has saved the best till last. Again, the setup is perfect. Again, they deny MOUZ the entry. But again, MOUZ can buy back in.
Can make that one work. And now this one looks like it could be easy mode because Xantares' spams continue to plague MOUZ. Brolan, what is this? 1 and 10. Nightmare.
They try and B again.
Oh yeah, this is way quicker than they're used to. Wicardia's actually going to be there in support, but no, Madja caught off guard. It's a quick one back from Wicardia. He's done very well. So has Torji though. Xantares watching now as he gives it a go. Wicardia's been doing everything for Aurora. A high impact addition to the Aurora ranks. He's only got 3 bullets as he swings into Torji.
Exertion's lurk.
Oh, he's come through, but he actually reveals his position without the frag, without that lethality he's so desperately needed.
Can't go through that, needs to reroute. Minute on the clock, bomb's coming back.
Wicardia should be a dead man. They're actually going to boost up. Maybe he catches it in time. Torji's got to hit a hard flick, but now he's trapped. Good shot. Gets himself out of dodge, and now the shadow. He's got you booked. Xerxes and Torji partner up and make a 2v3 look like it's theirs. It's only Woxic that can change the dialogue and the narrative. 2 HP. But it doesn't really matter if you're peeking into the AWP. Torji bails out MOUZ. A hero play. Pivots late. B's not going to plan. He manages to get himself up con and hit the shots necessary.
All right, well, the cash is bleak again right now. Does Madja want to get the AWP across? He will. He's going to, with the cash, donate it to Woxic. Now, the biggest problem here is I imagine the comms are chaotic at that point because you can see this here, Exertion. Mastinoni was in window but not ready for him to push his way out and be able to isolate that fight. Wicardia doing everything he can to stop that bomb getting in towards A, ends up costing them.
Phenomenal.
But thinking on their toes. Here's a fight.
Sweet Jesus, he's not ready for that. He had his knife out a moment ago.
Looked like the back was turned as well. So opening kill, only the second within this half, and this could tie things up 6-6 before the break.
Wow, MOUZ. It's on a silver platter for you now.
This time Madja doesn't have the support. Here on his lonesome, calling the bluff, expecting that they will respect the B bomb site.
Ooh, valuable territory gained with the frag onto Jimmy. Jota set up for success, and it's Jimmy now sidelined.
But that's the A lurk. So is it just one or is there more? We can see plenty more.
Weird scenes between Madja's push and Spinks, who looked for answers. Now, with 50 seconds left, the A finish is coming.
They have to be aware underpass or mid is still possible. They haven't had eyes on. Xantares needs to stay trained.
Oh, and Jota gets taken down with ease. Xerxes from the Palace side makes it clear what's up. Woxic, oh, a golden opportunity. Doesn't hit the first.
Here comes Spinks.
Roland slips off, asking questions of that triple player. Here comes that Spinks flanks, and Tara is completely unawares.
Madja, up the ramp. Wrong weapon for this job.
It's not the perfect flanking weapon. It couldn't be worse, really, but he still manages to isolate the first. Somehow Torji's gone. Where's that trade? There it is! Brolan provides 6-6. Who's going home? Find out after the break.
The NA scene is kind of a weird place. There's a ton of organizations and a ton of support for esports in North America. It just doesn't seem to flow as much towards Counter-Strike. As someone who's sort of tried to defend the North American scene over the years, at the end of the day, it just feels like there's not enough actual just straight up love for the game of Counter-Strike in the scene. I think on some level there has to be self-reflection. If we want things to improve, we have to be the ones to be better and get it there. The Stewie 2K hold is obviously an interesting one because it's got this like cultural relevance that just won't go away. Not that I wanted to. With Stewie is an interesting character because when he came into the scene, it's such a fresh attitude that we didn't have in North America. So for it to be Stewie in that situation and to deliver in that moment is just so impactful because at that time, he was the North American player. It encapsulates the beauty of Counter-Strike so much. That play that Stewie makes is just a standard basic round of Counter-Strike, making the right calls, no crazy shots. It was the moment and the emotion of the energy that made a pedestrian average play into this moment that persists across years, that is a defining moment of North American Counter-Strike and North American Counter-Strike at majors. The hardest North American loss to watch was the Liquid collapse at Columbus against LG. Hiko's having incredible clutches, Alicia's performing well, and then all of a sudden there's just this utter collapse. I've never been in a crowd that I've heard so excited and so boisterous go dead silent the way I did in that arena with the jumping from cold. It went from you couldn't hear yourself talk to you could hear a pin drop, and I mean that quite literally. That experience of being in the crowd, such a contrast to what I had at Boston, is like, that's always just been imprinted on my brain, like the emotion that you feel in that moment. North American teams and players are in like this weird position now where I think you can start to see some of the healing, like more teams are sticking together longer, more players and lineups are sticking together longer, and they're trying to make it work. The only thing that they can do to take that next step is be in Europe more often. Competition, come to a tournament, come boot camp for 2 weeks. Like, you just need that experience. There's some potential and there's some really good pieces to build teams with. We're missing that star element. We're missing the firepower. We need our players competing constantly on LAN, at tournaments, at events, month in, month out. They need that experience. Until they get it, this is going to be North American Counter-Strike. We've gotten to the point now in Counter-Strike where there's too many obvious benefits to having an international roster to where you're not limited to the region that you're in to pick up players. Without any kind of massive change in the amount of events and the amount of Counter-Strike infrastructure in terms of a North American tour of Counter-Strike events, we'll never see a purely North American team win a major again. If that changes, I reserve the right to change my answer.
Well, folks, guaranteed heartbreak in just 30 minutes time or less. We've got MOUZ on one side, Aurora on the other, and for the loser of this half, for the loser of this series, it will feel like this entire season was all for naught. The main event, the whole culmination of an entire season of hard work where both of you have succeeded and thrived. For one of you, it will feel completely pointless. T-side for Aurora and a dead even scoreline. Dare I say it, an important pistol.
Wakardia late piece in through underpass, the rest through A. U2 on Madja, smoking a molly. Standard set from ramp these days is just get the smoke towards the down and the molly towards the up of the stairs, and in you go. There's 3 players over towards A, 4 if you want to count Torji being able to chip in from window quickly. Here they come. That util thrown.
Brolin does not connect his first 4 bullets. A 5th whistles past and nearly the whole mag before he finds the head, but it's an opening kill all the same. Spinks builds around it. 3 connections from the USPs before Madja puts a little blemish on the record. A nice quick click to the head of another. It's Centaurus. He's doing well. He's done very well. A couple of kills, but too shy. Jimmy and Torji bring it across.
That's the first opening kill for Brolin right there, and that's to get both pistols. Torji saying nice to his in-game leader because he was 0-7 as far as opening duels within that first half of play. So he kicks it off with a necessary kill onto Woxing.
Yeah, I mean, MOUZ got 6 in spite of Brolin being absent.
Well, it's no bomb going down in that situation. Means an eco now, so 8 rounds destined now for MOUZ. So both pistols in the deciding map. That could be condemnation for Aurora.
Yeah, but no plant either. You just find yourself bunny hopping in spawn. So this is the last time I'll ask, Chad, but to just reiterate one last time the seasons these teams have had, just so everyone, even the newer viewer, are completely up to date as to why losing this for either of them will be considered heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, and disastrous.
Well, if we take a look at Shanghai, the way we finished last year, MOUZ were in the semi-finals. They lost to Spirit, the eventual winners of the Shanghai Major. Donk getting his first in miraculous fashion alongside of a Magic's massive performance. But the story around MOUZ, they come into 2025, they play Bounty. They don't get the result they're looking for. Something must have been off within the camp because they immediately bench Shui, the in-game leader of their team. They have to play the first couple of events of the season. Hamstrung, that's Katowice. Spinks comes in, they go to Cluj. They win their first trophy on debut. And then from that point on, 6 events in total. Their worst placement is in the playoffs at 3rd, 4th. On the other side, Turkish Counter-Strike. They remove Calix, they bring in Joe to the young man on your screen right there. Another for the next gen alongside of Wakardia. That gives them the firepower upgrade, and event after event they make playoffs. 8 out of 8. Not missing a single one of an event they've attended, and powering up in pursuit of finally delivering on a stage here in Austin. For one of those 2 teams, that will not be a reality.
Yeah, and the trend will be bucked, right? Playoffs will elude one of them, potentially both of them.
to the rifles. SMG for Jimmy. B-Anchor can work with that. Exertion with the aggression. Clear of the smoke, Zantares.
I think his barrel, yeah. Zantares would have seen that.
He's going to get out, so ushered away by that top cat smoke. Madja will have to extinguish. He's under pressure, but there's no fight coming his way. Doesn't hear any steps. There's no flashes. Zantares tries to move forward to help his in-game leader as the rest of the team start to pivot. Another con block smoke. Jota in through Palace. 2 up ramp, and they're into an A split.
Yeah, Brolin's actually coming forward of this. Just as McCarty was holding, nice find, that was onto the bomb, the info's there, Woxic dead! MOUZ rack up triple kill across the map, and just like that, the round falls apart. Nothing here for Zantares. Surrounded and executed.
Nice boost, bro! Dude, you are so good!
And giving him some positive reinforcement there to the in-game leader, who again just had such a tough first half of play. But now a pistol round and first rifle round finds the opening kills. Those are difference makers. Those are the rounds that puts your team in pursuit of that magic number of 13.
Oh, gets them both, does Brolan.
Tactical timeout called. Taken by Aurora. No bomb plant. Loss bonus will give them a partial buy. This is where the coaches input the extra 30 seconds to work out a poppy play. A pounce onto a site, a way to capitalize against this defense. Just to get the bomb down or to snatch a round. Just a way to try and usher in a little bit of confidence. Right now it's 5 on the trot when you consider those last 2 rounds of the first half. MOUZ are now in the flow state.
Yes, they are, and Faber calling a timeout to just try and ensure his troops can reach the same.
I don't know what type of pace you're going to be able to go with here. There's AKs across the board, literally 4 AK-47s for the CTs and an AWP. They all have head armor. It's going to make it harder for the MAC-10 of Zantares, and they're heading straight over towards A. So standard mid-util to at least keep them inquisitive.
Ooh, look, Xerxes blocked it and actually has info. Just poking his nose out.
I think it's key that they're playing a retake A setup, so the AWP over towards ramp, and you don't see too many teams actually smoking CT these days.
You don't. Oh, Torji, he's managed to find the first onto Jota, but that bomb plant from Woxic is about to become a reality. Unless he hits that, Torji removes him. That's the Zantares double you can rely on, but Wicardia can't do anything. Torji tracks him. And he's absolutely cackling. 1 HP on him. He gets away with it. He's keeping the good vibes flowing in such a do-or-die matchup where the pressure's supposed to be at its highest. Torji, the talisman, continues to keep MOUZ cool.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. It gives the coach a glance back after that one. You can see here he just takes his time. Hey, stop moving, stop wriggling. I'll take you out of the sky. And he loved the way that one feels. Just 3 more rounds now. The gap is 4. The rifles are back out.
Oh, boy. It has to be now, Aurora. MOUZ have come into the CT side possessed, determined to see another day, to continue their record of deep runs at tournaments.
0-2, looking to reverse sweep in the Swiss stage 3. That's where both of these teams graced our screens. For Aurora, this is their first best of 3. They had back and forth in the BO1s. For MOUZ, a 0-2 start on day 1. It's back against the wall, and now we're seeing their best Counter-Strike delivering day after day.
Is there anything more here? Is it as cut and dry as it seems right now? Exertion seems like his entire objective is for this head-to-head.
This is late, right? Doing this early, I understand, because you catch teams when they have a pacier play, but they've re-smoked it again. That's going to plume right in front of his face there, so a little bit higher. Tougher for Exertion to deal with.
Now the top mid's coming. Torres caught off. That feels like a counter. A second smoke on him. 4 through. That's more from Brolan. He had 1 kill in the first half. And he's having one hell of a second. Oh, a missed shot from Torji. No bother, no problem. 11 now on the board. MOUZ flawless on their CT side.
They've got the opening kill in every single one of their CT rounds so far. The bomb's not getting planted, and right now, the hollow feeling for Aurora. 7 straight.
I couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it.
This is, I think you're bang on. If Zantares can't get the underpass space, then they can't do their defaults. You can't clamp in on that connector. So they're just completely negating any of his presence. The loss bonus is there, the bomb plant isn't, timeout taken, and it is going to be the final opportunity for Faber to contribute. Cyclone still has 2. They've got them right where they want them. Backs against the wall. They have to force buy-in. They don't want to play for overtime. They're trying to tussle for this. They're trying to lock horns when you have 4 AK-47s and an AWP on that CT side. And right now, that season, these last 6 months, coming to a close in potentially 2 rounds' time. Limited utility. Firepower not there.
Yeah, your hands are tied behind your back at this point. How are you supposed to put your best foot forward with limited resources? Regardless of the way that last exchange went down, Xantares will try his underpass crawl again, this time more top mid. So good at catching these smokes and gives himself a little bit more to work with. Jota not anticipating to be exposed.
No.
He's doing him dirty, Insertion. Beautifully manipulating, reading the play. Magi, I think that may have been heard, yeah.
In the first half, they couldn't buy an opening kill. I think they got 2 in total within the first half of play. Still got 6 rounds. Right now, on this CT side, they're getting every single opening kill, and Aurora have nothing. There's no trades. There's no space taken. There's no way back in. It's hollow. And this sinking feeling, the reality has dawned upon them now. 4v5, a minute on the clock.
This is where you just hoping for Wicardia and Woxic to hit some impeccable headshots because Xantares is a dead man. Exertion reads him once more. Late in mid. Yeah, sure, you found Brolan, but you got to get past Torji and you got to get past Xertion. A third contribution. Just Magi. 12 is coming. You can't stop a MOUZ with perfection on their CT side. 6 and 0 from the 6-6 half. They're having too much fun, and look at the contrast. This is it. This is it. Your last round at the major, unless you can pull up your socks. And Chad, I can't believe it. I'm not sure if that's real, but I'm only seeing 2 grenades for Aurora's last round.
The thing is, they just operate with less. Otherwise, it's Tech 9s, it's Mac 10s. They've gone firepower heavy here. You just need to fight fire with fire as they run out mid. Another opening kill. Flawless on this CT side.
There is just nothing going right for Aurora. Oh, and Brolan definitely find his feet in the second half. He doesn't let it happen twice. Manta does strike twice, but it doesn't matter. It's only Wicardia. A 3-map affair short. Tenacity on display, but MOUZ, they reign supreme. And for Aurora, their heartbreak, it ends a successful season. It won't feel that way, though. Season ends in dismay and emotions palpable.
MOUZ, an opportunity to play again tomorrow in a 2-2 game. The arena awaits. It's where they belong, but can they earn it? For Aurora on the 9th time of asking. After a revelation of a season, a team that's meant to be powering up, getting the reps with the young guns in. At the major, the hurdle where they stumble, the playoff that eludes them, the one that matters most. They can go into the break with their heads held high. They're trying to reach heights that Turkish Counter-Strike has never seen before. But this one is going to sting. This one is going to stay with them.
It's a crazy opponent to be meeting in a 1-2 record. MOUZ, of course, shortcomings of their own. And tough opponent, a tough adversary, sure, but yeah, Aurora, it's going to be hard not to make this feel, or hard to avoid the feeling of this being an underperformance at the Blast TV Austin Major. Couple of best of 1 slip-ups, that's all it takes.
Over to James Banks with the interview.
When it comes to a major, pain is at its absolute highest. I can feel this already. Thank you, Madra, for coming to do the interview here. Let's just talk about some positives to start off with on this Inferno. Some crazy rounds. You were able to fight back into it from there. Feel like you guys could build something. Come into Mirage first half, it's not too bad. You can work with that. But then moving over to this T side, nothing was working. Do you feel like you were just running into a wall?
Yeah, like a wall. I think I have to plan. We have the plan was to play a little slow on the middle, but they play really well. Like just following behind the box 4 times in a row, like opening the first smoke like 2 times. It was pretty complicated side on T side. I think they analyzed good. I think that's why I feel. But some regrets about train because it was really close also train and. We lost some clutch on T side that was very important economically, and we had a chance on train to make 2-0 today. But like you said, it's a sad day. Yeah.
In terms of it being a sad day, right? The major is always tough, but you guys have been on such a run all season long, right? Playoff after playoff, having good results here. You even had a boot camp before coming to the major as well. Why were you not able to get things to connect the way you wanted them to?
I think, to be honest, like this is the first time this year that we not attend to playoff and on the most important tournament of the year, on the major. So it's very bad, to be honest, like a deception, to be honest. But it is what it is, and I think we need to bounce back from that, learn. We did a boot camp, yes, like you said, 6 days in Serbia. We tried to fix train, but today was not enough. I think MOUZ is a great team. I think we had the chance to beat them today, but they play really well on Mirage City side, to be honest, and they deserve the win. And thank you for all the fans, all the message. Sorry for that, and hopefully next time.
Is there anything you're able to tell me as to why you guys weren't able to perform like you had all season long when it comes to this major? What you noticed, what you saw?
And to be honest, from my point of view as a leader, I think individually, the first day against FaZe was okay. Then against Furia, I think we did a lot of mistakes. I think our mind was not 100% clear in this tournament. I think we play really bad CS, to be honest, in this tournament. As a team, individually, too much mistakes. Like against G2, we lose 4 Glock, you know, Echo. Yes. When you play on the major and stage 3, you can lose a round like 1 AK and 4 Glock, you know, and we lose a lot of rounds like this, and unfortunately, it paid off instantly. And today,
obviously, it's the end of this part of the season, but how important is the break for you guys? Some rest and chance to reset coming into next season, and what's the plans there?
Yeah, I don't know what is the plan for the next, actually, to be honest. We will see. Now it's just about deception, but every day is a new challenge in life, you know. I learn from experience with my age that you have to bounce back every time in what situation, doesn't matter. Like today, it's a bad loss, but I have to bounce back. We have to bounce back. Like it's like this, and congrats to them, and I wish all the other teams in the major good luck.
And lastly, real quick, anything you want to say to your family and all the Turkish fans out there?
Yeah, my family watching, my kid, my daughter, my wife, also all the fun. I love you, Aslan, Ceren, Defne, sizi seviyorum. Beyler, teşekkür ederim destekleriniz için. Gerçekten dünden beri çok mesaj var. Allah'a emanet olun. Thank you everyone. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time, Maja. That's the run for Aurora here ended. Sad times, emotional times. That's the moments of the major. Next up, we got Vitality taking on VP. Finn, until yesterday, in your major run, you guys hadn't dropped a map, but yesterday, it didn't look like you guys came to play. How did it go so badly?
We really don't know how it could happen, but we realized that it's true, we did not show up at the game, and somehow maybe some thoughts went to the minds of the players and so on, but we had a talk after it, and we decided to play like the way we can play. We're gonna try to show like our game and so on, and have this communication clear. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen today. But the game yesterday, that was awful. Yeah, we realize that, but that can happen, you know, and it happened. And we hope that it happened once. And today, yeah, we can prove that we can play more stable and better CS than we do yesterday.
Now, playing better and playing some stable CS against Vitality can be very hard. For VP across all of this year, Vitality has not been an easy team as well. Is there something you can change? Is there just an approach you guys can have now that can make a difference in this?
Anyway, we have to play, you have to play best teams to qualify to at the elimination, stage, and what we can do? We play Vitality, we need to be ready versus them, so we're gonna try to play our best, and who knows, maybe it will be okay.
What's the most important thing in this game for you? Is mentality a really key thing?
Yeah, the really key thing is just to be willing to win this match. It's to stay alive, to stay in communication and so on, not to lose it before the game ends. So we need to fight every round, play round by round, and we'll see how it goes.
Robs, obviously in that opening game it wasn't what you guys wanted, but since then it's looked pretty good. What is the biggest difference you see in the team? Is it just down to the best of ones? Is there something else that you can see a change in?
It's a bit of best of ones. It's a bit of just entering a tournament, not feeling the sharpest, being a bit rusty. It's always tough to enter the first game of a tournament, and you never know how it's gonna go. But I think as the tournament progresses, throughout the past tournaments, we've always got better throughout the tournament. So that's what we're expecting, and we expect to play much better each game.
In the games where you've just won, though, it looks like it got better and better. Is that where you feel like, okay, we've actually connected, we've come to play, and what do you even learn from that when it goes back to such a dominant wins for you guys?
I mean, not much to learn. Obviously, it's a bit of an expectation also to just show that we're here to dominate, and the past few months have not been a joke. So yeah, just we get confidence from that, which we lost a bit with the Legacy game, obviously, but I think it's good to have that back.
Now today you're going up against Virtus.pro for a spot in the playoffs. You guys have dominated them pretty much all year, but they do seem a little bit different coming into this event. Is there any changes you guys have noticed?
I think the big picture will be the same. Yeah, we know how they play. I think obviously they know how we play. So the map pool is maybe a bit tough for us because they perma ban nuke. They're good on Inferno, so it's a bit of weird veto that's probably gonna be, and I think it's not like an usual one, but yes, as long as we meet our goals and expectations, I think we'll win the game.
How high is that confidence to win that game and go through the playoffs off this one?
It's high. We don't want to be the 2-2 game. It's where the pressure is even higher. So I think getting it done today would be the nicest way to put it.
It would be the nicest way to get it done. Pressure even higher if you find yourself in that 2-2 game. Vitality are in the building. We've actually been walking past them. They were kind of getting ready during our last series, and they had the Bluetooth speaker on, not much conversation. dare I say it, I'm going to use the word aura. There's a lot of aura around this team right now. They know what they've got. They know what they've got. They know who they are. Little blemish on the record, obviously, in that interview. Rob's alluding to the fact that it's all been going uphill since then.
And they know what they're up against. VP have not won a map versus Vitality this season, and they played 3 times. Bounty, Katowice, and Lisbon. Only one of them was a double digit, and that was Train. That's going to be the first map of this series, and then we move into Dust 2. We're just getting the players situated to get things underway for our third and final series of the day, and we will be able to start triangulating in on the remaining teams because one of these two will be dropping down to that 2-2 game tomorrow. We just had MOUZ pick up a victory. We have Legacy there. We've got G2 versus Na'Vi on right now, and the odds on screen heavily favoring that of Vitality, and you can understand why. Yeah. This team, throughout the season, have lost 2 games. They lost once to Eternal Fire, aka now Aurora, and then they lost a best-of-1 to Legacy on Inferno on their first day of stage 3.
Sorry, did you just list all of Vitality's losses this season?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was 2 games?
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy.
So look, the one that is the most surprising is the loss to Legacy, sure. But at the end of the day, it's a best-of-1. The major format is the only tournament in Tier 1 Counter-Strike that still has best-of-1 matches. So do with that as you will. I'm just here to present you the facts as we focus in on the pistol. Vitality, choose Train, start T-side, and look like they want to pop out the guts.
Okay, that's going to show and put their aim on display. They want to brawl. And so does Icy. Perfect pre-game, knocks the head off of Mezzi, and Icy has done very well with his first 2 contributions. The site, however, is under scrutiny. Flamus lingers in that smoke. Fame draws attention, loses his life. That's a good catch from Rob. They're running at ZywOo. That could be punished and is. Flit with the trade, but there's Apex, and they've turned it on its head. Now it's Flamus, the late piece with very little hope. No kit. He knows that Rops is in main, so he's going to have to hard clear him, but then that's going to leave such little time. And Rops was ready for it. He does track it. Damn, Vitality. I mean, a rather simple approach, but they're just happy to brawl.
They might be joking about the fact that they missed their sandwich smoke, so that could be a slight problem. Yeah, it's all good. It works out in the end. The sandwich smoke was skew. Landed covering off 6, but not shrouding that of camera or back at the bomb. But no harm, no foul, as they say in the business. As we should see a CT side force fight coming out now from VP. And for them, this would suck to be 2-0 up, lose to Furia, a team that you would say have quite level pegging as far as head-to-heads are concerned.
Yeah, that was a surprise.
And then find yourself in the 2-2 game. It's going to be a couple of 5-7s, a couple of MP9s, and a barrage of utility over towards B as they garner this control. It's the scout on Icy. Would love to get a couple of tags, but starting yard. I just think the key, right, because main, you're going to lose a lot on the T side, right? But just there's going to be a clear amount of util thrown in by the CTs to secure that. Sandwich Smoke didn't miss this time. Thank you very much, J-Raz. But you need to get this pop control. They can't have Brownells, and you need pop, and they're starting to pop out.
Yeah, actually, Electronic was perfectly positioned. What? Mezzi clears them both out. Great awareness. Flip down after his. And Icy, he's already been spotted out after his kill. Just, oh my goodness, we can't even keep track of them. Too many kills too quickly.
One of the factors that may play into this map choice coming through from Vitality is the Furia loss for VP on train. It was 13-5, they were blown out. As we just get a quick little tech pause. So with this map pool, Inferno not being picked early, and you think there's a couple of maps that you'd love to go into if you are on the Vitality side of the server. Nuke and Inferno. Well, maybe their Inferno's been shaken after the Legacy loss, and VP banned Nuke. So you leave yourself in a chance right now to flex your train. Now, this team has had a stunning season. We were just discussing, if you caught us in the last, MOUZ, you know, making it top 3 or 4. Well, sorry, top 3, 4 or higher at every event they attended with Spinks. Vitality have won every event they've attended other than Bounty. It's a near perfect season. Now, you'd hate it to be bookended by losses. You start and you end your season with L's. For Vitality, they want to avoid that. They want to join the big boys who currently await right now in the playoffs. And, well, they are the biggest of the boys.
Yeah, it looks like it is Flit that's just having some technical doohickeys here, just trying to get that microphone working.
If you missed it, FaZe with Simple. I doubt you missed it. You would never miss that. They've joined Spirit and Furia in the playoffs at the moment.
Right, which
the
means
Mongols are in a 2-2 game.
FaZe Clan are in the playoffs, which does just means, it means entertainment is almost a guarantee.
It means Jason Moses O'Toole was wrong.
Who'd have thunk it?
He's a simple doubter.
I can't believe he gets them both here.
Okay, it's Mr. Merriman.
Mr. Merriman indeed. And yeah, I mean, these frags came easy. Nice swing from Robs. I really have enjoyed watching this ZywOo and Robs partnership blossom.
Yeah, the joy of Counter-Strike that the two of them get to show is
they
always
share
fun.
it. They have that shared passion, and it unites them.
Well, right now, crawling towards B is Mr. ZywOo. Flash is perfect, but ZywOo still finds the opener, and this eco should be brushed aside as the second onto Icy is found.
Wow, no sweat.
Just taking a look at the simulator right now about what type of matches we could get if the Na'Vi G2 game, which is running in tandem with ours, comes to its conclusion. Na'Vi were up on the first map, and Vitality win this one. Not any crazy spicy meatballs, but Apex might get caught while talking here, Alex. No, he's not going to get caught at all. He's going to get 2 of the easiest kills, make it 3. And Dan's going to be smiling about that one. So this is the perfect start off the pistol. How long can this persist?
I was very impressed by the form we saw out of VP arriving here in Austin.
All right, talking about this CT setup we're going to get out of VP. It's going to be Fame anchoring B. It's going to be Electronic and Flit combo dealing with Pop and Main. Flamus will be your Ivy/camera back 6 rifler, and Icy will pick it up depending on the type of purchases he can get. But right here, right now, it's going to be the AWP. It's the same barrage of utility. Make sure you break those windows. Keeps your options open late. Won't be so telegraphed. Rop's close ramp. Does he pick into the AWP?
Yeah, you can see this is a clear priority for this duo.
Oh, Icy's been pushed back immediately, so AWP doesn't hang around low ramp. Control again as they peer in. Pop Dog is all theirs for the taking. Electronic E-Box playing on top of it while Flit is back of red. If they swing close, Electronic's in trouble.
Especially if that MAC-10 leads. Ooh, okay.
Cancel plans, or do they use this as a doorway in?
Looks like they want to use it.
Electronics rotated. This is perfect now. 3 towards B as the fight will be on A.
Yeah, and Flit's not even looking, so he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know just how far up they are. Now we'll start to get an idea, get the gist of it. ZywOo is gone. Flit, good fight. Flammus needs to match that output. Keep this competitive. Oh, Electronic just completely caught by the MAC-10. Awkward for VP in the 3-on-3, and AWP a part of the mix. 2 coming in from the backtracks. It's Flammus on 6. Rop's holding for this wrap, but Apex is back his turn. No. Flammus had a messy spray, nearly lost control of the hose. Oh, but Rop's peeking in. Oh, he gets them both. Huh? How did he find the instantaneous headshot on the first, adjustment?
Well, run and hide, Icy, hold on to that AWP. That MAC-10 up close to the unhead armor department of Electronic, I think, anyway. Because it looked like his head popped like a watermelon, and that is going to be 4-0. The fake worked, didn't it? A smoke.
Yeah.
Hedges towards Hump on B. They draw that third man. Electronic plays through, and it weakens the side. This is Flit. This is so tough for him. The fact he gets one, but then wrapped upon. Mezzy does very well. There's the break of the smoke to force the fight to E-Box. Well done from Icy, sure, but this is that double. Oh my God.
Bloody hell.
Goodbye!
And one of the highlights for Vitality, something I haven't been able to stop talking about, is how they have been able to temper their season. It helps when you're winning. They picked and choose their events. They make sure that they have come into every single tournament they've attended with the right intensity. And even the ones where it's felt like they might fall flat, they've been very honest about the lack of practice because they're taking time off, and they've still been able to pick up every trophy other than Bounty. The Grand Slam is in their back pocket. The Major is the only one that eludes them, and it's the one that matters most. Icy saved AWP, has some pistols and SMGs around it. Ivy push.
Yeah, this time they're going to actually fight for Pop, and Robs was ready. Yeah, AWP had to go.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, indeed. It's flowing, isn't it? Electronic doesn't normally see him on an AWP, but oh, maybe for good reason, because he's got the pistol out instead.
Ah. So what's that? 4 and 3 is 7. ZywOo with a little bit of a shout right there.
That's got the boys laughing.
We're talking 8 kills in 5 rounds. Fame and Electronic yet to frag. Electronic with only 32 damage so far.
What is this?
No.
What is this?
Come on now.
Oh my God, he gets wallbanged. I thought Rops was there way too quick.
Yeah, that seemed like it happened out of nowhere.
Yeah,
that's
that makes
because
sense.
it did.
Oh my God, he's got the geeky wallbangs. This is something else to behold.
All right, well, that was a partial behind a save door. Now this is a full gun round. Does it continue?
I'm still recoiling from what I've witnessed.
Miss Molly.
Okay. Hey, they get main. Valuable.
Noisy about it too, so no secret. Flamesy will communicate that. So Mutual lined up late for Yard. ZywOo now has his AWP. Gonna crawl forward and join Mezzy.
Electronic trying to play double back red, and that's a good pickup. That's his first, but quickly silenced. Flip another, but ZywOo picks up both of them. Flammus, they're coming for him.
It's really all about
Icy
Icy right
the
now.
Smoke. You're right, it is.
Can Apex find him? Looks like he's going around the world, so...
Oh, now he knows where he is. Apex will set his sights on finding that AWP.
Apex is playing for the round right now. Does he go all the way through? No, he's going to come camera behind them. This limits his options, actually makes it quite harder.
Unless Icy walks into him.
Well, Fame's push should have won the round.
Oh, he hears Icy relocating. So this parting is kooky, and Robs catches Fame, so maybe not, Chad.
If the bomb was in their hands, it'd be all over Red Rover, but Apex is going to get timing right now. Flammus into Con, tracking this one down. Icy's still on the crawl. They know where he was, but where is he now?
Yeah, that's the question. And now, with the back turned, Apex could get caught off.
25.
Flammus doesn't push. Bomb retrieval mission. You have to get across this sight line. They flash him off! perfect team play. Milking the most out of this round they possibly could. That was the attempted cover, but the bomb goes down, and now Icy picks up the round.
Oh, gives him a little bit of spice there as well, does Icy.
Through the smoke headshot.
Very well done from Icy as the defuse comes through, and hey, Flammer, a personality as well. So first round, 4 rounds the difference, but a long crawl back into this CT side of Train.
Yeah, check this one out from ZywOo. Both of his teammates go down to both Electronic and Flit. He picks them both up. That keeps the round active. It was his rival Orb, Icy, that put him on ice. And that translated into a 1 round. Look at this finish as well.
Wow. Well, he threw it over the fence, but it's, you know, that's more a positive reinforcement, I'd say. Okay. Well, money still there for a few players for Vitality going forward. So after this buy, they should be all good in the hood. Orb in main this time round.
Yeah, more of a fight.
They clear the smoke for the duel.
And then they break the next smoke, so it's just taking it in turns. Ooh, Flit is aggressive. Mezzy wins out, takes down Icy. Orb gone. Good find. Sure, Flammers keeps us level. But this is a bit of a difference maker, isn't it?
Well, if Rops just walks out high ramp, he can get a fun duel against Fame.
Yeah, and it would probably be a bit of a surprise for Fame, regardless of it being a responsibility.
Does Flit push the issue at all? Like, Fame at the back of the bomb train knows that both are a possibility, and Flit just playing on the jiggles, calling sector clear. Grouped up right now as the rest of Vitality is... Rops having to worry about an awful lot. Fame's reposition is actually huge. It makes him less susceptible to this. So they're out main now. Flit will have to come back and help.
Yeah, that's really nice. Util, Mollybag bomb, double smoke. Flit just turned away. Ooh, Robs wasn't ready.
Did he make a step? I think he did.
Yeah, Flit gets the early warning, and now a 4 versus 3.
Flank on flank, though. ZywOo ready for this. Oh,
he was. Just looked away and ready. Back again. Flammers, the Ivy piece gone. Electronic is actually tucked on this 6th corner. ZywOo starts to ask questions. A nice chip in. Electronic's position noted. Fame the unknown entity. Pop Dog now noted as well. It's Flamesy
blocked the smoke.
and ZywOo.
That's huge.
You're right, it bounced off his face. He still has vision. He can play around that now. And play he will. Catches Fame. Combat or ping Flamesy. What have you got? Knows it's a fake. Isolating. Oh no, running at him. Electronic gets off the bomb.
There's no time for this.
I think he might have 0.4. A nice try, but that's another Vitality round. Competitive, though, with Electronics triple.
What a spree of situations that just unfolded there. ZywOo ready for that, and the reason that he's ready for the flank, or at least questioning if it's possible, is because there's no harassment while they take the bomb train. It's like, well, if you've got multiple bodies here and you have the number advantage, why aren't you trying to give a kill a go? And the fact that that smoke ricochets off his head, it's used as a shield to find another. So ZywOo on the AWP finds impact, and he's making a roar right now.
Yeah, understandably so.
Scout for Icy.
Oh.
Famous for Flammers. Sounds nice to say.
Momentary vulnerability from ZywOo gets out. Flamesy shows face as well. Up close and personal is Electronic for the Pop Dog play. Oh, he thought he had him. Electronic's light on ammo. Gets the most out of it, though, onto the Rop swing. Only works if Flit holds on to main, and he does so. Flames cut down, and look at the HP on ZywOo and Mezzy.
I felt like it should have been easier than that, didn't it? Flammer should have got that first kill. So the fact that Apex gets that frag gave it something to at least sink their teeth into, but ZywOo and Mezzy might just be saving.
Yeah.
You got 7.4 on Rops going forward, so he's going to be able to drop a couple of rifles. Apex will be able to buy himself. So just going to try and retain these. It's about VP with 55 seconds left on the clock if they want to investigate. This will be their 2nd round. Don't you worry about that. Icy would love an upgrade, and that's what he's out there searching for. Gets himself a Famous, but
woo.
Yeah, that's not worth a celebration, is it? It's a long old save, and a good time to remind everybody that we do have a game going on simultaneously with this one. It's Na'Vi versus G2, map 2 on Anubis now. You can go and check that one out. It is another 2-1 game. Listen to the rain.
It's actually very therapeutic, isn't it?
You get that and Ancient, just the sounds of Counter-Strike maps.
I could sleep to train sounds.
Wow, imagine that.
Train ambience.
Throw an electronic cough in the mix.
The signature uncovered cough. Yeah, this was good work, wasn't it? I mean, even with Apex getting that opening, that was all they got. Great output from Electronic.
Well, that's a new one.
I haven't heard that one before.
Okay. Well, keep them coming. Those drops do come through. Can they make it consecutive? Can VP break the money of Vitality? They can still tie this half up 6-6 before the halftime break.
God, yeah, okay. A lot of responsibility on Fame, who has been having a tough game. 0-7, as he's this time will be supported by Flit, who managed to worm his way into this early angle. Apex could fall victim to this, completely exposed. And oh, Flit is holding the temptation. It presumes there's company and cover, which there is now. Flames he's holding. Apex jumps across, they spot him out. Now the penny drops, they know the CT's occupy that long dog.
Well, now that he's blocking, somebody else has to rotate to B to help Fame. You need somebody to start piping in through connector. It might have to be Icy to dart back, or Flammers from the back of the bomb train, but you can't hang Fame out to dry here. He's playing in a position which is committed.
Well, the backup's coming. You can see this silent rotation of Flit and Icy.
Well, it's Mezzy on the Ivy lurk. The rest are going to explode into A with his execute. Here they come.
This is going to be brutal. Flames and Apex already down the ramp. The flash layered nicely. Flames caught that, though. I think that was a CT flash to delay him. And good tracking. That's Fame's first. Fame holds his sight valiantly, and they haven't even revealed the extra 2 members. Now Mezzy's lurk is on his way. Held by 2 of them. Wow, what a read. Well positioned, but the bomb down regardless.
It's Robson Zaiwu, though.
Oh my god, it's Robson Zaiwu. Is there really grounds for a 2-on-5 hit? Trying to edge closer into that angle onto Fame, spotting him still there, but being crawled upon in his blind spot. Robs is dead, and Zaiwu dead too. Electronic secures it.
Well handled, hard fought for round there.
VP making a little bit of a CT resurgence now.
Yeah, and they are going to be able to get that AWP in the hands of Icy. So Apex just thinking through what comes next. It's T-side train. You're going to be quite happy with 6, but the last thing you want to do is give the momentum over to your opponent, and you're bang on. That flash there did really slow that sidewalk scaling. And Icy just creeps in under the sight lines there of Rops, and Flamus continues to bring the fun.
Well, I think he probably saw that, oh, Legacy beat Vitality, and they've got Doom out.
Yeah, if we just yell a lot, apparently that's the key to success.
Yeah.
All right, well, it is just going to have to be a light investment before the guns can come back out into the next. I don't think we're going to see a Zaiwu AWP. It'll be rifle heavy. It's a barrage of utility laden over towards A main. A second incendiary, and that is all theirs as Ivy. They want to pressure Icy.
Flash is perfect, just pops, no chance to react, but Zaiwu is going to be the opening death. Flit's aggressions in main, find an opening kill.
Yeah, he went very deep there to find that frag. This Ivy pressure is great, sure, but you can't run through that smoke. You're not walking through that door, as Rops has to deal with the pop and B pushes for now, and this one feels like a bit of a non-starter. We've seen him throwing out several key pieces of utility over towards the white and brown walls to help facilitate his team. What's he lobbed forward this time?
Yeah, this is perfect setup, perfect adaptation.
Well, that one's missed.
That's the roof smoke.
Yeah, that's definitely missed.
Doesn't want those damn pigeons. Lovely work, but good trades. Puts the orb into Flames' hands, and he uses it. Great work on for another Flames. He's going to do his best to make this costly.
He has the bomb.
And Electronic's just given him another kill.
I thought he jumped at the... Let's get the AK. He never checked. No one ever plays on top of that train because there's never any point. So the fact that Flavis finds himself there, gets the orb back. Remember, that was a partial investment. Just a light buy, not a lot on the line, as Xtaz will seize the opportunity to take a tactical timeout. Get ahead of this onslaught of rounds. Make sure that it doesn't just fall away from them now.
Well, after the way this started, Chad, I mean, I completely understand where Xtaz is standing and watching from. This is no longer that 5-0 start. This is a competitive scoreline. Sure, yeah, you are on T-side train and you do boast the majority, but VP can kind of put themselves back into contention if they can keep this up.
And that's one of the keys, right? You hear from players when they talk about MR12 and they say, oh, there's no chance to recover. What that means is there's no chance for you to make mistakes.
Yeah.
You need to make sure that your game is tight. And if you let a team back in, that's your own goddamn fault. So Xtaz wanting to avoid that possibility. Light on some key util. Mezzi and Rops, they don't have full belts. And it's a Galil for Apex as we're going to get instant main smoke thrown out from Icy. Can Vitality get another round before the halftime break? We've seen Flamesy miss that only before. This time it will land. Ivy pressure into Icy again.
Yeah, he's gone for a different angle this time. Same flash. Oh, and the same result. Mezzi gets Flammers though. Evades the nade. Icy, dangerous game being played. He's actually going to try and deep smoke this and try and isolate Mezzi. He wants the duel. He wants the biff. He's walking on you. He's coming for you. He's making no secret of it. Good heads-up maneuver from Icy. Gets away with the isolated duel and now back to his AWPing duties.
Okay, this is huge from Icy. Nice impact from the AWPer.
Yeah, proactive.
Oh, the Kazakh will get another shot at Ivy. And there it is. Perfect. Reads Apex like a book. Man advantage now.
That is some phenomenal play out of Icy.
Yeah, Mezzi might just have thought, oh, he's misthrown the smoke. It was meant to just be a block smoke. And now he's searching for more. Flashed off. Flamesy with the frag. Thanks to ZywOo's help.
Yeah, flashed in perfectly.
Look at this.
Okay, Electronic. Electronic is not slowing down. Flit tucks in, cognizant that the round is really on Electronic's flank now. Just wait. The longer you wait, the likelihood increases that he's going to have 3 players' backs turned. No one holding for this. This is really brilliant, inspired stuff. They line up. 2 from Electronic's flank, and Robs with only 20 seconds to solve this riddle. Not comfortable, not easy. Dare I say improbable. He hasn't hit that one tap he was hoping for. And someone in this blind spot. Yep, that's too easy. Flit will close. Timeout, no avail. Yeah. Still Vitality concede.
Yeah, great round there from Icy, isn't it? Really, really putting in the shift now. 10 kills for him, 10 for Electronic. And a moment ago, I think I was saying Electronic was 0 and 5. So he's been finding some massive impact. He's had some really good maps for VP in their run so far at the Major. This is a stage 2 team, Lock and Horns with the world #1.
Wow. Really, I mean, honestly, VP, the Electronic and Icy continue to impress.
Okay, well, final round of the half. It's going to be some Galils, a Tech 9, very light util.
Yeah.
Not going your way anymore, is it?
He's okay, testing the nades. Yeah, Apex going to go down. A smoke shot from Icy.
What?
ZywOo's got the bomb on his back here.
In main.
He's holding for this. This time he prevails.
Brought him an AK.
Thank you very much. I'll be using that.
Overstep of the mark there from Flit.
Yeah, that is. Ooh, and it could spiral. A really golden opportunity to have a 6-6 half here, but squandered perhaps with some aggressive ventures. Unfounded. Mezzi down though. Electronic, good read. Knows Mezzi's quite stubborn on his Ivy aggress.
He's going to kill here, dead to right,
should
back
have
a
him.
bomb. Icy's head spotted now.
Oh, no. Free headshot. Thank you very much. Electronic last seen towards
Rob's
the Ivy
lurk.
side, and Robs is getting unbelievably cheeky with it. Completely pantses him. And that's a hell of a half to wrap it up. Vitality still have the edge. 7 rounds on their T side of Train.
I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me.
I'm not talking about that freak, all right? Is he here? Is he listening in? How do I get this mic off?
One shudders to imagine what unhuman thoughts rage inside that mind.
Dreams of chronic and sustained growth.
Dispatches of him and look at Dog! That's disgusting!
Welcome to Katowice, Dog. Moving aggressively.
Swing out a bit.
Can this little nuisance pull off an unbelievable clutch to keep his team in it with this kid, with this monster?
Train Dust to Inferno, that's the series that's ahead of us as it's all smiles for Vitality as they take the lead at the half on their map choice. 7-5 on the T side. Now we swap on over. It's Electronic's chance to call the plays. And can they find the pistol to split them down the middle? Will there be any more resistance than Icy with a couple of big moments, Electronic with a couple of nice multis? Or will Vitality be marching forward to their playoffs, the #1 in the world? A stumble to start stage 3, but that's in the past. A loss was inevitable.
They might be glad to have that off their back.
2 sets of dual Berettas up in towards Pop.
ZywOo and Robs are coming for you.
And they're crawling.
No one's looking. Oh, the fight's too comfortable for Robs. And he tracks another. It's actually going to be a combination. Flames comes in from upper to hit it.
That's 3 players noted, but they've been able to pivot back quickly. So the initial attempt to try and take some space over towards Pop and B is removed. As you can see, the odds still definitely stacked against that of VP. Flames will just play on the jiggle for info. They'll worry about Ivy and main for now. As they head back towards B, they still have 2 smokes and 2 mollies to work with, so it could be a very potent execute, but you need to get past Flames, and Rops is now heading back to try and deal with this. So hoping for a reaggress, as you can see Flames just continuing on this jiggle. They saunter down the stairs.
Okay, well there you go. One of the Molotovs
Oh, Apex, bad movement.
Oh, Apex still hits his headshot, but so does Flamus and Electronic. They just get overrun though. Electronic does punch in the code on that bomb. A smoke to try and delay the inevitable, but run down, overrun. And Rob's working overtime. 3 kills from him. Big smile on his face.
Yeah, more of this best of a bad situation type conversation because, hey, you immediately lost 2 players and then you're in a 3v5 and you get the bomb down.
Yeah.
Apex running into the box. He still is able to get a kill right there, but this is how it opened and essentially closed. And I like the pivot. Let's not go outside and take Jules at range against a couple of USPs. Let's just head over towards B and guarantee getting the bomb down. So the plan changed and they sucked the landing to help get themselves in with a force bite. Icy's... Oh, I wasn't sure if he was going to go all in or not. I wouldn't be surprised if he had saved cash to get the AWP out early, but he will go with a Deagle. It's a Galil, 2 Tech 9s and a Mac 10, and they have a decent amount of util that they'll lob over. They'll miss the molly. A lot of teams struggling with that. Flit. By missing that, it will allow the CTs to sweep ever closer towards Pop, but it is actually going to be the B play. Flit looks like he's going to lurk Ivy. Electronic might have to pick up the bomb, or is it just about getting the territory? Well, only time will tell. Juggling of util in no man's land. Worried about an awful lot right now of Vitality as Pop will be blocked. So finally, obscuring something. Another smoke dropped down towards Ivy, and that's why Mezzi's having to play so far back in those lanes. Fake util the yard. Now the bomb will head back to B. Rops at high ramp. His point of rotation is quite far away. Mr. Cool, can he keep exactly that?
Yeah, primary objective here is just to be that early warning system.
A lot of space for Flames does help liberate the decision. The only other real problem is Ivy. Lurk smoke tells the story here. They come. Rotation on the way from Apex.
Yeah, how far does this get VP? Second round, fourth. They've already slipped the oil train. And yeah, okay, just the one. Flamus' position is noted. And okay, I guess a mid-air Famas headshot for Apex. Yeah, that was an option. Presented to ZywOo. Finds a bit of respite towards that.
Oh, Flit's on the lurk.
Train. He's burnt
not
down.
this.
You're right, Flit should have Flames dead to rights here, and he does. Just a bullet to the back of the skull. VP second round conversion is on its way. ZywOo's paid a heavy price, very low HP. It will fall to Mr. Merriman. And around that oil train, the time just sinking. Yeah, okay, gets M4, gets out. They'll concede. ZywOo's such low HP, just trying to preserve the weaponry.
Oh, nice shot there.
They'll do so.
Okay, very well handled. It was that layering of util that was perfect, right? You see Apex again, the emergency rotation is, there's the kit. It was on Flames, but Flit, he essentially sells his team. He gives them the info that it's a possibility, and then he makes sure that that kill is secure. If it goes past, they get the kills. It looks silly, but he converts the round, and that one is going to cause a couple of loose threads in the Vitality camp. So it's 2 saved M4s. Some SMGs are possible, but this scaling.
Yeah.
Perfect from Flamus. Once you let that kid off the leash, he will definitely deliver. And here it is, the bullet in the back of the Chrome Dome.
That's what that lurk smoke is designed for, just to ensure Flammers can get past that sideline, get towards the oil train, and flank just as he did.
All right, well, Mezzi and ZywOo staying equipped with the M4s. 5-7 for Apex, MP9s for the other two. Block smoke towards main. Right now, I think you just need to wait things out if you're VP. What's the rush? You've got the weapon and utility advantage right now. The worst thing you could possibly do is give away a kill in territory where you shouldn't even be up close and personal against a lighter buy.
Flamesy, a very forward position. He makes it known. Makes no secret of his presence towards main, however, concedes it now. Electronic's got his own lineups here. Ooh, an Ivy smoke.
Yeah, so continuing the questions of the lurk, and you see again the way that this draws Mezzi, and the reason that's important is he's one of the two M4s. It does force out another block smoke into main. And speaking of those, there's only one left for Apex, who's currently floating around E-Box. 50 seconds, and this is just some real pack roll mentality right now from VP. They're going to wait this out. Apex cheating over towards B. It's too silent. It's too scary.
Yeah, and all this patience has led to a site being unguarded. VP, the old-fashioned way. Hurry up and wait. As now the util starts to arrive. Okay, they're coming to test you, Mezzi. What have you got? He's in the right place, that M4. Can he make that save justified? Can he leverage it? Oh, overrun! It's Flames that's the one that's a step up.
Time.
Gets the trade. Yeah, you're right. Icy's going to have to plant this bomb soon, but now the bomb's on the floor thanks to ZywOo. Flames with more. Triple kill. Awkward for Flynn. He's just not got the time. He needs the frags. Flames delays. His teammate runs away. They know they've done enough. VP collapsing after winning the second round. And after time, Flynn holds on and wins his duel.
Oh, that's huge from Flamesy. And it felt like he read the situation quite poorly because we saw the smoke land into Pop, but it felt like the comms was worry about Pop because like Mezzi was also looking there, but they were all coming out of main. That's a huge little spree right there on the MP9, the weaker of the weapons, getting the majority of the kills and just letting the clock run them down, the pressure on, the time against them, and back and forth we go in the Force by Wars, 3 rounds deep in the second half, but yet to find consecutive. You save an AK, you can buy another. Going to be lighter for Fame, Icy, and Electronic as they take the time out to talk this one through. There's been a lack of those when in some of these earlier games of the day, we've seen coaches wanting to take them at pivotal moments. Well, Finn, it's his opportunity right now to do so. Wow.
Yeah, incredible. And this kill was onto that bomb. And then Flamesy playing that really careful, cautious game just to really secure it. And you can hear Apex satisfied with what he's seeing despite the slip up in the second.
Well, they lost to something similar.
Whoa, it's rare to see so many going early. Are you seeing this?
Yeah, that missed smoke low ramp just highlighted by our ops team. That was kind of crazy. Don't know what that was about. Ahead of the timing.
Yeah, Mezzi got a lot to do. Tucked and ready, but so much work ahead of him. Peeks in, found by Fame. Bomb is coming to join them, and the whole team here from Vitality reacting to the numbers.
In somewhat of a box. Rops will get CT.
Almost a literal box.
They don't know exactly on the timings that they may have lost. A main block, they don't know the amount of opponents either, so Flames having to worry about an awful lot means it could time. Yeah, it's looking ugly now.
Yeah, that was not pretty.
Apex needs at least one to allow ZywOo and Rops to walk into this.
And Flit's the one responsible for this hold.
Big old barrel going to stick out here.
Nice hold. Very well done by Flit. Vitality, some shortcomings in these rounds. However, ZywOo prevails, finds the bomb. He knows it was not Flit. So staying active, expecting the hunt. Bomb retrieved, 35. Apex still the unknown entity. Sitting at the back of that bomb train, ready for their wrap out.
He's dead, man.
Yeah, you'd think so. You certainly would think so now. Swung on. Long-range MP9 doesn't work. ZywOo connects. The two Frenchmen overcome the odds. An ace between the two of them. Apex throws in, chips in with two. ZywOo so composed.
I thought Apex was definitely dead there. Hasn't been a lot of smack talk out of him. The pressure's been definitely up a notch. But in that situation, think about the amount of angles he had to worry about. So they deal with the leak out main. There was even a flash to help Mezzi going for that swing, but just couldn't get the opening kill. And then you find yourself in this really rough 2v4 situation. Apex handles it masterfully, and they do get across the line. No worries there.
Well, VP have lost the battle. The skirmish for economy.
They've still actually chipped in with continuing to throw this question mark smoke on Ivy. So a lot of this game plan on the T side is to remove Mezzi from the play. And right now, it feels like Vitality don't have a proper answer for it. There's still some light U2 and pistols upgraded. They've even gone Glocks with nades. So they still think they could try and get a plant out of this.
Ooh, that might be bad info. He seems cognizant of the potential for that tight walk-up line. And oh, yes, he is. Dink was hit. But now Rops is about to have his whole bomb site hit.
No longer a question mark. They got the info.
Okay, Rops flashed off. Ready for this cross. One spotted upper. Progression made and bomb plant had. If they were to hit another one, the conversation would have shifted. But instead, it is just about that extra cash. Vitality seizing a confident 11th. VP with some extra cash into the next.
Okay, well, I still think Icy is going to be short on money for the AWP, even with the extra $600 and the 2,400. It's going to be a question if he wants to go glass cannon or not. And if they think it's necessary as part of the gameplay, then he definitely will, but it will lighten the load of the util department. Everybody else can get AKs and nades. Yet to see Icy buy? No, I tell a lie. He's just invested, so it's AKs aplenty for the T side. You can hear the comms being piped through some of those mics from the players there. That is G2 versus Na'Vi, heating up on map number 2. Make sure you whack that on the secondary screen. A missed smoke from Mezzi. Just went to smoke off main. You can see it on the radar. Yeah. CT spawn. So some real fumbles with the nades.
So I was hearing those steps as they're running quick towards him and hitting that first shot is Fame. That's his 4th kill and it's onto the Wu. Flames' position does look like it's absolutely perfect though, and whoa, they just line up for him.
Get away in their own smoke here.
Yeah, he does disappear. This is frustrating for VP.
Can't find the door.
He's just trying to get away, and he does just slip out all bullets, and he still hits more. How has he gotten another there onto Flint?
Thought he was lost.
Thought he was a dead man. Flames has had some incredible impact throughout Trey. Now Flamus and Icy with that bomb down in their favor.
Well, Flamesy has to play first. Rops to trade. Yeah. Mezzi just waiting, gets a freebie.
That's crazy. Icy's in so much trouble now. He elected to go for the AK, and it doesn't work out for him. Rops just holding everything covered, everything good in the hood for the Flames boys.
This kid is just a nuisance, isn't he? He's had some really key rounds outside yard, and this time again, just playing around those smokes. He's got a big smile on his face. He's up to 17 kills. Just absolutely smashing it right now. 18 for Rob, 17 for Flames. He had the firepower on display.
I can't believe he gets this one on the way out. After taking a bullet through the corrugated iron into his head, and he still gets another.
All right, well, the bomb went down. The loss bonus is there. They can get out rifles again. It's a Tech 9 for Icy. 1 AK, 3 Galils, and enough util to call another round. But this one done and dusted. Is it about to be 13-6?
Vitality picking train, and it's working. Oh, very well, Zaiwu. Removing Flit's aggressive venture before it even got started.
The fact you find that so early, you can edge. And look at this, Zaiwu's rotated over to B immediately. They are reading the play. This is to lock things down. This is for the map.
Yeah, and this is convincing. Vitality, a little bit of doubt started to surface upon the best of one loss, but it's right back to their winning ways. As VP, no match for Vitality here in the first map of the series. Look at that kill spread as well. It reads just about right. Robs, Zaiwu, Flames, all in the late teens.
They're going to creep in, but so far it's going to stay the same as it has all season. VP yet to win a map in 3 outings, and this is the 4th. That could change. It's Dust 2 up next. It's Inferno if we need it, but they're going to make the most of this 55 seconds. It's a 2v5 scenario, taking the risk out of the play. Just playing for info across the map right now. Vitality, once they get a whiff of you, once they understand the finish, they'll just be able to triangulate your position and close this one. 40 seconds. The clock pressure becomes ever more so. Both of them just going to waltz out main. And this will be that.
And that will be that. Vitality dominant on their map pick. Train under their belt. Does 2 up next. Seen like a shoe-in for the playoffs. One step away from them right now.
a confident display of skill, and even when VP were throwing their best out of them, it wasn't good enough to come for the likes of Vitality. Certainly some chances in there, and something that VP can be proud of. They didn't get blown out of the water like we saw yesterday, but still, not what they would have wanted within this one, especially on train.
When we saw this matchup pop up on the schedule last night, I kind of said that it interests me as sort of a barometer for where exactly Virtus.pro was at, because we've seen so many good things, and obviously you get to test yourself against the best team in the world and some of the best players in the world. You're going to learn a lot about a squad. I think Virtus.pro actually did a really good job of being competitive with Vitality through most of the meat of the rounds. The early stages, the mid-round wasn't bad. They had some tactics that could challenge Vitality, but man, Vitality just wins in those margins, like the clutches, the 2v2s, the post plants. They're just so rock solid in those situations, being able to recover like man disadvantage rounds as well. Those are areas where Virtus.pro on this map at least could not compete with them whatsoever.
Vitality's class in those late round moments is fully on display.
Yeah.
They're always playing off of each other. There's always a guy that gets that one X factor multi-frag moment, so that comes down to the firepower. But even the double swings in the late round where they're able to play off of each other, they always have each other's back. The synergy is just, it's above VPs pretty easily.
There's like that clutch where they both just like inadvertently like double swing on the guy of peek and sandwich, and it's like you can't communicate that. That's just kind of happening in the moment, and they're just like recognizing like one player's playing off the other one and recognizes where he needs a position to be there for any kind of a fight that pops up. And that sort of intuitive nature that doesn't need hardcore comms, that's part of the reason why Vitality is so good, because it happens across all 5 players. They're all skilled, they're all intelligent, they're all experienced.
Anyone can pull them off. It's not just the big names, and well, Flames had a clutch very early on.
Well, they're all big names on Vitality. Everyone's got a big name on this team. Yeah, they're becoming them right now.
We have an early one, which was a little bit fortuitous for the side of Vitality. Early round where there's a 2-on-3 situation for the remaining Vitality players. Bombs planted on the side of the A train, but this is so kind of lucky from ZywOo. The smoke bounces off of his chest, and then it falls in Olaf, and then he's able to get a single kill that makes the 2v1 possible for Flames.
Yeah, the lucky bounce off of his forehead, and then the improv from ZywOo, but Flames here just understanding the situation. 1 kill, press the bomb, no time for electronic. That's a tough one to let slip away. And yeah, that smoke was just inadvertently just the best thing ZywOo could have asked for. He's like, oh great, a new toy to play with. Like, that's sweet.
And looking at ZywOo, right, he is in his element as always right now, and he just has this flow state. And I think he has the chance at the moment to go further than what you normally expect from him, because he has this belief in his teammates, you know. He's taking a few more risks.
I think too, he has belief in himself now. Like, Apex has been really vocal over like the last 2 or 3 years of trying to like pump ZywOo up to be like, bro, like you have the ability to dictate games. Like, I need you to step into this role where you're comfortable being the guy who says, I'm not going to let us lose, because that was really the only criticism that we had of ZywOo for a number of years, even after and around the victory back at Paris. And I think this year more than any other year, I've seen him step into that mindset and step into that role where he's just like, I am not going to let this team lose today. I'm going to give them everything they need to get going, and ZywOo's been doing it all year.
Yeah, he's doing absolutely everything, including somehow intercepting smokes that are being hurled right at him. So he's upped his game in ways that I don't even think CSGO would have allowed him to do.
And you can see how much, even with Vitality's bad start, right, that their comeback has been real. This team is backfiring on all cylinders, and this is just a point of it, right? It wasn't even them needing to get back to the best of 3s, this being the first they played, right? They just maybe need that little slip up in order to activate back again.
You know what? I mean, you can call it a slip up, and it probably definitely is, but that's probably the best thing that could have happened to him to start this tournament.
Yeah.
Like we mentioned coming into this, especially after winning Dallas, it was like, think of all the pressure they've got. Like now they're kind of complete this near perfect season. They've got this like 30-some match win streak. Like losing that map early on, just alleviating one piece of the pressure for a team that's expected to go on to win the major. As such a, I mean, I don't know if they thought about it like that in the moment, but that's how I thought about it when they lost. I was like, that's great.
Yeah, it's a positive in it, and someone who never feels any pressure, I would say, is Robs, right? Robs obviously the second string right now to just be the dominant one, the one that everyone's praising for what he brings to the team, what he adds to the team, how hard working he is. He does seem like the maybe most complete player we have.
I mean, he's the most impactful in terms of roster moves that happened this year. There's no doubt about it. I mean, what's so great about Robs is that not only is he so incredibly solid in like a head-to-head gun duel, but his ability to hold space on a side of the map so his IGL can mid-round off of what he's got is always present. The fact that he has multi-frag potential when he's finally pushed to the limits, like he's such a great player in that every time he's tested, he just comes out ahead. It's so rare that you're just going to take something for free. You can't bully him at any point in time.
And he was free. Vitality didn't have to pay a buyout for him. He just got to kind of come over at the end of a contract and be like, what's up? Let's win some trophies. And now he's playing ping pong with trophies. So that's kind of cool.
And then we come on to more Vitality success, more things we love to see from them. Round 15, just how good they can be when it comes to these executes.
I mean, yeah, I mean, they were really solid at just holding on. I think this came in the second half where it was just like the kind of, I guess, ping-ponging, like Jason said. I mean, this is kind of the back and forth nature of how Vitality played. There's like one slip up here, I'd say, on an individual, and Mezzi doesn't really understand that they're swinging to the side of him, but they all just swarm the position. And even though VP have the firepower advantage here, like the angle management between teammates here, it is unspoken fundamentals. It's the way that they're just so consistently aware. And look at how the guy runs away at the very end. Like, there's not even a moment of hesitation where Rops is already hightailing it out of there and says, you know, we win this round if I just stay alive. And he does that.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to give so much credit to Flamesy as well. It's like one of those rounds where I always really enjoy these rounds because it's like you're winning by intelligence there. Flamesy's just like, I'm not peeking. I'll just sit in this like tiny little piece of cover and not do anything and just be a distraction and just be something that you have to focus on and something that you know you have to attack and take out. And there's the trust in the teammates as well, because he knows he's got teammates coming pop. He knows he's got a teammate over in Z, and he knows he doesn't have to swing or overextend sitting at E-Box.
Looking at Virtus.pro, though, it's like, okay, there was some chances in this one, right? It is Vitality they're going up against, but they still had the smiles on their faces, even when it wasn't going so badly. Are we still believing that this VP right now has made some positive changes?
They've definitely upgraded in terms of just how they play off of each other. I even think that the way that they go through their T side is generally better, even though that round, for example, blew up in their faces. I'm glad that we're not seeing the long, drawn-out rounds where some guys trying to make some crazy incision, make some crazy backstab. They just send people out a little bit more readily here, and even though it doesn't work against Vitality, I feel like it's improved their floor as a team.
It's like, yeah, go on.
I mean, they would just sometimes lose to teams that they really have no business losing to because they're making the most complicated T side structure ever.
I feel like they were playing away from their strengths and maybe trying to be too smart, you know, previously this year as well. Because I mean, you had so much this year where it felt like Flit and Flame were just like kind of shadows of themselves, and they're so strong. So now you have this system where you're activating some of those guys. Icy had a good game with the AWP, so you've got some strengths you can play into, and Electronic's starting to show that he knows how to do that.
Well, let's see if they know what they can do when it comes to Dust 2. That's where we're going to next, and it's a great map for Vitality, but it's actually one the VP picked. So you got to hope that they've come in prepared with a good plan and know what to do against this level of opposition.
I think that Vitality have a certain electricity. I'd describe their team as just well-structured in the sense that I think from roles, Vitality is a team that kind of took a step back, made a roster that makes sense on paper, made one of the most exciting roster moves of the year, and have put that into just the perfect application. For anybody coming back to the game, you need to know ZywOo. ZywOo is somebody who has flown under the radar because as an individual outside of the server, he's not as flashy as Simple. He is, however, undeniably one of the best players of all time. You have to look at the duo that is ZywOo and now Rops. Rops, somebody who comes from FaZe Clan, you know, a star-studded lineup in that regard, but he took a step towards Vitality in the absence of Spinks to give ZywOo a reliable right-hand man. And, you know, a lot of people say you put on the FaZe Clan jersey to win. I think the same can be said for Vitality now, and that's what Rops did. The story of Vitality is one of elusive wins. I think that 2024 was a year that they let themselves down in some regards, not capitalizing on all the playoff opportunities that they had. But they did win IEM Cologne, and that was massive for Apex, who chased that trophy for 10 years. Now, if you look back in the last 12 months, they've already got Cologne and Katowice. So this, to me, is a team that puts it together to win in the biggest moments. And we're talking about major champions back in Paris as well. So I think a second Blast trophy would look really good in that collection, and I think it's one that they understand they need. There's gotta be a voice in the back of all of their heads that say they can win in Austin.
One map is all Vitality need in order to secure their spot in the playoffs for an event where everyone expects them to be the ones lifting the trophy at the end of it. But it is never guaranteed and it is never easy. And although we're going to Dust 2 and it is Virtus.pro's pick, you got to hope they've got some big plans for this one, because I just remember success after success for Vitality on this map. So what is the hopes here, boys? Where are we going with this?
I mean, it's tough to imagine a world where VP is able to pull this one off, but it is a map that they've loved picking all year, pretty much for the entirety that Electronic's been the in-game leader. They've really leaned on this one. It's a map where I feel like Fame and Flit get to both have a lot of impact. They're both really mobile, but that's on the defense. The T side is going to be really tough to break through when you've got ZywOo breaking every smoke, opping you through everything.
I was going to say, like, oppers have such an impact on this map. So one, Icy's got to have a great game, but two, we've already seen a number of times on Dust 2 where ZywOo with an AWP can just take over the game from the T side, and no one else really has to do a whole lot. I think the key is going to be, obviously, one, easier said than done, limiting the damage you take to ZywOo, especially early in the round. And then I think Electronic is going to have some very timely pace changes and like little poppy kind of plays, like almost like gimmicky sort of plays. But if you can find a way across the map to start moving in and let Flit and Fame find like gaps in the defense, seams, and really challenge things, there's some opportunity there. It's just really hard to say this with knowing how deep Vitality is.
Would I be right in saying, though, that VP can't play this the standard way they normally play Dust 2 in order to be able to challenge them?
I would want to just see Icy just fight ZywOo in mid. Just take him, you know? I mean, the standard way is just what? Take cat control, try to do a cat hit or anything like that. Yeah, you'd want to see them try to do something different, which is why I'm saying let Icy try to impose himself a little bit more. You know, he had some moments there on Train, even against Vitality. So if he can actually lock horns with ZywOo, take him down a couple times in mid, like those are the 5v4 advantages, like the only opportunities you're going to be able to find on those.
I think Electronic's going to have to call a very decisive game. Like once you realize where ZywOo is on the map, like try and like if you have the opportunity to take advantage of his positioning, at the A-bomb site and find a way out middle. I think you're really going to have some very quick decisive calls that have very quick entry kills, because I think if you start letting ZywOo move around the map and get comfortable kind of reading the game and getting into the good positions, you're in for a really bad time. So it's going to have to be a situation where you can avoid him until the money's in a bad situation to where he can't afford the op. And those are some of the win conditions that you'd like. Not easy to get to that point.
And with Vitality, right, even if they can be confident they can make plays on this map, they're not a team who overextends too much of it as well, right? They know how to do this in the right way. So that's going to make things even harder for VP.
I mean, you got people pressuring just every side of the map all the time. Like, nobody on Vitality shies away from taking individual map control, whether that's a push towards tunnels, a push towards long A. Like, if you're not crossing your T's on everything for your default on VP, you're just going to get pushed and you're going to get flanked.
Well, let's get into it. Let's find out if this will be the map that Vitality book their spot into it, or if VP can cause up a big win and a massive upset and push us to a third.
Yeah, I'm not expecting this to be one crazy back and forth, quadruple overtime, we're going 3. I think this is Vitality picking up their rightful spot in the playoff that everyone thinks this is their major.
That was the sentiment for the desk as well, and the sentiment from the bookmakers. Landslide odds here. So, look, this is going to be tough, because if you want to look at last 3 months, that's fine. But I think let's look at the season, because this has been Vitality's, and they have played Dust 2 17 times. They've won it 15, which means they've lost it merely twice. I think if you stack it up over the course of all the 2025 for this team, they've played 89 maps in total. They've only lost 16. The sheer dominance of this team is one to be feared. Yes, and that's why in this one it does just feel like a mandatory victory for Vitality to book their spot in the playoffs as we get this one underway. Mezzy boosted in spawn immediately. That's a trick that we actually saw VP using against Pain earlier in the tournament. One of my favorite series to cast so far. And both of them could be locking horns tomorrow in the 2-2. ZywOo postured on Cat. Uses their Xbox smoke against them and even tries to tickle away at Electronic over towards Suicide. But jumping up, shrouded in the smoke, first fight.
Oh, dear. Well.
Yep. This is just how the train pistol went. Yep. Remember ZywOo and Rob, they pushed up Pop, they get 2 kills, like, oh, I guess we just try and plant now.
Yeah.
Go up mid to B, I dare you. Mezzy dares you too.
Mezzy would like that. He actually hasn't got to do much so far. He hasn't got to really move his mouse, touch his keyboard.
He's the safety net. Yeah. Someone's got to be it.
It's nice.
It's lovely, isn't it? Okay, well, ZywOo, Flamesy, and Apex gravitate towards A. ZywOo has to be cognizant of this long potential, and there is a threat of Flammus on the way.
Okay, but you do have to get past Just, yeah, double.
Guys, there's still one now.
And it's ZywOo's clicks. Okie dokie. It's 4 from ZywOo's USP. A convincing start to Vitality's last map in this stage.
Oh, confidence there from
That's
Mr.
right.
Richardson.
Don't normally do that.
I think that there's multiple things that...
Also, just like the confidence from ZywOo, not only does he tell them he's there by firing a couple of shots towards Suicide, he also just stands there in the open and hits it. Oh, he's so calm. So cool.
All right, well, VP force bite without the plant, and we know how these rounds tend to go. Either B pops or crisscross as long as theirs.
Oh, they got even worse.
Can they possibly from this point?
There's 0.02 you can get rid of.
Yeah, right, and I'm sure you can add a lot more onto VP's case too, as Flamesy will audibly jump spot towards long. Now, that question mark smoke I was highlighting on train that they were doing to make Mezzy move, I wonder if they have a trick to do the same on this. It does too. It's not going to be as easy as Mezzy mantles up on the tour box. Flames under pressure, throws a block smoke, draws ZywOo back. At least this softens the rotation. So if Rops and Mezzy don't multi-kill between them, the bomb site will be overrun and the retake will be difficult. Wouldn't be the first time they've lost to a force buy.
No, you're right. I think the one thing that fills me with a little bit more confidence is the fact that Mezzy still has his smoke. As they start dumping this U-tilt, Mezzy can just block. Now what do you do? Robs and Mezzy. I mean, a Tech-9 will come pre-firing around this corner. Mezzy's very blind, blocking them. Robs gets his bell run. What? No one cleared him! How does that happen? Robs gets 2, brought down now. Electronic into the site, but oh my god, it's Mezzy. A double kill and a triple's asking too much. Just didn't hit that last bullet of the Tech-9. Forced to reload, and so is Icy.
Boxed in.
All right.
Look at this, fast from Flame.
Yeah, you're just going to have, what, 2 people pushing
the
through the window? Oh, actually, yeah, back of the head.
Well, this is nice.
M4 retrieved.
Makes it somewhat doable. Throw it away. We're going to throw it, please. Let me get rid of the F4.
He didn't find a wall.
Oh, throw that over towards Flames. They should be able to walk away. Yes, so Famous and 2 M4s carried through. And the B defense weathers the storm.
I wanted to understand what happened around the lurk smoke here.
Here it is.
So, oh, they do. Okay, that's weird.
I guess he thinks it's clear and just assumes that the smoke is enveloping a little bit too far to what they'd normally be able to clear because that's overlooked.
Yeah, crazy.
And we've seen them before, this exact team, in those type of plays, pre-fire that spot and be able to...
and shooting, yeah.
Well, that's a tag.
Ooh.
Electronic. Hello, I see you. I know what games you're up to. So, a couple of kills in this to force out some rebuys. That'll be name of the game for VP. Rops put on notice early. Sure, 62 points of health, but the Deagles, that's what you got to worry about. One on Fame, one on Flit. The top mid with 4, lower tunnels for the Flit man. As they are just going to saunter down mid silently. Again, looking to press the issue at the mid to B. Flamus has a smoke, so they could run it again. Why the hell not?
Well, probably because Robs can get a massive multi-kill. He gets the info safely on his little pixel gap and doesn't take too much damage. However,
still continue, sure.
Yeah, I mean, if he peeks in, that scout will have his name written all over it. He might do it, you know. It's not like Robs to overstep the mark, but he might be tempted to now. Yep, ZywOo draws their attention and draws blood. Double kill. VP left with nothing. A Deagle, like we discussed. Actually, you know, a single body shot would have done it. Missed scout shot. No, actually, he did connect onto Robs in the window. But there's no problem, no bother. And Fame get himself an M4 on the flank.
Come on, Fame. Show us what you got.
He's got a hiding spot. That's what he's got.
Yeah, and I don't think this would be too expected. So Mezzy trades out the Famous for the M4, but burrows away. And, they were ready for it. ZywOo makes that one look easy, but again, that was an economical. This will be the buy. What spawns are available for Electronic to call around? Decent long spawn for Fame. Orp out for Icy. That's a good little burst there on the A4 at range. All right, well, they're going to boost Icy up.
Okay, Rob gets right next to the doors for that cross and loses his head. It is going to be just ZywOo's AWP on the B side of the map.
Felt like a pre-shot there, like he ran into that bullet. All right, well, that is one way to open the account, isn't it?
And he's trying to be as safe as possible as well. Boost is the counter. Flames tucks in.
Yeah, Apex set him up with a flash, but the molly will send him packing. ZywOo has to hit one to draw this back into a 4v4. Patrols middle. Icy comes to play.
Nearly got that head-to-head, and a bit of chip damage onto Electronic furthers his struggles, down to 61.
Oh, they've stuck to their guns of 3 towards the A side, and you may as well not call the bluff for VP. They throw it in mid to B smoke, but there's their conviction behind it. Fame wants you to think so. So crept out middle, might call his team back into this, and now that he's crossed the line, if ZywOo jump spots window, he won't actually see this. So strong work from Fame.
He's hearing this, he relays the information. Okay, boys, I think it might be 1B jump spotting window. I need you to start contacting up the tunnels. Little do they know, it's ZywOo.
I can't even see a way, not even for the game.
Watch him work his magic. Picks apart the first. What is he doing? Flam has just caught pantsed, static, and removed. And now Flames gets the chip in. Look how easy he makes it look.
It should never have been that easy.
He's alone, Chad. From the start of the round, ZywOo lies isolated. Fame identifies it as a weakness. Little do they know, it's ZywOo ready with a multi-kill. Flam is his death. I can't quite believe it. Just sitting there, static statue, and he picks up 3 in defensive B.
In your pot, yeah. I know it's ZywOo.
I know,
but that is just baffling. He's completely on his own.
He's 11-0,
I don't know exactly what he's up to.
He has yet to die. A KD of 11.
Well, this is how Train begun, wasn't it? Just dominant stuff.
Hasn't died, so I guess not even.
Unlimited KD right now.
Unlimited, infinity. Catwalk walk. Oh, careful there, Icy. Mezzy's not far off of the mark with his tabs. Fame even brought lower.
Yeah, it's like peppering onto 2.
That's not pepper, that's paprika.
Seasoned, softened up, and ready for the munching. ZywOo with Apex, the Frenchman.
Okay, asking questions of the A site. Oh, a 2-for-1 deal. Actually, with that ZywOo shot, Mezzy helped out as Icy goes down. ZywOo still takes another, but Apex is very low. If he goes down, it might get a little more awkward. They'll certainly try and plant this. The spread is really rough. Mezzy's hard work has been translated quite comfortably into another round. My God, VP left with very little confidence coming into Dust 2.
Oof, okay, well, we've got 6 major winners in the server right now, and that represents, what, 4 different trophies? Outsiders, Na'Vi, Vitality, and FaZe.
Yo, you're a geek. Well done. Yeah, they're all displaying their trophy proudly.
Oh, actually, more than that. Apex has won 2 majors. I only... it was so long since his last one, I forgot about it.
So ZywOo, Mezzy, and Apex haven't bothered to update their coin. Flames and Rops wants to show their major progress, but ZywOo doesn't care. He's got his bronze coin.
I wouldn't be surprised. You know, these pick'ems, you just buy it for the fun of it.
Oh, yeah, he wants to support the game, you know? He wants the Vitality spray. He doesn't care about the pick'ems. He knows who's going to win. He's going to have control over that. Let's see what happens into this one. So the Icy Orb is dispatched towards B to search, and it is only Rops, a solo B Hov. They're really selling him. Is this just faith? Is this misplaced? Rops with 3, approaching his position, high alert. Icy just hoping for an overextension, an overstep. Here comes the first jiggles. Wide as you like from Fame. That might be enough.
Well, ZywOo will be across. He's been told to call it off. Molly window, smoke doors, a pot shot taken, it will be the save. So first on the board, and the major that I was forgetting, Apex won that back in 2015, 10 years ago. DreamHack Open Cluj. As Flamus is on the hunt. So it's not 4 trophies, it's 5.
5 in the server.
So we get a multi-major winner of Mr. Apex as Flames will be found. Lost bonus will be 1,400 into the next. There's cash to work with for Rops. Flames, you can get a drop, and it should be all good as long as nobody else goes down. Should be no harm, no foul.
I'm worried about Mezzy.
Yeah, me too. He's pinned.
Yeah, and there's no help coming.
That's a defensive smoke.
I think he stays here, though, doesn't he?
And I think that you don't really want to be hunted. Oh, they're going to boost. That's one way to catch him. So Mezzi barely alive, 22 points of health.
And he's done enough.
They'll let him live as all 5 to stay alive on the VP side of the server.
Now, the way in which they got that round was a single kill and then one on the hunt. This is the kill. What a wide swing. I mean, that's what you want from your front man.
Yeah, didn't even really believe there was anyone tall box. Immediately pivoted down, but then back up as it is going to be double AWPs. Robs to a quit one. Does give some freedom to ZywOo. Long spawns, one of which, do they want to use them?
Looks like Flamus is going to give it a look. No, take that back.
Hold up.
Yeah, I see. Pre-aim. Oh, never mind.
Well, you know it's double AWPs at least.
The AWP, yeah, reveals himself.
You can take that in.
But where's the second? I hear you ask. I hear you wonder. I hear you cry. Flitz worked it out with a nice headshot. Straight down mid. ZywOo overstayed his welcome on the boost, and Flitz cooking now. Straight through the mid smoke, or at least flirting with that idea.
Fame's picked up the AWP.
A good flash, and Robs is blind. He's not blind. Oh, but he's dead. Good work from Flit. Both of the AWPers taken down by the bulldozer that is Flit.
Well, similar things happened on Train, right? It was quite a commanding start from Vitality, then a couple of individual moments where they're just looking for jewels on their own, then VP work back into the game, Xtest takes a timeout, and they close the half.
All right, they might go through that. There's an incendiary. They're already in. Oh, the easy free fire from Flamus connects to the skull.
Just some lazy moments for Vitality, I'd say. Like, Robs doesn't need to stay around and look for that type of fight. He's probably better suited back platform. Allow Mezzi with the rifle to play for the mid to B. ZywOo as well, not ready for the scaling, even though with the timing that had elapsed, it was always going to be a possibility. So right now, might be a couple of choice words out of the French in-game leader.
Yeah, or even get the coach involved.
Well, if he can retain this AWP, there's extra cash for Mezzi. Apex will be able to drop that. ZywOo can buy himself. Well, he won't need to. He'll be able to drop a gun as well. I don't think we'll see them on double AWPs again. We're starting to burrow down. Bedroom taken, and Fame to come in through CT. Icy's the dead man.
Electronic and Flit are stubborn for this hunt.
Lost the AWP.
Yes, Flames gets away with his last second. He tries to jump over the bullets.
Oh, and a Flit smile there. So they do remove everything. That's how it started. But I think a lazy approach has touched upon for a couple of the members there. Just give, I don't even say lazy. Maybe it's just cocky. Even gets a second glance at that. Just looking at the top of that tower. Wow.
Yeah, that's an unforced error.
3-round gap. Timeout taken. And as mentioned, we've seen similar scenes to this. It is going to be called by Xtaz, wanting them to pull up their socks before they completely run out of cash. Poor Flames is going to have to operate with an MP9. Oh, and they're running double AWPs again. So this is part of the game plan.
Interesting.
Yes, they want to try and trifle with what's been thrown out from some of these contact plays. Just talking about smoking middle to try and obscure the amount of players to cross.
Well,
Flames doesn't have a good spawn available for long, so it might be a stunted long take unless Apex just charges forward.
Flitz off to the races again. Look at this. This is clear anti. He just wants to get straight down again, burrowed by the doors early. Mezzi's still just jiggling with nades in his hand, so Flit gets himself right tucked on Xbox, as Fame confirms, no lower aggression.
Yeah, for Mezzi there, because he doesn't have the AWP, he wants to make sure he can confirm if anybody is just running immediately up catwalk to help facilitate the info for Apex and ZywOo. They can fortify that defense over towards the site, but now that Flames has been able to tuck in, he's going to go on the jump spot. Shouldn't go again. Plays close, so if there's a pop flash through, this should get him. Blind and away. Flamus actually cops it as well, so mistimed on that one.
That was a real opportunity to get some friction.
Lots of map control for VP to work with at this juncture. The bomb floating back over towards B now to join Fame, and I think Flamus will also be part of this puzzle. It's that AWP for Rops back of the site as Flames does now burrow in. Flamus continues to make some steps.
So does Flames. Makes no secret that they're having a duel towards the bedroom. In fact, Flamus going to throw out the flame. Now Flit and Electronic trying to sell it.
Well, the lurk smoke on B, Robs has a HE to clear. Orisa has a smoke that he can throw a little bit deeper. So first is the HE, sees nothing behind it. Well, he's dropped into spawn.
Yeah, Electronic getting cheeky with it.
B split's on.
It is on. Smoke for Mezzi to use.
Kind of like that it's shallow.
Yeah, he can play around this. stops access to the car position. Nice pack pick off on 2 drops. It's Fame with 1, but Apex's double is there. Quick resurgence out of Flit. They're into the site. Bomb on their back, but both bleeding out. They've got scraps of HP, but it's working. As the AWP picks off Apex's progression, and it's just going to be the end for Flit. Flames picks it up. Intense. B-site again exploited an impactful double out of Apex.
Yeah, and then he runs window and gives away his life.
Yeah, he just felt too good. It felt a little too good. He wanted a third.
Okay, well, from the timeout, they can convert the round. Do they save the double AWPs? Yes, they do. So a clear part of the game plan. The T's have enough finances for the buy, more than enough. Fame has 10K at this point of the game. So Apex just catching them on the timing right there. And I really like that shallow smoke. Gave you a buffer. Could seem scary, and I think it sells your back player a little bit more, but also gives Mezzi that buffer. Well, we're only just gone past the halfway mark of map number 2 of the series, but you're almost halfway there, Vitality. You've already got 1 map. You just need this one, and you only need 7 rounds to get there. Actually, that's 4 maps. No, that's right. Yeah. There's some real good maps.
Nailed it. Ooh, Flames. Dangerous game. Maybe they bait. Yeah, to the collateral from the AWP. The nade doesn't relieve his hands. Instead, he has to hit the shot, and he does. Electronic thought he had pace, and he did. 60-mile-an-hour peaks. Now ZywOo forced off, missed his shot, and punished. Icy the one to provide it. AWPers clash. Oh. And a very early 2v2. Apex is dunked on the Flit forward position.
If Apex pushes into upper tunnels right now, he was just going to like throw this round into disarray. You won't expect after he gets that kill with the nade that he's rotated this quickly in towards the upper tunnels. And as they mantle up short, Rops is in car, so he's worried about long right now, but he can tuck in tight and just worry about short. Apex is pushing the backyard. If Rops goes down, he's still not looking the right way, Mr. Cool. When does the penny drop?
Yeah, okay, now he focuses his attention just in time for their walk contact.
Oh, no.
Just looked away and gets shot down. Rops caught out, caught short, and Apex a million miles away.
Save. No, I don't think it. Well, actually, it's Apex. I don't know what he's going to do.
Neither does he. You got to keep them all guessing.
Well, he's going to head around long. He knows that there's the AWP of ZywOo just towards the reverse side, so AK's good.
He doesn't want that AWP just yet. He wants to see if he can find anything. A quick one tap to the AWPer, and he would have a go.
Have to roll back the years here.
Yeah, didn't get that initial top headshot. Another double swing him. Nice shots from Fame. If he had a little bit less of a spray there, that could have got awkward. Comes down to a 1v1 in the end. And it's a third for VP.
Yeah, and in trouble with the finances, aren't they?
I can't believe if he threw that nade, that would have been so... I mean...
The second is still beautiful, though, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely.
This one right here from Icy, he just tracks him down, and poor Rob, the timing. Oh, my God, that camera just tells the picture perfectly. A sitting duck for Icy with 2 impactful kills within that round.
Yeah, the round really was determined by that timing.
And now it has to be the eco, so 4, a guarantee.
Okay, well, Icy has got the early info, and so Electronics got to get his gun out in time. Already headshots are being hit. That's a flamesy USB headshot. Rops is up close with a 5-7. They get 2 kills despite running it up mid.
Well, that happened damn quick, didn't it? Okay, well, they're not going to waste their time on the eco, as now they will be able to buy in again. But doing double AWPs is a costly exercise. You're not going to be able to run that again. The loss bonus will not facilitate that type of an investment.
Yeah, it hasn't gotten very far either.
Couple of long spawns right now if you want to have a pace change. They pipe their way out long late in the last rifle round. Icy. Oh, okay, they're not going to go. They're just going to go real quick towards the path. They get back at Cat. Door smoke, short molly. Flammers shows presence long. And, oh my God. What?
What? 140 damage from the Mezzi spam.
Okay.
140.
All right, well, they're going to creep their way up Cat quite quickly. Mezzi continues to harass.
Yeah, wait, there's a timing. Flip, flip, flip. Out. Beautiful. He does it time after time against the world's best. Flit up short. Ahead of the timing because he's knifing out down Sui.
I think we're seeing a save.
Yeah, well, we saw the finances were stretched thin.
Yeah, worst time to get broken is late on that CT side. Flammers up against an MP9. Yeah, and does. Dead to rights as the other 3 looking to save their M4s on B. So should be all tied up come the half-time. Apex just going to take a drink. As touched upon, they've played this map 17 times this season. They've won it 15. BP would have to hand them their 3rd ever loss on Dust 2. So it just sounds like a tall task, but you tie the half up 6-6. Why the hell not?
Yeah, it has got kind of a similar feeling to that first half of Train. Albeit that was Vitality on the T side. And there's another hunt. Knife out through the smoke. 3 players here. They want to take it all away. Really enhance their chances into the next. Oof! Oof!
They've got money. The worst thing is they gave over the AKs. Yeah, so let's see if 7 can be Vitalities or if we'll be inseparable, as they like to say. But this from ZywOo, just caught off guard by this pacing, so direct calling. And ZywOo, knife in his hand. How often do you see that happening?
Yeah, you don't. I mean, that's just a real credit, a feather in the cap of Flit.
I don't think Flames has actually rocked a rifle in the last 3 gun rounds, as Icy ready for a fight, doesn't get one. 2 jump across.
He's got the numbers. Par for the course.
And they're doing it again. Just crawl up cat when there's no warp in play.
Straight up.
Yeah, it's so direct, isn't it? And it can be so punishing because you're just not expecting this type of a timing. Fame may as well just keep searching. He's not blocked yet.
Yeah, and ZywOo put your knife away.
Oh! Caught again!
Back-to-back rounds. ZywOo rumbled by the VP pace.
Now you're going to get past this all. Jamie, your heart out.
Exactly. Icy's actually going to concede it because he's got the bomb on his back, so his responsibility is pull him away from the cross.
And Flamesy can't fight top A with an MP9. He needs to win the long duel.
Oh, God, Electronic.
That was noisy.
Yeah, he slipped off. I don't know if they've really processed it, but Fame has hit another banger. Okay, double entry out of Fame. A side is theirs. Flammers with the late long, and Flames, yeah, an MP9 versus Flammers again. Leaping into the fight, finds an upgrade. Is there a grounds for a 5v3?
Well, they have to give it a go.
Yeah, but I didn't think they'd have a chance. Maybe Flamesy's AK is going to be able to one-tap the AWP. I don't think Icy's going to be baited in by any jiggles. Look at that wide swing. He's ready for... Boom! Too easy. Mission accomplished. A competitive half. Resuscitating for VP. 6-6 at the half. It was 5-0 for Vitality. VP stabilizing. Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final. And then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to plant the bomb!
Thank you very much. That's the bomb, tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramids!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out of their chairs. America
is losing their minds in this moment. Yeah. There are no pyramids. There is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know. Perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate. It's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth, so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
Welcome back. 6 of the last 7 going the way of VP to steal away the momentum on their map. We have got Dust 2. It's where VP elected to take it up against the world #1, and they're trying to keep the vibes high. They are very, very close to those playoffs. 2 wins, 1 loss. However, Vitality standing in their way, but a 6-6 half all the same.
And there's been a clear shift in mentality for VP coming into the major. Electronic has definitely been berating his teammates throughout the season, and that's not the recipe for success when you have young players like Icy and Flammus, but how long they go.
Oh, and they spotted him. They got that info. Really going to be hard to get output out of Fame now. And he just needs one. One would be lovely, and asking too much, apparently. Flammus is going to go for a fast flank, but Mezzi is positioned to deal with that. How ratty are you?
Surely you don't clear for this. There's no way. Oh, Mezzi almost fluffed his lines. A couple of warning shots to give Flammus a chance, but now they're into A. Electronic, Icy from Cat. Glitters the late piece.
Okay. Flames. That's a long-range headshot from his Glock. Thought that would have favored Electronic, but tough go of things for him individually. 3 and 11.
We'll see how they continue forward in this. There is no Kevlar in this for Flip, but there is a couple of key pieces of utility. Those smoke and flashes will come in handy into the next.
Pistols going Vitality's way.
Yeah, so going to be comfy with that on this map. Going to add another win to that tally if this continues. Is on the hunt trying to remove this armor. Mezzi having a look down mid, multiple bodies springing through CT, but they're going to have to get a move on. Bomb, 3/4 of the way gone.
Yeah, and Flit's trying to save all this util. Unarmored and found. Icy reveals himself, gets 3.
That's actually a really big deal. That's an M4.
3 quick clicks.
That's an M4.
It's an armored M4.
Yes, so that's quite a big deal right now. Look, he could give the M4 to one of his teammates and get dropped a scout. That's probably what I would think they should operate with. So I would drop that M4 to Flit. He's the biggest playmaker. You get dropped a scout from somebody else, because Flit should be getting himself head armor in this scenario.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, so Icy is just going to roll with it himself. Electronic will get a scout, so it's still the same complexion of weapons, but in different players' hands. Searching towards long, very long to facilitate this, and they're out.
Very quickly into pit for Apex, and oh, he's caught him. He's caught him in transition. Flammus lucky to be alive. A messy spray on the Galil doesn't crack for the finish.
Look at the rotation, though. They're bit down so hard on this. And Apex is actually calling his teammates into B. As soon as this smoke starts to fade in upper tunnels, you can see Rop, Zywoo, and now Flamesy all connected. There'll actually be a long push, too. There is a flash available from Flit, and then all the info will come Apex's way, and they can just run into B. Yep, go B, go B, go B, go B. Okay, maybe not with that level of pace to it. The
they
smoke will be dotted onto.
Smoke to land.
If they had another flash, this becomes quite doable. The fight in lower tunnels is key.
Yeah.
The fight in lower tunnels was key.
Yeah, he's managed to convert that comfortably, and now maybe you just get a second bite, right? You got Galil, you got M4. Like, this is a potent third round.
I think it's a good bunch of weapons to hold on to going forward. If you Flit and you wanted to hang around and try and grab another short, but your rifle's multiplied off the back of that one. And this is going to be 8-6, a 2-round gap. And Vitality are well aware of the Icy triple too, so they know that this M4 likely to be in the mix. They know that they've lost that Galil, and they definitely heard the scout because it's what tagged up Apex. So you can start to piece together the purchases. The question is there going to be more? Flammus right now could drop, or by himself, actually, another silenced M4, and you could actually have a tidy-looking buy.
I don't know if it's the, you know, Lord Gaben, maybe, but the long spawns have been very good for Vitality 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? If you want to call behind it as Apex, you definitely have the liberty to do so. Interesting enough, VP are not actually just going to shove. So they're going to use the guns that they have carried across now, make sure that they can full buy into the next. And we'll get a 5-7. Boosted on short. Icy set up for success at the top of this totem pole. Robson Zywin upper tunnels, Apex, Palm Tree. And he's going to take some early traction middle against the scout. Will not leer in again without a door smoke, I'd imagine, as corner smoke lands long. Here's that door smoke. Easy lineup for everybody playing at home. But still, Icy's on top of this boost. He's playing late after the flash by... Oh, okay, so he's going to slit the gap. It's hard to flash this. That smoke actually obscures lower tunnels, so this is quite difficult. Oh, still noisy on the dismount, but just one player on B. If it's a mid to B, I think Fame's screwed.
Yeah, there's no worse feeling than being in the corner. Fame is elected to choose, and then getting split on mid to B. Like when you're getting shot in the side from the door's position, that position, it could not be worse. Oh, and again, they're just running rings around them. Nice damage, to be fair. Good output from a 5-7, but not the same for Fame.
Well, sandwiched, and you may as well not give away the Galil and the M4. Flit and Electronic could look for some damage, sure. Try and find an upgrade, that would be great. The Scout and the 5-7 don't need to be carried through, but what does is the armor. So there are some...
But I mean, is it like I can see Flit just slumping in his chair? They've managed to just avoid by VP for the majority of this.
Yeah, well, look, these are the rounds that not the most glamorous as far as the Counter-Strike's concerned, but as far as the in-game leader is concerned, these are great, right? Yeah. If you can actually avoid having to do any duels with your opponent, that's probably the best way to win rounds. Sure, it feels like a pacifist approach, but they're playing the long game. And they've all gone through James' school of economy, right? Just because they're not going for this now, it's like, oh, what? They're not fighting for the game. No, they're thinking down the line. How are we going to win this? Maybe we steal a gun away, sure, but I don't have to buy armor in the next. There's 1,000 or 650 saved. That could mean a gun in a couple of rounds' time that otherwise I couldn't have afforded. So just playing for rounds in the future, that's not playing to you know, oh, we are going to lose. It's just playing the percentages.
Well, 100%. Yeah, no, absolutely. They're giving themselves a little bit of leeway to get their teeth into this half.
But if this continues, that's where the problems start to really rise up. It's like, okay, well, we didn't fight for rounds where we could have had chances to try and make a dent. So you will have to start to play for some now because Vitality are bearing down the barrel of double digits.
Icy's been handed the Scout.
Okay, so making the most of what they've got.
Long take, and not going to be the same commitment this time from Vitality.
You can see the emergency utility lobbed out there. The electric pole smoke normally connects with a corner smoke. Is this double nades? They've done their homework. Yeah, they've done their homework.
What?
Yeah, they've paid attention.
Oh, wow. Fame just back-to-back rounds where he's had no chance.
Yeah,
0% chance to win.
When it's a bonus round scenario, the reason that you want to opt for something like that from Fame is because it's a really strong position to play against a pop. But they've gone, all right, well, we know that you do that against this, and we're just going to land 2 nades down your back pocket. And for Fame, all he can do is shake his head. Electronic trying to cheat across the doors. Oh, okay, well, no. He'll actually just blow a hole in the smoke and hedge back towards A.
Look how smooth this is. And they've still got additional options, right? So he's going to throw CT smoke as they posture for short take.
I feel like it, yeah, I think it's a fake. I don't think it's actually mid to B, but crisscross lands, Flit's on high alert, drawn away from the B site now. Still have to get past 3 on A. This won't be easy, Vitality, regardless of the man advantage.
Yeah. Electronic is here. It's his time to put his name in the feed, and he controls his spray. Removes flames. Flammers forced wide by... Ooh, the Molotov. Another one lands on site. He's just burning down to 0. Apex finds him. Finishes off the job. Electronic and Icy, however, still here to put up a fight.
They need to get back.
They need to get around.
They're getting back with the bomb. This is a big kill from Rock. B is open.
Can they get there in time? Yeah, they can.
Start running. They have to run now.
Oh my God! Again, they managed to avoid
him. They need to take this fight together.
Oh, Icy's not holding for it.
They've given it up.
They just let them have it.
They're going to run into B for free. I don't think they understood exactly what just went down.
Oh my God! The late walk from Rops has won them another one, avoiding Electronic, avoiding Icy, and picking up a 10th round without having to lift too much of a finger.
Well, quick reactions right there, and the tilt of the head will add the double digits now, and maybe it'll only be 6 rounds in back-to-back maps for VP.
What a luxury those kills are for Robs. One of them, he just nades him, double nade. That's an anti-strat, lovely. The other one, the guy's not looking. He's just walked through the site. His team have created so much of a hassle on the other side of the map. He's distracted and overlooked.
The power of a good lurk. If that round goes the other way, they all die on short. Rops looks silly. It's like, okay, well, you're in B. Your team's lost the round. But because the avenue stays open, he gets there in time. Gives them the way in as the hunt trundles through short. See if Rops can find himself an AK upgrade away from that Galil.
It's funny, it's flowing in an identical way to Trade, where we had a competitive half, felt like Vitality maybe let off the gas, a little bit more lackadaisical in the second half of our first half.
Well, there's those double nades again.
Bang, no chance to react, no chance to move, no chance to avoid it. And I mean, I think this is just what it feels like to play against the world #1 right now in the modern day. Like incredibly talented players, they've made other
right
teams look foolish.
He's just, that camera is perfect. That was showing 14 seconds left on the clock. He peers out the mid to B, sees nothing.
Yeah.
Assumes that, oh, maybe they're still coming through short. No, you've just missed the window, mate. And Apex, he's getting cheeky now. Getting away with bloody murder at this point as the smiles grace the faces of Vitality.
It's just the only thing that I, like, you know, at the back of my mind is like, don't fall into the trap of overconfidence now.
Well, I've seen some moments where they've gotten a little bit individual and it's come back to haunt them. So let's see, with that timeout called, Xtaz likely on the mic there. As part of those 30 seconds, just saying, boys, keep your head screwed on tight. This one ain't over yet. 3 more rounds required as full buy, short boost. Looking to be unraveling of the default is Icy and Co. Flamus is going to charge up short.
That's the gap. So I was busy holding nades, so Flames responsible for this, just playing on the taxi position. Starts to slip away. Flamus now asks questions of it and has nothing to report. Yes, he does. Catches Flames and no possible trade. That's what they needed. That's what they were lacking. An opening kill, a little disruptive aggression.
What does that mean, though? If they start so aggressive towards short, especially with the long play, does that mean long's open? And it's a tough task to just brave that, and now it's definitely not. Shop is closed. Rob's now on this lurk. Tough clear against Fame. This is timing.
What the hell, Mezzy?
He's out, and he's been noisy about it.
Yeah, oh, nice flash. He plays great.
Well, they're in the B. There's nobody home.
Oh, no. Robs his kill on Fame still, after all of their hard work. Flamus' aggression, his double kill, the flash play. Oh, wait. Zai was flanking the Flit, the only ban who's managed to rotate over, and now he's on the other side. Robs could be perhaps jump scared by Flit.
This is tough for Zai. He has to worry about CT as well as middle right now. Does Flamus come through the doors?
He elects to go tunnels.
Okay, Scopes heard CT. Another smoke deployed towards B. Molly's to work with as well.
Icy still scoping CT. Zywo confirms it should have the backstab now. Immediately, just batches of Icy. Flit realizing he has to focus on this, but he's tugged. Zywo might overlook this. Oh! Or not! It's an 11th for Vitality. VP, their best bet. They get the opening, they get the follow-up, the team plays there, the repositioning. But still, Robs, a thorn in their side on the B site. Fame is having a rough few rounds. Flamus to maintain, can't hold on to the AK. Vitality can do no wrong. Robs and Zywo, 5 kills between the two of them, getting the mission accomplished. And this is how it began. Flamus with 1, Flamus with 2. And this death from Fame, after seeing all of that in the kill feed, focus perhaps a little, starting to wade. That was pure reactions from Zywo.
All right, well, saving their pennies earlier does get them another buy. An AWP again, rifles are plenty. HE on the cross, Zywo still takes a pot shot and some late flashes towards long to force out the util. Quickly in through lower tunnels, Flamesy and Robs. They'll apply a lot of pressure. It's peppering through the smoke. Not going to find any damage. Might need to watch a Mezzy demo. As the defense is split 3-2. No rush about it this time round. Mate, Flamesy's gone all the way through lower tunnels. Now he's walked back up top mid. So they're going to go late out long into 2. Flamus is going to fight. Electronic is going to bait. If Flamus goes 1 for 1, that's great. Then Electronic gets to activate and scoop him up.
It's just contact. Yeah, no flash. Oh, there it is. Oh, perfect. Flamus getting away, draws them in. Electronic, though, overlooked completely. Gets set up for it. He's called himself into a winnable 4-on-3.
And that's the bomb. That smoke will actually allow Zywo to pick it up, and he can reset. So he's going to walk away quietly as Electronic tries to track this down, but now he hears the steps, and he might run into the rifle. Apex ready and denies.
That's brilliant work. The CT smoke punished immediately. And now he's frustrated. Now he's watching as this 3-on-3 continues to unravel for VP. 30 seconds, it's very light on time, and they are heading in towards the stack site. Flit, ready for it, but so is Robs, hits his. Oh, and another one onto Icy's head. just on the warpath, leaving VP in his wake. ZywOo to plant.
It's just ZywOo here. Apex is this kill.
Oh, he's got him. He's got him. Just like that, the 12th is theirs. Even when things go wrong, they seem to go right.
Okay, well, final round now. Low end 3.4. Apex with some banter now. This one feels secure. 4.1 the high end as this one has all fallen apart. Don't worry about the double kill. It counts for not Apex, the bodyguard, and Rops. This shot from Icy misses.
Yeah.
And he's punished.
Oh, we hadn't had one. We hadn't had one. It was about time for ZywOo to start hitting them. They weren't so diligent with the HE, and an immediate headshot removing VP's captain.
Well, 4 kills now, and sure, they lost that opening game to Legacy on Inferno. They were blown out, but that's a best of 1. This is a best of 3, and since then, in the best of 1s, 6 rounds lost to Namiga, 2 rounds lost to 3D Max, 6 rounds lost in the first map here, and likely to be only another 6. That's an average of 5 rounds lost per map since Legacy broke the streak. Vitality reminds you of your insignificance right here and now. This is their season, and they will not miss the playoffs. Fuck your best of 1s.
This is their major for the taking. One slip up. And it's their bomb site now as well. Hail Mary from Flit on the wall bang. VP to be thrust into that last day of play, the 2-2 scoreline. Competitive first halves in both of these maps, but blowouts into the second. Flashed in, they give it a go. Handled with class, with poise. Vitality are the big boys here at the Blast TV Austin Major. And they make it abundantly apparent.
9 HP, no hope, no chance. Split goes down, and there it is. The playoffs locked in. Vitality, they have done what they came here to do, taking care of business in stage 3. Their spot in the Moody Center, it is booked. There's only a few more teams with tickets yet to punch. VP, on the other hand, after starting 2-0, fall to the 2-2 matchup and being blown out this one. Does it leave reverberations? They join the likes of Legacy, MOUZ, Mongols, Pain, and there's still a game running right now. Loser of G2 versus Na'Vi will have the pressure match tomorrow. 3 spots left, but Vitality have theirs.
I'm impressed by the play we've seen from VP. I'm sure this isn't going to fill them with confidence. Feeling quite helpless in both of the second halves of this series. I really liked what he was playing and how he was playing on Train. I think that's one of my takeaways. Flammus did kind of disappear a little bit there, but I mean, there's so much class on the Vitality ranks. Fame, of course, you know, we saw how his defense on B was just exploited time after time. Rops his lurks, causing him pain. But I see it looks like Electronics trying to keep morale high. Like, boys, we are a threat. We've made all of our games competitive until we met Vitality.
Progress has been made. There's a 2-2 game ahead tomorrow. This is the best team of the season. That was Dust2 for their 16th win of the season, but we've got the interview standing by.
Vitality are through to the playoffs here at the Blast TV Austin Major, and you do it in style against VP. But just looking at the scorelines after the opening Legacy game, you guys went back to doing what you do best, just dominating start to finish. The small little clutch rounds, the moments you go, everything was flowing like usual. Did it just feel like you were back on the same page?
Yeah, I mean, one best of one don't mean that who you are. Doesn't mean anything. So for us, we knew we really fucked up and they played well. So we wanted to focus on the few next game and mostly not being 0-2. Best of one are rough, and being 0-2, we could see how it was with Falcons. You deal with so much pressure after that when you are a big dog and one of the favorite of the majors. So for us, it was focusing on not getting 0-2, and we did it. And then the team, the flow of the team came back.
Did it feel like it was like getting back to normality after you got after the initial first day?
Yeah, I think so. I think we showed some good CS. I think we won the last 4 maps 13-6, 13-6, 13-6 and 13-2. So I think that was flawless. Today, thanks God, also we win 4 pistols. It always helps, not gonna lie. So I think we had some down twice today, first on train mid-side, and same on those two. But other than that, I think we controlled the game and we played good, so I'm proud of the boys.
And just how confident are you overall? Everyone keeps saying this is the major that Vitality is going to win. You must have that belief.
Of course I believe. Of course, in a way, we were one of the favorites in Shanghai, even though we were not the favorite. We fucked up against a good phase, against Robin. Now we want to go all the way. The first the job was to go through the group stage, and now it's a different story for all of us. It's a major, it's always different. You always expect the favorite to win, but it's not often the case. So for us, it's I guess if we really deal well with the pressure, it might be ours, but it's gonna depend on that.
Well, you've been dealing well with the pressure all season long so far. Let's see if it continues for them. Vitality, they've done it.
Well, it's been a major of a little bit of insanity through the first few stages, with favorites dropping out. Falcons is gone, Aurora is gone, but Vitality return a little bit of normalcy to the Counter-Strike world. A qualification here that was very much expected, as Bank said. One of the favorites to lift the trophy. Good to see them get through.
This is why context is so important when having discussions about who's making it to the playoffs. When it's, you know, FaZe Clan making it, it's like, wow, Simple's back, the world is great. But when Vitality do it, it's like, well, they should have done it a match earlier.
Yeah, shame on them for dropping the one best of one earlier.
Yeah, I mean, the whole discussion seemed to be just colored by the fact that they lost the BO1 opener to Legacy, but I feel like at the end of the day, it's good for them. It's good for them to relieve some of that pressure.
Look at this new little pairing in Counter-Strike that everyone got hyped up for real quickly. ZywOo and Rops all on the same team, both of them dropping over 30 kills in the series. I don't know how you compete with that. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, we haven't seen that for quite a while, right?
That's nice.
It's nice. A good thing to have, a good success story for these two to come together. Both of them, actually multiple players now have chances, right, of just being the top dogs within this team. But I love the words I was hearing from Apex then, right? They know that that best of one doesn't define them, and they didn't let it define them.
No, I can't really fault them for losing a single game to a Legacy team that really is just like kind of unworldly just strategies and just like the way they're playing. Like, I give more credit to Legacy, in all honesty, at the end of that one.
Personally, for me, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, does the major trophy really matter if you don't have like a 37-match win streak going into it? It just seems like all the excitement's been lost.
Yeah, totally.
Just can't really get on board anymore.
If they lift the trophy in the Moody Center, you're just gonna be like, but why not 37?
I know.
Why
it
not
could have been 37, man.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way cookie crumbles, James.
That is the way the cookie crumbles, and at least Vitality, they sit in a nice spot with lots of cookies potentially if they want it. Maybe not Apex, he's been on a good health trip right now. We do need to start taking a look over towards the B stream right now, though. It's G2 going up against Na'Vi, and in the first map that we saw, GL dropped like 30 kills in regulation, looks dominant, you think, and now somehow we're on the third map. Anubis went away, we're on Inferno, so we'll red zone this, boys, and maybe I'll have a meltdown if it goes badly for Na'Vi.
I'm just gonna say, narrative that's on the tip of my tongue for this one. If Taz and Snacks beat Alexi and Blade, I don't know what reality I am actually living in. So
I think you're okay. It seems like Alexi and Blade are in a pretty good position. A rough time to get eco'd if you're G2. It's shitty to have that happen in round 23. Or 22, I should say.
Yeah, a good hold from them.
Although,
top there.
I mean, look, I'll say this too. Like, for my expectations of G2 trying to recover from losing m0NESY and Nico, I mean, this is the fact they're putting up a fight against Na'Vi, the fact that they bodied Aurora yesterday 13-4, like, that's a pretty impressive for a team that I didn't have high expectations for.
I mean, what I need to clarify also is that, okay, wait, this is getting a little bit interesting, I guess. I don't think,
with a D.
Well, we'll see. This is the shot. Okay. What I would need to clarify here is that even though I had strong reservations against Taz and Snacks becoming the head brain trust of G2, you know, they're not going to just take it lying down, all right?
Yeah.
They were never going to just say, yep, we're bad and we're going to stay bad. Like Taz has improved as a coach. I think Snacks has understood a little bit better of how he wants to work with the pieces that are on his roster now. So, I mean, they're champions themselves for a reason too.
I mean, yeah, they definitely are, and especially considering the career that Taz has had, with a career extending back into 1.6 before all the pomp and circumstance and the big lights and all the big money and everything like that. He understands the kind of mentality you sort of have to carry with you if you want to become a champion, which is cool. Obviously, right now, I think it's tough to do it with the pieces they've got. But playoffs still reachable. The loser of this series, whichever one of these teams loses, plays Mongols tomorrow.
Ooh,
the number 5 best team in the world.
That's confirmed from the sim.
Yep.
Okay. Wow, that's going to be You just want to get it done today, then.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, you don't want to play Mongols. No, not at all. Not even a little bit.
No way.
Oh, I love this. I mean, this is the Na'Vi classic. You lose a pick somewhere on the map, you re-aggress into halls, you gain all the info. But wait, no. Okay, good. He's going back. You gotta start sacking B soon, though. Like, you've already cleared out some of halls, surely.
They're really taking their time with this information play. I think now that smoke comes in, it's got to be something. You either got to push or rotate one off, and they've chosen the rotation.
Yeah, this is taking way... Man, they had some info, and they just didn't even really care to use it, did they? Good nade, though. I
just don't know how you find a good peek if you're Alexi.
Yeah.
Ooh, flashbang.
Flash.
Oh. Yeah, you do. Nice attempt, but you got the information.
Oh my God.
Oh, Emma.
That was really the only thing you could do to try and recover the scenario, right?
Yeah. Wow. Okay. What's the money like? What
it's okay.
Yeah, they got it. They still got some money next
Yeah, they have a bye next round.
All right, okay. It's not doom and gloom just yet.
My eyes can't see that from here again. We're back to this position.
Okay.
I'm just looking at the numbers.
The two guys with the glasses focusing on front of the score. You guys need some new optometrists.
They make us be able to see, but it doesn't mean we can like zoom in far. Can you read the numbers from there?
Yeah, the green number, the money numbers?
Yeah.
I mean, I can kind of read them if I really think about it.
Alps has... No, I can't.
Ah, there we go.
150? I don't know.
Looks like
something 50.
950?
950 maybe?
Producer can tell us. Very low on G2 sides what we got on.
And I had LASIK, so it's obviously not the glasses' fault. Okay.
Hades has put up a good performance for himself at this one.
Which is great, because you have to imagine the situation he's in. He's thinking playing for a contract, right?
Yeah.
Playing for a team coming out of the major.
Yeah.
I think he's done solid work for them as well. Some of the early games they had that were looking shaky, he was still kind of solidly performing for them. And especially when you consider the difference between Hades standing in for this team in Dallas to now that he had like an event under his belt and a few conversations under his belt. Yeah, much improved.
Good audition. Taz still has a timeout after this one. We're going to see the back-to-back, the B2B.
Oh, I'd love that. Just use
it. See the double timeout. Haven't seen one of those at the major.
But you might then give Blade more chance to power up.
I mean, that's the thing that...
Spoken like a true Na'Vi fan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I talked to Daps one time when he was coaching Liquid, and he was against Na'Vi, and Na'Vi were slowly pulling off a comeback, and he saw what he thought was the answer to stop them, but he also knew that Na'Vi ran out of timeouts, and he was like, I mean, if I call that timeout, Blade might just have the better timeout than me.
Oh, respecting Blade like that.
Daps said that as his team was starting to crumble, but then his team pulled it off at the end.
Not the ideal mentality to have.
I know. He just like had to trust them that they were
I'm
like...
so scared of Blade that I don't want to call a timeout.
Just to let him talk. You just like got to keep him in the dark. You know,
such is the power of Blade.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, you just think like surely, I forgot who the IGL was of Na'Vi at the time. Might have been Electronic, for example. You know, you think he's going to make a bad call before I fix anything with my own timeout. That's the aura that Blade has as a coach.
Yeah, it really is.
I think he's got the most aura of any coach.
Yes.
Well, the Instagram page helps.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's
really
a big
good.
one right there.
That was an emotional tactic to do to anyone that ever wants to come visit your page.
Yeah.
That, or he got pressured to have it by the org, and he was just like, fine.
Okay, if I must have it, it'll just be trophies, nothing else. I don't think I've ever seen him post a story either. He's not a story guy.
Surely not.
I'd be disappointed if he did.
Okay. This is pretty sick. This is
this is nice for G2.
Tough A crunch.
Yeah, but Na'Vi stepped away from rap side, haven't they? Deeper into the bomb site, deeper into it. This could be a V-split.
Oh wait, this is big. This is big. First contact siege here.
They have 2 in CT.
Come on, Lexi.
Oh, one and
Gale died.
That's it.
And Wonderful
OT.
died as well.
This is OT.
All over it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The red zone is back.
Yeah, pain.
Sorry, James.
That's fine. I knew I'd have to live through this in some way. Didn't know I'd have to do it live.
We get to see you sweating over there in the corner, freaking out.
I'm so sad.
Thankfully we didn't red zone the Liquid game last week.
Wait, no.
Oh.
They need to be an insta. Wow.
Chill, this ain't Falcons keep on site hold.
Yeah.
That only happens once in a generation.
James, you don't co-stream very often, do you?
No.
You should just do it for Na'Vi games only.
I used to. That when I was doing co-stream before, I only did Na'Vi games. That's all I would come on for.
Oh, you just get hired for too many events, actually. So you don't have to.
It's a good problem to have.
You're just watching it all in person, aren't you?
Let's go! Yeah, Heavy Guy, get the boys hyped up.
Yeah, and on the opposite side of things, no hype, just sadness.
Oh, man.
I never like it because I look at JL as like he should be the one to be able to hype and bring the boys back in. But if it's going bad for him, he's not bringing them back in. And that's a sad thing because Wonderful and Bit are definitely not doing it.
They've had a really rough season. They're probably in a similar situation to last season heading into the major where like nothing feels like it's working.
And then
not a whole lot of
win the major.
They
trying to give me that?
Again, once in a generation.
James, what do you? I know you talk to Navi a lot. What have they been? What have been the emotions in the camp? Just in a loose way. It doesn't need to be a quote.
I would say uncertainty.
Okay.
Sometimes I guess like starting to not believe again. But then coming into this major when I've been talking to them, it's like, it's not that they didn't believe in themselves, but it's like they weren't on the same page, you know?
Sure.
And I always say this about Navi is like Blade's plan is so strict, but when they all believe in that same process and the way Blade wants to play, everyone's on the same page and it works, right? Even when players are not performing. But as soon as someone doesn't believe in it and goes away from that, you watch it unfold because it needs all 5 players believing it. Blade himself has said that many times.
We mentioned this as well. I remember talking about this a little bit last year. Is like, you know, that run they had in 2024 is incredible. Deserved to be the team of the year. But at some point when you start having that success and you start building up kind of the star players of your team and the figureheads of your team, like you start having a few more conflicts when things go wrong, right? Like, why aren't we doing it this way? This is how we used to do it. Why aren't we preparing like this? This is how we used to do it. Sometimes it's hard to get over that kind of a mindset and that hump as well.
It's the tale of a lot of the top teams in the world. Okay, we'll see how this fight goes. Okay.
Oh,
2 would have been nice.
Yep.
Oh, this is getting really
Come on,
weird.
Dale. Come on.
Oh, are they just gonna go B now? I mean,
I think you
keep up the crunch.
I mean, you can do whatever you want, really.
Yeah.
Do they know there's 2 at A?
Probably not.
I don't think they realize there's both here.
They're testing B.
They've killed 2 rap sides, so I think they're a little bit concerned.
This is gonna. Okay.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That might send you back to A, actually. Yeah, this is gonna send you back to A. Oh, that's a huge kill for
That's actually the only thing he could have done was get aggressive and now get some safety. Oh, the reposition.
Oh,
A4 Bit.
I don't think they're gonna expect this. This is good for 1 for sure.
Bit has just booked him.
Gotta be good for 1 kill. No shot. You clear this. There's no shot.
Oh, they cleared it!
Oh, they full cleared it. Oh my God, MOUZ is a genius. That's why he has a doctorate.
Actual genius play.
Oh my God, MOUZ MD.
Bit couldn't have done any better in that situation. They still went for him.
My God.
Yeah, the only thing he could have done maybe differently that might have played out better was just play for time and play for Wonderful to get a little bit closer. But like, I love that play he made.
Yeah.
I do too.
I'm a big fan of the reposition, so whatever.
Oh my goodness. The Navi tale is so similar to so many of the top teams of the past where you could just make a graphic like this where it's like the 4 stages of being a good team. It's like 1, build up tactics to be one of the best teams in the world. 2, tactics along enabling your star players with these tactics turns them into stars overnight. Then 3, you start to get complacent, you run out of tactics, and 4, your stars have too much ego, and then you all fall off.
And then back to step 1.
Yeah, it's the same thing that happened with LGSK. Everybody thought they were a star after like a year and a half of being on the top, and then the tactics didn't innovate, and then everybody just kind of played out without.
Yeah, you stagnate because you can't find any solutions because no one wants to compromise.
Yeah, everybody thinks they're a star.
And
Come on. Get out of that. I don't want to see that.
James was fist bumping the exit kill.
Yeah, hey, anything to build some wonderful confidence, I'm for.
That's the bar we've set.
The bar has been low most of this year.
Very low. Hey, if you set it low, you can never be disappointed.
I'll probably set mine too high with Navi forever.
That's what being a fan is about, though.
Yep.
Yeah, you always think it's possible.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh
my God.
Yeah,
there he is.
Oh, I'm not sure about the jump up, but it's fine.
Still under control.
And good reinforcements as well. Lexi stepping up to the plate. That's a sick hold.
They know about the third player?
I think you expect it regardless.
This is the Hades clutch that says move aside Grix, heroic Hades. This is where it happens. From this moment, this is where people knew Hades was going to carry Heroic into the upcoming season.
So they've cheated instead of playing 2-2.
I can't explain that.
They've cheated.
No, I mean, in a 2v4,
yeah.
tough. I get it in a 4v3 even, but...
Oh, this is scary.
Time, playing the time forever.
Big brain.
You have to aggressively clear this, though.
Wow. And I'm telling you.
Don't lose this.
Heroic Hades. Oh, wait.
Yes.
There was no smoke. There was no smoke. There was nothing they could do about that. He just had to try and stick it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even though he goes down, plenty of time being bought.
Okay.
I hate being a Na'Vi fan.
I mean, Heavy God can't.
Why? They're winning this round.
Impossible. Yeah, that was impossible.
But like, I could just imagine them losing the 2v4.
Sure.
It was all in my head.
Sure.
Running through my head.
Gonna get us DMCA'd out here, Maui?
If I could sing as well as Tattoo, yes.
I've heard you do karaoke. Yeah. I believe you.
Quite the karaoke maestro, from what I hear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's got skills.
Thank
Maui actually could be a professional karaoke person if he was not doing this job. I don't know how much
you make.
Yeah, I don't know how much.
I get a free drink here or there. That's about it.
Have you ever done karaoke with one of the players?
Ooh, that's a content.
No, I haven't.
Who'd be your go-to karaoke?
Ooh, I mean, who have I heard singing? I feel like I've heard some of the MOUZ guys try to sing before.
Sure.
I'm telling you, Blade. Blade. God tier.
Dude, Blade.
And then we could upload it to his Instagram.
On his story.
Fun fact about Blade is that his favorite neighborhood in New York is Bushwick. I don't even know if people know what that means.
I don't know what that. Yeah, I got no idea.
This is the worst fun fact I've heard in a long time.
It's just the most hipster neighborhood ever. It's like if you said your favorite neighborhood was Hackney in London.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah, it's
okay.
kind of crazy.
Yeah.
He just loved it.
No one does that.
I was like, wow, you're on something here.
I like Blade's hipster arc. I'm into that.
Dude, he loves Italian directors. Yeah.
How do you know that?
He's a big movie buff.
He's just a big movie guy. Yeah, I just had a long conversation with him.
About Italian directors? Spaghetti westerns?
European directors. Yeah.
Oh, okay, you survived.
Oh, some damage. Okay, this is actually tense now.
Yeah.
It's actually really tense.
They have, what is that? Is that another smoke? Yeah, Hades has another smoke to drop.
Dude, there's so much util on Na'Vi though. Surely you make a good retake out of this.
Yeah, but it's gonna be 3 smoke, right? Like one more smoke's gonna go towards CT spawn any second now from Hades. There it is. And now you just use your nade towards back left. You can't break it.
They just use the nade.
So they gotta wait it out. And James is stressed.
Oh.
I've been stressed.
It's a big fight.
I'm more stressed.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe G2 fought their way out of that one.
I mean, it's
Wow.
perfect. Like, you funnel them towards the narrowest choke point. You have 2 players set up in that position. And Na'Vi wanted to wait to use their utility to activate the retake.
Oh, wait.
No,
Come on,
chance. No chance. Chill.
Damn. That was a chance.
There was no time on that bomb anyway.
Yeah.
Instant 1 dig? Maybe.
Instant 1 dig, maybe.
Wow. 1 round up for G2.
Did anyone have G2 in their pick'ems to make it through the playoffs?
Hell no. Hell no.
Hell no.
Still the official broadcast, by the way. Still the official broadcast, by the way. Hell no.
You're not actually in co-stream mode yet,
I know.
This is not your personal stream. Okay, so they beat Pain, they beat Aurora, only lost to 3D Max, and are about to beat Na'Vi potentially. It's a pretty impressive run for G2, all things considered.
What do you think Pimp's doing right now?
Cycling.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I already knew the end. It was rhetorical.
Bro, I bet he goes back to his room.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah,
Go on.
where are you going with
Go
this?
on.
Bet he goes back to his room all by his lonesome. And I bet he eats a ton of cake.
He does like to eat a lot.
And then he just like shows the figures from a different like.
Oh no. No. Yeah, you're right. And then he counted all the calories of that. Yeah.
And he's like, okay, now I must bike.
And then he just
hours.
like hops on the bike and yells at himself for eating the cake to begin with. That's his motivation.
That's his motivation.
Yeah, just yelling at himself.
Why did I do this?
It's like what is it?
Flagellation.
Flagellation, self-flagellation.
Oh, the red velvet.
I think in Denmark there's a dream cake or something. Probably.
Oh yeah.
That's the one he'd probably like.
That slaps.
It's a good one. It's a good cake. I won't lie. Just wish I biked as much.
That's what co-streamers do. We just talk about like cake and Italian film directors and stuff. That's what you guys been doing this whole time. Like, why you guys? I mean, I'm into it. It's cool. I'm just wondering.
That's how you get 4 digits on those coasters. 4 digits. If you just focus on the game all day, I'm sorry, you're stuck in the 200 live viewers.
Maui, I need you to give me a cooking stream while co-streaming.
A co-stream while co-stream. Oh my god.
Alexi.
Oh! humbled.
Well, you knew G2 was going to have one more round to just throw away.
Yeah.
That was it right there.
Yeah.
That was the one. You
Just
can't be,
one?
You
Wow.
can't be throwing that round in overtime in that fashion.
James would like 2. James would like 3.
Correct. Nothing against you, G2, but dead team walking at this point. It's less exciting for the major.
I feel like the same could be said about Na'Vi, but we'll hold off on that.
It's true.
We'll hold off on that.
I am expecting at least one change from Na'Vi, no matter where. Unless they win, I'm expecting one change would make sense.
If they win,
They have to win the whole major.
Another one if they win. What if they just...
Hey, dude, okay, if they won the whole major, just say, hypothetically, if they did, would they make a change? Probably not, right?
No,
It saves everyone again.
No. They would just keep running it back.
Exactly.
Just win one major per year, lose everything else, and then just keep the same team together.
I mean, this hypothetical is not even really based in reality, so I don't even have an answer for you.
Well, that's how I felt when they won their first major.
You all said the same to me when I was the only one predicting them. I was the only one predicting
Yeah, but James, you've been predicting. You're like Anders with Astralis back in the day. You just throw out the name.
Every single time.
Like, you know, it holds no value. It's like you're crying wolf every time.
It's the broken clock.
You got to pick and choose.
No. I just double down, triple down, and never stopped.
Okay, Taz.
It is an esports classic.
Taz on the mic. Blade on the mic.
Yeah, but Taz is like Blade on
Taz
the mic, and we know what that means.
Taz v Blade. This is it. This round will determine who the better coach is. This single round for all the marbles. For all of my analysis will be based on who comes out on top here. Forever.
Maui, out of all the players in the server right now, who do you have the most stocks in?
The most stock in? Heavy God, for sure.
Damn.
Heavy God's the best anchor.
That's actually a really good shout.
I think Heavy God has proven he...
9 and 16 right now.
Yeah, that's actually the correct answer.
Hey, pressure. Come on.
Pressure.
He's not used to handling pressure, okay? When has he had pressure in his life before?
Still learning.
No. Oh my. Oh,
great nades.
Wow.
MOUZ regretting everything right now.
Bet you're wishing you didn't call that timeout now.
Well, looks like so far, Blade has the lead on the timeout. The post-timeout round.
96-point lead.
Yeah.
Keep count of that for us, Jason, as all the health diminishes.
Actually 97, because Snack's lost 1 HP.
That was like your Lear impression, I was imagining.
Not Lear, no. I don't know who has that voice.
No, he had that voice when he did the whole thing.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Every user on Reddit.
True.
Whoa.
Wow. They like you on Reddit, though.
They do like me on Reddit.
Yeah, they like you
That
there.
was a shot out of love.
Yeah, this is getting into real co-streamer territory. Calling out Reddit.
Mo's just attacking Reddit, the fan base that loves him.
I've been holding it in this whole time.
Oh my God.
No.
That's how it's done.
Dude, Taz is a genius.
Oh, timeout lead going to Taz now.
Taz is a genius.
Oh, Bit's got space.
Oh, let him work.
Let him cook.
Let him wait.
Oh, he's got so
He's
much
calling
space.
the boys back. It's
Oh,
all
he's got so
on him
much
now.
space.
Wait.
MOUZ has no HP. What was that?
That's so long, yeah.
Yep, for full health.
There's still double pit. This is still going to be hard.
Okay, 1 rap side, 2 up lane. He's got to find something.
Well, he got to take small pit.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
There's not enough time. There's not enough time.
Oh, look at the time.
It's cooked.
Taz is a genius.
Taz is the best.
Taz is a genius.
Take back everything you said, Maui.
He's a genius.
He's God tier.
Taz is a genius. He got Hades to get a double kill.
G2 make it through the playoffs. If they win the major, does Taz keep his job?
No.
No. We already know the answer to that.
Yeah, but would they just say, no way, have we undo all
No,
this?
they're not voiding out the solid contract. We already know. Yeah. We know.
But it'd be a great retirement party.
Yeah, that's a hell of a way to go out.
Hell of a way to go out.
Okay, you know what? I just saw MOUZ get excited, and now I'm rooting for G2. Okay, I love that guy.
All right, let's
Love
get
that
it
guy.
done.
Yeah. He needs to actually do well, so I can still say I've beaten a major playoff player in a match.
How many years ago was this?
Doesn't matter. Did I do it in an official? Is it on HLTV? Did I have a higher rating than him? Yes.
Did you?
Okay.
I don't even know if any of this is true or not. I can't trust you right now.
True. It's true.
Damn.
It's all true. It's all true.
Who was MOUZ playing for?
Team 1.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So, just gonna keep holding that.
Maui legit
Basically,
analyst.
I'm incredible.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Maui, the god tier analyst.
I got carried by Jonah P, who now plays for G2 actually in Valorant. So
Carried by a Valorant player.
carried by a G2 Valorant player.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
That does escalate it.
Yeah.
In a negative way, but still.
Most North American talents have been taken by that game, so what can we do?
Thank God you stayed here, Maui.
They will come back.
They'll come back.
Are we really coping that hard?
No, they have to come back now. The tier
Speaking
2's
of
just
cope,
dead there.
James, how are you feeling?
Oh.
Double wrap side setup, and Hades about to seal the entire map.
Oh my God. Okay, that's a good trade.
That is a good trade.
Doable.
But Pit's
Winnable.
live.
So outnumbered.
Heavy God. Oh no, I put all my faith in Heavy God.
I
My
actually
stocks are
hate
so
this
high.
position. I actually hate this position. Oh, I hate it so much.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my
wait.
God. Keep it double OT. Double OT. We will never leave the red zone. Oh.
I'm happy with that until we leave when Na'Vi wins.
Oh my God.
That's a good position.
He's got another Molly
Well
picked up as
done.
well. He's gonna be able to do it again.
Oh my gosh.
But will he do it again? No, he's not.
This Molly.
It's not gonna spread.
No.
That doesn't make sense.
Oh my God. And now he tucks. And there's no way he thinks about Wonderful now. There's no way. This is an instant trade. Instant.
I shouldn't cheer like that, but still.
Double OT.
What did you say, Moses?
Double OT.
I don't know. What did I say?
My heart's
Did I
fluttering.
say something?
You asked me how I was
I
feeling?
was just asking how you're feeling.
Yeah.
My heart is fluttering.
Oh, God.
Blade is a genius. He actually called the strat 2 rounds in advance after the strat. Said it well in advance.
Ooh, Heavy God tries to end the match.
Oh, my.
Heavy God's gonna want that one back. He's gonna want it back.
Yeah, Heavy God does want it back. Again, he's not used to pressure, but if this was a group stage, he would have farmed them both. He would have. But he just has to get over the pressure hurdle, and then he's gonna be the GOAT, the best anchor at least, the best anchor. He'll be the best, not the GOAT.
Okay, I'm about to say you calm down though. I'm glad you the GOAT.
GOAT anchor.
The GOAT anchor. We got to go IGL.
We'll give him some time.
Now?
We'll give him time. The donk of anchors. No, he's not that. He's not quite that. But he's good. But he's very good. He's promising.
Which Na'Vi's players' stocks would you sell, Maui?
Which one would I sell?
Yeah.
At this point, right now,
just one
we're
of them.
talking actual JL.
Ooh,
But just because they're probably high after that 30 kill map, you know, probably at a high point right now. I'd take that. I'll take that profit.
It's tough for me to say because the truth is, I feel like I kind of want to say Ema as an individual, but I think Ema could pivot to IGL.
Yeah, I mean, that's like Ema's one of those players where like you hear every time you talk to a teammate or talk to Blade, you hear about all the intangibles he brings.
Yeah.
Like the vocality in the mid rounds, obviously some good ideas, really impactful position, smart player, not making too many mistakes.
Yeah, I think there's an above like 20% chance that Ema ends up the IGL of Navio one day.
One day, meaning when? When are you trying?
Whenever they think Alexi's done. Really? Like, I think it's possible. Oh, that's... Dude, MOUZ is clean this round. Wow.
It's such a classic, like, can't close it out in the round you have.
Oh
MOUZ
my
just
dragging out, man.
Then he just opens up and
Go for the ace, MOUZ. Go for it. Go
Do
for
it.
It's yours. Oh, you can't be scared to take that peek.
Yeah, come on. I would have said graffiti.
I'm writing another one down.
Oh. Dude,
Okay, MOUZ is
crazy there. MOUZ destroyed them. You know, MOUZ also now moved to Europe.
Yeah,
People don't
makes
talk
sense.
about that. People don't talk about it. Like,
He moved ages ago.
yeah, exactly.
Serbia.
Yeah, he lives in Serbia.
Serbia?
Yeah, he lives in Belgrade, I think.
He moved very early on in his move to GC.
Yeah, yeah. He's people talk about the Elige one, how he moved to Poland and everything, but MOUZ doesn't really get enough credit for the fact he lifted his whole life up and just, you know.
But I guess
did it for
it's
the
because
game.
people talk about it. MOUZ has done that his entire career, right? He just keeps moving around and going different places.
He even spoke Portuguese for a while.
Yeah. He does. By the way, MOUZ will do anything if they are.
Pretty sure he's trilingual.
playing the game on nightmare mode.
Yeah. One day, Davideus. He also... I don't know if Davideus can speak much English, though.
No, he doesn't do interviews.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Gosh darn it, I mean, on the official stream. Okay, setting up for a bracket take. What have we got? Good counter molly, but it's a CT molly. Just go away.
Haven't taken banana. Well, just taking banana control now. Okay, standard round. Hey, you've granted overtime and like nobody wants to make a mistake.
I like it.
Or double OT, I should say.
Tension.
Yeah, palpable.
Just realized we haven't heard the casters.
Co-stream is harder without the casters.
with that. Yeah. Usually I just react to what Launders and Scrawny say.
Exactly.
Yeah. By now they just give me something. I would also just read chat normally by now. Just say, what do you guys spam? You know, type 1 in chat right now if you're here on the official Red Zone stream.
Yeah. Feel
Type
free to
1.
send in some questions as well.
Type 1 in chat.
Hashtag Blast TV Red Zone.
Yeah, we won't see them, but you can ask them.
Yeah.
I will see them right now.
It's a nice Molotov, gonna have to reposition.
Okay. Smoke. Oh, another. Wait.
That smoke missed.
What is that smoke?
It missed.
No! Oh, Navi, no!
Possible.
Oh my god, Navi, no! What?
Oh!
How do they get through that? Dude, they have 4 seconds planning!
Mobs.
Oh my god!
That's what dreams are made of.
Dude, that is.
After the round
Wow.
he just had, Mobs not getting a kill there is brutal.
Wow. Jesus.
Even with the mistake smoke from Navi.
Are you sure it was a mistake?
Wait.
I'm 100% sure it was a mistake.
They're going for it. They got 1 nade. Oh, it only did 1 damage.
Jason, sometimes they just throw these smokes to throw you off.
Yeah. They threw that perfect CT choke smoke.
Wow.
Trying to play with a handicap to make it even. Played the simple of coaches. It's not enough to win. You got to win in style.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, you know what, it's actually quite funny on this hashtag Blast TV Red Zone.
Yeah, what's someone say?
I was excited for another Blast TV Red Zone stream today. Will there be another one for the tournament? Well, they did get it. They just get it like 10 days later than when they first sent us this message.
Yep.
Someone still said they all about hot counter. Love it.
All about hot counter. Perfect.
That did work for us 3.
Yes.
No more of coming, guys. Come on.
Let me just read Twitch chat really quick here.
Oh.
Just gonna be risky.
Maui's going real co-streaming
He's got
mode.
full-blown co-streaming mode. He's bringing out all the crutches.
He is the most experienced co-streamer.
I do love it.
And that's the kind of experience you need when you're co-streaming an elimination game, you know?
Okay. Someone said Banks best hoster ever. Playing for HLTV rating Pog. Talking about Hades right there. Going for the kill. Okay, again, press 1 in chat if you're enjoying the Red Zone more than the official stream. Press 1 in chat if you like when we talk more than when it's just the normal casters.
You're going down a slippery slope here, Maui.
I'm waiting. It's gonna erupt.
Yeah, give it a couple minutes. It'll catch up.
It'll erupt. Trust me.
Mid control first for Navi.
This is horrendous. Normally for games like this, I'm just comfortably in the room, screaming at the TV.
Now you got cameras all over you.
And now I can't say half the things I would say.
Give us 1.
Great job, guys. That's my Navi.
Nice. Oh, lots of 1s. Yes, lots of 1s are coming out. Oh, so many 1s.
We like the 1s.
Oh my.
And we like the ones that Navi's getting. Like this.
Taking my 1s.
More than taking their 1s.
Taking my 1s. Dude, this chat actually just totally erupted once. Like, oh, it's moving so fast.
Maui, you wish your co-stream was like this.
This is 31,000 on the Twitch.
You've been asked here on Twitter, can Maui Snake react harder?
Yeah, react harder.
They tagged me, not you.
All right, sure. I'll react harder. Yeah, you
go
that's,
now.
That's the biggest thing. Well, something has to happen, and then I'll react harder. You know, like you had a great reaction earlier, James. You could be a co-streamer.
Yeah, you had a nice high-pitched yelp.
Yep, that happens a lot when these games happen. But I'm emotionally invested in these games. Same as when Simple qualified. No one got to saw me because I was not on camera, but when he qualified, that was a moment.
Yeah? You get in the corner, do a little dance?
I picked him up. Spun him around.
Okay. Everybody shut up and listen. Shut up and listen.
No one's talking.
Nope,
oh, Blade's talking. You reading lips? What did he say, Maui?
It's a good tactic.
Haz didn't say anything, but Blade's still talking.
So a lot. Hands
with
as
this,
well. Hand
Blade
gesture.
knows more. Yep.
Okay. All right.
This time it's going to be banana control into brackets control. Now they're going to hit wrap.
Can you break that down for me, please, Maui?
I think Moses got it.
Banana control into bracket control and hit wrap side.
Yep. And
Taz is going to tell them to do what?
Hades double kill.
I didn't see Taz move his mouth during that whole timeout. So is he, what's he doing there? What's he doing there? On the official broadcast, of course. We do need the split screen, though. We need the split screen of like both coaches talking during all timeouts, so we can see.
So they look like they're yelling at each other.
How much talking there is? Because sometimes they'll talk and the
Well, I mean, sometimes too. You're like if your team is actually like if your in-game leader is actually calling out an idea. As a coach, you don't want to overrule them, right?
Of course. They didn't quite do banana control. Just full hauls.
Well, yeah, they faked it. I missed that in the lip reading. They showed a little smoke at the top, showed a little presence, a little flashbang, let them know they were frisky.
It's that eyesight again, Jason.
Showed a little leg.
See his lips.
Yeah.
So
this is a faster pace than Navi was doing on their T side. To have someone all the way at the end of halls and ready to challenge.
But Bit ready for it. Bit is ready.
It's 50-50. Do you swing looking left or right?
Either way, Bit's gonna get him. Bit's gonna get him.
Oh, I saw it!
Oh my god, Blade is a genius for telling Bit to do that.
I like that Banks' voice gets so high-pitched anytime. I know. No matter what situation it's in.
Okay, alright, here it is. 40 seconds. There's no going back. I'll tell you right now. No way you're going back on this one. Oh my god, Alexi, what are you doing?
He survived.
What are you doing, Alexi?
Doing an Alexi
Oh
move.
my god.
This is an Alexi moment.
Oh my god. Oh my. Dude, they're stalled out. They got nothing left. Car won't go. Car's stuck in the mud.
Producer's right. If they had taken banana first.
Wait, yeah, dude, they're taking so long. Oh my god, they have like no time at all to do anything.
Yeah, well, that's what pulled Navi into the open, and now, there's
10
no chance.
seconds,
There's no
though.
chance.
There's no chance.
4 kills as well, even if you get it down. Oof.
Oh my god, after the timeout, Blade's a genius. Blade's a genius. Blade is a genius.
Okay, this one's for you, Moses. He said, great beard, Banks, okay? But then he says, can somebody rub hot butter on Moses' head?
Dude, I don't think people realize you don't have to say things. Like, you don't have to say something out loud, you know? You know what I mean, Maui?
I don't know.
How much would a sponsor need to pay for us to do that for you? You've had pies in your face. What about now hot butter?
I don't know. Bring me the butter company, and I'll figure out which one it is and see what kind of profit margin we're working with.
Dude, I want to make this happen.
I don't throw out pricing until I know how much they're making.
Was it Land of Lakes, whatever?
I think I'd enjoy to rub the hot butter on your head.
I like the.
Again, you don't have to say things out loud. I just went over this. we don't have to talk about it out loud.
The Irish.
That's one of those things you keep internal.
I'm making sure you know I'd appreciate it.
I like
it would
that
be an
Irish
enjoyable
free
moment
butter
for me as well as you.
Okay, this is it. 2 match points. 2 playoff points for Navi. Wonderful. Is that a... Oh my god. Oh!
He's back.
Not like
Damn.
this. Not like this.
Damn.
Yes, wonderful.
Wait.
Yes.
Alexi?
He's doing it again.
No
this
shot. No shot. No shot.
Oh, he got 2.
He got 2.
Oh,
Wait.
no.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Wait,
they can win.
They're up 2v1?
2v1.
How did that even happen?
I don't know. Where does Hades go?
Alexi happened.
The stand-in with everything on his shoulder.
He didn't go for the op.
If he wins this round, you have to give him a contract.
Yeah.
Well, G2 official representative Moses now offering
my
contracts.
God. The 2 poster boys of Navi.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ooh, this position is rough, though. You got no second option.
I just hope they're both talking
Look at all the
Ukrainian
nades
right
and
now.
Wonderful.
Yeah, throw a Molly. Wonderful.
Come on, do something.
Molly something. Molly
2 nades.
Molly something. Nade something.
Ooh, what is this?
Oh, that's it. No shot.
No,
There's no way he'd ever check that ball. No shot. What a way to make it happen. Wow. What a great finish there from Navi. Did it comfortably on that round. I kind of can't believe that Alexi got 2.
I know, that's really impressive. I didn't think he had it in him. But that's a nice conversion. I mean, especially after Mobs hits those openings, that hurts. He gave you everything you needed.
Dude, that double entry from Mobs felt like it was going to send us to yet another round, but heroics from the side of Navi, who have now qualified for playoffs, off of a season where, man, I was not too hopeful for them. Technically, I put them through, but it was almost just at the cost of, because I'm not really sure who else is going to get it done.
Yeah, I understand that. I too didn't have great expectations for him coming into this. Same with G2 though. So I mean, good fight. I think the bummer for G2 is with the situation they're in, you play a game this close and you're probably can't help but feel like that might have been our best chance because you got Mongols tomorrow now.
Jeez.
So you're kind of like, oh, we sort of blew that one.
Very different team, at least. That's the silver lining. More of a firepower heavy team as opposed to a tactical one.
But also a very different team in the sense that they haven't been struggling all year. You know, like they're coming in, they know it's good. Regardless, Banks knows what's good because he's over there for a winner's interview with Navi.
I got JL with me here, and after not making it through to playoffs of the Shanghai Major, where there was high expectations on this team, you come through after an incredibly rough season. Your last arena was back in Katowice, but you've done it here in Austin. How good does that feel, especially after how much you had to fight for this one?
Oh, it feels amazing, and especially we had to fight for so much for this one. Even though G2 is going to change the roster, I feel like they're playing incredibly well, and yeah, they give a rough fight for me on Banana. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you spoke about being bullied on Banana before, and this continues even against G2, mate. You're not learning from the mistakes?
I'm not gonna lie. If you ask MOUZ, he's gonna probably say the same thing, and every Banana player is gonna say, I keep getting bullied, but just a part of the game. I feel like I didn't play bad, but it could have been a lot better for sure.
And also Anubis, right? Okay, we come into this and you guys actually have a better CT side than what you did against Spirit. You think, okay, this is where you guys can close it out, but then it starts slipping away from you once again. Is this now becoming the worst map for you guys, or what is it?
I don't know, to be honest. It's a map that we for sure need to work a lot on. And we win T-side 7-5, and they're like, okay, yesterday we got 6.
Yeah, you see?
6 as CT for Anubis. So, but wow, that's an upgrade. That's our time to win the map. Yeah. Never mind.
Didn't happen.
Didn't happen. I mean, yeah. I don't know. They played really well on all maps, actually. Besides Mirage. Mirage didn't feel like they played well. But the two other maps, I feel like, could have been another way.
Why was this Inferno in particular so hard, though? Outside of what you were saying about on Banana, right? This was one where multiple times they had your number and you guys didn't have the right reaction to it.
Yeah, they had their number, but then I feel like there were 2 rounds where it was down to a clutch to save the game, and we clutched both of those rounds. So I feel like when G2 is going to rewatch the game, they probably understand it now, but they should have closed the rounds out, I'm not going to lie. It's a gutting loss for sure, but I mean, I wish all the best for them. They're great, lovely people, so we'll see where it takes them.
Do you feel like right now, though, Navi's back in a position where you guys can challenge for that trophy again?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's believing. He's making me believe. Let's see what Navi can do when they get inside the arena.
I like the way JL just kind of like kills him with kindness. He's like, yeah, they had us, man. They had us beat. They really should have won those rounds. You know, we had to win 2 clutches, but man, they really threw it. They really, you know, it was a great fight. They're a dangerous team, but they really threw the game.
Does that ever
really emphasizing it?
Does it ever feel like it's rubbing salt in the wound a bit? It's like, man, they had us. They really had us. They should have had us, but they didn't get us.
Yeah, but they just kind of sucked right at the end. They couldn't finish the job.
I mean, I feel like that also, though, is a testament to just the heroics that were being put on display by the members of Navi. I mean, some of the late round situations, the multi-frags and everything. I mean, again, like just going back to that very last round that Alexi just gets a double kill out of nowhere, like out of completely thin air. So it came down to everybody.
Having to come through a smoke at coffins, like a disadvantaged fight everywhere. I mean, if you're G2, you're kind of bummed. You threw away a great performance out of Hunter in this series, threw away a great performance out of MOUZ in this series. I think if you're Heavy God, you're probably going to have a rough night thinking, man, this went really poorly. He had a tough series. But I mean, yeah, now you got to figure out Mongols.
Yeah, that's not easy at all to do, right? And while you're talking about Mongols, you know what we should do? Have a little of a recap of what we saw across today, because again, plenty of games been coming out here.
I love recapping, James.
Oh, good.
It's one of my favorite things.
That's cap.
We're still in Coach Streamer mode, boys. By the way, I'll say this, the interview was hard to do because part of my mind was still in Coach Streamer mode as well.
Sure.
And then at one point, Alexi's like, bro, what are you saying? It wasn't that bad. And I'm like, well, it kind of was. Not that bad, Alexi. But we'll have a conversation about that later. We're going to start by looking at this FaZe Mongols game because Mongols, right, certainly came in as the favorites within that one. And the one thing I'll look at with this FaZe is they pulled off that T-side comeback out of nowhere on Ancient.
I think they had a 2v4, a 3v5, if memory serves me correctly there. Yeah, that was a ridiculous game for FaZe to power up into this one with and to qualify for playoffs on too.
And let's be real, the best performance we've seen out of Simple in a FaZe jersey as well.
Yeah.
This wasn't against like a 30th ranked opponent.
He said
this
it.
was
Moses said it. Moses said it.
Yeah.
Simple's. What are you saying? Are you saying Simple's back?
Oh no, he's not back.
Okay.
He's not back yet, but this was the best performance we've seen out of it in the FaZe jersey. And again, like what we kind of said at the start of this was every game that FaZe plays, they're going to get better. And that's just happening both on a team level and an individual level, particularly for Simple, who's kind of working himself back into this. So the fact that FaZe keep surviving and winning these games is just buying Sasha more time
Do you think that's so important as well? Because we can talk about practice games, we can talk about playing some Face It, whatever else, right? But getting these official games and him feeling it out, are you starting to at least see some more confidence in like the way he's moving around the map and his understanding of these situations?
Sure. I mean, look, the Simple's numbers and his ratings and things like that are never really going to be the issue. He's still incredibly skilled, and he was always going to come back and show that skill. What scares me are like the moments like during that MIBR series on Ancient where like he out-positioned himself and almost threw a round away right at the very end. Those are the kind of moments, and what's kind of curious about it is it's kind of cool to hear Simple have spoken about how much pressure he felt standing in for Falcons the couple times he did it, and now standing in for FaZe. And because obviously the big thing for Simple is he's not like, you're playing against yourself, your previous self, except your previous self was like the best player who ever touched the game. Yeah. So that's a really hard measuring stick to go up against. And I imagine he gets into the stage, I think that pressure is going to come back. Despite how experienced he is, despite how many times he's been in majors and been in major playoff stages, there's still going to be pressure for him to perform, and he obviously feels it.
I think you're right, because he said it himself that he's feeling that pressure as well. And then it just gets harder from here, especially with all the eyes and everything on the major at the same time. Looking further at the bracket, though, there's plenty more games we need to look at within this. And, well, this one was a wild one. Aurora going up against MOUZ. At one point, it looked like MOUZ were just cleanly going to take this, and Aurora would have no chance looking at 2-0. You said one thing, Maui, about this game where, at least for Aurora, okay, they showed some fight, so it's not like going down with your heads down. But this still is not pretty for a team who's consistently been in playoffs.
A really sad capitulation of Aurora's season, which was marked by such consistency, making it to the playoffs of 8 consecutive events from the very get-go Blast Bounty to even the most recent. And for them to have their lowest finish of any event be the major, that's going to leave a really bittersweet taste in their mouth, because otherwise there was some progress shown from a side that, by the way, reminder, like they didn't even, without Jota, they didn't even qualify to the last major. So this is a huge step up for Turkish Counter-Strike, but it's just that it comes at such a poor timing for them to finish like this.
And you know, this series is actually really fun. I left this kind of MOUZ Aurora series earlier being like, I didn't like have any like kind of red flags for Aurora that I was like, this is the exact reason why they lost. I thought it was a well-played game from both teams. It's just Counter-Strike, somebody's got to win. I think the real capitulation that they're going to be upset about is looking back to that best of 1 the other day against G2, losing 4-13. That's the one where they're just like, man, how do we lose a best of 1 to a team that's lost both their star players in the last 6 months? That's the unforgivable loss throughout this run of the major that put them in this situation to have to go up against MOUZ.
Looking at this, Maui, I want to start with you. Does there need to be another change in Aurora, or do you think you stick with it and try and rebalance how you do things going into the next season?
Aurora need to me, just look at their tactics, okay? I cannot stand watching them play the same T side that they did from the very beginning of the season to now, where it's all about deathballing, where there's no trust in lurkers. Wycadia should be a harder lurker in my eyes. He is a guy that is the brightest individual on the team. I think he makes the best mid-round decisions overall. He just needs to get some freedom on his side of the map, and then Magic can work with the mid-rounds that will likely be incorporating what Wycadia does on that side. Almost kind of, just think of, you know, Vitality structure. They always know they have a plan B option because of what Rops is doing. Just do that with Wycadia. Like, let him to his own devices, and he'll probably bless them with a round here or there more than Madrid thinks.
I think the biggest thing, because I'm with you, and you're always going to have to develop your playbook as time goes on, and the meta kind of shifts and changes. But I think also probably the biggest thing that they could do in this break is get together, Major and the coach, sit down, figure out the schedule they want to have for the second half of the year. They just went through this breakneck schedule in the first half where they were tired for pretty much the entire thing. Every interview was retired. Figure out what your schedule is going to be for the second half of the year that's not going to burn everybody out. Get over those mental hurdles. Forget about the fact that you don't have fans in arenas. I think those are the biggest blocks right now for Aurora.
And the thing you touched on there about too many events, I think one thing that might have already solved that is they have Aurora now, because before they were going at it every event for Eternal Fire, trying to keep cash going for that organization. Now they might have a little bit more of a break in there. Next up, though, we're going to look at Legacy and Lynn Vision, because, okay, Legacy, we've been praising them with this one, but Lynn Vision going home in this style of a fashion, guys, was like, they did what they, I guess, way better than what they expected, but they wanted to go a step further just to be the all-time record holders for Chinese Counter-Strike. I saw Zaka earlier eating some food, and he goes, I'm just so sad, man. But I was like, okay, you feel sad now, but still, like, you can be proud of what you've done, and the hearts they've captured as well with Amelia.
I mean, Zaka absolutely carried them through map 1, so he even put forward a great performance today. And for Lynn Vision to make it from stage 1 as a team that I would say less than 50% of most pundits had making it through that stage, to not only get to stage 2, But then to get to stage 3 and have a chance to even still be in this tournament, like, this was a beautiful tournament for Lynn Vision to put them on the map. A reminder that, in my eyes, the MRQ system is going to be sorely missed as well, because if it were down to just who was qualifying through VRS, they wouldn't have been at this tournament. So I'm glad that they were able to show what they were made of.
Yeah, I think part of their disappointment is probably the fashion in which they lost. What, it was like 13, they blew them out on the first map, and then Legacy comes back and beats them like 13-3 and 13-5 on maps 2 and 3. And like, you know, I don't care how deep you go into the tournament, how much it feels like a victory for your team, the furthest you've ever gotten personally, a good statement for Asian Counter-Strike. Losing in that fashion, like, you're always going to feel horrible, because then you don't feel like you fought at all in those 2 maps, and that's kind of the devastating part. But for Legacy, I mean, for me, I think they have like probably the second best story at the major. Like, it's hard to outcompete Vitality right now with the kind of run they had, the near perfect season. But I mean, Legacy is the biggest revelation so far, and I think a wonderful story to follow for these guys with the struggles that they've been through. And I don't think you can go into tomorrow and say that Legacy doesn't have a chance against MOUZ, which is kind of like a wild thing to say to a certain extent. But I feel like they've proven enough to be like, you have a chance here in this last day.
Well, you're leaking the script just a little bit, Jason. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule and the last games we have to see who'll be making it through to the playoffs and whose journey will end in heartbreak and pain. Starting at the bottom, we're going to have Virtus.pro going up against Pain. That's actually a rematch. They faced each other once already, where VP took them down 2-0 and went 3-0 in it. Then we got G2 Mongols, you guys already spoke about, and Legacy MOUZ. Now, is there anyone that's spicy enough for you guys to say is the ultimate game of the day?
Ooh.
It's for me personally, it's Legacy MOUZ.
Okay.
Wow. I feel like MOUZ is just gonna, if MOUZ takes care of business in the way they should, that should be a clean 2-0. Like 13-8, 13-8.
Yeah, but we haven't seen them take care of business the way they should quite yet.
And nothing's been easy for the people that play Legacy too.
And it is that like third best of 3 of this gauntlet they've had to run to get to the next stage. So I mean, on a tough scenario, and we've seen them had to fight for every game they've won so far. And I think Legacy still has that almost like infant naivete that they kind of believe that they deserve to be here and they deserve to be in the playoffs, and they don't realize that they should be intimidated and probably feel like they're outclassed. That's a team I think that's poised to make a good upset.
Which one are you picking, Maui?
I would take G2 Mongols just because at the Blast Open Lisbon, for a spot to make it to the playoffs in Lisbon, G2 took down the Mongols in surprise fashion. Like, I didn't think that was going to happen, and I feel like most people have the Mongols as the clear favorites in that one. But G2, I mean, they look like a team that's just ready to pull off upsets at this tournament so far.
Yeah, and they've been fighting with their hearts on their sleeve and looking very good. But for now, we're done. It's the end of the evening. I hope everyone at home has been enjoying the show and enjoying all the moments that only a Counter-Strike major can deliver. We'll be back tomorrow to find out our final teams going through to the playoffs. Don't miss it.